I was out of town. But the fast way to improve your performance on the golf course is to get fitted for golf clubs. It makes a huge difference. PXG will fit you. They've got highly trained, incredibly experienced. I talked to a number of them.
It's also fun.
They have deep understanding how to optimize your clubs to get the most out of your swing. And you can schedule a fitting today for a limited time.
Ryan, schedule your fitting today and actually show up. And for a limited time, you can save up to 20% off your entire order. Head on over to pxg.com/TFATK. That's pxg.com/TFATK. Save up to 20% off your entire order. pxg.com/TFATK. Restrictions apply. See site for details.
That's a disaster, man. When you had your car worked on in a shop, now what do they have to do and what's that going to cost us?
To wrap, they have to sand it, they have to repaint it the original black, get the dent out, and then re-wrap it.
That's a lot.
It's not too bad. At least it's just that's not the whole frame. But hey, man, again, I was just going to eat it. I was just like,
you can't just
leave it. Find another shop.
You can't leave it.
Cover up the scratches and wrap it.
But if nobody's looking at the roof, maybe you can leave it.
No. It's all clean up. It's all clean up. My kids can tell too. You okay? No.
Is you, I want to get your take on the fights.
No, dude, let's fucking talk. Food 6 minutes away. Yes! It's 20 minutes away.
Yeah. So
let's talk about the fights. First time watching the house, big pay-per-view. Nothing makes me happier. Nothing makes me happier doing that.
Yep. Let's go to, you want to start with
check out this nice little Saturday I had.
Yeah.
I went to Interstellar Barbecue during the day, and then I watched UFC at night. What a nice Texas Saturday. And that Interstellar Barbecue, buddy,
really?
Fuck whatever recommendation
we went there, and it was closed.
Where'd you go?
My feelings. I went there, and it was closed.
Oh, no, we went to Bee Cave.
Okay.
This is Interstellar, which is a little more down. Buddy,
yeah,
it's the best I've had. Their pork belly, their beef ribs, and their sides, dude. I'll eat that shit right now. Oh, my, their cream corn, their jalapeno casserole.
I'm very into barbecue.
Oh, buddy. You know my teeth, I can't eat sugar.
Now,
they don't lather it up with sugar either. Oh, my God.
Where is the Interstellar? Sorry, guys, for that sound.
Keep going. No, he has a thing that gets rid of it.
Oh,
we fixed it. You just go straight down. You go straight down about 8 miles on the right. To me, a little bit of line.
So only 8 miles down the line?
8 miles.
All right.
20 minutes.
Everything's 20 minutes, Bob.
Interstellar. Fantastic.
I wasn't mad at the well. Went to the well. Yeah. Just okay, right?
Yeah, if you don't like flavor.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you want cardboard.
Yeah.
That's all right.
What did I get? I got
you got the wagon.
Bone broth. Fuck off.
But you want chicken bone broth. What are you doing? If you're going to do it, you got to go with the bone marrow. Yeah. That Interstellar Barbecue. So I had that in the UFC fights. Now, here's what they don't tell you about moving to Texas. Those fights, if you to get to the main event, you're looking about midnight.
Yeah, you are.
My entire family, usually we're up and celebrating. I was the only one awake because I got to watch it for work. I had to make some coffee. That main event rolls at midnight. Yep. Great fights, though, dude. Great fights.
I'm glad to see Kevin Holland beat Vicente Luque, who's a serious veteran. That was great. That Darce is nasty with Kevin Holland with those long arms, man.
Yeah, I was Anaconda.
Is that what it was?
Yeah, his weight class is at 170.
It's at 170.
For him to be a real contender, it's 170. 100%. Fuck around 85, it's too small.
No, it's too small.
Wrestling's not there.
Yeah.
70, he's a real threat.
Yeah, real threat.
Patchy Mix, everyone's all excited he got exposed.
What is the, he wasn't moving around. What was wrong? Just jitters? Is he a Bellator guy?
3-time world champion.
Wow.
Bellator, though.
Wow.
He Bellator, though.
Okay.
In the big leagues. Number 10 guy gave you problems. If he gave you anyone in the top 9 would have finished him. You got this guy.
Yeah.
In the big leagues, though. In big leagues. Everyone wants to act like these other leagues are the same as UFC. Get the fuck out. I'm sick of it.
Really?
Get the fuck out.
Wow.
Name the best crossover. Go. You ready for this? You know the only guy with a winning record that came from Bellator over to the UFC? Do you know who?
Yeah.
Bet you won't get it.
It's either Michael Chandler. Hold on.
Out of all the picks, Taylor, he's like 1-4, dude. Hold on. I'm talking UFC with talent. No, I know. He's a fucking idiot.
Winning record in the UFC?
Yeah, bro.
I think it's Michael Benapides.
That's what I think. No. What else you got? This is fun.
I don't know.
Come on, give me one.
Let me really give you one more. Let me really give you one more. I know who it is. I know exactly who it is. It is the guy who had great switch kicks and 55er. He's a 55er.
Barbosa?
Yes. Okay.
UFC guy, one, right?
Yeah.
All right, so we'll take it from there. Volkov.
Really? Okay. Yeah, it's just different league. Not the same level.
You ever heard of anyone having Bellator jitters? You ever heard anyone say, "Oh, I didn't have a great performance in PFL because I had PFL jitters"?
Yeah. Well, Patchy Mix wasn't moving. He wasn't moving his feet.
But that works over there.
Yeah.
You in the leagues, bro. You're in the big leagues. Don't fuck around. 1 through 50 is a fucking nightmare for fucking bantamweight. No, and to get the UFC to get to the top 10, you're going through murder's row night after night after just to get in the fucking rankings. So by the time you're there, this Bellator shit ain't happening. There's like 4 people in your division. You want to pat yourself on the back because you're world champion. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah. Didn't work out.
He's a good fighter. But it's just different.
Not as good.
It's just different.
Kevin Gastelum at 85, I just love that he's like, I'm going to fight at 85. Could fight at 70.
Should fight it. Really, if there was a 75 weight class, he's perfect for it. But if he was more strict, he'd be at 70.
Is there anybody more durable, though? Like his ability to take shots, get dropped.
That's not necessarily a good thing.
Well, I'm just saying.
Like when the number one takeaway is, man, is he durable? That means you got beat up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like when you go, man, he can take an ass kicking. That's usually means you're losing fights.
But he still. Anything could have happened, but Pfeiffer got obviously the best of him.
Well, 10-8 round.
And Joe kept saying that Joe Pfeiffer needs to not be looking for the one big shot.
Again, he's young. This is good for him. He needs to throw more than one shot. Especially against these veterans. Like, he got away with the first round, but then Kelvin downloaded his data, made some adjustments, and then noticed he didn't really land.
No.
And it's only getting harder from here. It's the UFC. It's only getting harder from here.
Because, I've seen him fight.
Just line up. And then also, he's going to fight guys who will completely take away his right hand. You're going to fight guys that are just fucking move to opposite side. So just to negate that right hand. So that won't be a tool anymore. So now you got to figure out how to win with the left side of your body. Your hooks, your setups, faking your jabs. Like, it's the UFC. So they go, oh, he's just a big, strong guy with the right hand. We got it. You're going to get veterans. Yeah, veterans go, cool. Just keep our foot outside his. Rotate.
Yeah. Is he's Orthodox or
Yeah, I think he's Orthodox.
Yeah, he hits real hard, but that's right.
But he has the tools. But this is all good for him. It's all good learning inside the upgun experience. Like Kayla Harrison, Julian Payne, Jesus Christ, Kayla Harrison.
Well, she's a 2-time gold medalist.
Yes.
It's a whole different level. That kind of a competitor who understands how to train, who understands how to stay injury free,
Discipline.
This is a freak.
To make 135 is wild. It's no different than Anthony Rumble Johnson making 170.
Well,
that's what she's doing.
75 or something, right?
She's huge. 180. She's huge. So for her to make the weight, she has to have a 12-week camp. She starts cutting the moment the 12-week start. She has a chef. She can only eat what the chef puts in her fridge. And then because she passes out so often through not having the nutrients, she eats a scoop of peanut butter not to pass out. So she only has maybe one more fight. That's why I think, her and Amanda Nunes are next. They should do it at 45. Like, why not make sure, because Amanda's been out for a hot second. 35 sucks for her. Sucks for her. She's a natural 35, but 35 sucks for her. And she's been retired. She's living the good life. Why not do it at 45 so they're both not compromised? Because I think it's Harrison's last one. The weight cut's too much. It's too much.
It's way too much. She's such a fucking beast.
Rumor is, too, the reason Amanda Nunes left ATT is because Kayla Harrison used to beat the brakes off Amanda practice.
Well, they come out of the top team in Florida.
That's why I just told you. Yeah. But you hear what I said?
Yeah.
The reason Amanda left is because they were teammates there. Kayla's beating the brakes off of her and getting all the attention, so Amanda left. Word on the street is, when they sparred and did all their shit, what Harrison dog walked her.
Yeah, I can see that.
She had a fucking problem.
She's just
super disciplined. She said, and think how mentally strong she is. She had the weight cut. She said on Thursday to get that last pound off, she almost quit. That's how bad it is. It's not good, man.
not good at all. It's not good at all.
And what'd you think of the main event on boy Sugar and Rabbi?
I think that Marab's just a problem that one cannot solve unless they're also a wrestler on that level. I mean, but also Marab.
I don't think that's the answer.
Marab is also putting, he's putting his hands. He put his hands on Sean.
He got better. Yeah,
he got better. But
so from the first fight, I think Sugar with all his discipline, like let's say he was a 7 injured, he was a 7.
Yeah.
He got fixed. Did all the discipline things, got better in camp, had a great training camp. So now Sugar's a 9, but Marab went from an 8 that beat him that first time, and now he's a 10. So he got better. So everyone want to talk about and focus on Sugar getting better, making all these changes, but you forget Marab made changes as well, and it was already better. Now, you're not going to match him wrestling for wrestling cardio. It's never going to happen, and you're never going to beat him in a decision. It's never going to happen. Umar would have been the closest.
Yeah.
He had mollywop, right?
You can't get other wrestlers in there to say, you're going to be in the clinch game, and this is how you avoid getting taken down.
It's not because he can strike too, and he can grapple.
So you're just not doing that.
Straight wrestlers get absolutely destroyed. For the only chance to beat Marab, the guy who's the best shot, is Corey Sandhagen. Because you're going to have to throw a Hail Mary. A Hail Mary meaning you have like a 1% chance to pull it off. He's going to be reigning champ for a period. He's the best to ever do it. He's going to be reigning champ for a long, long time unless Corey can pull it off. And he has a 1% chance to throw that Hail Mary. Because he can do like
Hail Mary as
leg locks, or knees, flying knees, elbows.
Yeah.
Because you basically have to go in the fight and go, if he goes 5 rounds, I'm going to lose. He's going to get his rounds. If this thing goes to decision, we're fucked. So we got to throw caution in the wind. We're going to go all out for 2 rounds. We got to throw Hail Mary, maybe. And Corey's very good at leg locks, ankle locks, shit like that. You're going to get taken down in transition. Let's try and get those ankles, go to a knee, hopefully make him tap. If that's not working, or if the other plan is, if he's keeping it standing, when he comes in, throwing knees, elbows, something to wobble him. But you have like a 1% chance to pull that off. And if that doesn't work, you're far in some trouble. But the days of Sugar and those guys, I'm just going to stay on the outside and try and outpoint them.
Because never see them.
It's not peanut butter not to pass out. So she only has maybe 1 more.
But it's already, this is a freak.
To make 135 is wild.
Well, that didn't work out.
He's a good fighter, but it's just different.
Not as good.
It's just different.
Kevin Gastelum, it's either Michael Chandler. Hold on.
Out of all?
Yeah, real threat.
Patchy Mix, everyone's all excited. He got exposed.
What is the, what? Very into barbecue.
Oh, buddy. My teeth, I can't eat sugar.
Now, where
they don't lather it up with
the outcome of sequence of actions that you might imagine, and that requires mental models that don't have mentioned. And that's what I mean. Most of our knowledge is derived from.
When you had your car worked on in a shop, now what do they have to do, and what's that going to cost us?
To wrap, they'll have to sand it, they'll have to repaint it the original black, get the dent out, and then re-wrap it.
That's a lot.
It's not too bad, at least it's just it's not the whole frame, but hey man, again, I was just going to eat it. I was just going to fight.
You can't just
leave it. Find another shop, cover up the scratches and wrap it.
But if nobody's looking at the roof, maybe you can leave it.
No. That's all I'm thinking about. That's all I'm thinking about. My kids could tell too. You okay? No, I'm not.
Did you? I want to get your take on the fights.
No, dude, let's fucking talk food 6 minutes away. Yes! It's 20 minutes away.
Yeah. So
let's talk about the fights. First time watching the house, big pay-per-view. Nothing makes me happier.
Yeah.
Nothing makes me happier doing that.
Yep. Let's go to. You want to start with?
Check out this nice little Saturday I had.
Yeah.
I went to Interstellar Barbecue during the day,
Nothing wrong with that.
and then I watched UFC at night. What a nice Texas Saturday. And the Interstellar Barbecue, buddy,
Really?
fuck whatever recommendation
We went there and it was closed.
Where'd you go?
Hurt my feelings when I went there.
Oh no, we went to Bee Cave. Okay, this is Interstellar, which is a little more down. Buddy,
Yeah.
it's the best I've had. Their pork belly, their beef ribs, and their sides, dude. I'll eat that shit right now. Oh, their cream corn, their jalapeno casserole.
I'm very into barbecue.
Oh, buddy. You know my teeth, I can't eat sugar.
Now where
They don't lather it up with sugar either. Oh my god.
Where is the Interstellar? Sorry guys for that sound.
Keep going. No, he has a thing that gets rid of it. We fixed it. You just go straight down. You go straight down about 8 miles on the right. Give me a little bit of line.
So only 8 miles down the line.
8 miles.
All right.
20 minutes.
Everything's 20 minutes.
Interstellar. Fantastic.
I wasn't mad at the well. Went to the well. Yeah. Just okay, right?
Yeah, if you don't like flavor.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you want cardboard.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's all right.
What did I get? I got
You got the
got
Wagyu.
bone broth. Fuck off.
But you weren't chicken bone broth. What are you doing? If you're going to do it, you got to go with the
Yeah.
bone marrow. Yeah. That Interstellar Barbecue. So I had that, and then the UFC fights. Now, here's what they don't tell you about moving to Texas. Those fights, if you, to get to the main event, you're looking about midnight.
Yeah, you are. Yeah, you are.
My entire family, usually we're up and celebrating. I was the only one awake because I got to watch it for work. I had to make some coffee. That main event rolls at midnight.
Yep.
Great fights, though, dude.
Well,
Great fights.
I'm glad to see Kevin Holland beat Vicente Luque, who's a serious veteran. That was great. That Darce is nasty with Kevin Holland with those long arms, man.
Yeah, I was an Anaconda.
Is that what it was?
Yeah, his weight class is at 170.
It's at
For him to
100.
be a real contender, it's 170.
100%.
Fuck around 85, it's too small.
No, it's too
His
small.
wrestling's not there.
Yeah.
70, he's a real threat.
Yeah, real threat.
Patchy Mix, everyone's all excited. He got exposed.
What is the, what, he wasn't moving around. What was wrong? Just jitters? Is he a Bellator guy?
3-time world champion.
Wow.
Bellator, though.
Wow.
He Bellator, though.
Okay.
He in the big leagues. Number 10 guy give you problems. If he gave you, anyone in the top 9 would have finished him.
Yeah.
You like, you got this guy.
Yeah.
He in the big leagues, though. He in big leagues. Yeah, everyone wants to act like these other leagues are the same as UFC. Get the fuck out. I'm sick of it.
Really?
Get the fuck out of here.
Wow.
Name the best crossover. Go. You ready for this? You know the only guy with a winning record that came from Bellator over to the UFC? You know who?
Yeah.
Bet you won't get it.
It's either Michael Chandler. Hold on.
Out of all the page, Chandler, he's like 1-4, dude. Hold on. I'm talking UFC with talent. No, I know. He's a fucking
A winning record in the UFC?
Yeah.
I think it's Michael Benavidez.
Oh, I was like, take him. No, don't ask. No. What else you got? This is fine.
I don't know.
Come on, give me one.
Let me give you one more. Let me really give you one more. I know who it is. I know exactly who it is. It is the guy who had great switch kicks and 55er. He's a 55er.
Barbosa?
Yes.
He's not Bellator.
That's okay.
UFC guy.
Yeah.
All right, so we'll take it from there. Volkov.
Really? Okay. Yeah, it's just different league. Not the same level.
You ever anyone having Bellator jitters? You ever anyone say, "Oh, I didn't have a great performance in PFL because I had PFL jitters"?
Yeah. Well, Patchy Mix wasn't moving. He wasn't moving his feet.
But that works over there.
Yeah.
You and the leagues, bro. You're in the big leagues. Don't fuck around. But 1 through 50 is a fucking nightmare at the fucking bantamweight.
Nightmare.
No, and to get the UFC to get the top 10, you're going through murder's row night after just to get in the fucking rankings. So by the time you're there, this Bellator shit ain't happening. There's like 4 people in your division. You want to pat yourself on the back because you're world champion. Get the fuck out of here.
Didn't work out.
He's a good fighter, but it's just different.
What's up, baby?
Kevin Gastelum, 85. I just love that he's like, I'm gonna fight at 85. Could fight at 70.
Shout out to the Sprotos, Upsky 69. Shout out to Peter. What up, Peter? You're a sexy beast.
Like his ability to take shots, get dropped.
That's not necessarily a good thing.
Well, I'm just saying.
When the number one takeaway is, man, is he durable? That means you got beat up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like when you go, man, he can take an ass kicking. That's usually means you're losing fights.
But he still. I was. Anything could have happened, but Pfeiffer got it. Obviously, Pfeiffer got the best.
Wow, 10-8 round.
And Joe kept saying that Joe Pfeiffer needs to not be looking for the one big shot.
Again, he's young. This is good for him. He needs to throw more than one shot. Especially against these veterans. Like, he got away with the first round, but then Kelvin downloaded his data, made some adjustments, and then noticed he didn't really land.
No.
And it's only get harder from here. It's the UFC. It's only get harder from here.
I've seen
can't just line up. And then also, he's going to fight guys who will completely take away his right hand. You're going to fight guys that are just fucking move to opposite side. Just to negate that right hand. So that won't be a tool anymore. So now you got to figure out how to win with the left side of your body. Your hooks, your setups, faking your jabs. Like, it's the UFC. So they go, oh, he's just a big, strong guy with the right hand. We got it. You're going to get veterans. Yeah, veterans go, cool. Just keep our foot outside his. Rotate.
Yeah. He's Orthodox or
Yeah, I think he's Orthodox.
Yeah, he hits real hard, but that's right.
But he has the tools. But this is all good for him. It's all good learning inside the upcoming experience. Then Kayla Harrison, Julian Payne, Jesus Christ, Kayla Harrison.
Well, she's a 2-time gold medalist.
Yes.
It's a whole different level. That kind of a competitor who understands how to train, who understands how to stay injury free, just who is already it's a freak.
To make 135 is wild.
Well,
it's no different than Anthony Rumble Johnson making 170.
Well,
that's what she's doing at
75 or something, right?
She's huge. 180, huge. So for her to make the weight, she has to have a 12-week camp. She starts cutting the moment the 12 weeks start. She has a chef. She can only eat what the chef puts in her fridge. And then because she passes out so often through not having the nutrients, she eats a scoop of peanut butter not to pass out. So she only has maybe one more fight. That's why I think, her and Amanda Nunes are next. They should do it at 45. Like, why not make sure, because Amanda's been out for a hot second. 35 sucks for her. Sucks for her. She's a natural 35, but 35 sucks for her. And she's been retired. She's living the good life. Why not do it at 45 so they're both not compromised? Because I think it's Harrison's last one. The weight cut's too much. Too much.
It's way too much. She's such a fucking beast.
Rumor is, too, the reason Amanda Nunes left ATT is because Kayla Harrison used to beat the brakes off Amanda Nunes.
Well, they come out of top team in Florida.
That's why I just told you. Yeah. Well, but did you hear what I said?
Yeah.
The reason Amanda left is because they were teammates there. Kayla's beating the brakes off of her and getting all the attention, so Amanda left. Word on the street is, when they sparred and did all their shit, Harrison dog walked her.
Yeah, I can see that.
She's a fucking problem.
She's just
super disciplined. She said, and think how mentally strong she is. She had the weight cut. She said on Thursday to get that last pound off, she almost quit. That's how bad it is. It's not good, man.
Not good at all. It's not good at all.
And what'd you think of the main event, our boy Sugar and Rob?
I think that Merab is just a problem that one cannot solve unless they're also a wrestler on that level. I mean, but also Merab.
I don't think that's the answer.
Merab is also putting, he's putting his hands. He put his hands on Sean.
He got better. Yeah,
he got better. But
so from the first fight, I think Sugar with all his discipline, like let's say he was a 7 injured, he was a 7. He got fixed, got all discipline things, got better in camp, had a great training camp. So now Sugar's a 9. But Merab went from an 8 to beat him that first time. Now he's a 10. So he got better. So everyone want to talk about and focus on Sugar getting better, making all these changes, but you forget Rob made changes as well and was already better. Now, you're not going to match him wrestling for wrestling cardio. It's never going to happen, and you're never going to beat him in a decision. It's never going to happen. Umar would have been the closest. He had mollywop, right?
You can't get other wrestlers in there to say, you're going to be in the clinch game, and this is how you avoid getting taken down.
It's not because he can strike too, and he can grapple.
So you're just not doing that.
Straight wrestlers get absolutely destroyed. For the only chance to beat Marab, the guy who's the best shot, is Corey Sandhagen. Because you're going to have to throw a Hail Mary. A Hail Mary meaning you have like a 1% chance to pull it off. He's going to be reigning champ he's the best to ever do it. He's going to be reigning champ for a long, long time unless Corey can pull it off. And he has a 1% chance to throw that Hail Mary. Because he can do like
Hail Mary as
leg locks, or knees, flying knees, elbows.
Yeah.
Because you basically have to go into the fight and go, if he goes 5 rounds, I'm going to lose. He's going to get his rounds. If this thing goes to decision, we're fucked. So we got to throw caution in the wind, and we got to go all out for 2 rounds. We got to throw Hail Mary, baby, and Corey's very good at leg locks, ankle locks, shit like that. And you get taken down in transition. Let's try and get those ankles, go to a knee, hopefully make him tap. If that's not working, or if the other plan is if he's keeping it standing, when he comes in, throwing knees, elbows, something to wobble him. But you have like a 1% chance to pull that off. And if that doesn't work, you're fucked. But the days of Sugar and those guys, I'm just gonna stay on the outside and try and outpoint them.
Because he just closed his distance.
Yeah, I can work.
You're not keeping him away.
Not gonna happen. The pace, the pressure's too much. He's gonna break it. He wins round by round by round. Looking out, has he? I don't know how many rounds has he ever lost yet. Maybe 1 to Sugar, maybe that 5th round. Think about it. He's had so many decision fights. He's not a finisher, really. He's had so many rounds inside that octagon. He's maybe lost 3 out of all those high level. And his resume is stupid. He's just impossible to beat. Impossible. He's the best.
Damn. Yeah, he really is. He's just. You can make the argument he's up there.
With current guys too. Yeah. Because the argument TJ Dillashaw and Dominic Cruz. If you look at strength of schedule, his run of whatever 13, 15 wins in a row, it's unmatched.
Let's see who's fought.
Go ahead. Jose, Henry Cejudo, Sugar Sean twice.
I mean, the best of the best. Sean O'Malley, Umar, Nuts,
Peter Yan,
Cejudo,
Jose Aldo.
Jesus. I mean, he's fought nothing but, the only person he hasn't fought is Sandhagen.
I'm going to eat my food.
Wow. Let's take a little break. You got to protect your home, Brendan.
Dude, it's important.
But you need AI-powered cameras, but you also need somebody behind those cameras to actually be able to monitor what's going on outside your home before they get into your house.
You're talking about AI-powered cameras?
I'm talking about the best home security system of 2025 by CNET. I'm talking about 4 million Americans who trust Simply Safe, ranked #1 in customer service by Newsweek and USA Today.
No contracts, no hidden fees. We're talking about 60-day money-back guarantee. All right, all you got to do is go to simplysafe.com/fighter. You can get up to 50% off their new system with Simply Safe.
And monitoring starts at $1 a day.
What?
Yes.
That's
right?
Listen, there's no safe like Simply Safe.
Simplysafe.com/fighter. Simplysafe.com/fighter. Let's go.
That's it,
so those are the fights.
You got a fight night this weekend. You got Joaquin Buckley, Cruz.
Oh, that's going to be interesting.
It's a good fight in Atlanta. Some black on black arm going down.
Yeah, I won't watch it, but I appreciate it.
You won't watch that?
Yeah, it'll be good. I've seen Buckley fight in person twice. He's a killer.
That Buckley is a great fight.
Yeah, I saw him fight Wonder Boy, and I saw him fight after that.
You won't watch the fight night. That's a good fight night card, too.
No, I'm kidding. Usman, I want to see what's up. Rose, I love Rose.
Shabazian, Petrosky is probably my favorite fight on there. Cody Garbrandt coming back.
Damn, he's been fighting a long time.
Alonzo Meadowfield. Take my money, dude. Paul Craig, Adolfo, Michael Chiesa, Court McGee. Come on, dude.
Damn, Michael Chiesa.
Michael Wellmaker.
All right.
Tradesman.
Yeah, all right.
Ricky Simone. Come on, buddy. Get involved.
He's good.
training.
This is good. No, when it's fight night, what does that mean? What
You don't have to pay for it. It's not paid for.
And it's got a large crowd. Where are they?
Oh yeah, this one's in Atlanta. Sometimes if it's fight nights at the Apex, not as fun. But this one's in Atlanta.
Well, Kamaru, what is Kamaru's ranking right now?
He's up there still. You know, he's just older. Buckley's definitely probably favored in that fight.
Yeah, it's a lot. He's a lot. But well, this man's got those knee issues.
He's older. He's fine. He's ready number 5. Yeah, Buckley's a tough fight for him. Tough fight for him.
How long does Jack Della Maddalena hold on to that belt?
We'll see. He's fighting Oxygen next. So,
It's a lot.
he can do it though. He can do it. He actually beats Oxygen. Be tough, but he had a good run, pre-rehearsal against Muhammad. It's true. He's a savage, man.
Yeah,
Oh,
he is a savage.
Yeah, monster. Great boxing. Good takedown defense, big.
Yeah.
Be a good fight. Be a really good fight.
It's good, man. You know, our boy, I didn't know that our boy, Marab was an Orthodox Christian. You thought he was Muslim, right?
I didn't care or think about it.
Okay.
From Georgia?
Yeah, he's from Georgia. But he's actually, for some reason I thought he was Pakistani. But whatever, doesn't matter.
He's taking pictures with Trump.
He's a great champ.
He's a good champ, yeah. He's like a slow boil. He's a slow cook. People forget it took people a while to get world recognition.
Yes, it did.
Marab's on that same path.
Yeah.
So if you like Khabib, how can you not like Marab?
Well, Marab,
but he's he's getting finishes too.
Yeah, he's a different fighter than Khabib, actually. You can make the argument that Khabib, this is going to be sacrilegious, but Khabib did not face a lot of wrestlers who saw his style of wrestling.
Marab's strength of schedule destroys Khabib.
That's what I'm saying. You can make the argument, Marab, if you were doing pound to pound right now,
Marab's better.
I would choose
Strength of
Marab.
schedule all day.
Yeah, I think Marab.
He's
every bit the
look at his
wrestler.
title defenses too,
Yeah.
compared to Khabib. And look at his strength of schedule.
Yes.
Of course.
Yes.
Tougher division too. Yeah.
You could say he beat, this is all contextual weight, but you could say he beat essentially Khabib with better striking in Umar. Umar's no fucking joke,
Umar's a far cry from Khabib.
I don't know, pretty good.
You don't have to rest. You can't base it off just skill. You don't get who's beat. He hasn't done shit.
Yeah. I mean, I think
He has a
Khabib would have
long
risen to the occasion.
ways to go. Just because he has the same name, he has a long ways to go to Khabib.
Oh, yeah. Well, I don't know. Khabib, obviously, I think is one of those guys who would have risen to any occasion. Yeah.
Yeah, we're not talking about Khabib most of the season. We're talking about Umar. He's coming off the block.
They'll fight again. Umar and Marab. I think it goes the same way, though.
Yeah, 0 ratings.
Marab just doesn't get tired. He's just going to fucking be in your face. Sanhagen Marab is the next fight, yeah.
That's the fight, yeah. That's the next fight. Then after that, what do you do more importantly or interesting? What do you do with Sugar? I think he goes 45. There's better fights for him at 45. 35 is just never going to happen. It's just not going to happen.
But Sugar can be, maybe not, but Sugar can stay at number 2. There's a lot of challenges there.
Nah, you don't want to do that, though.
He doesn't want to do it.
There's way bigger names. Like, you want to watch him versus Matt Holloway?
I would watch that.
And Barry has a height advantage on him against anybody.
I would watch
He's
that.
not done weight. You want to watch him versus Diego Lopez? It's a great fight.
That is a great fight.
There's so many more bigger fights at 45.
But
35's over.
those are some big boys.
Sugar's big for 35.
Yeah, he's big.
He's the height
He
advantage.
looks good right now. He put on some weight and muscle.
35 could be healthy. Volkanovski might be a problem for him, but still, as far as like big fights, Max Holloway, Lopez is fun, Brian Ortega, Cater, there's some fun ones.
Yeah, those guys are pretty fucking big. It's funny how much of a difference 35 to 45 is when they're not cutting weight. Like a lot of times the
And
frame.
Sugar's a big 35.
He's slight though. He's thin.
Still,
He doesn't have the muscles. You know,
He doesn't have the muscles at 35.
He's got the reach, but the problem is I worry about.
He don't have the muscles at 35 either. He's not a strong guy.
Yeah, no. When you get clenched up by some of these guys at 45, like a Volk or something, yeah.
Volk would be tough for him, but
Yeah.
Lopez, Max Holloway. You know, Max Holloway's not going to take him down.
Yeah.
There's some fun matchups for him.
Yeah, that would be fun.
And then he can wait to see what happens with Marab. Because let's say you got a big win over like Max Holloway, and then let's say in some weird world, Corey Sandhagen beats Marab. Everyone wants that matchup. You can jump back over.
That's true.
Have someone do your bidding for you.
That's true.
Because he can't stay at 35 and fight for a title. It's not happening. Lost twice. You have to finish it once. It's not happening.
Yeah.
What else you got?
Well, look, if Marab ends up dog walking, you know, or just mollywopping,
Corey?
yeah, then it's going to be, it'll turn into a bit of a boring division. So,
Tough.
you know, it's like, oof, all right,
That's much easier.
this is where we're at.
He's just fighting guys that he's already beat.
Yeah,
Just right
yeah.
into line.
Tough.
Umar.
Gets real. And ratings wise, it's like, ooh,
That's tough.
yeah. Well, really,
And 35 is a bit of a shit show we look at it now.
it's a bit of a shit show. That's what I'm saying. So now what you do,
45 is pop.
well, the
55 is
better
pop.
move would be, hey, Marab, I mean, I'd like to see you at 45. And he's a small 45er, but I'd like to see him do it. He's short, but so is Volk.
Yeah, that's true.
So is Volk. He doesn't have the striking Volk does, though, by the way. He'll get, you know, he doesn't have the striking.
Very tough.
He's got the gas tank. It's a lot. But now I'm interested. I'd like to see him try to.
He just can't jump around, you know?
Can't jump around, but when you if he does mollywop Corey, that's
Corey,
a big if. That's a big if.
Then he cleaned up the division. Yeah, there's not much for him.
Well, now he's going to have to go to 45, right? I mean,
You just stay there, do the John Jones. Shit out of the division.
you can do that.
And if they want to do a super fight against Volkanovski, do that. Come back there.
Yeah,
Yeah, 35 is kind of a shit show.
yeah.
What else you got, Jay?
Your favorite person, Jared Leto, he's in the news recently.
Oh, yeah.
There's like 9 women that came out saying that he was.
Oh no. Oh damn.
He's probably fucked 5,000 women. You're gonna deal with that.
Bro, I thought he had ducked it. Does anybody duck this shit when they're in Hollywood? If you're like a ladies' man,
And he was, dude, he was.
this is
They're saying they
being
were younger.
accused of sexual.
Yeah, like 17-ish.
9 women, including allegations of predatory behavior of 13 girls.
But it's once again, it's she said, he said kind of stuff. You know, like I don't know how.
Well, the sexual event stories on it. Let me tell you what this does to him. This fucks him. You know, this all it takes is this. That's a lot of women.
Yeah, but there's no rape or nothing. He was saying inappropriate things to underage girls.
Inappropriate behavior toward models.
That's what they're
This is
saying.
literally all he's doing is flirting. Probably. But it doesn't matter nowadays. This shit is crazy.
So this person says,
This is not
Jared
good,
Leto
right?
tries to force himself on you backstage in a kilt and a snow hat. I was assaulted. Is that assault? Traumatized by this creep when I was 17. Everybody's a little creepy. You don't lay as much pipe as he has and not have some grades.
Oof. But there are a lot of people that come out of the woodwork here too.
Oh, yeah. Oh, if it's just I'm sure others are coming.
Damn, it's been an
This
open
actor
for a long
began
time.
calling her in the middle of the night and making sexual remarks when she was 16. Okay. But his team says he's been sober for more than 35 years. The accusers speculated that he was on drugs during the calls. They're like, well, he's sober for 35 years. Maybe. Is he California
It doesn't.
sober?
So none of this matters from his spokesman. None of this matters. What happens is everybody goes, oh, I can't touch you for a long time.
If it's true,
Yeah,
it's very hard for me to believe these stories. So.
Well, no, of course. But you know what? Who does believe them? The money. The money goes, oh, we can't touch you.
Hollywood.
So there, there's way more
Don't kid yourself. It fucks him up.
I think it's sensory, like vision.
Let me just see what this is all texting stuff.
Let's take a little break. We need wallets, bro. And listen, Father's Day's coming up. Give the gift that keeps on giving. We're talking about the best Father's Day gift ever. We're talking about Ridge wallets. A great gift for your dad.
Look, they opened 12 cards and cash without adding an ounce of unnecessary bulk.
Your dad has that George Costanza wallet. It's messed up his back. It's into the side.
Right.
It sucks when you're driving.
This is
it all done.
It's
dude.
crafted with seriously premium materials like carbon fiber, titanium, stainless steel. This isn't just some flimsy wallet, okay? It's built to endure the zombie apocalypse, okay? That's what goes on. It comes with a lifetime warranty. Slim design. It actually looks great. I can't wait to get mine.
Great.
You can get up to 40% off your order by going to ridge.com/fighter. They got over 50 colors and styles. Ridge wallet isn't just functional, it's personal. Whether you want sleek black, forged carbon fiber.
Dude, how about the Ridge ear tag attachment?
Oh, dude.
So you can always find your wallet. Good Lord, I need that.
I really need that. When I lose my wallet,
Dude, how about Ridge gives you free shipping, 99-day risk-free trial, and a lifetime warranty on all their products?
So I'll tell you something else. If you've got the AirTag attachment, you don't have to do what I do. When I lose my wallet, I like to blame everybody in the house and create a lot of drama.
Crazy.
Right? You don't need to do that. Right now, in time for Father's Day, Ridge is having a huge sale. Get up to 40% of your order at ridge.com/fighter. Just head to ridge.com/fighter to find the perfect gift for your dad and yourself, maybe, when you check it
Your
out.
dad the upgrade he deserves. That's ridge.com/fighter. Viva Zem, Viva Las Vegas.
Take a little break here.
Viva Las
Viva Zem, Viva Zem. Sometimes when the day winds down, your body's still wired, and grabbing a drink isn't always the best solution.
No, man, you want to relax and unwind. That's why you need Viva Zem's Relax and Unwind shot.
Dude, it's a plant-based way to decompress using kava, GABA, and other calming herbs without alcohol, without heavy sedatives, or next day grogginess. All right.
It just relieves the tension and drops without losing focus or energy. It just takes the edge off naturally. Viva Zen has trusted over 12 years with over 600 million servings sold. Every batch is independently lab tested for quality. So right now you can try a 3 free pack. Relax on a wine shot. Just cover the shipping. That's it. Click on the link in the description and all you have to do is cover shipping and experience the difference yourself. Viva Zen.
He began masturbating in front of her. All this stuff is so shaming. They just want to shame. It's just like, oof.
Did they try getting money out of him first?
My guess is probably. My guess is there's a lawyer. These girls got one lawyer.
Yep, they all seek out.
And he said no. And they said he's known this is probably coming out for a while.
Yep.
He's got the 30 seconds to March. He'll still be able to tour.
100%.
And then you corrupt that he put it.
Is he not going to be Joker anymore? I thought he was a good Joker.
Yeah, he's really talented. This is weaponizing regret. The past, I don't know. I mean, I tend to be look at all of this stuff with a real grain of salt.
But you only trade the
Yeah, me too. How can you not these days?
parts of the network that
Well, what can you do? What else you got, Chip?
corrupted you.
This one I thought was absolutely crazy. There's a Brazilian stand-up comic, and he said,
This is nuts.
yeah, some jokes about race and homophobic stuff or whatever, but it's in the context because I couldn't obviously I can't speak Portuguese, but I looked at the transcripts or whatever, or translations, and a lot of people that actually like his comedy said that he's just really good at comedy. If you actually listen to it, it's funny.
They gave him 8 years in prison.
8 years in Brazil?
Huh? In Brazil?
So outrageous.
Jesus Christ.
So outrageous. And there are people in this country that would do that too. Any comic.
Oh, yeah. I'm trying.
God, that's awful.
So he might have said some really crazy stuff, but it's
It's
comedy.
about black people, obese people, elderly people, people with HIV, gays, religious, indigenous. Yeah, he's a comic.
I mean, so what?
His jokes had consequences. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, And this poor guy.
That's in there.
This poor guy, dude. Hey, bro, you got an open invite on our podcast anytime. All the
They're
fans.
seeing 8 years. You're going to be dead. I won't want to do this anymore. Hey, in 8 years,
He's
get out.
he's appealing the sentence.
Yeah, of course he is. He's going to get at least 4. Hey, when you come out, let us know.
Seriously, man, come out. If you win your appeal, which I pray you do, come on this fucking podcast. God, it's so gross. Huh?
Not really
He
helping
speaks. He probably speaks English. I guarantee he does.
Not very well.
Yeah, fluently. You don't. Yeah. You don't know.
Open invite when you get out in 8 years, bro.
Make a big difference. Wow.
What else you got to?
Do you guys want to, this is politics, I don't know how much you guys want to talk about it, but Trump having National Guard in Los Angeles.
Well, we should talk about Ben Askren. We should talk about Ben Askren, man.
Terrible.
It's fucked up. I've been to his house. He's got 2 wonderful kids and a beautiful wife. Great dad, great guy. Great fucking guy.
Okay.
Bums me out.
Compares to Ben Askren, man. He needs it right now.
Yeah, do we know anything else? Is he?
Pneumonia. He had staph and pneumonia. He's not
When it says critical condition, it's just like, damn, I didn't know it was that crazy.
Do you know much about this stuff? Have you seen this before? Did the staff become pneumonia? What the fuck?
No, but if you have staph and then you get pneumonia, it makes it way worse, right? Because your immune system's super compromised, so it's tough to recover.
Right.
It's a shame, man.
So they got him on all kinds of antibiotics and all that. Trying to save his
He's a fighter, though, but he pulls out. I'm just hate to see it.
cause pneumonia. Wow. Damn.
Yeah, I hope he's alright, man. That's terrible.
It's the last guy I would expect to.
Terrible.
Yeah. And that's just fucking wrestling staff. I guess just leave it untreated. Yeah, I hope he really do. And that's all we know about him. He's still unresponsive.
His wife just said, please respect our privacy.
Yeah.
Switching careers.
Yeah.
Get us to this kind of worldwide.
Alright. I don't know how big of a deal this is, but Facebook, basically Meta, is being sued for $190 million over music that they played like on Eminem's earlier catalog. Whoever owns Eminem's earlier catalog, that company, is suing Meta for actually playing music.
Wow, yeah, Twitter doesn't mess around. If you use a song, they usually shut it down. So I'm surprised that's still out.
Let's take a little break. This podcast is brought to you by Progressive Insurance. You ever think about switching insurance companies to see if you could save some cash? Progressive makes it easy. Just drop in some details about yourself and see if you're eligible to save money when you bundle your home and auto policies. The process only takes minutes, and it could mean hundreds more in your pocket. Visit Progressive.com after this episode to see if you could save. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Potential savings will vary. Not available in all states.
This summer, Pluto TV is exploding with thousands of free movies. Summer of Cinema is here. Feel the explosive action all summer long with movies like Gladiator, Mission Impossible, Beverly Hills Cop, Good Burger, and Transformers: Dark of the Moon. Bring the action with you and stream for free from all your favorite devices. Pluto TV. Stream now. Pay never.
Anyway, so they're getting sued for $109 million, which is pretty
A lot of money. Do you pay taxes when you win a lawsuit on that money?
good question. I'll look it up right now.
Yeah.
Good question.
Right.
I'll look it up after this. Shout out again to Sonos for sending card events.
It's
Still. Say that one more time, bro. Right?
do you get taxed when you win a settlement?
Did you get taxed on auto?
Yeah, you do. But on settlement, civil settlement, whether you pay tax on a lawsuit settlement depends on the nature of the settlement, specific damages awarded. Generally, the IRS considers lawsuit settlements as income. Wow.
Think the IRS can let that slide,
Yeah,
bro?
right. Non-taxable settlements, personal physical injuries, or sickness. Okay. Settlement received for physical injuries or illnesses such as those from car accidents or medical malpractice are generally excluded from income and are not taxed. This includes compensation for medical expenses related to the injury, pain and suffering, and lost wages due to the physical injury. Emotional distress related to physical injury. Emotional and distress damages are not taxed if they are directly linked to the physical injury or illness. Taxable settlements of lost wages, emotional distress unrelated to physical injury, punitive damages, were to punish the defendant for their actions are always taxable, while interest on the settlement, okay, business or contract disputes, attorney's fees,
Well, you know.
you cannot deduct attorney's fees from your taxable income, even if a portion of the settlement goes directly to your lawyer. Damn, you may be taxed on the entire settlement amount, including the portion paid to your attorney. Fuck you.
Did I show you this one last week? The shawarma guy? Okay, so check this out. This is pretty crazy. This is in Vancouver, and some guy came in with machete and stole actual shawarma and sauce. Didn't rob them of money.
Yeah, you did. Right, brother, machete, they cut the shawarma.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, I get it.
But that means like he must have been just starving, super poor, and starving.
Is he kind of proper?
He's just crazy.
Okay. But to get shawarma, I get it.
Wow.
I like it. Shawarma. I'll do that right now.
This is the guy that knows how to do this shit.
Give me some beer.
You know what? This might be a prank.
It's 7 News Australia.
Yeah,
Verified.
it might be a prank.
Like he did it as a prank, you know, something he actually did though, or you think this is a prank video?
Very scary, but this is great marketing for the shop.
I mean, it is.
Yeah, I think it's bullshit.
Yeah, but if that guy gets found out, he's going to fucking jail.
No, they might. The people in there, they're all kind of part of it.
Not President John.
Well, no, I'm saying he probably owns the shop, and he says, "I'm going to come in with a knife,
I think they're all part of it.
and I'm going to make a shawarma because it's so good. I robbed this place for the meat. That looks like a publicity stunt.
Yeah, I wish I had it right now.
Yeah. Here are some analysis. I don't know what it is. We'll watch it all together. What's it say? Woman going on escalator in China is hit with a suitcase on the top of the stairs. That's not good. Really not good. Oh no! Oh.
Oh, God.
Yeah, there you go.
What the fuck was she thought she could put the suitcase on by itself?
Probably. She didn't think it through.
Took that one. She's gonna sue.
I thought I was gonna hit her head, but she just like.
I like that it got 542,000 likes.
I want likes for that.
Alright, Tim Williams has officially signed his first AI artist.
Did he create her though? Or someone created her and sold it to him?
That's kind of wild. So these AI avatars will go the way of FTs or whatever. Remember those things?
Oh, gosh, when you said that.
Yeah.
I lost it.
Oh,
NFTs.
NFTs.
also there's nobody in Florida.
No, but it's so nuts what AI is doing. It's nuts. What are you talking about?
This one says UFC legend Kareem Nurmagomedov causes stir after refusing to shake female sports presenter's hand.
It's just not what he does, right?
He was an older one. I mean, not older, but.
Welcome to the show, Apologize. Thank you so much. Could be at the UFC fight tonight.
Apologize.
So, is it their culture? Or
Yes, it would be their culture. It's a little old school.
But that's
No, it's in the Arab world, for example, like in Saudi Arabia, a man wouldn't shake your wife's hand. He would do this. He put his hand. He would do this thing. Kind of sound the same. Yes. You put your hand on your heart. It's a sign of respect, not to. He also, what people don't realize is in the Arab world, if a woman is doing so this woman was interviewing Gaddafi before he died, the president of Libya, and he wasn't looking at her. And she said, "He never looked at me." He goes, "Well, in the Arab world, that would be, for a man to look at a woman, he's looking down as a sign of sort of like modesty." So the idea is, if I stare at you and you're a woman without a veil, it can be considered provocative or disrespectful to her. Man, I'm gonna start doing it. You look down at. Well, what about with me?
I can't say that.
No, you know how to do it to beta man.
That's how you cock somebody right away.
You're talking.
Well, Johnny Depp in the Amber Heard trial, he said, "You will never see my eyes. I will never look at you again. You will never see me look at you." And he never looked at her again. He went, "I'll never look at her again." It's crazy. What a way to do it. It's a wild thing to say to somebody, "I will never," "I will never look at you." That's right. "I will never put my eyeballs on you." He said, "I will never, and you will never see me look at you."
Hey, Chin, is it bad without the lights? You might have to let it roll, but
it's crazy, right?
I'm never going to get it.
I don't have that staying power. I know it's good.
I'm going to look at it. You look at it.
Yep. He never looked at her mouth once during that trial.
I don't think this is offensive. It's just part of his culture. All right. I guess that's pretty much it.
We did it again, bro.
We've been having it. Yeah. Prayers to
prayers, thoughts, and prayers.
Yeah, buddy. You staying in Austin this week?
I'm staying in Austin this week.
All right.
We're at the mothership, everybody.
All right, kids.
And by the way, January 5th, Brea Improv. Let's go.
January?
July 5th.
Did you get the dates and not
July 5th, Brea Improv, one night, Saturday, 2 shows. Let's go. After the 4th of July, it's a Saturday. And it should be a good fucking show. I'll be at the Mic Drop Comedy Club in San Diego, August 22nd and 23rd. I got some other dates in. I'm having my website rebuilt, everybody. Be patient. It's going to be awesome.
Ultimate Father's Day gift. Win your dad the fully custom over $50,000 of mods and $10,000 cash. If you order the Diesel Dad merch now, it will arrive by Father's Day. Go to drivefastallgas.com. Anything you purchase automatically enters you to win this last call edition TRX. Get you some. drivefastallgas.com. All right, kids. Love you. This is the Fire Kid. We're out.
But if I apply everything today in general to 10 years ago, maybe a little bit less, let's say 3 years ago, I wouldn't be able to predict the success of our lives. So, does it make sense to you that auto-aggressive our lives is crazy? And good.
Welcome. How are you?
Can you explain your intuition? If I were to take wisdom and intuition at face value, I would say there's no way auto-aggressive our lives. One token at a time would be able to do the kind of this.
No, there's one thing that
How'd you like that one, girl?
in general, not just in domestic including the Rothschild direction teams, are exploiting and it's self-supervision. They've been a very, very strong advocate of self-supervision for many years. So those things are an incredibly impressive demonstration that self-supervision actually works. The idea that started, it didn't start with birth, but it was really kind of a demonstration with this. So the idea that you take a piece of text, you corrupt it, and then you try and subject it to the net to reconstruct the parts that are missing. That has been an enormous, produced an enormous amount of benefits. It allowed us to create systems that understand language. Systems that can translate hundreds of languages in direction. Systems that are multilingual, so they're not a single system that can be trained to understand hundreds of languages and translate in every direction. And produce summaries, and then answer questions and produce text. And then there's a special case of it where you easier to analyze trick where constrain the system to not elaborate a representation of the text from looking at the entire text, but only predicting a word from the words that are coming before. And you do this by training the architecture of the network. That's what you can build in order to go through LLM from. So there was a surprise many years ago with it was called decoder only LLM. So systems of this type that are just trying to produce words from the previous one. And the fact that when you scale them up, they tend to really kind of understand more about language. When you train them on lots of data, you make them really big. That was kind of a surprise. And that surprise occurred quite a while back, with work from Google, Meta, OpenAI, etc. Going back to the GPT kind of general purpose transformers.
Maybe like GPT-2, like there's a certain place where you start to realize scaling might actually keep giving us an emergent benefit.
Yeah, I mean there were work from various places, but if you want to kind of place it in the GPT timeline, it would be around.
Well, I just, because you said it, you're so charismatic, you said so many words, but self-supervised learning, yes. But again, the same intuition you're applying is saying that autoregressive LLMs do not have a deep understanding of the world. If we just apply that same intuition, does it make sense to you that they're able to form enough of a representation of the world to be damn convincing, essentially passing the original Turing test with flying colors?
Well, we're fooled by their fluency, right? We just assume that if the system is fluent in manipulating language, then it has all the characteristics of human intelligence. But that impression is false. We're being fooled by it.
What do you think Alan thinks? Without understanding, hanging out with them.
Alan Turing would decide that a Turing test is a really bad test. This is what the AI community has decided many years ago, that the Turing test was a really bad test.
What would Cosmo say the large language models?
It's more of a good say, more of a paradox still applies. Okay, we can
I don't think you'll be really impressed.
No, of course, everybody would be impressed, but it's not a question of being impressed or not. It's a question of knowing what the limit of your systems can do. Like they are impressive. They can do a lot of useful things. There's a whole industry that is being built around them. They're going to make progress, but there's a lot of things they cannot do, and we have to realize what they can do, and then figure out how we get there. And I'm not seeing this. I'm seeing this from basically 10 years of research on the idea of self-supervised learning. Actually, that's what back but the idea of self-supervised learning. So basically capturing the internal structure of a set of inputs without training the system for a particular task, right? Learning representations. The conference I co-founded 20 years ago called the International Conference on Learning Representations. That's the entire mission that deep learning stuff is doing next. And it's been my obsession for almost 40 years now. So learning representations usually the same. For the longest time, we could only do this with supervised learning. And then we started working on what we used to call unsupervised learning. So we revived the idea of unsupervised learning in the early 2000s with the Restream engine. Then discovered that supervised learning actually works pretty well if you can qualitative data. So the whole idea of unsupervised self-supervised learning kind of the backseat for a bit, and then I kind of tried to revive it in a big way, starting in 2014 basically when we started there. And really pushing for finding new methods to do self-supervised learning, both for text and for images and for video. And some of that work has been pretty successful. The reason why we have multilingual translation system, seeks to do content moderation on Meta, for example, on Facebook, that are multilingual, that understand whether a piece of text is hate speech or not. It's due to that progress using self-supervised learning for NLP, combining this with transformer architectures, blah, blah, blah. But that's the big success. It has similar success in speech recognition. A system called Wave2Vec, which is also a joint embedding architecture, by the way, trained with contrastive learning. And that system also can produce speech recognition systems that are multilingual, with mostly unlabeled data, and only need a few minutes of labeled data to actually do speech recognition. That's amazing. We have systems now based on those combination of ideas that can do real-time translation of hundreds of languages. Speech to speech.
Speech to speech, even including this fascinating languages that don't have written forms.
That's right. That's right. The language of text is directly speech using controller representation of speech yeah, so that incredible success there. And then, for 10 years, we tried to apply this idea to learning representations of images by training a system to predict videos, learning intuitive physics by training a system to predict what's going to happen in the video. And tried and failed with generative models that predict physics. We could not get them to learn good representations of images. We could not get them to learn good representations of videos. We tried many times. We published lots of papers on it. They kind of sort of work, but not really great. They started working. We abandoned this idea of predicting every pixel, but basically just doing the joint embedding and predicting in representation space. That works. So there's ample evidence that we're not going to be able to learn good representations of the real world using generative model. So I'm telling people, everybody's talking about generative AI. If you're really interested, abandon the idea of generative AI.
Okay, right. You really think it's possible to get far with a joint embedding representation? So there's common sense reasoning, and then there's high level reasoning. I feel like there's a true kind of reasoning that LLMs are able to do, not using the reasoning, but the kind of stuff that LLMs are able to do seems fundamentally different than the common sense reasoning we used to navigate the world.
Yeah.
It seems like you're going to need both. Would you be able to get with a joint embedding, with this Jeffrey type of approach, looking at video, would you be able to learn, how to get from New York to Paris, or how to understand the state of politics in the world. Right? These are things where various humans generate a lot of language and opinions on in the space of language, but don't visually represent them in any clearly compressible way.
Right. Well, there's a lot of situations that might be difficult for a purely language-based system to like. Okay, you can probably learn from reading text the entirety of the publicly available text in the world that I cannot get from New York to Paris by snapping my fingers. That's not going to work. Right? But there's probably sort of more complex scenarios on this side, which LLM they never have encountered and may not be able to determine whether it's possible. So that link from the low level to the high level. The thing is that the high level that language expresses is based on the common experience of the low level, which LLMs do not have. When we talk to each other, we know we have a common experience of the world. A lot of it is similar. And LLMs don't have that.
But see, it's present. You and I have a common experience of the world in terms of physics of how gravity works and stuff like this. And that common knowledge of the world, I feel like it's there in the language. We don't explicitly express it, but you have a huge amount of text. You're going to get this stuff that's between the lines. In order to form a consistent world model, you're going to have to understand how gravity works, even if you don't have an explicit explanation of gravity. So, even though in the case of gravity, there is explicit explanation of gravity and Wikipedia. But you're like the stuff that we think of as common sense reasoning, I feel like to generate language correctly, you're going to have to figure that out. That you could say, there's not enough text. You don't think?
No, I agree with what you just said, which is that to be able to do high-level common sense, to have high-level common sense, you need to have low-level common sense to build something. And that's not there, and then LLMs are pretty trained for text. So then the other statement you made, I would not agree with the fact that implicit in all languages in the world is the underlying reality. There's a lot of underlying reality which is not expressed in language.
Is that obvious?
Yeah.
So like all the conversations, okay, there's the dark web, meaning whatever, the private conversation, which is much, much larger probably than what's available, what LLMs are trained on.
You don't need to communicate the stuff that is common.
And the humor, all of it. No, you do. Like when you don't need to, but it comes through. Like if I accidentally knock this over, you'll probably make fun of me. And in the content of the you making fun of me will be an explanation of the fact that cups fall, and then gravity works in this way. And you'll have some very vague information about what kind of things explode when they hit the ground, and then maybe you make a joke about entropy or something like this, and you'll never be able to reconstruct this again. Like you'll make a little joke like this, and then brilliant of other jokes, and from the jokes you can piece together the fact that gravity works and mugs can break and all this kind of stuff. You don't need to see. It'll be very inefficient. It's easier for not the big over.
Yeah.
But I feel like it would be there if you have enough of that data.
I just think that most of the information of this type that we have accumulated in renewable energies is just not present in text, in any description.
And the sensory data is a much richer source for getting that kind of.
I mean, that's the 60,000 hours of wait time over 4-year-old, and 10 to the 15 bytes, going through vision, just vision, right? There's a similar bandwidth of touch and less to audio. And then language doesn't come in until a year in life. And by the time you are 9 years old, you haven't about gravity. You know about inertia, you know about gravity, stability, you know about the distinction between animate and inanimate objects, you know about anti-homes, you know about why people want to do things, and you help them if they cannot, I mean, there's a lot of things that you learn this week by observation. It's not even through interaction. In the first few months of life, babies don't really have any influence on the world. You can only observe, right? And you accumulate like a gigantic amount of knowledge just from that. So that's what we're missing from.
I think in one of your slides there was this nice thought that one of the ways you show that LLMs are limited. I wonder if you could talk about hallucinations from your perspective. Why hallucinations happen, large language models, and why, and to what degree is that a fundamental flaw of large language models?
Right. So because of the autoregressive prediction, every time an LLM produces a token or word, there's some level of probability for that word to take you out of the set of reasonable answers. And if you assume, which is a very strong assumption, that the probability of such error is that those errors are independent across the sequence of tokens being produced. What that means is that every time you produce a token, the probability that you stay within the set of correct answers increases.
So there's a strong, like you said, assumption there that if the non-zero probability of making a mistake, which there appears to be, then there's going to be a kind of drift.
Yeah. But that drift is exponential. It's like errors accumulate. Right? So the probability that an answer would be nonsensical increases exponentially with the number of tokens.
Is that obvious to you, by the way? Well, so mathematically speaking, maybe, but isn't there a kind of gravitational pull towards the truth? Because on average, hopefully, the truth is well represented in the training set?
No, it's basically a struggle against the curse of dimensionality. So the way you can correct for this is that you fine-tune the system by, you produce answers for all kinds of questions that people might come up with, and people are people, so a lot of the questions that they have are very similar to each other, so you can probably cover 80% or whatever of questions that people will ask by collecting data, and then you fine-tune the system to produce good answers for all of those things. And it's probably going to be able to learn that because it's got a lot of capacity to learn. But then there is, the enormous set of prompts that you have not covered during training. And that set is important because, within the set of all possible prompts, the proportion of prompts that have been used for training is absolutely tiny. It's a tiny subset of all possible prompts. And so the system will behave properly on the prompts that has been either trained, pre-trained, or fine-tuned. But then there is an entire space of things that it cannot possibly have been trained on because it's just the number is gigantic. So whatever training the system has been subject to produce appropriate answers, you can break it by finding out a prompt that will be outside of the set of prompts it's been trained on, or things that are similar, and then you just spew consequences.
Do you, when you say prompt, do you mean that exact prompt, or do you mean a prompt that's in many parts very different? Is it that easy to ask a question or to say a thing that hasn't been said before on the internet?
People have come up with things where you put essentially a random sequence of characters in the prompt. That's enough to kind of throw the system into a mode where it's going to answer something completely different than you have answered without this. So that's the way to jailbreak the system, is getting go outside of its conditioning. Right?
So that's a very clear demonstration of it, but of course, that goes outside of what it's designed to do. Right? If you actually stick together reasonably grammatical sense, is it that easy to break it?
Yeah, some people have things like you write a sentence in English, right, that has, or you ask a question in English and it produces the perfectly answer. And then you just substitute a few words by the same word all of a sudden the answer.
Yes, so I guess what I'm saying is which fraction of prompts that humans are likely to generate are going to break the system.
So the problem is that there is a rule tail. This is an issue that realize in social networks and stuff like that, which is there's a very, very long tail of things that people will ask. And you can fine-tune the system for the 80% or whatever of the things that most people will ask. And then this long tail is so large that you're not going to be able to. And in the end, the system has been kind of a giant looking table, essentially. Which is not really what you want for systems that can reason. Certainly they can plan. So the type of reasoning that takes place in LLM is very, very primitive. And the reason you can tell it's primitive is because the amount of computation that is spent per token produced is constant. So if you ask a question, and that question has an answer in a given number of tokens, the amount of computation devoted to producing that answer to be exactly estimated, it's the size of the prediction network, with its 36 layers or 92 layers or whatever it is, multiplied by the number of tokens. That's it. And so essentially, it doesn't matter if the question being asked is simple to answer, complicated to answer, impossible to answer because it's undecidable or something. The amount of computation the system will be able to devote to that for the answer is constant, or is proportional to the number of tokens produced in the answer. Right? This is not the way we work. The way we reason is that when we're faced with a complex problem or a complex question, we spend more time trying to solve it and answer it, right? Because it's more difficult.
There's a prediction element, there's an iterative element to adjusting your understanding of a thing by going over and over and over. There's a hierarchical element. So does this mean that's the fundamental flaw of LLMs, or does it mean that there's more part to that question? Now you're just behaving like an LLM. You get the answer. No, that it's just the low-level world model on top of which we can then build some of these kinds of mechanisms, like you said, persistent long-term memory or reasoning, but we need that world model that comes from language. Maybe it is not so difficult to build this kind of reasoning system on top of a well-constructed world model.
Okay, whether it's difficult or not, the near future will say, because a lot of people are working on reasoning and planning abilities for dialect systems. I mean, even if we restrict ourselves to language, just having the ability to plan your answer before you answer, in terms that are not necessarily linked with the language that you use to produce the answer, right? So this idea of this mental model that allows you to plan what you're going to say before you say it. That is very important. I think there's going to be a lot of systems over the next few years that are going to have this capability. But the blueprint in these systems will be extremely different from the generation we have. So it's the same difference as the difference between what psychologists call system 1 and system 2. Right? So system 1 is the type of task that you can accomplish without deliberately consciously think about how you do that. You just do that. You've done that enough that you can just do it subconsciously. Right? If you're an experienced driver, you can drive without really thinking about it, and you can talk to someone at the same time at the same time. Right? If you are a very experienced chess player, you can play against a non-experienced chess player without really thinking either. Just recognize it. Right? Just system 1. So all the things that you do instinctively without really planning to deliberately plan and think about. And then there is all the tasks that you need to plan. So if you are a not so experienced chess player, or you are experienced when you play against another experienced chess player, you think about all kinds of options, right? You think about it for a while, right? And you're much better if you have time to think about it than you are if you play blitz with limited time. So this type of deliberate planning, which uses your internal world model, that's system 2. This is what LLMs currently can do. So how do we get them to do this, right? How do we build a system that can do this kind of planning or reasoning that devotes more resources to complex problems than to simple problems? And it's not going to be autoregressive prediction of tokens. It's going to be more something akin to inference of latent variables in what used to be called probabilistic models or graphical models and things like that. So basically the principle is like this. The prompt is like observed variables, and what the model does is that it's basically a measure of, it can measure to what extent an answer is a good answer for a thing. Okay. So think of it as a gigantic neural net, but it's got only one attribute. That is a scalar number, which is, let's say 0, if the answer is a good answer for a question, and a large number if the answer is not a good answer for a question. Imagine you had this model. If you had such a model, you could use it to produce good answers. So what you would do is produce a prompt and then search through the space of possible answers for one that minimizes that number. That's what an energy-based model.
But that energy-based model would need the model constructed by the LLM.
Well, so really what you need to do would be to not search over possible streams of text that minimize that energy. But what you would do is do this in abstract representations. So in sort of the space of abstract thoughts, you would elaborate a thought, right, using this process of minimizing the output of your model, which is just a scalar. It's an optimization process, right? So now the way the system produces its answer is through optimization, by minimizing the function. And this is, we're talking about inference, we're not talking about training. The system is being trained on it. So now we have an abstract representation of the thought of the answer, representation of the answer. We feed that to basically an interactive decoder, which can be very simple. That turns this into the text that expresses this thought. Okay, so that, in my opinion, is the blueprint of future data systems. They will think about their answer, plan their answer by optimization before turning it into text. And that is turn complete.
Can you explain exactly what the optimization problem is? Like, what's the objective function? Just going on it, you kind of briefly describe it. Over what space are you optimizing?
The space of representation.
It goes like abstract representation.
Abstract representation. So you have an abstract representation inside the system. You have a prompt. The prompt goes to an encoder, produces a representation. Perhaps goes to a predictor that predicts a representation of the answer, of the proper answer. But that representation may not be a good answer because there might be some complicated reasoning you need to do, right? So then you have another process that takes the representation of the answer and modifies it so as to minimize the cost function that measures to what extent the answer is good answer. Now, we sort of ignore the fact for the issue for a moment of how you train that system to measure whether the answer is good answer or whether.
Okay, but suppose such a system could be created. Right. But what's the process, this kind of certified process?
It's an optimization process. You can do this if the entire system is differentiable. That scalar output is the result of running through some neural net, running the answer, the representation of the answer through some neural net. And by gradient descent, by backpropagating gradients, you can figure out how to modify the representation of the answer so as to minimize that.
So that's still a gradient based.
It's gradient based inference. So now you have a representation of the answer in abstract space. Now you can turn it into text. And the cool thing about this is that the representation now can be optimized through gradient descent, but also is independent of the language in which you're going to express it.
Right. So you're operating the abstract representation. I mean, let's go back to right. It's better to work in the space to romanticize the space of concepts versus the space of concrete sensory. Okay, but can you just do something like reasoning?
Well, not really. Only in a very simple way. I mean, basically, you can think of those things that do the kind of optimization I was talking about, except they're optimizing the discrete space, which is the space of possible sequences of tokens. And they do this optimization in a horribly inefficient way, which is generate a lot of hypotheses and then select the best ones. And that's incredibly wasteful in terms of computation. Because if you basically have to run your LLM for every possible, generated sequence. It's incredibly wasteful. So it's much better to do an optimization in continuous space, where you can do gradient descent, as opposed to generate tons of things and then select the best. You just iteratively refine your answer to go to those best. It's much more efficient. You can only do this in continuous spaces with different functions.
You're talking about the reasoning, the ability to think deeply, to reason deeply. How do you know what is an answer that's better or worse based on deep reasoning?
Right. So then we're asking the question, conceptually, how do you train an NGS model? Right? So the NGS model is a function with a scalar output, just a number. You give it two inputs, x and y, and it tells you whether y is compatible with x. X you observe, let's say perform, an image, a video, whatever. And y is a proposal for an answer, a continuation of video, whatever. And it tells you whether y is compatible with x. And the way it tells you that y is compatible with x is that the output of that function will be 0. If y is compatible with x, it will be a positive number. non-zero if there is not type limit. Okay, how do you train a system like this at a completely general level? Is you show it pairs of x and y that are compatible, the question and the corresponding answer. And you train the parameters of the big neural net inside to produce it. Okay, now that doesn't really work because the system will decide, well, I'm just going to say 0 for everything. So now you have to have a process to make sure that for a wrong y, the energy will be larger than 50. And there you have two options. One is contrastive method. So contrastive method is you show an x and a bad y. And you tell the system, well, that's give a high energy pulse that push up the energy. Change the weights in the neural net that produces energy so that it goes up. So that's contrastive method. The problem with this is if the space of y is large, the number of such contrastive samples are going to push out pretty gigantic. But people do this. They do this when you train a system with RLHS. Basically what you're training is what's called a reward model, which is basically an objective function that tells you whether the answer is good or bad. And that's basically exactly what this is. So we already do this to some extent. We're just not using it for inference, we're just using it for training. There's another set of methods which are non-contrastive, and I prefer those. And those non-contrastive methods basically say, okay, the energy function needs to have low energy on pairs of xy's that are compatible. How do you make sure that the energy is going to be higher everywhere else? And the way you do this is by having a regularizer, a criterion, a tuning, or a cost function that basically minimizes the volume of space that can take your energy. And the precise way to do this is all kinds of different specific ways to do this depending on the architecture. But that's the basic principle. So that if you push down the energy function for particular regions in the XY space, it will automatically go up in other places because there's only a limited volume of space that can take the energy. By the construction of the system or by the regularizer.
You're talking very general. But what is a good X and a good Y? What is a good representation of X and Y? Because when we talk about language, and if you just take language directly, that presumably is not good. So there has to be some kind of abstract representation of ideas.
Yeah, so you can do this with language directly by just X is text and Y is a population of X. Or X is a question, Y is an answer.
But you're saying that's not to take that one, that's not to do it
Well,
all.
no, it depends on how the internal structure of the system is built. If the internal structure of the system is built in such a way that inside of the system there is a latent variability that you can manipulate so as to minimize the output energy, then that Z can be viewed as a representation of the answer that you can transfer to a Y that is a good answer.
So this kind of system could be trained in a very similar way.
Very similar way, but you have to have this way of preventing collapse, of ensuring that there's high energy systems you don't train on. Currently, it's very implicit in the way that people don't realize it's being done, but it is being done. It's due to the fact that when you give high probability to the word, automatically you give probability to otherwise because you have finite amount of probability to go around, but yes, it's something like so you minimize the possibility or whatever, and you train your LLM to predict the next word. You're increasing the probability your system will reach the correct word, but you're also decreasing the probability of the incorrect word. Indirectly, that gives a low probability to a high probability to sequences of words that are good, and low probability to sequences of words that are bad, but it's very indirect. It's not obvious why this actually works out, because in other ways of the joint probability or the symbols in the sequence, which is doing it. sort of factorize that probability in terms of condition elements for successful.
Why do you do this for visual data?
So we've been doing this with the Jeff architectures, which is Jeff. So there, the compatibility between two things is, here's an image or video, here's a corrupted, shifted, or transformed version of that image or video, or mask. And then the energy of the system is the prediction error of the representation, the predicted representation of the good thing versus the actual representation. So you run the corrupted image to the system, predict the representation of the good input and corrupted, and then compute the prediction error. That's the energy of the system. So this is going to tell you, this is a good, this is a good image, this is a corrupted version. It will give you 0 energy if those constants are effectively, one of them is a corrupted version of the other. It will give you a high energy if the two images are.
And hopefully that whole process gives you a really nice compressed representation of reality, visual reality.
And we know it does because then we use those representations as input to a classification system.
It works. Systems are fine. Well, so to summarize, you recommend, in a spicy way that I never could. You recommend that we abandon generative models in favor of joint representation. Abandon probabilistic representation. Abandon abandon probabilistic models in favor of energy-based models, which we talked about. Abandon contrastive methods in favor of regularized methods. And let me ask you about this. You've been for a while a critic of reinforcement.
Yes.
So the last recommendation is that we abandon RL in favor of model predictive control, as you were talking about, and only use RL when planning doesn't yield the predicted outcome. We use RL in that case to adjust the world model or the critic. So you mentioned RLHF, reinforcement learning with human feedback. Why do you still hate
I don't hate reinforcement learning, and I think it should not be abandoned completely, but I think its use should be minimized because it's incredibly inefficient. And so the proper way to treat the system is to first have it learn good representations of the world and world models from mostly observation. It did a little bit of interaction.
and then steer based on that. If the representation is good, then the adjustment should be good.
Yeah, now there's two things. You can use, if you run a world model, you can use the world model to plan the sequence of actions to run it. You don't need a run. Unless the way you measure whether you succeed might be that. Your idea of, whether you're going to target from the right might be wrong. Or whether the person who's fighting you is going to do something else. So there's two ways you can go wrong. Either your objective function does not reflect the actual objective function, or your world model is inaccurate. Right? So the prediction you are making about what can happen in the world is inaccurate. So if you want to adjust your world model while you are operating the world or your objective function, that is basically in the realm of RL. This is what RL deals with to some extent, right? So adjust your world model. And the way to adjust your world model, even in advance, is to explore parts of the space where your world model is, where you know that your world model is inaccurate. That's where curiosity or play. In play, you kind of explore parts of the state space that you don't want to do for real because it might be dangerous, but you can adjust your world model without changing yourself basically. So that's what you use RL for. When it comes time to running a particular task, you already have all the good representations, you already have your world model, but you need to adjust it for the situation at hand. That's
what do you think RLHF is reinforcement learning with human feedback? Why does it have such a transformational effect on large language models.
So what's had the distribution effect is human feedback. There's many ways to use it, and some of it is just purely supervised.
Just the HF.
It's the HF. And then there is various ways to use human feedback, right? So you can ask humans to rate answers, multiple answers, like this way, and then what you do is you train an objective function to predict that rating, and then you can use that objective function to predict, whether an answer is good, and you can backpropagate really into this to fine-tune your system so that it produces highly rated answers. Okay. So that's one way. So that's like in a RL that needs training for reward model. Right? So something that basically a small neural net that estimates to what extent an answer is good. It's very similar to the objective I was talking about earlier for planning, except now it's not used for planning, it's used for fine-tuning the system. I think it would be much more efficient to use it for planning, but currently it's used to fine-tune the parameters of the system. Now there's several ways to do this. Some of them are supervised. You just ask the human person, what is a good answer for this? Right? And you just type the answer. There's also very system.
A lot of people have been very critical of the recently released Google's Gemini 1.5. For essentially, in other words, I could say super woke in the negative connotation of that word. There is some almost hilariously absurd things it does, like it modifies history, like generating images of George Washington, or perhaps more serious, is a new content on Twitter, which is refusing to comment on or generate images of or even descriptions of Tiananmen Square or the tank man, one of the most legendary protest images in history. And of course, these images are highly censored by the Chinese government, and therefore everybody started asking questions of what is the process of designing these LLMs, what is censorship and all that kind of stuff. So you commented on Twitter saying that open source is the answer.
Yeah.
Essentially. So can you explain?
I actually made that comment on just every I've made that point multiple times in various forums. Here's my personal view of this. People can complain that AI systems are biased. They generally are biased by the distribution of the training data that they trained on. That reflects biases in society, and that is potentially offensive to some people, or potentially not. And some techniques to debias then become offensive to some people because of historical incorrectness and things like that. And so you can ask the question. The first question is it possible to produce an AI system that is not biased? And the answer is absolutely not. It's not because of technological challenges, although they are technical challenges. It's because bias is in the eye of the beholder. Different people have different ideas about what constitutes bias. For a lot of things, there are facts, there are indisputable, but there are a lot of opinions or things that can be expressed in different ways. And so you cannot have any bias systems, which is impossible. And so what's the answer? The answer is the same answer that we found in liberal democracy about the press. The press needs to be free and diverse. We have free speech for a good reason. It's because we don't want all of our information to come from a unique source, because that's opposite to the whole idea of democracy and progress of ideas, even science. Right? In science, people have to argue for different opinions, and science makes progress when people disagree and they come up with an answer, and what the consensus claims, and it's true for democracies around the world. So there is a future which is already happening, where every single one of our interactions with the digital world will be mediated by AI assistants, right? We're going to have smart glasses, and already by them from Meta, the Ray-Ban Meta, where you can talk to them, and they are connected with an LLM, and you can get answers on any question you have. Or you can be looking at a monument, that there's a camera in the system, that in the glasses, you can ask it how to work inside of that building, this monument. You're looking at a menu in a foreign language, you can translate it for you, or you can do real-time translation. You speak different languages, so a lot of our interaction with the digital world are going to be mediated by these systems in the future. Increasingly, the search engines are going to be, they're going to be direct systems that they just ask a question and will answer and will put you the appropriate reference for. But here's the thing, we cannot afford those systems to come from a handful of companies on the west coast of the US, because those systems will constitute the repository of all human knowledge. And we cannot have that be controlled by a small number of people, right? It has to be diverse. So the same reason the press has to be diverse. So how do we get a diverse set of AI assistants? It's very expensive and difficult to train the base model, right? The base LLM at the moment, in the future, but at the moment, it's in so only a few companies can do this properly. And if some of those subsystems are open source, anybody can use them, anybody can fine-tune them. If you put in place some systems that allows any group of people, whether they are individual citizens, groups of citizens, government organizations, NGOs, companies, whatever, you take those open source systems, AI systems, and function them from their own focus and their own data, then we're going to have a very large diversity of different AI systems that are specialized for all of those systems. So I tell you, I talked to the French government quite a bit, and the French government will not accept that the digital diet of all their citizens be controlled by three companies in the West Coast of the US. It's just not acceptable. It's a danger to democracy, regardless of how well-intentioned those companies are. And so, and it's also a danger to local culture, to values, to language. Right. I was talking with the founder of Infosys in India. He's funding a project to fine-tune Llama 2, the open source model used by Meta, so that Llama 2 speaks all 22 official languages in India. It's very important for people in India. I was talking to a former colleague of mine who said that he used to be a scientist up there. He moved back to Africa to the research lab for Google in Africa, and now he's a new startup called Terra. And what he's trying to do is basically have LLM that speaks the local languages in Senegal, so that people can have access to medical information, because they don't have access to doctors. It's a very small number of doctors per capita in Senegal. I mean, you can't have any of this unless you have open source platforms. So with open source platforms, you can have AI systems that are not only diverse in terms of opinions or things of that type, but in terms of language, culture, value systems, technical abilities in various domains. And you can have an industry, an ecosystem of companies that fine-tune those open source systems for the codification industry. Right? So you have, a publisher has thousands of books, and they want to build a system that allows the customer to ask the questions about this, for the content of any of their books. You need to train on their proprietary data. With a company, we have one within Meta, it's called MetaNet, and it's basically an LLM that can answer any question about internal stuff about the company. Very useful. A lot of companies want this, right? A lot of companies want this not just for their employees, but also for their customers. So the only way you're going to have an AI industry, the only way you're going to have AI systems that are not uniquely biased is if you have open source platforms on top of which any group can build specialized systems. So the direction of inevitable direction of history is that the vast majority of AI systems will be built on top of open source platforms.
So that's a implementation. So meaning like a company, like matter of goodwill and so on, should take only minimal fine-tuning steps after the building the foundation to train models. As few steps as possible. Basically. Can Meta afford to do that? No, so I don't know if you know this, but companies are supposed to make money somehow. And open source is like giving away. I don't know, Mark made a video, Mark Zuckerberg, very sexy video, talking about 350,000 NVIDIA H100s. The math of that is that just for the GPUs, that's 100 billion. Plus the infrastructure for training everything. So I'm no business guy, but how do you make money from that? So the vision you paint is really fun, but how is it possible?
Okay, so you have several business models. The business model that Meta is built on is you offer a service, and the financing of that service is either through ads or through business customers. So, for example, if you have an LLM that can help a mom-and-pop pizza place by talking to the customers through WhatsApp, so the customers can just order a pizza and the system will just ask them something you want, blah blah blah. The business will pay for it. That's it. And otherwise, if it's a system that is more kind of classical services, it could be ad supported or there's several models. But the point is, if you have a big enough potential customer base, and you need to build that system anyway for them, it doesn't hurt you to actually distribute it.
Again, I'm no business guy, but if you release the open source model, then other people can do the same kind of task on compete on. Basically provide fine-tuned models for businesses. Sure. Is the bet that Meta is making, I'm a huge fan of it, but is the bet that Meta is making is like they do a better job?
Well, no, the bet is more, we already have a huge user base and customer base. Right, so it's going to be useful to them. Whatever we offer them, it's going to be useful. There is the way to derive revenue from this, and it doesn't hurt that we provide that system, the base model, right, the foundation model, open source for others to build applications on top of it too. If those applications don't have to be useful for our customers, we can write for that. It could be that they will improve the platform. In fact, we see this already.
The 10th, it's Frank Scolari Day in Hudson County. Anyway, we're here with the Church New Testament coming at you on a beautiful day to be alive. Kick it, Lee. Hey, Uncle Joey here. Listen,
Look at this supporter system. It's very impressive.
Cash out is fast and safe. No extra hoops to jump through, no extra stress. All the tools are right there in front of you to help you cash in. It's very easy to get started. You don't even need a bank account.
All you need is your phone number or an email address. I love Cash App. My wife uses it for everything. It's secure, and they're about to send money to a sketchy account. They'll let you. The other big guys don't do that. Listen, for a limited time only, new Cash App users can use my exclusive code to earn some additional cash. For real, there's no catch. Just download Cash App and sign up. Use my exclusive referral code, Church, CHURCH, in your profile. Send $5 to a friend, and within 2 weeks, 14 days, you'll get $10 dropped right into your account. Terms apply. That's money. That's Cash App. We're back. Like herpes. What's happening? It's a beautiful Tuesday morning. What's up, Lee? How was your weekend?
Oh, one of the best weeks ever. Dude, I gotta be honest, Side Splitters I think is my number one club.
You love it.
It's and I'm sure you remember, but like it's the first club that really took a chance on me. So like to me, I would do anything. It was like a 7-show week. It was the best. It was like one of the best weeks I've ever had. So cool. 7 shows. Not all of them were well. Not all of them. I'm not saying all of them were great. They're not supposed to. But it was like I learned a lot. I got to see Greg Fitzsimmons, which was awesome. I got to do the radio 2 days in a row, which is really cool. It was like a little mini like training camp. It was awesome. It was, and like people came out. Some people came to 2 shows, which was really cool. It was just, I got heckled by a little person, which was really fun. It was a oh, I did. I felt going on stage. Oh, they had these edible drinks, and I was running up. It was the headlining show on Saturday, the early show. And I just, for the first time ever, just like kind of, I put my foot down and it just didn't really, and I ate it. And then you know what's funny? I just saw last week, there's a clip of Ralphie doing some sort of late night set, and he eats it, and he goes, and as soon as he stands up, he goes, that was the funniest thing that's happened on the show in a long goddamn time. And then immediately I do it. So yeah, it was, anything that could have happened did happen. It was awesome.
Well, for me, I got to be honest with you. This podcast is called The Church of What's Happening Now, or Next Generation, or the Next Chapter, whatever the fuck we call it. But this podcast is basically, should be called The Education of Lee. And as a fucking guy that watches everything, I think last week, your behavior, the way you looked at it, everything, I'm very proud of you. You went A to fucking Z across the board. You made the video coming out of the ocean with those fucking hairy shoulders. You're like a Jewish fucking wolf man.
Oh, I know.
I turned down like 200,000 ads last week. You want to send a chick to come in here and sandblast your shoulders.
Why would you turn
Another
that
company
down?
wants to shave your shoulders and make you a wig.
Damn.
It's we got so many fucking offers for your shoulders, you gotta knock it off. You gotta have the chick double time and shave your shoulders.
Dude, it doesn't work. It doesn't work.
It's everywhere. My friend bumped into you in the ocean. He thought he was getting fucking grabbed by a sea reef. Like one of those, you know, when I go down there, I love the beach, right? Any beach, California, New Jersey. But the first time one of those vines wraps around my leg, I'm done. I just turn around and run out of that's it. That's my day at the fucking beach. But they said you got like tentacles coming out of your shoulders and shit. Grabbing people by the neck.
Dude, I have hair everywhere but my head, and it's fucking. I don't know. You probably never saw that Tim Allen movie when he was with Santa Claus. Like he turned into Santa and he tried to shave and immediately grew back. If I shave my back today, by Thursday, it's worse.
Oh, keep shaving until you turn into the Jew Wolf man.
I'm already the Jew Wolf.
That's the name of this. Eric, that's the script to write. The Jew Wolf man. He only comes out between 11:30 and a quarter to 12. He comes out, they got a coupon. That's it. And he fucking goes back home. Tremendous.
That would be amazing.
In all honesty, you sat in those rooms with all those comics. I think 2 weeks ago I saw on the podcast that you learned some good things from some bad people once in a while. It's very tough to digest, but you're like, the guy had 3 good qualities, and I took one of them. Like I learned from one of his qualities. Right. You got a lot of good comedians and a lot of bad comedians, but everybody laid an opinion down and you grasp it. And I'm just really proud of you. It took 10 years, whatever. Let's say 10 years, 8 years, whatever the fuck it's been. But it's been great to see you grow as a human being. I mean, these people don't know it. You were like a fucking deaf mute when I met you. You wouldn't even talk. I gave you that can with the hash, and that was it.
Oh, yeah.
You know, people are always blaming on the drugs. Sometimes drug open a motherfucker up. And Lee needed to fucking, he hit that hash on that Coca-Cola can, and I just turned around. I go, there goes the old Lee. Fucking smoke. I heard coughing. His face was red. He was holding on like fucking.
My lungs have never recovered from that one hit.
Cleveland last week, he was holding on to his throat. That was Lee. My wife was patting him in the back. The cat was holding him. But it's been a real pleasure to watch him grow. I always like watching people grow. I love catching somebody early and going, that motherfucker. Watch his smoke. And it's not the people in the industry. It's never the people that are only 20 up and coming. Those guys lose it. They're weak and white. They just fall apart. I'm in an article. I'm headed to Saturday Night Live. And then when they don't make Saturday Night Live, they crinkle. That's it, you know. And you just did great. And you know, I'm sure you're up to great things if you keep this pace up. It's been a little slow for you, but this shit doesn't happen overnight. Because if it did, everybody would do it. Right. It's about the time when your wife tells you you're a loser. You're about 48, your wife's like, you know what? If you would have played the harmonica, you would have been in an orchestra right now. You still want to fucking crack stupid jokes with a bunch of drunk people and go to a corner. And it's just about when you're looking for a job, when you got that, you know, fucking up going full time, and you start looking and you get that call, and you never know when that call or what that's going to be, so you better be prepared.
Right, and
you better be prepared. That's it.
It just means the world to me. I was talking to the owner of Side Splitters, and it's just, for comics at my level, features and like stuff, it's almost impossible unless someone takes a chance on me. And like you took a chance on me, Josh takes me out, takes a chance on me. But it's such a struggle right now to like get that opportunity. And I'm a lot luckier than most. So this is my second time at this club, and it's just, you know, and I've heard you talk about it. Like when people aren't giving you the chance, but someone finally does. Like I would, if the owner of Side Splitters asked me to kill a guy, I probably would. Like it just, it means a lot.
You know, Lee, listen. This is what people don't know. I'm not taking a chance with you when I take you out at all. Comedy is not a funny business. Comedy is not a movie business. Comedy is none of the above. People don't know comedy is a karma business. And how many people said to me, hey, I remember people calling me that were fucking stars going, you got 30 minutes? And I'm like, really? I got about 16 and a half. I'll fucking give them my best. And they didn't take a chance on me. They just said, I work with worst people. Come on down. And that's what comedy's about. It's not about the funniest guy. That's great. It's a karma business. It's a universal business. The universe watches. So just when you're ready to hang yourself, that's when that club calls you. Hey, we got to, and they call you in a bad situation, but you don't give a fuck. Because if they would have called you, and any other time in your life, you tell them to go suck your dick, but they'll call you like Friday at 2. You already got plans with mama, but this is your chance, right? You got a headlining at whatever, you know, Gotham, whatever. And this is what I tell people: answer that fucking phone. Answer that fucking phone, because that could be paranoid. You don't even know. That could be anybody. Answer that phone. But I'm really proud of you. I'm really proud that you stuck with it, you know. And you have a direction. A lot of people just run around like fucking crazy. And not you. You have a direction. You ask questions. You ask a lot of questions. Hey, man. Yeah, you ask a lot of questions. I try, yeah. Listen, you gotta ask questions. You know, it's like when you're a feature actor. They say, hey, you're gonna work with Attell this weekend. And like you remember a joke that Attell had at one of his specials. And like the second night you get comfortable with him, now you can ask him creepy questions. How'd you write that joke? I know he's got fucking new jokes. Oh, really? Because he says, listen, I know you're not gonna like me after I say this. But he goes, there's times you gotta use the N-word. He goes, I know that people are gonna get mad at me for using the N-word, but I'm gonna have to say it. Newark Airport. People fucking fine.
Oh, he's the best.
Yeah, but it's like, nobody takes a chance on you. It's a karma business. We've all been there. Unless you're an insensitive fuck. You don't remember that you bombed for 8 years. George, how many times have you seen me bomb? 2. Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, and nobody remembers the bomb 20 years ago. Nobody's gonna remember. Who gives a fuck? Keep going, keep going, keep going. And some people can't handle it. Some people gotta get therapy. Some people, fucking, they can't handle it, rejection. And that's fine. That's when you put your fireman helmet on and you fucking go to battle. And you did it. Roddy, how long is it? 9 years?
I'm in my 8th year right now. 8 years. So I'm trying.
And it's really 6 years. Right. Because the 2 years you walk around like a fucking idiot anyway. I did. The first 2 years I walked around like an idiot. Then I made a plan, and then I attacked, and here we are fucking 90 years later. But it doesn't matter how long the journey took, because the journey is all I'm gonna remember. When I'm in that casket, that's all I'm gonna remember. Because that fucking journey is how great it was. My car breaking down, having to sleep with some chick with one eye, gas money, you gotta do all this crazy shit, but that's part of the fucking journey. And that's why I signed up for this. After I read the one fucking crazy guy's book that he lived in the hotel in the city, Lenny Bruce, he fucking hung up with strippers at night and shit, he shot heroin. I'm in. What's the alternative? I'm gonna carry a suitcase to New York every day with a little bag and an apple in it. I'm gonna fucking shoot myself. I'll jump off that fucking bridge. I'm blaming. This is how we did it. This is how we do it, cocksuckers. You gotta go for broke every goddamn day. Give me a minute. We'll be right back with my main man, Mr. Eric Alessandro. Hey, Uncle Joe here. If you're looking for a complete meal without a sink full of dishes, Yule is your answer. It's perfectly balanced meal that tastes like a milkshake, bottled up and ready to go wherever you go. Their black edition ready to drink has a whopping 35 grams of protein, 27 vitamins and minerals, lots of fiber and low sugar so you can stay fueled up. I love the iced coffee. I love the chocolate. My wife likes the iced coffee more than me. She puts it on ice, and what do you got? You got yourself 37 grams of protein. So start saving time and money without compromising your nutrition today with this exclusive offer for new customers. Ready for this? 15% off by pressing in my exclusive code church at Yule.com. That's 15% off for all new customers with code church, CHURCH, at Yule.com. See show descriptions for the terms and conditions. Skip the stress, not the nutrition. Try Yule today for a complete nutrition model. And it comes in a lot of flavors. Again, Yule, it's tremendous. We're back! Anyway, we got my main man, Mr. Eric Alessandro, Staten Island Zone. What's happening, buddy?
There's a D in the beginning of that.
Which one?
Delisandro.
Okay, well, Alessandro, I don't think.
I got a buzz balls, everybody does it.
Eric said, Staten Island, you know he likes you when he gets your name wrong. People still come up to me and tell me I'm the director from Israel. I'm not a director. I'm not from Israel. We have a friend named Agostino. He calls him D. Agostino. Yeah, that's how we know. That's how you know he likes you, is when the name is wrong. I don't know. I'm sorry if that was maybe a bad
I have a friend, Alessandro. That's why.
It's fine. No one cares.
What's happening, bro? What's up, man? Thank you so much for having me. I have to tell you,
So I'm super excited because I see a path towards potentially human level intelligence with systems that can understand the world, remember, plan, reason. There is some set of ideas to make progress there that might have a chance to work. And I'm really excited about it. What I like is that it's somewhat we get into a good direction and perhaps succeed before my brain turns to white sauce or before I need to retire.
Yeah. You're also excited by is it beautiful to you just the amount of GPUs involved, but the whole training process and this much computing. Just zooming out, just looking at Earth, zooming together.
There's just an example of things.
And are you just going to train this whole brain?
So, do you ever do stand-up still? So yeah, he has the skills. And I think I probably know some of the answers to this, but why Texas? It's a good question. I mean, when you look at state tax, it's one of the states that don't have income tax. So that's a big reason. I mean, Google has a huge influence.
it's not even
Yeah,
too.
meaning like the
Like if he
software.
comes, I'm like, oh, he's
Well,
going
it
out
used to be
there to
hardware
get,
guy a few years ago.
So maybe I can change my mind. Well, let's see, maybe I can change it. Move it around. There's plenty of flights out of Austin. I never full up. It is. That's right. It keeps booming every time I see it. Last time I said, yeah, I don't think it's going to get too much bigger. And do you think so? Yeah, I think that's. Do you think Shane Gillis was the last citizen they allowed it? No, there's a few more coming. Joe DeRosa just got a place here. He did? Yeah, Joey Diaz is getting a place here. I can't believe it. Two Joe D's are going to be here. Oh, let's go. It's like watching someone die or something. It's like I can give two. Maybe I can change my mind every time. Do you think she loved it? No, there's a few more coming. Joe DeRosa just got a place here. He did? Yeah, Joey Diaz is getting a place here. I can't believe the two Joe D's are going to be here. Oh, let's go. It's like watching someone die or something. Maybe I can change my mind. Well, let's see. Maybe I can change it. Move it around.
So, there's still some ways to go until we're going to saturate. We're going to have to come up with new principles, new fabrication technology, new basic components that has based on sort of different principles that are classical digital design.
Interesting. Do you think in order to build AMI, we potentially might need some hardware innovation too?
Well, if we want to make it ubiquitous, yeah, certainly, because we're going to have to reduce the power consumption. The GPU today, right, is half a kilowatt to a kilowatt. Human brain is about 25 watts. The GPU is way below the power of human brain. You need, something like 100,000 to match it. So we're off by a huge factor.
You often say that AGI is not coming soon, meaning like not this year, not the next few years, actually farther away. What's your basic intuition?
So first of all, it's not going to be an event. Right? The idea somehow, which is popularized by science fiction in Hollywood, that somehow somebody is going to discover the secret to AGI or AI, and then turn on the machine, then you do AGI. That's just not going to happen. It's not going to be. It's going to be gradual progress. So we're going to have systems that can learn from the works and then do that. Before we get them to the scale and performance that we observe as humans, it's going to take quite a while. It's not going to happen in one day. Are we going to get systems that can have large amount of associative memory so they can remember stuff? Yeah, but still, it's not going to happen tomorrow. There is some basic techniques that need to be developed. We have a lot of that, but to get this to work together with full systems, we're going to have systems that can reason and plan, perhaps along the lines of the objective-driven AI architectures that I described before. Yeah, but before we get this to work, it's going to take a while. So, but before we get all those things to work together, and then on top of this, have systems that can run hierarchical planning, hierarchical representations, systems that can be configured for a lot of different situations at hand, the way the brain can. All of this would take at least a decade, and probably much more, because there are a lot of problems that we're not seeing right now. We have not encountered, so we don't know if there's a solution within this framework. So, it's not just around the corner. I mean, I've been hearing people for the last 12, 15 years claiming that AGI is just around the corner and being systematically wrong. And I knew they were wrong when they were saying it. They called that bullshit.
Why do you think people have been calling it? First of all, from the beginning, from the birth of the term artificial intelligence, there has been eternal optimism that's perhaps unlike other technologies. Is it more like paradox? Is it the explanation for why people are so optimistic about AGI?
I don't think it's just Morris paradox is a consequence of realizing that the world is not everything. So first of all, intelligence is not a linear thing that you can measure with a scalar, with a single number. Can you say that humans are smarter than orangutans? In some ways, yes. But in some ways, orangutans are smarter than humans in a lot of domains. That allows them to survive in forests.
So IQ is a very limited measure of intelligence. Your intelligence is bigger than what IQ, for example, measures.
Well, IQ can measure, approximately something for humans. But because humans can be kind of uniform forms, right? But it only measures one type of ability that may be relevant for some types of others. And but then, if you're talking about other intelligent entities for which the basic things that are easy to them is very different, then it doesn't mean. So, intelligence is a collection of skills and the ability to acquire these skills efficiently. And the collection of skills that particular intelligent entity possess or is capable of running quickly is different from the collection of skills of another one. And because it's a multidimensional thing, the set of skills in multidimensional space, you can't measure, cannot compare two things as to whether one is more intelligent than the other. It's multidimensional.
You push back against what are called AI doomers a lot. Can you explain their perspective and why you think they're wrong?
Okay, so AI doomers imagine all kinds of catastrophe scenarios of how AI could explain and that relies on
You guys that don't know, this is our friend Brendan Shaw. Brendan has a pretty extensive background.
At some point we're going to figure out the feedback. We're going to turn on a machine that is super intelligent. And because we've never done it before, it's going to take over the world. That is false. It's not going to be any better. We're going to have systems that are like as smart as a cat. Have all the characteristics of human level intelligence, but their level of intelligence would be like the cat. And then we're going to walk the way up. We're going to make those things more intelligent, and as we make them more intelligent, we're also going to put some guardrails in them and learn how to kind of put some guardrails so we can get farther. And we're not going to do this with just one effort, but it's going to be lots of different people doing this. And some of them are going to succeed at making intelligent systems that are controllable and safe and have some guardrails. And if some other goes rogue, then we can use the good ones to go against the old ones. So it's going to be my smart AI police against the
Brendan has a pretty extensive background, actually. I mean, it was fun when we shot with you recently, learning about from football to UFC to comedy to podcasting. Kind of. I always look for inspiration from guys like you, so kind of why don't you walk us through kind of the arc of your life, I guess, in a certain respect. Is that too much?
No, I feel like the movie's not done. Hopefully it's not. No, I have another chapter. But I guess it started, as a kid, grew up in Denver, Colorado, and athletics was my path to, I guess, stardom. As a young kid, I just had, and I coach kids now, 9 years and younger. I coach them now, and they either have it or they don't. And some parents are like, no, they can work. I get that, but as far as that tenacity and heart, you can't
see it at that age.
I can see it, and my kiddos have it. Thank God. Where they want to do the extra work to be stars or to be good at something. So as a kid, I was just born with that. Like, you'd have to kill me to beat me. You literally have to kill me. You'd have to take me off the field. My dad, he doesn't have a big, extensive sports background, so he's just like, I guess this is how kids are. And I was just a savage as a young kid in sports. It was my way to kind of make a name for myself. So it started with football. Football was the dream. Took it all the way to University of Colorado, which was a dream as a kid.
Yeah, I'm sure.
I was a walk-on there. So So, but nothing, I guess where I should start is like nothing was ever easy. Like people might look down like, oh, it's easy, man. Rogan helped him, or this guy helped him.
Yeah.
No, man. So my junior year, I was getting recruited pretty heavily. I thought I would go to like Cal or Texas A&M. First play in my senior season, I get hit. That's on a deep route to me. I get hit. The guy breaks my ribs, runs in my liver. Season's over.
And you were a tight end, right?
I was a tight end.
Yeah.
And I was in Florida, so I was there for another 3 weeks because I couldn't fly because of the risk of flying.
Yeah.
So I stayed in the hospital. I could never play football again. Scholarships are gone. No one's recruiting me. So I go to Whittier University in California, where I could play lacrosse and football. Did 1 year there, and then just went back to the coach who recruited me as a junior at University of Colorado. Like begged him to put me on the team. He's like, "All right, we'll give you opportunity." I'm like, "That's all I need."
Right.
So I walked on.
You weren't nervous about the previous injury. You felt like you were fully healed from it. Yeah.
Shit, I'm like, get out of here.
Yeah.
These doctors. So yeah, I just need an opportunity.
Yeah.
And they gave me an opportunity, and then a year later, I was a full scholarship athlete. And then I was like, yep, I'm going to the NFL. I'm going to be the next Tony Gonzalez. I'm going to be the next Kowski. Like, that's the goal.
Yeah.
And don't get drafted, which was heartbreaking. Didn't get drafted. And then I had a few offers from, like, Buffalo Bills, Miami, the Jets. Went to Buffalo. Got cut there. I'm like, well, this isn't how it's supposed to go.
Right.
And then from there, I just was like trying to figure it out. And then was just training to stay in shape. Since I was like 5, I've just been into working out. Really, just got started. Talk about. I've been started since I was 5.
It's just going to be
Bro was benching 2 plates at 5 years old.
25. So then, the football dream crushed, which was terrible, hard to deal with. And then I would always stay in shape doing jiu-jitsu, and then found myself around like some of the pros, and I found myself doing pretty well against them. And then
Curious, sorry to interrupt you, but in that, call it a fail, right? Like we've all had our failures. So you're going for NFL. That's the dream. You don't hit it. In that space of fail, and I don't mean failure. You know what I'm saying, right? You fail to produce the result you're going for. It's simple.
It was a huge failure at the time.
Yeah. How long was the gap for you to pick yourself up from that? Was it quick?
No.
Yeah.
I was heartbroken.
Yeah.
Heartbroken. Yeah. And then I was like, all right, I'll go play arena for a year and then bounce back to NFL. I went to Salt Lake City, Utah. They had the Utah Blaze. Was with camp with them. And then I was just looking around, seeing the other guys. I'm like, man, this isn't what I signed up for. Like the best guy on the team also had a job at like UPS. I'm like, no, this isn't. How much do you make? He's like 40 grand a year. I'm like, okay, this isn't.
Rock star on the weekend.
But I had a double major, so my dad was always like, use your degree, man. You idiot, use your degree. And so I was selling supplements door to door. I was working for a supplement company, but then I would
imagine this guy knocking on your door.
Yeah,
whatever you want.
I was slanging them, man. I was slanging the supplements, but that's what gave me my background, like marketing and stuff like that. Like I was marketing supplements because that's the only way I would get money is how much I sold.
Yeah.
So that helped in the grand scheme of things. But at the time, it sucked. Walking from door to door in the summer like an asshole. And he's like, "You're gonna be in the NFL." Bro, it was a tough pill to swallow.
Yeah.
And so I was doing that, but then I would train at night. I'd box and do jiu-jitsu and wrestle with at a gym. And there were some pros there. Then I met Shane Carwin, who eventually became to become the UFC heavyweight champion of the world. But he only had one fight at the time. We were the only 2 big guys in the gym. So I was like, fuck it, I'll go with him because he was like, I need a big guy. I'm like, all right. So I was kind of his like practice dummy. And then we were training together for like 3 months. I couldn't afford privates. So he had a full-time job as an engineer in Greeley, Colorado. So he would pay for my privates.
Wow, very cool.
Yeah, he was like, I got you. And I was like, this is insane. No one's really done that.
Yeah.
So then I was doing privates, and I was boxing, I'd spar with him. I was doing well. And then he's like, Golden Gloves is next week. I'm like, what's that? He's like, the big boxing tournament. I'm like, cool. He's like, I signed you up. I'm like, what? He's like, we signed you up for it. So I'm like, all right. So I go and do that. My dad finds out, and he's like, you're an idiot. He's like, you're a moron. And I was like, cool, just come. If I win, let me pursue this. He's like, all right. So first night of the tournament, I fight 3 guys, and this is Golden Gloves, where there's not a lot of knockouts. I knocked out all 3 guys.
3 guys in one night?
Yeah, it's a tournament. So I knocked out 3 guys in one night. My dad's like, all right. But they're like chubby Mexican dudes. My dad's like, all right, we'll see. And then in the finals, I fought an Army veteran. He had like 40 fights. He was like 6'8", this big black.
It's not even going to bring you to do it.
So for you, it's very difficult for anyone AS to take such a big leap ahead before you can convince even the other AS. So there's only going to be this kind of race with nobody's way ahead.
That's the the world is, whatever it is, progress is something really different. And it's a cat and mouse game.
And this is why, mostly yes, but this is why nuclear weapons is so interesting, because that was such a powerful weapon that it matters who got it first. That, you can imagine Hitler, Stalin, now getting the weapon first, and that having a different kind of impact on the world than the United States getting the weapon first. To you, nuclear weapons, you don't imagine a breakthrough discovery in a Manhattan Project like
As I said, it's not going to be an event. It's going to be, progress. And whenever one breakthrough occurs, it's going to be very disseminated to progress first within Restream. I mean, this is not a domain where government and military organizations are particularly innovative and they're inside way behind. And so this is going to come from industry, and this kind of information is we've seen this over the last few years, where giving you, even take confidence, this was reproduced with even without, people telling you.
Yeah, this is an industry that's not good at secrecy.
But even if there is, just the fact that you need as much as possible, makes you realize that this person is definitely something to do. Maybe the second person should do it, but you'll do it. And same for all the innovations, this things, you don't need to know exactly how it works to know that it's possible. It's deployed and it's getting reproduced. And then, people who work for those companies move. They go from one company to another. And, the information is convenient. What makes the success of the U.S. taking this in Silicon Valley in particular is exactly that. It's because information the whole region.
Thank you.
I appreciate the spirit which I had 16 years ago. Maybe on psychology of AI. He gives a pretty good example of just when a new technology comes to be. You say, engineer says, I invented this new thing. I call it a brass pen. And then the Twitter sphere responds, OMG. People can write horrible things with it, like misinformation, propaganda, hate speech, ban it now. Then writing Dumas come in. It came to the AI Dumas. Imagine if everyone could get a ball pen. This could destroy society. There should be a law against using ball pen to write hate speech, regular ball pens now. And then the pencil industry mogul says, yeah, ball pens are very dangerous, unlike pencil writing, which is erasable. Ball pen writing stays forever. Government should require a license for pen manufacturing. I mean, this does seem to be part of human psychology when it comes up against new technology. But what deep insights do you speak to about this?
Well, there is a natural fear of new technology and the impact it can have in society. People have kind of distinctive reaction to the world they know being threatened by major transformations that are either cultural phenomena or technological revolutions. And they fear for their culture, they fear for their job, they fear for their future of their children, and their way of life. Right? So any change is here. And you see this, along history, like any technological revolution or cultural phenomenon was always accompanied by groups or reaction in the media that basically attributed all the problems, the current problems of society through that particular change. Right? Electricity was going to kill everyone at some point. The train was going to be a horrible thing because you can't breathe past 50 kilometers an hour. And so there's a wonderful website called the Pessimist Archive, which has all of newspaper clips of all the horrible things people imagine will arrive because of either technological innovation or a cultural phenomenon. These wonderful examples of jazz being blamed for unemployment or young people not wanting to work anymore and things like that, right? And that has existed for centuries. And it's knee-jerk reactions. The question is, do we embrace change or do we resist it? And what are the real dangers as opposed to the imagined
What people worry about, I think one thing they worry about with big tech, something they've been talking about over and over, I think worth mentioning again, they worry about how powerful AI will be. And they worry about it being in the hands of one centralized power, just a handful of central control. And so that's the skepticism of big tech. These companies can make a huge amount of money and control this technology, and by so doing, take advantage, abuse the little guy in society.
Well, that's exactly why we open source platforms.
Yeah, I just want to get the point home more and more.
Yes.
So let me ask you on your, like I said, you do get a little bit flavor for this, right? You answered Box, you did something that you LOL'd at in reference to Tom 1000. Quote, I appreciate your argument and I fully understand your frustration, but whether the pod bay doors should be opened or closed is a complex and nuanced issue. So you're at the head of Meta AI. This is something that really worries me. That AI or AI overlords will speak down to us with corporate speak of this nature, and you sort of resist that with your way of being. Is this something you just comment on, working at a big company, how you can avoid over-fearing, I suppose, through caution, create caution?
Yeah. Again, I think the answer to this is open source platforms and then enabling widely diverse set of people to build AI systems that represent the diversity of cultures, opinions, languages, and value systems across the world, so that you're not bound to just be brainwashed by a particular way of thinking because of single entity. So, I think it's a really, really important question for society. And the problem is that, which is why I've been so vocal and sometimes a little sardonic about it.
Never stop. Never stop that.
It's because I see the danger of this concentration of power to proprietary AI systems as a much big danger than everything else. That if we really want diversity of opinion AI systems that in this future that where we'll all be interacting through AI systems. We need those to be diverse for the preservation of diversity of ideas and creeds and political opinions and whatever. The preservation of democracy. And what works against this is people who think that for reasons of security, we should keep AI systems as they're allowed to keep, because it's too dangerous to put it in the hands of everybody, because it could be used by terrorists. That would lead to potentially a very bad future in which all of our information diet is controlled by a small number of companies who proprietary systems.
Do you trust humans with this technology to build systems that are on the whole good for humanity?
Isn't that what democracy the speech is all about? Do you trust institutions to do the right thing? Do you trust people to do the right thing? And yeah, there's bad people who will do bad things, but they're not going to have superior technology for good things. So then it's going to be like good AI against the bad AI, right? I mean, it's the examples that we were just talking about of maybe some rogue country will build some AI system is going to try to convince everybody to go into a civil war or something, or elect a favorable ruler. And but then they will have to go past our AI systems.
An AI system with a strong Russian accent will be trying to sorry.
And those who put it in articles in
it'll be at the very least absurdly comedic. Okay. Since we talked about the physical reality, I'd love to ask your vision of the future with robots and this physical reality. So many of these kinds of intelligence you've been speaking about would empower robots to be more effective collaborators with us humans. So since Tesla's Optimus team has been showing us some progress on humanoid robots, I think it really reinvigorated the whole industry, and that I think Boston Dynamics has been leading for a very, very long time. So now there's all kinds of companies, Figure AI, obviously Boston Dynamics, Tree. But there's a lot of them. It's great. It's great. I mean, I love it. So, do you think there'll be millions of humanoid robots walking around soon?
Not soon, but it's gonna happen. Like the next decade, I think it's gonna be really interesting. Like the emergence of the robotics industry has been in the waiting for 10, 20 years without really emerging, other than for programming and stuff like that. And the main issue is, again, the Moravec paradox. How do we get the system to understand how the world works? And so we can do it for really specialized tasks. And the way Boston Dynamics goes about it is, basically with a lot of handcrafted dynamical models and careful planning in advance, which is very classical robotics with a lot of innovation, with exception. But it's still not like you can't build a domestic robot. And we're still some distance away from people who use right now. We were certainly very far away from having level 5 autonomous driving by a system that can train itself by driving 20 hours in 17 years. So until we have, again, role models, systems that can train themselves to understand how the world works, we're not going to have significant progress in robotics. So a lot of the people working on robotic hardware at the moment are betting or banking on the fact that AI is going to make sufficient progress towards that.
And they're hoping to discover a product in it too. Because before you have a really strong role model, there will be an almost strong role model. And people are trying to find a product in a clumsy robot, I suppose. Like not a perfectly efficient robot. But there's the factory setting where humanoid robots can help automate some aspects of the factory. I think that's a crazy difficult task because of all the safety required and all this kind of stuff. I think the home is more interesting, so then you start to think. And then you mentioned loading your dishwasher. Right? Yeah. I suppose that's one of the main problems.
Hey, there's, cleaning up, cleaning the house, turning up the table after washing the dishes, all those tasks, cooking. I mean, all the tasks that, just go to the automated, but are actually incredibly sophisticated.
But even just basic navigation around and space for uncertainty.
That's sort of what you can sort of do with navigation.
Well, navigation in a way that's compelling to us humans is a different thing.
Yeah, it's not going to be necessary. I mean, we have that was actually because there is a so-called embodied AI group at there, and not building their robots, but using robots. And you can tell with a dog that can go to the fridge, and you can actually open the fridge, and you can probably pick up a can in the fridge and stuff like that. So you can navigate, you can grab objects, as long as it's trying to recognize that, which vision systems work pretty well with. But it's not like a completely, general robot that would be sophisticated enough to do things like
yeah, to me that's an exciting future of getting humanoid robots in general more and more, because that gets humans to really directly interact with AI systems in the physical space. And so doing allows us to philosophically, psychologically explore our relationships with robots. Really. So I hope you made progress in the whole Jekyll thing soon.
Well, I hope things can work as planned. I mean, again, we've been kind of working on this idea of self-supervised learning from video for 10 years, and only made significant progress in the last 2 or 3 years.
But actually, you've mentioned that there's a lot of interesting breakthroughs that can happen without having access to a lot of compute. Yeah, so if you're interested in doing a PhD and this kind of stuff, there's a lot of possibilities still to do innovative work. So, like, what advice would you give to a undergrad that's looking to go to grad school and do a PhD?
So basically, I've listed them already. This idea of how to train a world model by observation. And you don't have to train necessarily in gigantic data sets or. I mean, you could find that to be necessary to actually train a lot of data sets to have emerging properties that we have. But I think there's a lot of good ideas that necessarily taken up. Then there is identity planning with a world model. If the world the system evolves in is not the physical world, but it's the world of the internet or some sort of world where an action consists in doing a search engine or referring to the database or communicator or solving different problems. How do you get a system to design a sequence of actions? So the question of planning is not just a question of studying physical actions, it's planning actions to be tools for direct systems. There's some work on this, but not some work at the but I obviously we have then there is the question of hierarchical planning. So, for example, I mentioned New York to Paris. That's hierarchical, but almost every action involves and we really have absolutely no idea how to do this. So there's zero demonstration of hierarchical planning where the various levels of representations that are necessary have been learned. we can do a two-level hierarchical planning, but we design it to level. So, for example, you have like the dog-leg robot. Right? You want it to go from the living room to the kitchen. You can plan it that so it avoids the obstacles. So then you can send this to a lower level and move the legs. So that works. That two-level planning is designed by hand. We specify what the proper levels of abstraction, what the abstraction. How do you learn this? How do you learn that hierarchical representation of action plan? With Conrad's deployment, we can train the system to run hierarchical representation. What is the equivalent of PI equation to represent action?
Yeah, so you want all this to work out down, that turns on and travels from unit to solve that. You might have some trouble at the TSA.
No, but even doing something very simple like a helpful.
Yeah, there's a lot involved. You take 10 months ago. What hope do you have for the future of humanity? We're talking about so many exciting technologies, so many exciting possibilities. What gives you hope when you look out over the next 20, 50, 100 years? You look at social media, there's a lot of there's war going on, there's division, there's hatred, all this kind of stuff. That's also part of humanity. But amidst all that, what gives you hope?
I don't know. We can make it smarter. The AI basically will amplify human intelligence. It's as if every one of us will have a stack of smart AI systems. It might be smarter than us. So you are big. Perhaps execute tasks in ways that are much better than we could do ourselves. Because they're smarter than us. And so it's like we want the boss of a staff of super smart virtual people. So we should be just threatened by this, any more than we should be threatened by being the manager of a group of people so much more intelligent than us. That's what we've never experienced of having people working who are smarter than we. That's actually a wonderful thing. So having machines that are smarter than us that assist us in all of our tasks, or daily lives, whether it's professional or personal, I think would be absolutely wonderful. Because intelligence is the most is the commodity that is most in demand. So that's really what all the mistakes that we make because of lack of intelligence, or lack of knowledge, which is, really big. So making people smarter is really better. For the same reason that public education and books are good, and the internet is also a good thing. And even social networks are a good thing. If you want to properly, it's difficult for people to do that. Because it's helps the representation of information and knowledge. So AI is going to make it smarter. And the analogy of using is the fact that perhaps an equivalent event in the history of humanity to what might be provided by the organization of AI systems is inventing the printing press. It made everything smarter. The fact that people could have access to books, which were a lot cheaper than they were before, and so a lot more people having the same to learn to read, which wasn't the case before. And people became smarter. It enabled the Enlightenment. Right? There wouldn't be an Enlightenment without the printing press. It enabled philosophy, rationalism, escape from religious doctrines. philosophy, science. And certainly, without this, it wouldn't have been the American Revolution or French Revolution. So, it's still been the feudal regimes, perhaps. And so, it completely transformed the world because people became smarter and kind of learn about it. Now, it also created 200 years of essentially religious conflict in Europe. Because the first thing that people read was the Bible and realized that perhaps there was a different interpretation of the Bible than what the people said. And so that created the Protestantism and created the rift. And in fact, the Catholic school, the Catholic Church didn't like the idea of and so it had some bad effects and some good effects. I don't think anyone today would say that the invention of the printing press had very negative effects, despite the fact that it created 200 years of religious conflict in Europe. Now, to share this, I thought it was very clever. I could come up with this analogy, but realized someone else did this analogy before. Compare this with what happened in the Ottoman Empire. The Ottoman Empire banned the printing press for 2 years. We banned it for all languages, only for Arabic. So it's actually books in Latin, Hebrew, or whatever. In the Ottoman Empire, it's not the and I thought it was because the rulers just wanted to preserve control over the population and the document But after talking with the UAE Minister of AI, from our element, he told me no, there was another reason. And the other reason was that corporation. It's like an awful because the Arabic it was very powerful corporation of scribes run a picture of the empire and put them out of business. So the Islamic press is hard to protect that business. Now, what's the analogy for AI today? Like, who are we protecting from that? Who are the people who are asking that AI be regulated to protect their jobs? And of course, it's a real question of what is going to be the effect of technological transformation like AI on the job market, the labor market, and the economists who are much more expert at this than I am. But when I talk to them, the tariffs, we're not going to have jobs. It's not going to cause massive employment. It's just going to drive a whole shift of different professions. The professions are going to be hot and international. We have no idea today what it's about. The same way if you go back 20 years in the past, like people aside, 20 years ago, that the hottest job, even like 15 years ago, was mobile basketball. Like smartphones were invented.
Most of the jobs in the future might be in the metaverse.
Well, it could be, yeah.
But you're right, you made a lot of strong points. I believe that people are fundamentally good, so AI, especially if it's with AI, can make them smarter, it just empowers the goodness.
So I share that too. Okay. And in fact, a lot of doomers are doomers because they don't think that people are fundamentally and they either don't trust someone or they don't trust the institution to do the right thing so that people do something.
So I think that you and I believe in humanity. I think I speak for a lot of people saying thank you for pushing open source movement, pushing to making Both research and AI open source, making available to people, and also the models themselves. Thank you for that. And thank you for speaking your mind in some colorful, beautiful ways on the internet. I hope you never stop. You're one of the most fun people I know, and you're a fan of. So, thank you for speaking to me once again. And thank you for being here. Thank you. Thanks for listening to this conversation. Support this podcast. Please check out our sponsors. Now, individual support. The only way to control your limits is impossible. To go beyond that. And to be possible. Thank you for listening. I hope to see you next time.
So how come we're paying terrorist Bob for our city tax dollars to underwrite public safety? In addition to the deputy mayor who was died. Did you know
what
that
happened
Deputy Mayor
was
Brian K. Williams used
that
the randomizer
once the Germans started to run out of manpower, they created foreign legionaries. And because those people were not Aryans, they couldn't be trusted. So they were put under the command of Henry III, under commanders, and became known as SS Russians. And one of such units was created in Ukraine.
The following conversation was very important. Historian, Harvard University, and the director of the Ukrainian Research Institute. Also, as a historian who specializes in the history of Eastern Europe, with an emphasis on Ukraine. He wrote a lot of great books on Ukraine and Russia, the Soviet Union, on Slavic peoples in general, across centuries, on Chernobyl and nuclear disasters, and on book titled The Russo-Ukrainian War, The Return of History. This is the Restream podcast. Supported, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Rabbi. What are the major explanations for the collapse of the Soviet Union? Would you want to agree with or disagree?
Very often, people say there's three different processes that were taking place in the 80s and the 90s. Number one was the collapse of communism as ideology. Another was the end of the Cold War. And the third one was the end of the Soviet Union. All of these processes were interconnected. And when people provide ideology as the explanation for all of these processes, that's where I should be. Because ideological collapse really happens in the period of the Soviet Union. Soviet Union lost people more, rather than the Moscow, Leningrad, and St. Petersburg now.
Unbelievable.
But all of the Soviet Union is about a story in which Vladivostok and St. Petersburg ended up in one country, and Kiev was pushing back, ended in different countries. So the theories and explanations about how did that happen, for me, is a really very helpful theory for understanding the Soviet collapse. So the mobilization from below, the collapse of the centers, it carries the background. It carries the That's how I look at the opinion, that's how I look at the field.
The story of geography, ideology, economics, which are the most important to understand of what made the collapse of the Soviet Union.
The collapse was unique.
We need that rooftop Korean garden.
So what we really predicted of the world was back in 1991, and we continue to witness today with the Russian aggression against Ukraine, is a collapse of the
Where's my man?
world empire. We talk about the Soviet Union, and now talk about Russia as assassin plus minus 1/6 of the surface of the Earth. We don't get in possession of 1/6 of the earth by being nation state. You get that sort of size as an empire. And the Soviet collapse is continuation of the disintegration of the Russian Empire that started back in 1917. That was arrested for some period of time by the Bolsheviks, by the communist ideology, which was international ideology, and then came back to full force in the late 80s and before the 90s. So the most important story for me, this is the story of the continuing collapse of the Russian Empire and the rise of not just local nationalism, but also the rise of Russian nationalism that turned out to be as a destructive force for the imperial or multi-ethnic, multinational state as was Ukrainian nationalism, Georgian or Estonian.
We said a lot of stuff in the 1917 Bolsheviks, internationalists, how that plays with the idea of Russian Empire and so on. But first thing you asked about U.S. independence. One of the ideas that, through the Cold War, that mechanism, U.S. had major interest to weaken the Soviet Union, and therefore the collapse could be attributed to pressure and manipulation from the United States. Is it true to that?
The pressure from the United States, this is part of the Cold War. The Cold War part of that story, but it doesn't explain the Soviet collapse. And the reason is quite simple. The United States of America didn't want
Shout out to South Korea.
they didn't want that at the start of the Cold War in 1948 to not have the strategic documents. They were concerned about that, they didn't want to do it, and simply they didn't want to do that in the year 1991. As late as August 1991, the month of the Korean Master, President Bush, JW, traveled from Moscow to Kyiv and gives famous speech called the Complete, basically warning Ukrainians against going for independence. The Soviet collapse was a huge headache for the administration in the White House for a number of reasons. They liked to work with Rothschild. The Soviet Union was emerging as a junior partner of the United States and international arena. Collapse, this was the story all the time. And on the top of that, there was a question of the nuclear weapons and the counter. So the United States was doing everything humanly possible to keep the Soviet Union together in one piece until really late November of 1991, when it became clear that was a lost cause and they had to take the fight from Gorbachev into the project that he a few months later, a year later, there was a presidential campaign, and Bush was running for the second term and was looking for achievements. And there were many achievements. I basically put in this race respect. But destruction of the Soviet Union was not one of those achievements. It was on the other side of that divide, the politics, the political campaign was like always. And they produced birth to mythology, which we still exist in this sense of the
So Gorbachev is an interesting figure. Is there a possible history where Soviet Union did not collapse? And some of the ideas that Gorbachev had for the future of Soviet Union?
As far as we know, there might be one rally today.
History on the one hand there is a statement it doesn't allow for what it is. On the other hand, in my opinion, history is full of
Look at this translator.
it's about the rest of would continue beyond, let's say, Gorbachev's failures. And the argument has been made that the reforms that they introduced, that they were mismanaged and they should be managed differently, or there could be no reforms and there could be continuous deflation. So that is all possible. What I think would happen one way or another is the Soviet collapse in a different form and put on somebody else's watch at some later period in time, because we aim this is not just processes that happen in the Soviet Union. We're dealing with global processes, and the 20th century turned out to be the century of the disintegration of the empire. You look at the globe, at the map of the world in 1915, and you compare it to the map at the end of the 20th century, 1991, 1992, and suddenly you realize that there are many candidates for being the most important event, the most important process in the 20th century. But the biggest global thing that happened was regrowing the map of the world and producing deserts, it's not deserts, it's new states. That's the outcome of the different processes of the 20th century. Yugoslavia is falling apart around the same time. Czechoslovakia goes through what can be called a civilized divorce, a very rare occurrence in the national states. So, yeah, the writing was on the wall, whether it would happen in the Gorbachev later, whether it would happen as a result of reforms or as a result of no reforms. But I think that sooner or later that's
Yeah, it's very possible hundreds of years from now, the 20th century exists as the century defined by the class. You call the Soviet Union the last empire. The book is called The Last Empire. So there's something fundamental about the way the world is that means it's not conducive to the formation of empires.
The reason that I was looking at the Soviet Union as the last empire was that was the Soviet collapse, was the collapse of the last major European empire traditional empires. It was the 18th century, 19th century, and most of the 20th century. Austria-Hungary died in the midst of World War I, the Ottoman Empire disintegrated, the British were gone, and left India. There was the successor to the Russian Empire called the Soviet Union was still hanging on there, and then came and worked on. And what we see is even this today's Russia. It's a very different sort of policies. The Russia or Russian leadership tried to learn a lesson from 1991, so there was no national republics in the Russian Federation that would have more rights than the Russian administrative units. So the structure is different, the nationality policies are different, the level of education is much higher. So it is in many ways already a post-imperial formation.
And you're right about that moment in 1991. The role that Ukraine played seems to be a very critical role. Can you describe just that? What role Ukraine played in the collapse of the Union?
History is many but it started in a very simple way of making notes about on the yearly basis what happened this year. It's about knowledge. Chronology in the history of the collapse of the Soviet Union is very important. You have the Ukrainian referendum on December 1st, 1981, and you have the solution of the Soviet Union by the leaders of Russia, Ukraine, and Belarus 1 week later. And the question is why? The Ukrainian referendum is the answer, but Ukrainians didn't answer the referendum question whether they want the Soviet Union to be dissolved or not. They answered very limited in terms of its main question, whether you support the decision of the Narada, the power for Ukraine to go in. And the rest was not on the ballot. So why then 1 week later the Soviet Union is gone? And President Yeltsin explained to President Bush around that time the reason why Ukraine was so important. He said that if Ukraine is gone, Russia is not interested in the project because Russia would be outnumbered and outvoted by the Muslim republics. So that was because of cultural. There was also another one. Ukraine happened to be the second largest Soviet republic and then post-Soviet state. So the situation, there was a economy, potential, and so on and so forth. And as the option suggested, closed cultural linguistic and other in Russia. So the second largest republic gone, Russia didn't think it was in Russia's interest with the Soviet Union, and around that time, before they got, he was the chief economic advisor of Yeltsin, was telling him, well, we just don't have money anymore to support other republics. We have to focus on Russia. We have to use oil and gas knowledge within the Russian Federation. So, to state this fact, imperial projects that was in the context of the late 20th century, it wasn't mandated in Australia, it was and the combination of all these factors led to the processes in which Ukraine's decision to go independent fell to hand to the Soviet Union. And if today anybody wants to explore not the Soviet Union, but something like the Soviet space, Ukraine is as important today as it was back in the 70s.
Let me ask you about Vladimir Putin's statement that the collapse of the Soviet Union is one of the great tragedies of history. To what degree does he have a point? To what degree is he wrong?
His formulation was that this is the greatest geopolitical catastrophe or tragedy of the 20th century. And that's specifically various looked at the text and specific time and what's happening. And it was interesting that the statement was made a few weeks before the May 9 parade and celebration of the victory. He knowledge of the current Russian state. So why say things about the Soviet collapse being the largest strategy and not in that particular context, the Second World War? My explanation of this is that the World War II price was enormous, but the Soviet Union emerged as a great victor and captured half of Europe. 1991, the lives lost at that point, the price was actually very, very low. But for Putin, what was important is that the state was lost, and he was concerned about the division of the Russian people, which he understood back then, which he understands now, in a very, very broad terms. So, for him, the biggest tragedy is not the loss of life. The biggest tragedy is the loss of the empire status or the unity of those who consider the Russian nation. So, this is my reading. What is there? What is the paper? What is the
So, both the unity of the quote Russian Empire and the status of you wrote a book, The Origins of the Slavic Nation. Let's take that. What is the origin?
We can look at that from different perspectives. We are now making a major breakthrough in this especially with the heritage to identify linguistic analysis, the study of DNA. So that's really the key. We are getting into prehistorical period rather than historical source. And from what we can understand today of that
these are extreme tactics used to kidnap mothers, fathers, and grandparents. These people are neighbors, waiters, chefs, and community builders. Our community is not safe. I guarantee that if your
area of marshes, Quebec marshes, northwestern part of southwestern part of eastern and that's specific to the Slavs, and then this branch all the way to the Russians, the Russians spreading all the way to the Pacific. We have Ukrainians, we have Belarusians, Poles. Once we have Czechoslovaks now,
to combat this.
Czechs and
And if you
Slovaks.
already are, I
So
greatly
that's
appreciate you
the
guys.
story
Thank you for your
of
time.
starting with
No, it's always
That was good.
obviously we jump in there.
Here we can follow the story of how we did with the British forces. The Byzantine to invest in Europe. But what I was trying to do is not being a scientist, not being an expert in linguistics, and not being an expert in DNA analysis. I was trying to see what was happening in the minds of those people and their literacy. Whom you also did not force the history in Russian trade. How they measure themselves, how they measure their growth, and eventually I reached the so-called patient building project. So it's very down to the question of how we arrived to the situation in which we are today, where there are not just the East Slavic nations, but there are also 3 East Slavic states. Russian, Ukrainian, and Belarus, so this is the focus of my book. I am admittedly in that particular book in the 18th century, before the era of nationalism, but then there are other books like Lost Kingdom, where I bring the story all the way on.
So, what aspect of the 8th and 9th century, the East Slavic states permeates to today that we should understand?
Well, the most important one is that the existence of the state of Kiev back during the medieval period created the foundations for historical mythology, common historical mythology, and there are just wars and battles for who has the right, the more right to Kiev. The legal code that was created at that time existed for a long period of time. The acceptance of Christianity from Byzantium, that became a big issue that separated then Eastern Slavs from their Western neighbors, including Czechs and Poles. But united in that way, just let's say Bulgarians or Serbs, and the beginning of the written literature. Beginning in Kiev. So all of that is considered to be part of heritage. All of that is being contested. And this debates that were academic for a long period of time, what we see now tragically, I think, is continuing.
What is Kiev? What is what's the importance? You mentioned those defining places and terms labeled at the beginning of all this. So
Kiev became a capital of the outpost of the Vikings who were trying to establish control over the trade between what is today's Western Russia and Belarus and so the forest areas. And the biggest and the richest market in the world that existed at that time, which was in Constantinople, in Byzantium. So the idea was to get whatever goods you can get in that country, and also to increase the slaves. Local population. Put them on the ships in Kiev, because Kiev was on the border with the steppe zones. Steppe zones were controlled by other groups. Scythians, Sarmatians, Colombians, Pechenyegs, and so on. And then stay on the river, being protected from the attacks of the Romans, the country of the Black Sea, and south as well. That was the idea. That was the model. Vikings practiced that sort of business model. You and like in other parts of Europe, they turned out to be by default creators of new politics of new states. And that was the story of the first Kievan. And Kiev as the capital of that huge empire that was going from the Baltics to the central Ukraine, and then was trying to get to the southern Ukraine, the Black Sea. That was a major European state thing, if you want to call it, medieval with a lot of creating a lot of traditions in terms of dynasty, in terms of language, in terms of religion, in terms of historical mythology. The Kiev is central for the nation building myth of a number of groups.
So in one perspective and narrative, Kiev is the center of this Russian history. At which point does Moscow come to prominence as the center of the Russian Empire?
Well, the Russian Empire is a term and realization of the 18th century. What we have for the Kievan, we call it Kievan Rus, again this is a term of the 19th century, they call themselves Rus. And there was anthropology of Rus, and there was rich principalities. So, very important to keep in mind the Russism of Russia, because that was a self-made for all multiple groups in that territory. And Moscow doesn't exist at the time of Kievan as the capital. The first reference to Moscow comes from the 12th century, when it was founded by one of the Kievan princes. And Moscow comes to prominence really in a very different context and a very different empire on the show.
That guy's hilarious.
Moscow and the rise of Moscow, this is the story of the Mongol over former lands and territories. The part of the former eventually overthrows the Mongol control.
He needs a teammate.
Of the small group of people called Ukrainians, which had a young state and young dynasty and united this lands, which were mostly traditional Ukrainian and Belarusian. So they separate and what is today's Russia, mostly Western Russia, Central Russia, stays under the Mongol control up until the 15th century. And that was the story when Moscow rises as the new capital of that realm, replacing the city of Vladimir as the capital. For those who ever went to Russia, they're familiar with Vladimir as the place of the oldest architectural monuments, the so-called Golden Rule of Russia, and so on. So Vladimir is central, and there are so many architectural monuments there, because before there was Moscow, there was Vladimir. Eventually, this struggle over control of the territory, struggle
That was good.
From the Mongols.
Oh, this is my guy?
Moscow
No.
emerges as the center of that particular realm. The Mongols, after the Mongols is removed, Moscow embarks on the project that historians essentially calls the gathering of the Russian using Russian now for Rus and trying to bring back the lands of former Kievan Rus, but also the lands of the Mongol Empire. The Russians get to the Pacific before they get to Kiev. Historically, and really the gathering of the Russia has only 45 when the Soviet Union really Czechoslovakia into Germany, what is today's Transcarpathian Ukraine, to the Soviet Union, physically, the Republic. So that's the moment when that destiny was imagined by the 19th century historian that eventually fulfilled. Moscow was in control of
So to what degree are the Slavic people one people, this is a people that continue throughout, I think, versus a collection of multiple people? Whether we're talking about the even Rus, or we're talking about the 19th century Russian Empire.
So a number of ways to look at that. One, the most obvious, the most clear is and there is no question that Poles speak a separate language in their class. And there is no question for anyone going to Ukraine and hearing Ukrainian, realizing that this is not Russian. The level of comprehension can be different. You can understand certain words, and you don't understand others. So the same would be with Polish and the same would be with Czech. So there is this linguistic history that is in common. The language is very clearly indicated that we're doing this different. We know that language is not everything. Americans speak a particular way of English. Australians speak their English. But for reasons of geography, history, we pretty much believe that despite linguistic unity, these are different nations and different peoples. And there are some parts of political tradition are in common, others are quite different. And so it's the same when it comes to language, the same when it comes to political tradition, to the world of the political institution applies to Slavic nations. So that's there is nothing particular.
You wrote the book, The Cossack Myth, History and Nationhood in the Age of Empires. It tells the story of an anonymous manuscript called The History of the Rus. It started being circulated in the 1920s. I would love it if you can tell the story of this. This is supposedly one of the most impactful texts.
No, let you
So what's the
let him speak on everything.
In the first decades of the 19th century, after Napoleonic Wars, the mysterious text emerged because attributed to an Orthodox archbishop that was long dead. This was claiming that the Cossacks of Ukraine were in fact the original Rus people, and that they had the right for a particular place, central place in the Russian Empire. And it tells the history of the Cossacks. It's the era of romanticism, full of all sorts of drama, the heroes, the villains, and the text captivates the attention of some key figures in the Russian intellectual elite in St. Petersburg. People like Kondratiev Ryleyev, who was executed for his participation in 1825. Writes poetry on the basis of this. Pushkin pays attention to it as well. And then comes along the key figure in the Ukrainian national revival of the 19th century, Ukrainian national project, Taras Shevchenko, and reads it as well, and they all read that it's very different. Eventually, by the beginning of the mid-20th century, some of the Russian mostly nationalist writers call this text the Quran of Ukrainian nationalism. So what is there? The story it's very important in the sense that what the authors, and that's what the claim, what the authors of the text were trying to say, they were trying to say that the Cossack elite should have the same rights as the Russian elite. and brings a long historical record to prove how cool the Cossacks were over the period of time. But at the beginning of the 19th century, they put this claim already. They used new arguments, and these arguments are about nation and nationalism. And they're saying that the Cossacks are a separate nation, and that's a big claim. The Russian Empire, and this is a very good argument. In historiography, the Russian Empire grew and acquired this 1/6 of the earth by using one very specific way of integrating themselves. It integrated them. It was making deals with their elites, whether their elites were Muslims or their elites were Roman Catholics, as the case was the Poles. Elites would be integrated, and the empire was based on that the state loyalty and the state integration. But once you bring in the factor of nation and nationalism and language, then once it is sudden, the whole model of the integration of the elites, irrespective of their language, religion, and culture, starts falling. And the Poles were the first who really produced this sort of a challenge to the Russian Empire by two uprisings in the 19th century. The Ukrainians followed their footsteps. So the importance of the text is that it was making claim on the part of a particular state, the Cossack officer class, which was the empire control. But it turned it, given the conditions of the time, into the claim for the special role of Cossacks as a nation, creating that this is a separate nation, a Rus nation, and that is the challenge of nationalism that no empire really survived, and the Russian Empire was not an exception. So it's a turning point when the discourse switches from loyalty based on the integration of the elites to the loyalty based on attachment to your nation, to your language, and to your culture, and to your history.
So that was like the initial spark of flame that led to nationalist movement.
That was the beginning, and the beginning that was building a bridge between the existence of the Cossack state in the 17th and 18th century that was used as a foundation for the Cossack mythology, Ukrainian national mythology, granted to the Ukrainian national anthem, and in the new age and the new stage where the Cossacks were not there anymore, where the professors, intellectuals, students, members of the national organizations, and what started off as romantic poetry, started collective folklore, and then later goes to the political stage, and eventually the stage of mass politics.
So to you, even throughout the 20th century, under Stalin, there was always a force within Ukraine that wanted to be independent.
There were 5 attempts for Ukraine to declare independence and to maintain it in the 20th century. Only one succeeded in 1981, but there were four different attempts before. And you see the Ukrainian national identity manifesting itself in two different ways. In the form of national communism, after the Bolshevik victory, in the Bolshevik controlled Ukraine, and in the form of radical nationalism in the parts of Ukraine that were controlled by Poland and Romania, and part of that was also controlled by Czechoslovakia and later Hungary. So in those parts outside of the Soviet Union, the form of the national mobilization, the key form of national mobilization, became radical nationalism. In the Soviet Ukraine, it was national communism that came back in the 1960s and 1970s. And then in the 1991, the majority of the members of the Ukrainian parliament voted for independence, members of the Communist Party. So that spirit certainly will never die.
So there's national patriotism and radical nationalism. Well, let me ask you about the radical nationalism, because that is a topic that comes up in the discussion of the war in Ukraine today. But can you tell me about Stepan Bandera? Who was he, this controversial far-right Ukrainian revolutionary?
There are at least two Stepan Banderas. One is the real person, and another is mythology that really comes with this name. And the real person was a young student, nationalistically oriented student in the late 1920s and 1930s in the part of Ukraine that was controlled by Poles, who belonged to the generation who regretted that they were not born in time for the big struggles of the World War I and revolution at that time. They believed that their fathers lost the opportunity for Ukraine to become independent, and that a new ideology was needed. That ideology was radical nationalism and the new tactics. So Bandera becomes the leader of the organization of Ukrainian nationalists in Ukraine at a young age, and organizes a number of assassinations of the communists. 4 members of the Ukrainian community, who is young people in their 17, 18, 19, considered to be collaborators. He's arrested, put on trial, and that's where the difference in that starts to emerge. Because he uses the trial to make statements about the Ukrainian nationalism, radical nationalism, and its goals. It suddenly becomes a Ukrainian. He is sentenced for execution for death, so that he delivers his speech dies. And then it was the sentence just to life. Then World War II happens. The Polish state collapses under the pressure from Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union. Bandera walks away and presides over the act of the split of the organization. The most radical one is called revolutionary. They call themselves revolutionary. He's led by Bandera. They work together with the Nazi Germany at that time, with the hope that Nazi Germany would deliver their first days of the German attack, Nazi attack on the Soviet Union, the units formed on the basis of organization of Ukrainian nationalists marching to the city of Lviv and declare Ukrainian independence. That was not sanctioned by German authorities. That was not in German plans. So they arrest Bandera, members of his family, his brothers, members of the leaders of the organization. So his brothers go to Auschwitz, die there. He was sent to Zachswitz, the most great people of the war until 1944, refusing to revoke declaration of independence, which again contributes to his mythology. After the war, he never comes back to Ukraine. He lives in exile in Europe. So between 1930 and his death in 1959, he spent in Ukraine maybe up to 2 years. Maybe a little bit more, but most of the time was either in the Polish prison or in the German concentration camp or in exile. But the myth of Bandera lived, and all the members of the organization of Ukrainian nationalists and then the Ukrainian Insurgent Party that fought against the Soviets all the way into the early 1950s. They were called bandwagons. They were called satellites. The Soviet authorities, they were known also in that way to the local population. So there was a faraway leader that barely was there in the sport, but his name was attached to this movement. So really, liberation of Ukraine than the battle of the
The fact that he collaborated with the Nazis sticks. From one perspective, he's considered by many to be a hero of Ukraine and fighting for the independence of Ukraine. From another perspective, coupled with the fact that there's this radical revolutionary extremist flavor to the way he sees the world, that label this state is attached to to what degree is this true?
This label is certainly somewhat described the first way the Soviet propaganda and then by Russian propaganda. It's works very nicely. If you focus on the years of cooperation, those were the same years when Joseph Stalin collaborated with Hitler. So we have the same reason to call Stalin Nazi collaborator as we have the reason to call Bandera. We look at the situation in the Pacific and in Indonesia and other places. The leaders who worked together with the Japanese with the idea of promoting independence of their countries.
I gotta get this one guy with this sweatshirt. It's so fucking funny.
The concept is that position doesn't apply here. There are other parts of his life which certainly fit this whole thing. His family, his own time in the German concentration camp, certainly don't fit the propaganda one-sided image of Bandera. In terms of being a hero, that's a very, very interesting question because he is perceived in Ukraine today by all, not by the majority, but by many people in Ukraine, as a symbol of fighting against the Soviet Union and by extension against Russian occupation. So his popularity grew after February 2022 as a symbol of that resistance. Again, we are talking here about living because Bandera was not living the Soviet occupation in Ukraine because at that time it was just simply great. It was in Germany and you can imagine the geography of that time.
There's a million questions to ask here. I think it's an important topic because it's at the center of the claim, the reason that the war continues in Ukraine. So I'd like to explore that from different angles. Just to clarify, was there a moment where Bandera chose Nazi Germany over the Stand Army when the war already began? So in the list of allegiance, is Ukraine's independence more important than fighting Nazi Germany?
The Ukrainian independence was their goal, and they were there to work with anyone who would support them in one way or the So there is no question that they're just the goal is nationalism is the principle according to which is wonderful. According to which the cultural boundaries coincide with political boundaries. So their goal was to create political boundaries that would coincide with the geographic boundaries in the conditions of the World War II and certainly making deals with rather with the support that we said is already
So, let's time the line between nationalism and extreme nationalism and fascism and Nazism. So for the myth, for the person, to what degree, let's look at some of the ideology of Nazism. To which degree did he hate Jews? Was he anti-Semitic?
We know that basically in his there were people who were anti-Semites in the sense that they have the text. We know that. We don't have that information. That's what the evidence we to condemn themselves. In terms of fascism, there is very clear in the research that, particularly Italian fascism, had influence on the thinking of people in that organization, including people. But it is also very important to keep in mind because they call themselves nationalist organizations. And despite the fact that in 1939, 1940, 1941, was very beneficial to declare themselves to be
Dude, how long are you gonna talk, lady?
and establish this quality as not just equally but not securely, they refuse to do. And then they refuse to consolidate. So, influences, yes, but clearly it's a different type of political project.
Let me fast forward to the future and see to which degree the myth permeates. Does Ukraine have neo-Nazi policy?
My understanding is wrong. And there are supporters of white supremacy theory. That's also my understanding is that they are extremely marginal and they are more marginal than the same sort of groups are in Central Europe, maybe in the US. And for me, the question is not whether they became but why even in the conditions of the war, the radical nationalism and extremism and white supremacy is such a marginal force. But in the countries that are not against it, this is you look at France, you look at it's not exactly racist, but really right, radical right is becoming so important.
Dude, put the guy in the sweatshirt on. He's hilarious. Man, go fuck yourself.
Manages relations between different ethnic groups and languages in the way that strengthens political. So, to me, as a scholar and a researcher, what I see is that in Ukraine, the influence of the far right in different is much lower than it is among some of the neighbors. And the question is, well, I don't guess it's I don't know answer, but that's the question that is interesting as well. How Ukraine ended up to be the only country in the world outside of Israel has a Jewish president who is, my case understanding, is the most popular president in history in terms of how long his popularity goes after the election. So this I think is really, from my point of view, interesting.
So, just for context, the most popular far right party won 2.15% of the vote in 2019. That's where things stood. It's unclear where they stand now. It'd be an interesting question whether that's really how much what you're saying is that war in general can serve as a catalyst for expansion of extremist groups, of extremist nationalistic groups, especially like the far right. It's interesting to see to what degree they have or have not risen to power.
Once again, one person, so I want you to understand, 2 people have yet to be seen. Hundreds have been picked up, 2 people have been seen. The detention staff stated that they were at full capacity for attorney visits. Even though no attorneys came out, they were able to confirm 17 people on a list that we had, but nothing more. Immigrant defenders were told that detainees were not allowed to be called on Saturday or Sunday because of internet issues. They state that they have so many people that they are not done processing the people, and that many people are actually in holding areas with no bed assignments. That means that they're sleeping on the floors. We have reports of family members that state that they're being coerced into signing their voluntary departure notices, waiving their rights. If they don't sign them, they were going to be fined $5,000. A wife of one of these detainees called Chirla to ask us what to do because her husband says we don't have $5,000 to pay DHS because this is part of the alien registration and the fine. Instead, we told the wife, stay strong, stay firm, don't sign anything until you get a lawyer. We estimate that well over 300 people have been detained in the past week. However, we have not had access to those detainees by lawyers.
I want the guy with the sweatshirt. He's hilarious.
We need to stop the raids.
He's my personal spokesperson. You go fuck yourself. I'm gonna hire that person. Mark my words, kids. He is my official spokesperson at all LA City Council meetings. He's gonna do backflips and somersaults. Kids, that is I've met my official spokesperson. Official. Motherfucker's just gonna walk around with the chain. Just says official. Is he gonna wear the sweatshirt? He damn well better. You don't find that offensive? Free speech overall.
Our communities are being terrorized.
That's fashion, baby.
People are outraged at what's happening. And I want you to understand it's not just the site.
Yo, girl, how long are you going to speak? We get it. It sucks.
People peacefully protest during the day and are outraged about what's going on.
My first order of business is these things should be topless.
I have responded to multiple enforcement actions and website raids.
For this shit, you could have a spokesperson.
This is not just ICE, it's not just Border Patrol, it is the FBI, the DEA, every federal, this is a federal force that is present in full military guard. Raid, you actually have military tanks coming down and the Sandy South. I'm president.
One goddamn tank. You mean a Bearcat, you big dummy?
The thing that I need you to understand is
Bearcat, you big dummy. That's not a tank.
people are so upset because the city of Los Angeles, we have 1 million people who are undocumented. Close to 1 million people who have relatives, family members who are undocumented.
Yo, dog, don't get documents. What do you want me to do about it? I gotta get documents. I gotta fucking send some shit every fucking week. Lady, what do you want me to do about it? That's not cool. I can't deny. I liked how that one guy was like, Oh, the kicks with the pumped up kicks we go.
Tens of thousands of people on the street just this week first. We were right in front of
That shit was hilarious.
on the corner of Alviso and Alameda. Thousands upon thousands of people. I have never in my life have seen the officers coming from the inside of that federal detention center with tear gas thrown at
Yeah, I saw that too. That's where that Herman Miller was.
We've never seen a thousands of party. Protesters are hammered, breaking up men, drugs, methamphetamine. How the leaders shuttling the people into the vans and trying to get them out so that our members of Congress would witness what's actually happening. We had tear gas. We all had to cover ourselves. This is the kind of environment that we're living in. So yes, people deserve, one, are mad and they deserve to protest because they are so outraged. They deserve that. I also just want a message to all our protesters who are out there. When the story and the spotlight is on you, it means that you're not actually getting the spotlight on the people who are being harmed. To be like going and talking about you and your actions and not about the people who have been raided, whose websites have been raided, about the families that actually have been impacted.
And he got two standing ovations.
The vandalism, everything that's happening is unacceptable. But I also want to tell you here in council, and it's going to cost you money to paint those walls and clear those walls. But what I see,
complicated throughout the region.
Yes, what happened during World War II was that once the Germans started to run out,
The rabbis are Karl Marx. How you living, pimp? How you been? The rabbi has returned, baby. I never left.
But because those people were not Aryans, they were created for fighting on the battlefield. Because they were not Aryans, they couldn't be trusted. So they were put under the command of Henry Himmler, under Commander SS, and became known as SS Waffen units. And one of such units was created in Japan, with great difficulties because Nazis didn't consider Slavs to be general.
Megan McLeod, how you doing, girl?
Even that sort of
Are you hot?
But they made an exception because those people were coming from Croatia, which was part of Austria-Hungary, which means part of Austria, which was somehow...
You could work. You could use some work, girl. Go on.
Of the Germanic race. And called the division Galicia.
Damn, this fucking phone is hot as balls.
Part of Ukrainian
Dude, bring my man with the sweatshirt back. I love how he shouted out smoking scan. That is so funny. They're like friends and smoking skins. Like I was in Washington Post. I'd be shitting myself. I'd be like, dog, I'm in the Washington Post. It's a big deal.
Everyone and every single person who was joining there. So they were sent to the front. They were defeated within a few short days by the Red Army, and then were retreating
to use everything within our authority
Slovakia,
to stay on message, fight for those families' fans. I think you're right. We do this for the families.
That's the story.
Continue to generate as much as we
You
can. And for my colleagues,
make them
and for everyone
understand
watching,
what
I think the biggest takeaway from this right now is that this is not what is happening right now is not everything that America is describing is being witnessed by people on the front lines. Armored vehicles, abductions, visiting work sites.
Abductions are not cool. Masked people are not cool.
Armenian, everyone's being attacked, everyone's being killed. And so I just want to follow by just asking, do we have even an understanding of how many people have been picked up in the last few days, like even an estimate of how many
But you guys,
Based just on the family
and once
members
that happened, that
for sure. We don't know how many folks actually were
In a state of 39 million, the crime
we're talking about
it could be much more than that.
10 to
And that's the
20,000
problem, by not having access.
every one of the 300
and
are
we're
criminals.
talking
That's enough.
So I would say based just on our additions and math, over 300.
Okay, so you don't know, based on your addition, based on your fucking stats, so 300 is probably 47.
That's
That's what I'm saying to you too, and then also many of the people who were in the courtrooms actually had attorneys already, because they already had processes. Many of those attorneys cannot connect with
I mean, just to clarify, I think
with their
there's
clients.
one
So I have several attorneys that have complained about the fact that
of
they,
not doing
even though they
research.
represent the individuals,
Maybe correct
they
me if I'm wrong,
cannot
but from my
get
understanding,
access
there's
to them.
That's not cool.
Access to counsel, we have seen it in other cases, and we're just,
so far,
there are
bring
rules
the veterans,
and
veterans,
that should be over 24/7 access for legal counsel. In fact, the reason we have that is because many of the people who were detained are Mexican nationals. Without proper legal counsel, they can be deported in less than 2 hours to one. So because of that, we have been able
all
to
sides. So
actually
that could be an opportunity
get
to explore
settlements
the dark
from the
complexity
Department
that
of
some of the Ukrainians
Yeah, they're still reeling from the fire.
or
They didn't need
the
this.
complexities there. But I think they were doing
They didn't need this on their plates of the
very
300.
shallow
We need
thought.
to even know
And
where
we should have bought better.
it sounds like
Well, we know, and only because we basically saw the, so we don't know, some of the family members are told that maybe their family members in Santana, there's 2 detention centers out in Adelanto, so one of the 2, but we also have.
Why does she keep saying Santana?
Uncle was picked up in court hearings, and he was called them from Texas. So that's our biggest concern, that they will also be sent out to other detention centers outside of the state, which sometimes does.
I don't have
Any sense of the different
very much surprised
because
if
the
the
one
young
that was
person in the parliament and the
calling to
members
me
of the
was the one that happened in
parliament
Farmers Workers.
and
And from that we heard
The
that it
whole
was
story of the
Korean
person
immigrants
and
and
frankly the whole story of
Latino immigrants. But I imagine
Ukraine and Russia.
that everyone's being affected by this. Do you have a sense of
Nevertheless, a lot of power
are
really reverberated in support
Well,
of the narrative.
many of the individuals, for example, don't have even what they call pay numbers, so they, there are individuals, and some of the families that we've talked to, 20, 25, 27, 30 years, that they don't have any immigration history, so they've never had contact with immigration, so they don't even have a pay number. That's where
Don't worry, public comments
they're saying that the processing is required, they have to wait.
Realistically, I just wanted,
Well, I wonder
I
what
think
is
you guys wanted to watch us make it fast forward as much as we can. Because remember, I fucked up, I didn't go
because there
fast, so
could be
I can fast
discussion
forward a little
about
bit.
national
Fast forward, this woman, she sucks.
and fight for independence and
She
whether
should be done.
it is like
And so their family members,
the question is
usually
are
we
there
can go
Nazis in
online
Ukraine?
into the ICE.
Seems to be a question that could be
We can't, they're not even in there. There are rules about how
855 votes, 858 votes in 6 minutes, say 82% say yes. Look into I'm sure folks get those over there over my spaces. I want to thank you again for everything.
Get the guy with the sweatshirt, my spokesperson.
It's, we're hearing the reports from the front lines. It's absolutely heartbreaking.
Okay, Wes.
It is going to be irreparable. You know, when I was young, my parents were undocumented. And I can't imagine, you know, being at home, waiting for my dad to show up, and he never arrived.
If it's about
This is
issue
11 and a
of the
half.
far right in Ukraine,
Now this is live.
let's talk about
We can't go any further. So we got 11 and a half minutes out.
Let's
A
do it.
passport, so
That's the only way
that they
how
won't be targeted. Paramount, I want you to, again, these are
something that
verified accounts of individuals who were U.S. citizens who were targeted and who mistreated, and they kept saying, but I'm a U.S. citizen. So this is important for us to understand. But as your naturalized citizen, you're not you're just like any other citizen. You're free. You would prove it in every other way. In fact, you're supposed to keep your naturalization certificate at home and safeguard. Well, my question is, and you can't make a copy of it. In fact, you can't even make a copy of that naturalized citizen. But to your point, you indicated in Paramount that there were actual citizens that were still being targeted. What were targeted were actually there was checkpoints where they were asked for their status and they were believed that they were actually U.S. citizens. That is not on the person. That's on the federal government. Like, I need you to understand, this is not like if you say you're a U.S. citizen. It has, when you say you're a U.S. citizen, it's supposed to be accepted as that. To the point that if an immigrant, undocumented, is not a U.S. citizen, claims to be a U.S. citizen, they will be forever barred from legalizing their status in this country. So stating that you're a U.S. citizen shouldn't be enough for that officer to. But if they don't, I understand. I'm also, but again, I'm trying to provide people because we're working with individuals that are frankly being disregarded, known to be standard practice, and so I want to try and figure out.
Oh, come on,
whether it's family
lady, you can't think that thing on your fucking chest looks good.
Should they have their passports with them? Should they? I understand what you're saying, but these are individuals that are denying compliance, and so I want to make sure that all the things that we can do to help aid people tangibly, because as you read, there's a lot of individuals that we're not even getting reports back on, and you're being denied access, and their attorneys are being denied access. So what we know of the rules, this federal government is not honoring the rules, and so I want to try and figure out what are the tangible things that we can recommend to people to protect as many.
This conversation sucks. We want guy in the white sweatshirt.
How do we actually best help people? And that's what I'm trying to do. And I would just say to you, this is what I mean. This is my identification. Any agent, police or federal agent, they should only, require you to be, to identify yourself. How can you identify yourself? That should be, and it should be. And I just want to say it should be sufficient. The other thing is we do have community and know your rights work is prepared to stay. So for you to prepare to stay, you should plan beforehand. If you are detained, if something's going to happen to you, who would you call? How do you really have a plan for your family in order to be able to stay and get help? Thank you.
Thank you.
We get back to public comment now.
It does that
Grady now. You got thoughts?
it eventually makes it into the phone model and the golden gun. And that whole episode is reshaped. This is not a film, but it is in the novel itself. And that's a really positive life. And they decide to escape
He hasn't refused himself.
I really want to take this opportunity to really
Dog, this shit.
extend my gratitude.
Boring.
Superintendent
Lady, you're boring as fuck. I get it.
Los Angeles, in my opinion. They are the
Smile.
your rights, both to the parents and to
Lady, I get it. They
students
shouldn't have.
know your rights at all levels of K-12. We have also, and with their help, the teachers and others done training. So they have very, I would say, a very rigorous policy as to how what individuals should do if immigration authorities come here and school, and we've seen it play out a couple of times, and it actually has worked to prevent ICE from coming in. And what we see here, the facility. One thing that I want you to know is that just a couple of days ago, there's this special, it's called the Special Immigrant Juvenile Status, which is for young men and women who have been neglected, otherwise you can actually make a petition, there's a process. A lot of their status has been negated. So between unaccompanied minors and special immigrant juvenile status in young people, what's happening is like a lot of people are like falling out of status. So we believe the federal authority is going to use that to then go after the people.
This will happen tomorrow again
Again
on Friday.
If it says, if you take it back to
in order to make these places,
As the government outside heats up,
for them to be protected.
it's going to heat up in here.
knows that if you go,
Is
it
that
is a target.
often they're going to the schools to look for parents,
So if this
not
starts
just
to
the
trial,
students. So we do have legislation, and this is something very concrete that you can support us on, AB 49, which is to further create further protection for our schools, but also to include daycare centers as well. That legislation is really important to us because in a lot of the protections we have in the state of California, our preschools and our daycare centers are not included in that protection. So we are working very closely with
Education system. I know that you'll be getting calls
So
from
that's
citizens that are impacted
the story of the
as you said.
Well, but going back to the better thing, the fact that
We had an incursion with last evening. Looks like there was some surveillance and also some confiscation.
Fascinating story of a village boy who was assassinated, was killed. I don't know if they were actual revolutionary. So we in the 20th century. So what, just zooming out broadly on the KGB, how powerful is it?
Maybe if you could tell me a little bit.
Someone gets their car taken away.
So what I witnessed on live was that many after the raid happened, I saw family members and I talked to family members who never coming in, and so they were working with the other staff.
I think you said your grip card out yesterday.
Collect car keys, personal
Next time,
belongings.
tell me so I can put anything else, let me know. That's it.
Family members.
It's done.
was concerned about the various powers of the police chief
In their late teens
that
and
matched
twenties,
the
coming to pick up all the belongings from their parents. It's important. That's why it's so important for families to know your rights and have a plan. If this happens to me,
after that was trying to put
we call, we would go pick up our things in the side right.
before the name was already
In a different
KGB
location.
was
So really to just think
So
this
if
through.
there is a
And
point
it's
in the
it's like
form that
emergency
comes to
planning.
mind,
These are goals, and this is what our lives are.
as it has indicated, you saw people who really,
Got that plan. Thank you.
Yes,
really
thank you.
into everything.
It should be done your own.
That's what
That's the problem. Every single one of these bucks in the 50.
Thank you so much for being here, and thank you for
Yeah, we got the big ass titties out today.
You know, I want to talk. I want all of us to just kind of take a step back. You know, I know the emotions are high.
And
I know that I'm feeling nerves and anger like I have never felt so in my time on this council this far. And I feel like every second I'm on the verge of popping. Just out of the anxiousness of not knowing what could potentially happen in my district and in the time that I sit here. But, you know,
Alright, this better be fucking worth
I
it.
think this is not the second time I've heard you speak since this all started. And there's some things that I just want to say and ask. You have mentioned, Councilmember Martinez mentioned that it's important for all of us to stay on message, right? And I think that we have been
of the power that
amount of time that we've had on our hands to react to this, we've been pretty on message. I know I have never been to my home Depot as often as I have been in the last couple of days, just to make sure everything's okay, checking in with managers, checking in with everyone, calling my day labor centers, telling them to pivot, instead of standing looking for work, pivot to another way, right? Completely re-strategizing.
You're all good.
But you mentioned some things that I think are more.
Was the organization that
we haven't unpackaged just how bad and uncomfortable they are. So, for example, you mentioned that. Let's start with the racial profiling. Do you know if anybody was racially profiled was actually a U.S. citizen, and whether we have a case of being able to report and say this is discrimination? And this is why it's important to talk to people who are intentions. You don't know if we might have U.S. citizens intentions right now. This is a bad thing. So it's really important for me to understand.
You don't know much. You don't know the exact numbers of who's taken. You don't know how many were taken, where they were taken, where they're at. You don't know much.
Is it understood how big the KGB was?
But then the other part is people who remain, so the people that I have talked to at the work site, that after the work site raid and after the, home control, etc., a lot of the individuals who remain are actually people like U.S. citizens who talk to us about the fact that they are being harassed and that they too are being mistreated and actually not believe that they are U.S. citizens. And so it's really important to me, and that we uplift that, yeah, and that's actually where I want to get at, right, is that we need to uplift all of these other little things that we're catching in their sloppiness and in their unethical approach. And I know that's debatable. I know there's some people that are still out there. I mean, based on my posts on social media, there's some people that are so excited that this finally happened, the trolls and whatnot. But those of us that are familiar with policies, I think it's time for us to really elevate the sloppiness.
The policy of the country said you can't come in the middle of the night to a country. That's policy, ma'am.
That is
policy. It's a law.
Since he was a KGB
told us also workers, their co-workers, so we selecting a detainee list. That's why when we went to Adelanto, the folks who went out to Adelanto yesterday confirmed of our list that 17 were in Adelanto. What we haven't been able to do is actually offer them legal representation, even though their families are and really teach them what the situation is
in the country and abroad that probably other organizations.
Maybe we'll be surprised. Somebody, maybe there was going to be someone there, and maybe our case, because they think everything happening needs to be challenged in court with time. The second thing I wanted to ask was, you mentioned that they're making it impossible for families to see their folks. They're making it impossible for elected officials and organizations. Just cheating on plans to challenge that in court. Yes, we work very closely with the ACLU and we have represented Shirla multiple times on issues of access to counsel as well as coercion of involuntary departure in coercion matters. And we have actually won several cases with the Department of Homeland Security on that. We just, prior to Trump coming into power, we had just won a case around police officers, federal agents actually passing themselves as police officers, parole officers, etc. And we were able to get some protection around that for our.
Okay, so she just admitted before Trump. Thank you, Matthew. A really nice donut. She just admitted before Trump that they won that case. Before Trump, some stupid old Joe was doing it too. So where was the outrage then? When? Why? Didn't happen.
No, they cannot or any other law enforcement in order to force people to
from doing that.
That's great. So every time you observe sloppiness, you go after it. That's great. I like that. Because the problem that we have right now sloppiness right there with the is that they're not respecting a lot of the settlement agreements. And so this is a beginning. So we have won these cases. The practices of that is very normal. Well, I was also going to mention the recommendation that as we continue to unpackage and develop our talking points, the city of Los Angeles needs to not just say we're being disrupted, this is unethical. We need to be very clear that we are dealing with a national government who is trying to eradicate due process. We already saw it when, everything related to whether they brought back that guy from El Salvador or not. Looks like they finally budged and brought him back in the name of due process. This is a president who someday is going to have to go through his own due process. Or maybe he thinks he's going to pass away before he has to. But we in the city of Los Angeles is indeed violating a lot of due process. So I think we need to talk about that. Because then it makes it sound less crazy about how he is indeed pushing for a totalitarian regime that throws away everything out related to the ideals of democracy. So I just want to put that out there. Start to say he came to Los Angeles to showcase an eradication of what due process looks like. That's what he's doing in Los Angeles. We're calling ourselves that he's coming out here to test us, not just with the chaos, but also with challenging our court system and the way we do things. And lastly, I wanted to say, because they're taking on us, and I'm looking forward to the next round with NPD as well. Because there were so many people that are arrested together without a warrant, is there any talks about doing a class action related to this?
They want to get that bad money. We need that money. We need that money.
I'm sure that people have to remain with their families, but we have had situations where there have been what would be illegal arrests or that there weren't class action. And in many instances, they were just illegal enforcement actions. We're seeing a lot of this right now. The thing is that we also have to, this is why it's so important, this is why the Rapid Response Network is so important, because the Rapid Response Network is made up of trained volunteers, legal, a very large legal team, that then we can actually document all these things, take testimonies of witnesses, etc., as to what happened. So it's really important that we do that. The last thing that I really want to say to everybody, the Department of Homeland Security has said that they're going to do this for 30 days.
That's why they brought more troops.
This is only the beginning. Again, unprecedented. And for all of those folks who might be hearing this, I've worked during Democratic administrations, Republican administrations. I have never seen what I'm seeing right now. And we've had to respond to mass enforcement in the past.
Yeah, and I've never seen an immigrant problem like you ever had because you guys flooded the country 20 million deep. So you've never seen that problem either, bitch.
The reality is that we have close to 13 million people who are undocumented.
And that's when
the majority of the people who live who are undocumented are Mexican origin. 23 years as an average number of years that they've lived in this country. So a lot of this is also rooted from the fact that you have so many people who this is their community, their workers, and contributing members of our society, and yet they have no formal recognition, so they're so vulnerable. And I also think it's the hypocrisy of America, which is you have all of these folks who are good enough to take care of your children, right? So you see them and you say, no, I trust you to take care of my babies and my children. I trust you to go to the nursing homes and take care of my mom and my dad and my grandpa and my grandma. I trust you to go in my home, take care of the most sacred place, which is the place that I live, and clean it, and take care of it, and keep it beautiful. The gardeners that go into these homes, but yet we're treated as criminals and treated in this most humiliating. And I think the word humiliation needs to be brought out here. And the most humiliating and said that, and then allowed for all of this rhetoric about the big caricatures of who we are, and we are human beings that have families, that love our city, that love our state, that give everything, and who are deeply in gratitude for the opportunities that we've been able to have because we've been here, but it also, all that we have is also born from so much work, so much sacrifice. And I'll add to that because I think it also speaks to the hypocrisy of, I've said this before, when we were here talking about the tariffs, and that's the hypocrisy, unfortunately, of our business community. True capitalists believe in laissez-faire business taxes. I wish our business community would more often say, dear federal government, what do you care about the private contracts I go into with my neighbor? That's not happening. And if we were in New York, we would have convinced our national government to give us, a country like Puerto Rico that is easy, to recycle workers. But unfortunately, this is California, and we just recycle those that are close to the Mexican border. So I agree with your sentiment, and I hope that this is a call to action to our business community to do more, because these are your workers. We're seeing people not go to work, to church, shop, school. The way our schools are funded, I wouldn't be surprised if eventually we're going to see more schools probably step it up. But until that happens, this is just what we're dealing with. I do also just want to lastly say that I have been, one of the last things that I did was reach out to a lot of people that I know within the social media influencer community and ask them to please help us with the messaging for these protests. And then as I followed up with their podcast, there's a lot of people that are not in the same bubble as we are related to being active within the political policy process that want to help, but they don't want to get in trouble. So my last ask, so to speak, is that we also help those who want to be helpful to us and talking to us about peaceful protests, what that actually looks like. I obviously wanted to call them and say, you can dance, you can scream, you can sing, don't throw water bottles and don't throw rocks. So I hope that we can also continue to stand and protest peacefully. But more than anything, we need to stay really alert. And I just hope that organizations like yourself and everyone in your coalition keep calling out the sloppiness. Because more than ever, what this is showing, and there's protests all over the country, it was nice to see constituents in, I believe, Minnesota also go to the streets and protect their neighbors. Well, with us, we have to. Let's take it to court when they're obviously showing that they no longer care about the process, and that is a threat to our entire country. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilor.
Guys, we have public comments sometimes. As soon as they're all done,
the second largest
I want to ask
everybody who heard will be back one more time. Kanye West, all of them.
in the settlement agreement, I noticed there was a memorandum that talked about sensitive do we no longer have a sensitive location document? Those sensitive location policies that we fought so many years for, and obviously that's why we're very familiar with them, they have all been rescinded. So a lot of those protections that we worked so many years in order to have in our churches and our homes and in our schools have been rescinded by this government. That's why you see immigration authorities, immigration enforcement agents actually in our courtrooms and other places. And also the situation we've had around schools and around but I also want to say we also have the California Values Act, we have other protections in the state of California, so we have to maximize the protections we do have in our state in order to protect our community. And then
once Ukraine still after Crimea continue to expand, then the next step so-called hybrid warfare in Donbass.
No, it does. And this is why we just can't accept it. Like one of the things that can happen is we get to say, okay, this is the way it is under this administration, so we have to fight back. No, we all have rights. We all have the right to see other ways to then go before a judge, to put our case forward. I mean, this is exactly what this country, when immigrants, when they think about why we come to this country, and the right to actually contest a case against you. So that still exists. It's just not
Right, almost 2012, 1969 dollars, 78% today.
I just want to give you and your team my deepest gratitude. Thank you for showing us what occurs 72 every day, particularly in this moment. Thank you for organizing the other levels of government to step up and act, to see our Congress folks going out there.
There's the crybaby that incited it. Crybaby that incited it.
Thank you. Because folks step up because of you and what your team are doing. Thank you. Because this is a precedent. It's rules for thee, but not for me. And we can't continue
Kind of like you guys. Break the law every day. You don't get in trouble to organize. Get indicted left and right. Kind of like you guys.
The rules are applying because they're not, so I just want to
shut up your brain.
I want to see our communities protected. Los Angeles takes care of its own, and I think there was some gaps there. I hear what your tangible requests are. If there are any other tangible ways that we can support as a council, using the political way, looking at policies and ways that we can get our business owners, the business community to step up. But is there anything else that hasn't been named that we can do? What else do you want to see of us in this moment? I think this is a moment where folks have been doing on the ground for over 30 years. We will follow you. Tell us what you need.
One thing that I didn't mention, which is very important. Yesterday when I was driving back into the city, I saw police officers from every single jurisdiction, from coast to mesa, South Monroe, just different agencies, law enforcement agencies. And I really think it's really important that we understand, including our own LAPD, that a lot of the attack is also as to push so that our local law enforcement, our California Highway Patrol,
be talking about Tom at the
sheriff, that so overrun in a way that then limits that we have put in place since 1979 around Special Order 40 or the limits around how local law enforcement and federal agencies, because it's no longer just ICE and border patrol. It's important for us to ensure that those limits are respected, because it can become very easy to say, well, it's an emergency, therefore that which we have agreed to, we're going to disregard because an emergency chaotic situation is happening. This president and his manner of acting is always extreme when it comes to immigration. Let's be clear, it's cruel, but also it's chaotic on purpose in order to then create situations in which those agreements that we have are disregarded because we're dealing with the emergency. So I think it's really important around accountability and reporting back and working very closely with our local law enforcement, because they don't like the kind of community safety agreements that we have put in place and policies that we put in place, because we do want our folks to feel safe. We do want them to report crime when their witnesses are really testifying. And so to me, it's really about trying to tear away at many of those policies that we put in place, because we notice that if we don't, therefore the community has no trust in our local law enforcement. Thank
you for lifting that is important. We have to be able to trust one another, not feel like that locally we're enabling.
They are so smart, aren't they?
So that is the start and
These unconstitutional actions that are taking place. So thank you for sharing that, and I know that we've heard you. I also want to just the part about the trauma, the terror, because unnecessarily cruel. Let me take a step back. What you said about those policies, that sometimes wait for a moment of crisis. I just want to emphasize how important it is that we do not waver on them, because these are the policies that give dignity and humanity to our people. And to disregard those, to bend them to
Joe's leg after getting shot by one of those rounds. Man, Joe, you were everything you were.
To the trauma, the terror, it's something that stays within your DNA.
You're a big prison
And I
man.
know that there's a lot of folks in here who have migrant family members, who know someone who's a migrant immigrant, who might be documented, undocumented.
without
But
Russian occupation.
I think when everybody can think about what one of their worst nightmares is your loved one not coming back. And I want everybody to sit with that, because that's what a lot of people have to sit with.
None of such mobilizations
And it never leaves. It never leaves. And so I just, again, I want to give you my deepest gratitude. And we want to do whatever we can to support, but thank you for the courage, and we'll follow you.
And Councilwoman Hernandez, I received your
Joe sounds a little live later.
Hernandez, that is immigrant defenders,
Nothing's really happening. Wait for the storm.
faith leaders, and we're united, and we're organized, and we understand that often there are forces that both are coming in to try to dissuade from that power and that organization that we have, or at least to try to again tear into what we have built here in Los Angeles. I'm very proud of our social justice community, and so I also say I know that I'm speaking before you here, but I want you to know it's a very broad coalition of organizations that are stepping up in this work.
And thank you for reminding us of that, because we are not alone. You are not alone. Shaila's not alone. All those organizations that you named, the unions, community-based organizations, community keeps community safe, and you all are the example of that. So thank you for, again, also reminding us of that. That's really important, because right now, people are paralyzed into fear, by fear. They want us to feel like we're by ourselves. They want us to feel down. But there is so much community that's fighting for us. So thank you.
For showing the truth. He doesn't smoke weed. He doesn't smoke crazy weed. It just shows you the truth. Salty. Thank you so much, Salty.
There's a false narrative that the Trump administration is pushing that detained or violent criminals. One of the most powerful ways I think to connect with people who understand what's happening is through stories, and individual stories of who these people are, who they actually are. Can you, without violating anyone's privacy, tell us a little bit about who some of these people are who are being detained, so that we can share those stories with our communities across the city?
We need some fairy tales.
You know, a lot of people ask me why have I continued to do this work, because I am inspired and I derive my courage from the courage of the people that I work with. So right now I'm inspired. I won't use her real name. She asked me not to use it, but she did give me permission, and I'm talking to her about her particular story. So I'll use her name as Lisa.
I'm telling you right now, when they went into CBS, like somebody said, and I was talking about all like the hard drugs and dry and stuff, I didn't even think about it. Like, bro, what about all the Ozempic? It's so true. You don't think they probably went there and got all the Ozempic behind the counter and then sold that shit? Because you know lots of motherfuckers is trying to take Ozempic.
Factory. And my father is a good man.
Very easy sale.
He has
No tracking it.
a wonderful father.
They use it, it's gone.
He is a great
Next thing
father.
you know, it's
He
all
has
wrong.
lived here for
They
27
mark the way.
years.
They can
And
take
he
us
has
around.
never done anything
Put a kettle
good. So Lisa as we were sat in front of at the entrance into the detention
That's
center.
the right way to do it, Texas. My father was an immigrant
I
too.
didn't do anything to see if my father's
He didn't do that. He did the streets and burn shit. He actually joined the army, learned the language, went to high school, junior high, and elementary here. Never seen money back. Those things.
When she stood there and she's like, I'm gonna sit here until if they're taking all the things out, maybe I'll see my father. And she sat there, like just, and you know, she was gonna make sure that she saw dad. So her dad went by. And I just heard her as she was seeing him just say, Dad, aquí estoy, I'm here. And her father basically, she's like, at least I saw him. And then her father just was telling her, calm down, it's okay, everything's gonna be okay. So it was just very hard to see him all the time, but to see her how much she was fighting to make sure that her father was represented, everything was gonna be okay.
This is somebody who committed crime, like legally coming in the country, and may have committed more crimes while being in the country, you know, like some of them do, not all of them, of course, right? And then now you want me to feel bad for the criminal. This is the sob story for the criminal. Again, you chose to go through an illegal port of entry. The right way is to go through a legal port of entry. Get in line, because you're not more special than all of the folks like Texas Road's son that waited for fucking ever and did it the right way. If anybody should be pissed, it should be the people that are living in this country trying to become naturalized citizens that have done it the right way. They got all fucking, hold on a second, assholes. Oh, you guys, where you guys have we've been waiting here forever. 10 years, 20 years, what are you doing? Sorry, they're more special because they came through the fence all night. You should have done something.
So thank you for coming in. Really appreciate all the great work that you and the whole group of organizations are doing.
No accountability. It's always somebody else's responsibility.
Is there a way, how do you recommend that council offices plug into that? Because we get a lot of information, we're getting a lot of calls from folks, and I have to feel like there may be a way to systematically engage.
Some of your district staff is part of that Rapid Response Network. So if you have your, especially your district staff that is in the local offices, they should have let's to that. So we had to provide the information. They would then on a signal chat that then they would
She will, go out like Godzilla.
The way it's organized,
Maybe
it's like
let's talk about July 2021.
San Fernando, South Los Angeles, etc., or LA, and so then you can have your district staff there.
No more phone calls. I got rid of it because it's smoking scary. Somehow, some way, my show affected city council. And it made it to the Washington Post this morning. And I didn't even know it. It made the Washington Post.
And all that is
But Eitan, all the people that spoke are going to come back because this now is a second meeting. Even though it's the same meeting, they stopped the first one and then got the creators. They all get to come back and talk.
1 year before the start of
a lot of what the Rapid Response Network does in many times district staff and many times even closer to the vicinity. Yes, there is ICE presence, there is no ICE operation, which is a little bit, different. Or yes, there is an ICE operation. Let's all go and see what's actually happening. This is only to observe. Our volunteers are trained not to interfere and to actually witness from afar what's actually happening. The most important reason the Rapid Response Network exists is to quickly get legal support and counsel to these individuals so they do have a chance to stay here with their families. So it's very simple. You can talk afterwards with your office and you can designate yourself.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Thank you, members. And
thank you so much, Angelica, for spending some time with me this morning on such an incredibly busy time for you. The gratitude of this council and the entire city is with you and all the folks working alongside of you to help us get through this period, this very, very tough period for our citizens, for our city, and I think even for the United States of America. So again, thank you for everything that you've done, and we will formally release you back to the
There we go, 5 minutes. All right, so now we should get to public comment here.
So much I can
Whenever she's
There's
done.
also national, because an empire, there's a revolution in the
Why are we clapping?
and to bring this thesis of
Look at
empire
Spiller up there flicking everybody off.
the Bolsheviks had to make concessions. One of those concessions was
this is the second report into Mr. Spender, who's a person distracted from this meeting. We'll move next to hear from Los Angeles Police Department, the leadership of the department is here, the leadership of Central Division, so I'll ask the chief to come to the table.
We have a knee bending chief.
There was one
Magnitude 3.4 earthquake hits the California coast,
that is pushing
the Lake County coast. It's a great baby.
one of the things the Bolsheviks dealt with that they couldn't eradicate from the
Here it comes, Bill, the big plague's coming.
Mr.
During the riot,
Give us that
riots,
context and we get our discussion, Chair of Public
fire,
theology,
brimstone. It's coming, guys.
as it existed.
Enjoy the last few days. It's here.
All of you are doing
So
during this
the
difficult time.
church
Service
of the
gratitude to
church
all
of
the officers who
1917
are on the ground
continues to be the worship of the church in
in a
1917.
possible situation, one which I think all of us here agree is being sparked by
The same
outside powers beyond our
the
control.
existence of one people,
Chiefs, I'm sure you're
one
meeting
unified
Los Angeles city of immigrants, and what has been unfolding on our streets is frankly not surprising, given the increased intensity from federal law enforcement authorities, the visible and often aggressive tactics we've witnessed from the federal government are sending shockwaves through our communities, and understandably, many Angelinos are responding by speaking out, organizing, and protesting. That right to assemble and raise one's voice is fundamental, and all of us fully support the people who are exercising it peacefully. But unfortunately, at the same time, we cannot ignore that a small subset of individuals are seizing this moment to sow division and disorder. They are turning what should be a powerful and peaceful demonstration of First Amendment rights into, unfortunately, into chaos, vandalism, violence, and antagonism. Chief, I appreciate you taking the time to be here, and I hope today's conversation sheds some light on the work the LAPD is doing on the ground and what we can expect going forward. So, Chief, I have a handful of questions, and I'd like to start by asking you to give us maybe all right. I'll be dead. It's going to be LAPD Operation 4 days, and we share any information the department has on where the ice raids may have been taking place here in the city of Los Angeles.
I apologize before the chief begins, and I didn't mean to cut you, I didn't want to cut you off. Just as a reminder to all the members of this, there is a closed session item on here as well, so to the extent that you have questions specifically about the possible responses to federal immigration enforcement related actions as they relate to threats to public services facilities, there will be an opportunity to ask those questions in closed. That is not to say that this question cannot be asked in that, but just want to throw that out there for all the members. Thank you.
He started his career as a very promising Georgian writer, writing in Georgia.
Knee bending chief.
But he's not doing that for some personal affinity or
June 6,
cultural
2025,
intellectual
federal
roots
agencies, including
within
ICE and DHS, conducted coordinated enforcement operations resulting in multiple arrests across
He is
multiple
doing that
locations.
for
In
the
response, several hundred
for
demonstrators
the sake
gathered
of the
near the
success
federal
of this
detention center
of
located
his
at 255 East Temple Street.
each day.
And
Protests escalated in size and intensity throughout the weekend, prompting mutual aid requests and citywide military engagement, including metropolitan police deployment. Tactical alerts were declared each day. On Friday, June 6th, 2025, the area received notice that the FBI, HSI, were at 2415 East 15th Street, serving criminal warrants. Numerous calls for service also generated by citizens, with the crowd forming. If you get that location, New Patrol had received a help call broadcast by Communication Division for DEA and FBI at the location. The officers encountered a crowd of 40 to 60 protesters blocking the exit and were loud but not aggressive. A new patrol sergeant responded to this role of incident commander. He established two skirmish lines and gave directions to the officer to direct the crowd southbound on Santa Fe. The federal agents left the scene shortly thereafter. DEA agent used OC spray on one suspect prior to LAPD arrival. The suspect was arrested by DEA along with other numerous federal arrests. Federal law enforcement also requested assistance at 930 Southtown Avenue in Newton area. A Newton supervisor responded to standby with 5 officers while FBI cleared the scene. An operation was also conducted on Stanford Street, also in Newton area. Patrol provided the same limited assistance at this location. Several hundred demonstrators gathered near the federal detention center located at 255 East Temple. The protesters initially focused their attention on the front entrance and then turned their attention to the back entrance, which is on Alameda Street. The back gate was stuck in an open position, so federal officers regarded the opening. Protesters threw projectiles and vandalized the building. A mobile field force was sent to a location in the area was cleared. Projectiles were thrown at officers, resulting in less than ammunition being deployed. Other protesters gathered in multiple intersections, which diverted department resources. A tactical alert was declared, and an additional mobile field force was assembled. All groups eventually dissipated without further unrest. Communications with our federal partners was a challenge that added to the delays in the incident. The command post had multiple discussions with federal leadership with no initial request for mutual aid. Eventually, they requested via communications division, which prompted the initial incident commander to make additional calls. Another challenge was protest groups congregating in multiple locations, requiring personnel to be spread out on multiple missions. Saturday, June 7th, demonstrations continued into Saturday, fueled by ongoing ICE arrests outside the site. Around throughout the day were focused on the federal conflicts. Approximately 1830 hours of coordinated effort began amongst protesters, dressed in dark clothing and communicating with radios. Followed by protesters throwing projectiles at federal assets. Mobile field forces were deployed and skirmish lines were established to clear the area. Similar to the prior day, a large crowd remained in the intersection near the federal complex, while other groups formed across various locations in downtown Los Angeles. This created the same resources and challenges for us. On Sunday, June 8th, the intelligence going into Sunday indicated there would be a group of approximately 200 protesters at Mariachi Plaza, Hollenbeck area. No other intelligence to indicate how the protests would occur. However, a group of approximately 200 protesters arrived at the federal complex, and protesters from Mariachi Plaza joined them. A short time later, the crowd began throwing projectiles at federal law enforcement. Similar to the prior day, suspects were seen dressed again in dark clothing, communicating on radios. Protesters were cleared from the federal complex, and they turned their attention to taking over the freeway. While on the freeway overpass, the protesters threw massive rocks and bricks onto the CHP vehicles that were parked underneath the overpass. As the evening continued, the protesting became multiple groups engaged in looting and vandalism throughout downtown LA. Department resources were unable to handle the number of incidents, along with securing the streets around the federal complex. As a result, mutual aid was requested, resulting in a response from Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department and other agencies. Outside agencies assumed fixed post positions for protecting the street around facilities, allowing department
personnel
I
will be available for other missions.
my understanding.
Protest activity began to slow down about 1 a.m. and the tactical alert was canceled by about 2:30 or 20.
And that's what
The resistance encountered on Sunday was substantially more than the prior days. Protesters used commercial grade fireworks, Molotov cocktails. We had an ADW on a police officer with a vehicle. The tactics used by the protesters were more advanced. They entrenched themselves in barriers to defeat less lethal munitions, which required the use of CS gas in order to disperse them. I have in detail here the munitions that we used. I don't know that you need that at this point. I'll do that in closed session. Our deployment of personnel as well as associated agencies, and I can give you just an overview as to the arrest numbers. There were no arrests that first Friday. On Saturday, 27, on Sunday, 40, on Monday, 100.
The largest present army in the
114. I think last was 114.
was the national army in southern Ukraine.
There were 53 for IPC, which is failure to disperse, 15 for looting, 1 for vandalism, and 1 looter and appearance, 1 for ADW and a police officer, 1 on attempt murder. There was not incident related. We're total of 114 arrests. I've seen that. Injuries to our officers. We had one jump on that day. One metro officer injured his head, and another valley traffic division officer received a bottle to the head. Both officers were treated and released. We had 6 burglaries once over the 24-hour operational period, all in the central area. However, we know there's a lot more coming. We're aware of, I believe, at the time, 23 locations that have been broken into and been looted. 23.
That
I have further information that I can share.
So that means you were ineffective. If 23 stores got looted, you were ineffective. And only were able to make 15 arrests on those set crimes. Can you explain to us a little bit different? Like 1 per store.
And it's we are witnessing when it comes to Ukraine.
I can't speak to what the federal policies are, but I can speak to the LAPD's foreign policy is basically what we've used forever modified over the years, where you have the right to defend yourself and all of what's necessary to prevent arrest, prevented escape, or if you're being attacked, defend yourself. I agree. Mexican righteous. So there's a big John stories going around, taking care of things going around about the LAPD contribution. Federal authorities can provide clarity on the differences they relate.
What role did NATO play?
I know you just gave us a sort of history of what you've been doing, but as they relate to any federal enforcement that has occurred here in the city. Yeah, and as far as coordinating and cooperating, we don't engage, as we've stated over and over again, we don't engage in civil immigration enforcement at all. Our federal partners know that, and for the most part, respect that, and not put us in that position. As far as coordinating, we have spoken with the members of federal agencies in an effort to try and find out what the scale and scope of what they're going to do is, and how do we work alongside each other with our responsibility to maintain the same privacy. Our partners' conversation do not go any of the
Russians was very effective back in
all
the
in the name of immigrants. When we get that information, a legal matter information that is beneficial.
There was a Bucharest summit.
So you're not involved totally in but it's our responsibility. But it's LAPD's responsibility.
Pushing for the membership.
We are called.
And Putin convinced
to watch the criminals do the shit, raiding and loot and all that. It's our responsibility. Maybe if you can help your services and prioritize it all based on call load and severity of the call, to be able to assess what we have when we get there, and then to be able to take appropriate action, bring in whatever resources are necessary, and
the Western world
meet the expectations of the community.
February 27th progression of the
There's been a lot of conversations over the past few months regarding Los Angeles sanctuary city ordinance and procedural protections against the document here in Los Angeles. Can you share with us your perspective on whether this ordinance provides any substantial protection to immigrant communities?
So completely something that
We saw it in line, certainly, as the California Values Act with the LAPD policy since 1979, which is not to stop anybody from doing their immigration status. And for LAPD, we don't ask for it's not material to anything involved in the interactions that don't have with any residents of Los Angeles or any people in the
so criminal journey is
there's no ability to be able to stand in the federal government responsibilities that they're attempting to carry out.
Sheriff's Attorney, it's just for the city, maybe outside the circle, where are the biggest
Since outside the city, certainly there was some major demonstration protest and violent interaction between ICE and other associated agencies involved in their enforcement activity in the city of Paramount, which is served by the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department. That was on Saturday.
All right, thank you, Chief. Probably have some questions from some of its members.
But I have very difficult time imagining that was the sign of the war. And what you see also talks about peppers increase.
Are there any LA City facilities that have aided the detention of any individuals that you're aware of? Any of these facilities that are part of the federal government is actively?
And that was also the main focus of his
Are
essay.
you, is LAPD notified in advance of any raids that ICE is, or any of the federal agencies are engaged in? Do you have any advance
What a
notice?
context is
Wouldn't have specifics, something we often get advance notice if somebody does a search warrant or criminal apprehension. An outside agency is in our area, and
Russia
necessity for that is to avoid any full-on prohibition, so that we're aware that a law enforcement agency is doing police work at a location. We have been getting those
outside
I can say personally on this issue.
So they haven't been consistent about giving you advance warning that they're about to pursue an individual.
Yeah, I would say not consistent.
Were you provided any advance notice to the incident that the raid that occurred on Friday?
No, to my knowledge, the one on Santa Fe and 15th, to my knowledge, the first awareness we had of that was when the health
Can you provide guidance and insight for individuals that may or may not be aware?
So the two scenarios don't
When you get a help call, what are the requirements in terms of our responsibility when those calls come in?
Yeah, great. Thank you for that.
In the
Just to
case
put
of
in
Kiev
LAPD parlance, if you will,
you're right about
when an officer's in the field and they need an response,
what are
most generally speaking, it starts with a request for an additional unit. Above that, then we have a request for backup. The next level is assistance, and then the top level is help. Generally, when somebody puts out a help call, anybody who's in the area at all basically drops what they're doing at that time. Gets to the help call.
and
Render assistance.
all the
That
data
is something to
suggests
us.
that it has
The mayor and all these folks just to get his job. He doesn't represent the LAPD, although he does. He understands what I mean.
So when you say the help call is being issued, is the help distinguishing where the help call is derived from? Is it from our own officers or is it from an associated agency? So for example, if the sheriff's department had a help call, would you respond to that? Okay. Are there any agencies where you would not respond to a help call?
And there's no person in a circumstance that has the same kind of need
on the street would respond in the same fashion. Somebody, we get these all the time, assaults in progress, shootings in progress, stabbings in progress. We get there, code 3, lights and sirens, is quite a we get. Yeah, fire departments, no, requesting assistance or help.
I'm sorry, you said the fire department as well.
Fire department, right, and that's fairly routine.
You indicated, I didn't catch all the numbers on the arrests, but the total of arrests you indicated was 114?
Yes.
Okay, and of the 113, you indicated 15 were for moving.
Yes.
So, you know, we've seen a variety of news coverage activity that's we've experienced over the last few days. There were circumstances in downtown Los Angeles where we saw looting occurring in some of the shops and businesses. But there was also reporting that there was from, and I am still trying to discern the source, but it was on Fox, Alex Michelson, where the individual was making claims that it was the mayor and the city council that is obstructing the ability for the department to enforce. Are there any policies that you're aware of or that perhaps I'm not aware of that we have enacted that are obstructing the department or officers from apprehending and pursuing looters?
Absolutely not.
Okay, so to be clear, there's no policy in the city of Los Angeles that has obstructed police or law enforcement officials from arresting individuals engaged in looting and theft.
Oh, that's correct.
And so I saw far more than 14 individuals engaged in looting. Explain to me especially in the downtown area, because what we saw is the peaceful protests subsided in the afternoon, particularly once David was released, and we saw a lot of that receding. But then you saw trucks rolling into parts of downtown with mass distribution of different paraphernalia. Here looking some nefarious activity, or at least those preparing to engage in perhaps some illicit activity. What observations seem to be in the central district? What observations are being made? What deployment or response to protect businesses downtown from what Mr. President did emerge? Because I saw a skirmish line where I saw some of the looting occur. So we only have 14 individuals. What additional deployment is being released to help ensure that those businesses are protected or that there's more suspects that are being apprehended? Because I saw dozens and dozens of
look at what's happening and you think, why don't the officers just reach out and arrest each of these people? Every time you arrest somebody, then you have to be able to provide for their transportation. First of all, I'll tell you why you can eliminate college and take people up the line and puts them in the capacity of these other activities. So we have to be judicious more out there as far as what's the most important thing is protection of life. Robbery is after that. And so the incident commander is monitoring as much as we can based on all of the material available to them, video downlinks or on TV, watching what's going on in that fashion, and readjusting our response based on the resources available and the priorities that are listed ahead of them. Oftentimes during these same periods, while you're focusing on one incident happening and somebody's looting a store, there are other things such as other help calls going on with officers being under attack. That takes a priority over property crimes. So without looking at a specific incident, I can't tell you how we're going to ramp up
initially on Friday,
as one of the
deployed
conditions
for a regular Friday night. How weird about gonna have what happened on Friday wasn't pre-planned. So as we went into this operational period, we continued to bring in more and more resources. We mobilized the Office of Operations. We put out a request to the sheriff for mutual aid. And yesterday we had 14 different agencies working with us to try and maintain order throughout the state of Los Angeles. And so as we move forward, we'll continue in that posture, looking at other options as well to be able to do what we can to maintain the safety of the people of Los Angeles and the property of business owners, residents, and other facilities throughout the area as well.
Okay. We're no stranger to setting up, as we saw it after the looting that occurred back in 2020, how the department could apprehend a lot of those suspects. And in fact, this council approved $14 million, if I recall correctly, for after action report implementation training about how to do all this work right. Amada, you recall. And so all of that was expended and given to the department for precisely this reason, was to prepare for these types of events. But we also saw certain instances, and I'm sure we can discuss these things in closed session. But in terms of some of the tactics and approaches that are used in dispersing crowds to make sure that we are being as judicious as possible, cautious as possible. Have you looked at who's being deployed on some of these front lines to ensure that training has occurred? Because we dedicated a lot of resources to ensuring that the response is appropriate. And so I don't want us to get further down the line with more liability payouts because we weren't being thoughtful about what we're putting there.
You think we're not being thoughtful?
I'm asking you.
We're very thoughtful about this. We're putting our people in harm's way every day. They go out.
Chief, I'm asking you a question. Chief, I'm asking you a question about has there been an evaluation of the individuals that are being deployed and that the training has been conducted? The reason why I ask is I get it and I understand the questions are high. But my question is, to protect the city, are we doing that level of evaluation in this process?
He started trying to the West
which is an emergency to be able to address the need. They're trained in crowd management, crowd control on a variety of different fronts. We then bring in Metropolitan Division with specialized assets for crowd management, crowd control, and they're extensively trained for this purpose. So we're doing what we can. We're right in the middle of this now, so to be able to come up with an assessment on this kind of thing, we got to be pretty broad at this point. We're having to look at all of these issues down the road. But yeah, our people are putting a lot on the line, getting out there and doing what they have to protect the residents of the city. And we put our people who are probably among the best trained in the United States on police tactics out there. They've been doing a tremendous job.
I just want to make sure because, again, we learned some very tough lessons in the wake of 2020, and we spent a lot of money for additional training that the department determined they needed in order to be better prepared for circumstances just like this. So as we're reliving this, I want to make sure that all of those efforts were being exercised as we continue to do that. And that's what I'm asking because that's going to continue to resurrect.
We have incident management teams now that are deployed, and I'd say I would put them up against anyone in the country or maybe the world as far as their ability when they're trained together to come in and manage an incident like this. I've been out there and I've been watching them at the command post, and now we have unified command posts with all the other agencies that are involved
question
Yeah,
in the one
it is
very easy to
exceptionally
answer,
impressive to
but
watch them in action, what information they have
the other
available
one
to
is
them,
very
and what they're doing
easy.
in a very timely way to be able to get resources rapidly to where they're most
If you
needed.
really think, right?
Thank you.
This is the war
Rodriguez comes from a
Soviet
price.
Union. This is the war of the disintegration. To know how this story ends. And they end with the situation. They end with the rise of the new states and the parents of the new colleges across the US. That's the story that started with them. So that's this one. The difficult part is of course what is happening. The difficult part is what
Describe the level of restraint that we've seen by our people out there. We have given dispersal orders over and given everybody every opportunity to leave the area. Here we have the resources that will act on that if we're accountable and arrest them. We haven't had the resources available to us in some cases where we otherwise would have made arrests. So I think we're being very cautious, very judicious. My concern is for our people on the front line, certainly, and any individual that is in that environment as well, that nobody gets hurt if possible. Those that are assaulting police officers or other people in the environment, we're going to use the force that's appropriate to be able to take them into custody.
And we're still in a situation where both sides
That's a question I'd have to answer after I spoke with our financial experts and probably the CAO's office as well. I am not sure where we would go with those costs. Nothing, sir.
2023.
Thank you.
And from what I understand now, this is a good This is the largest war in Europe since World War.
And I echo that your last comment about the amount of restraints that your police officers are pulled back because I believe you. But I think that that's also very true with those who are protesting. Right? I think the tensions are high. Those who are protesting want to get louder, they want to get more violent. I mean, what else can you do? You're attacking your parents, you're attacking their family members. And it doesn't feel like it's an even playing field. And I just want to know, I have a few questions. And I just want you to know that they're always with the intention of figuring out how to make sure that our community doesn't dislike its police department. You know, and it's important to me. I'm going to start with a story. When I was in college, and I went to go learn how to be a community organizer in Texas. Oiltown, Texas, a cohort of us interns from all over the country were working with a day labor center because it was a rise in Minutemen who were harassing. And as part of our coalition, there was a police officer, and I was the only LA person there who was shocked that there was a police officer in our coalition. And I had people from the South and a bunch of folks from New York and New Jersey asked me, you must be from Los Angeles. I said, why would you, how do you know? Because only people from Los Angeles don't trust the police department. There's nothing irregular with having a police officer help us fight the injustices of the Minutemen who are harassing the workers. It always stood with me that it is possible for your community to not feel the way people like myself maybe grew up with the experiences that we had in the 90s. And I think that this is a really good time for us to really prove that things have changed. Now, as leaders, we're doing our part, asking our folks to protest peacefully, but I still think we need to do more to be creative about really showing that this is a department that cares about the people of Los Angeles. And as a paramilitary organization, is responsive to those who love it, like the council and the mayor. And I know that there's policies that sometimes trigger you being responsive and in cahoots with other law agencies, but I still think that more can be done. So here's my question. My understanding is that for folks who do engage in terrorizing the vehicles and in the looting, technology has changed. You have the technology now to find them and arrest them. Is that correct?
We have technology that in many cases arrest on behalf of those
looking
have on
for
video to be able to identify them and hold them accountable for their actions.
My understanding too is that now with AI, if somebody breaks into a car, it's so much more faster to find out if they like taken off to other parts of the county, correct?
And with the Minsk agreements, that was one.
Would it also be dependent on the AI technology? Well, I just had a case in my district where I was told that they broke into a car, and with AI, police officers were able to find it.
Is there something like this between research also relative in this the legal question to override the Constitution shake everything up?
So then I guess my next question is, who has the expertise in technology for your department? That's where I'm getting to.
Those amendments to the Constitution were
Can we use technology like AI technology to create a situation where your department can identify, hey, there's agents, non-citizens in a neighboring town. Everyone go on alert in a way where you can support our business community and our immigrant community to know that it's time that something related to the lack of due process, the lack of warrants is about to hit our town. I'm asking a creativity question. What can your department do to warn us, to warn the business community that outside of our LA borders, coming in from, I don't know, Valley, I don't know, you can warn us that we can warn our folks in the spirit of your loyalty to the city of Los Angeles.
You're asking me to warn you about enforcement action being taken by another agency before it happens.
Feel the executive branch has a lot of
Why not?
power.
That would be obstruction of justice. May want to talk
The
to the
United
city.
States president, the Russian president, the Ukrainian
City
president,
attorney,
they
but I hear, I see their
and draw
officers were cheap.
something like it's between them. And then rapid.
So was it a statement? You said it was a question about AI. I think you've been playing with Grok too much.
They're en route. We know they're coming. We know they're coming to bring disruption. There's no way that we can know.
Has been our
It doesn't mean that
We're not going to make sure some broadcast like the FBI is looking for a terrorist suspect, right? We're going to tell hey, the FBI is coming looking for you.
Yeah, but see, there's a difference between someone's coming because they're gonna, go get.
Using that as an example, but no, we're not allowed to.
biggest change of the last year was Ukraine deployed the vaccine, where they pushed the Russian Navy to the Russian part of the port, and
I'm sorry, Councilman. Did you have more questions?
So that's
Well, the majority of my questions were going to stem from that.
a major change.
We'll circle back to that. Councilmember Soto Martinez.
Thank you so much.
There's all kinds of especially in terms of
So thinking about your
I understand
2024
tensions are
plan,
high, but
there's
the
actually
question seems more like a
justify
statement.
Ukraine's competitive army and manufacturing.
Many of my colleagues have already asked a lot of questions
What do you
that
make of this?
I think are appropriate.
this is a
But I
very,
want to
very
bring
dangerous
this
moment.
body and hopefully the entire city of Los Angeles.
The
Want to see
reason
it
for
in
that
shambles because these
is
should
that
be
the
not even literate
is
to the law. And that's to making sure
technology,
we keep families together and do everything in our authority
so
to make sure
if
we
you
keep
look
them
at
together.
that, what
And that should
is
be the
that
goal of the
would
city.
be
Every
something
personnel
analogous to
that works for the city,
President
whether it's
Truman
proprietary department
firing
or in
General
control of this council, should be working towards that.
given that
To the public and to my colleagues, they are going into workplaces without a warrant. They are going to our libraries. They are going to our schools, and are always conduct our parents, family members, and children. That is the crisis that we are dealing with right now.
The city was working just fine until the federal government decided to come.
Yeah, that's
They have caused
they are already
a
known that
really escalated situation.
Or this is
We
also
have this bringing in the National Guard and sending 700 Marines for no reason. They are adding to this issue. So we understand that in this situation, everyone has to do everything in their power to de-escalate the situation. Every single person needs to be here to de-escalate the situation. When there's violence on the street, that is a distraction from what we are trying to accomplish. Hari Kasala said it very well. People commit violence, they become the story, and not the people that are being disappeared literally in the middle of the night. We don't even know where people are in this moment. They are literally disappeared. There is massive trauma happening in our city right now. So we got to keep a steady beat drum. We got to be disciplined, and we got to stay on message. And it's not, we cannot control what the federal government does, but we can control how we respond, as the city of Los Angeles responds. So, Chief, I gotta say, I don't want to conflate things that are happening. I know we're in a difficult situation. We have people that are part of the Rapid Response Network that they hear of an ICE sighting and they go and they're trying to document and let people know their rights. We have people that are mobilized to do that. I also understand that we have people that are coming out at night trying to do destruction to our city. And then we have, like a rally we had yesterday, where we were supporting our brother David Huerta. It was very organized, it was bold, it was direct, and we had some very clear demands. But seeing LAPD what appears to give safe passage to ICE on Friday does not help the situation. It builds distrust from the community with LAPD. And I get it. You can respond to that if you want, but you're going to say we don't engage in it. I'll finish it. We don't engage in that. But it's the perception that matters. It is the feelings that matter from the people of Los Angeles. To see a reporter get shot with a rubber bullet what appeared to be on live television does not add to the de-escalation. We have to be mindful of the tactics that are being used by some LAPD members as adding to their escalation, because that is taking away from the goal of keeping families together. Just like a few protesters can take away from the message, the same thing can be said by LAPD. It overshadows the response. So I just want people to remember that in this moment, everybody as a city has to live by our values and keep our eyes on the prize. We are fighting a white nationalist president that would like nothing better than to come into our city and deport our people. We have to use everything in our power to fight against that. And we also have to be on message, use the teachings of the civil rights movement, lead with nonviolent, direct action. It doesn't mean we have to be passive, but we can be bold, we can be confrontational, but non-violent. We cannot give people the city, we cannot give the opening that they are looking for. We need to do everything to fight for our folks. And that is Chief McDonald. We also have a responsibility with the people that you oversee.
Absolutely. Take that very seriously. In anything that you've mentioned and other things that we become aware of, we investigate. We do that better than any other department that we hold our people accountable. We're not the light. We're up there. We're down the hill. We're in day 4 of a very difficult time. So be able to give you significant opportunities. I'll have to wait on that.
But the question of continuing as the president announced on his years, also
That's for you.
one of the other police questions
I just want to say that I'm so glad that you said that.
Very clear before I ask my questions. The folks that I'm about to ask about are not the peaceful protesters. These are the chaos agents who do not care about our city or immigrants or our communities. 23 businesses trashed included, people ripping up our sidewalks, our infrastructure, smashing and burning cars. I shudder to think what it's going to cost those businesses, what it is currently costing taxpayers to respond to this, and what it is going to cost us to clean up this mess when these demonstrations come to an end. So, Chief, if this conduct, the criminal conduct, not the free speech conduct, criminal behavior, including the vandalizing and the violence, if that continues into a fifth night, what is our plan to stop it? We understand the strain on your resources and all of the issues that causes in other places. We're grateful for the activation of our mutual aid partners, but this is not sustainable. So what is the plan to put an end to chaos?
Yeah, not something
That's a
that
was an authoritarian.
It is a Tahoe. It's like shit. Bro, that's a Chevy Tahoe. Hardy not the thing like that.
And I want to thank my brother Martinez for his comments, particularly around what is being seen. We're constantly getting videos illustrating different actions taken by LAPD that just seem out of line for the situation. My colleague talked about the reporter. I have lawyers posting up videos of them getting shot. I've seen videos of non-lethals being fired at protesters over 50 yards away on the other side of barriers. I have lots of questions, but I can get into those later. What I just want to say is that the Constitution is the supreme law of our land. And in this moment, the federal government is violating our Constitution, our rights as a sovereign city and state.
Just a little longer to do it.
And we have to be very careful.
And then time.
Rules for thee, but not for me. And if they are not following the law and the rules, it feels inappropriate to follow the rules that enable their actions here. So I just wanted to lift that up. We have to think about the Constitution, and we can't be abiding by the rules when they are not. And I'm not saying we break the rules, but we have to figure out then how do we move differently so that we're protecting Angelinos from the violation of their constitutional rights. And I would also like to even think about other tactics that I know I'm going to speak in closed session later, but I just want to bring that up.
Thank you, Councilmember Hernandez. And so, before I can the flags up and take us into close, I would just note the time to members. But I want to make sure you say this in public. One, I want to thank you.
We were supposed to get public comments.
You know, Deputy Chief Taylor saw your officers come in direct contact with people who's coming out of stores with merchandise in their hand and have face-to-face contact with them and put some of those people under arrest and managing downtown and keeping the damage and destruction relatively contained, given how widespread it could be in the city. So I want to especially appreciate those folks. This is tough work chasing people around in the middle of the night who are there for the specific purpose of carrying out crimes that they think they have the coverage of a protest that actually ended hours earlier. They feel like they have the coverage to do that. I think a couple things that I would again say for the public to hear, and that is someone at midnight running around looting, even though there was a protest earlier, that person's not a protester. That person's a looter. That person's I have a lot of difficulty with those people being referred to as protesters because they're not any more than they're Dodger fans when this happens after the Dodger parade. Those people, we don't say Dodger fans burn the building. We say criminals burn the building, and I really appreciate that you would make that distinction, particularly when there's such a wide gap between when the action happened.
Thank them for blurring the line for you, Mark Reed.
Especially along with law enforcement, SEIU yesterday. Everybody else as well, their action had a rope
online, they had monitors, and people in mass came to get into the action. They said, no, you can't be a part of our action. So they did the work and worked alongside. There wasn't a single incident that happened at that action, and of course, the news media didn't cover that at all. There are thousands of people there about it, so the news media didn't cover that at all. So let's be clear about what protesters are and who they aren't. Protesters protest, and people who loot are looters, and people who rob stores are robbers, and we should be clear about that distinction and ask you to do that. And then a third part, and I know this is a story for you, Chief, and for the department, but it's a request I will put forward. If we know somebody's coming here to do warrantless abductions of the residents of this city, those people aren't our partners. They're just not. I don't care what badge they have on. I don't care whose orders they're under. They are not our partners. And sure, we have to protect the streets. I'm not objecting to anything that you did. I'm objecting to the characterization of them as law enforcement partners. Because they may be partners with other people, they ain't partners with us. And I want to be super, super clear about that. Again, just watch your wording, Chief. We gave you the job. You have a job to respond to calls. I get that. I'm not criticizing that. But to refer to those people who are carrying out those openly unconstitutional activities, those are not our partners. And with that, I'll go to Mr. Lee. Okay, so we're going to get jacked out of our public comment, I guess.
And the question is about
for our entire city.
We all appreciate the officers.
Difficult task that they're having to deal with this unprecedented situation that we are all going through. I just ask that, I appreciate the communication. We can just ask that we continue to work with this council so that we can try to make the best out of what this situation is. This is a great situation that's in front of us. Appreciate you being here.
Definitely,
thank you.
The original idea was
with that, I'll turn to the city attorney. We will prepare for a closed session with the chief, and then following the chief, we'll have the city attorney.
And restructure Russia meant getting rid of the politics.
And all them are sitting there waiting to speak. We're going to a closed session where you can hear more from the chief if you have additional questions.
In Kazakhstan, great nation state.
And then that would be followed by the city
He was a
attorney.
Russian nationalist, but he was thinking about Russian nation state as the state of Russia. And once the Soviet Union collapsed, and his
Shrimp, all of them sitting right there.
in the
Waited an extra 2 hours
black people
to be able to speak.
taken over by Russia.
Had to listen to all that, and then all of a sudden cut it.
Southern Ukraine.
Because I know you motherfuckers remember, right?
Russian constitution.
When Groth said,
Terms,
don't
historical
worry, you'll have additional time to come back. When the
What
Indian
is
man was
happening
screaming, he said,
today
don't worry, you have more time to come
war
back.
between
You can
Russia
come back
and
and
Ukraine
talk. We're going to
is
discuss this in a second
division.
meeting. In the second meeting
One
started.
another was formulated by the Nobel
I
laureate.
know you guys remember.
It's on the
I know you
list
do.
of Russia.
I know you do.
If there's such a thing, what would you say to the
That's how they lie. Just to avoid the public comment like they should.
It's
Absolutely did, right? Yes, you did, right? I'm not
position
crazy.
of the nation state position, the sovereign state. But it's many things. So it's the important question is like
Just lies.
dozens of
Out
other
lies,
questions
every
in
one of
the
them.
20th and 21st
Every
century.
fucking one of them.
The rise,
And how the
of
chief
the
tries to
state.
come in here and save face. They cut us. You know, well, I don't want to, say anything about your tactics, but I'm going to say something around the way about your tactics.
That existence is
Gene, thank you so much, Gene. It's just so corrupt everywhere, every fucking level. Every fucking level. You wonder why the city is a toilet and only getting worse. So, I don't know if they'll get more things on tonight. Like, crazy player they give their internal thing.
that the next leader that follows Zelensky?
Look,
I'm going to be home
take Ukraine away
here.
from
I don't
democratic
want to honestly do a
style
normal
nation.
Tuesday show.
Go from
I'd
the
rather not
authoritarian one, maybe one with
throw
the
this fire all
far-right
that.
influence,
But
this kind of
2
direction.
o'clock or so, I think
Because
Joe
of
said
the
he was
war.
going to go online on TV.
Everything is possible.
So we'll see what's going on there. Of course, if something's popping off,
The more likely
streaming.
scenario.
I'd rather give myself a break. And, I mean, you've seen way too much focus in the last
would go
36 to
against
48
the
hours.
grain
You just
of
can't. Maybe
the largest part of Ukraine.
You know what I mean? Just too much.
Where Ukraine really
saw that note? Richard, come on now. You saw it, Richard. You're no dummy, Richard. Come on. You saw exactly what he did.
in the last 30 years.
And I know Daniel. I don't know if Daniel's watching. Daniel's like typing right now.
Where as one of the
He's fucking typing right now.
1990s, we were to put
Um,
national
So yeah, I'm gonna take a little break. I need to list some cards. I gotta do that. I gotta catch some cards.
continues to be or just continue to be very
So yeah, I'm gonna stay by the house.
the historical reality.
There's a chase pops on.
I can talk to you
If
for
it
many
pops on,
hours.
I'll be moderating Joe. And if anything pops
I'm
off,
sure
we'll
nobody
take out
will.
hierarchy.
Since you live in the disaster decisions and the possible conversations here. But let me just jump around history a little bit.
That's it, Chris. It's nothing long.
Back before World War
Right
II,
here.
my grandmother lived
So
through
much talking.
World War II, Nazi occupied Ukraine.
Yeah. Thank you guys for
Holocaust.
wow.
What do you learn?
Let's go.
Let's say about human nature and about government nation. Like that call
I
about
appreciate you.
and maybe you could say what it is and why it happened.
The war is a massive famine in Ukraine.
Oh no, for sure. Dog, thank you so much. I appreciate you.
It happened
Yeah, I just don't want to burn myself out. I don't want to burn you guys out with too much smoke. That is real positive. So, I don't want to do that tomorrow.
On the part of Stalin also really
Yeah,
well
action
trained
goes off.
into
We'll
the
be
Soviet
out. I'm
Union.
going to weed down the streaming for the next couple of days. If there's nothing going on, always be here for the chase. Keep the notifications on. If you talk to anybody who's on Twitch, tell them we'll be back in 6 days because we were suspended for showing the truth and talking about it.
Stalin and all the time.
But other than that, thank you for the likes, the love, the thumbs ups. They work and they are free. The donations, you guys are super generous.
And
I just want to say, congratulations, new record. This was an all-time high in lights, in everything for the LA City Council. And it wasn't even fiery. It wasn't even like a fiery, crazy meeting. You know what I mean? Nothing like it. So, yeah, I will see you guys probably later today. I have a feeling. But other than that, enjoy the rest of your day. Enjoy your Taco Tuesday. Keep the notifications on. Much love. See you on the next one.
This party is officially over.
This is the canon of 32, which was not exclusive Ukrainian country. But most of Ukraine, not in the Soviet Union, died in Ukraine. And Ukraine was the only place where the policy on collecting grain were coming together with the policy of the cleansing of the political leadership, sending people from Moscow to take over the leadership and attack on Ukrainian culture. So, in terms of what I learn about human nature, it's more me learning about the ideologies of the 20th century, because it's not the only famine in the communist lands. The famine in China, which was, in terms of the numbers, much more devastating than that. It's in a different category and for a good reason, but you have Holocaust. What unites these things is the time, this is 20th century. What unites them are the dominance in the societies that are doing that, really ideologies that not just package human life, but considered that actually the way forward is by destroying large group of populations, defined ethnically, religiously, socially, or otherwise, which tells also about humanity, because for centuries before that, human life was valued. There were enemies, but the idea was that human life can put, and you can, at the end of the day, they have the slaves. You can use them for productive force. Countries in the 18th century, the southern Ukraine, they were looking for settlers, for people to bring and live on land. We move into the 20th century and there was mass destruction of the population. In the name of ideologies, which basically are, by definition, destroy human lives. And that's what really so shocking and striking, because that break is not just these issues of morale, not just these issues of humanity. With any common sense, what is happening, and I'm absolutely convinced that we didn't work on this. I'm absolutely convinced that this is what with turning our page on fascism and communism, we somehow decided that we are free. But at least in those terms, history came on. What is ahead is the future, and nothing of that sort. What would happen would take place to a degree that people would get in trouble for comparing any statements or events that are happening today with either communism or fascism. And so I feel responsibility of myself and as a historian in particular for not doing a better job about telling people that, well, we are who we are, and we have as humans our side, and we have to be very careful.
So there's a human capacity to be captured by an idea, an ideology that claims to bring up a better world, because the Nazis did as the Soviet Union did, and on the path of doing that, devaluing human life, that we will bring a better world, and if millions of people have to be tortured. On the way to that, all right, but at least we have a better world, and human beings are able to, if not accept that, look the other way.
And in the name of a particular nation or race, like there's the Third Reich, or in the name of the humanity of the future. Not just divide the human life, destroy human life.
Is there something fundamental about communism and centralized planning that's part of the problem here? Maybe this also connects to the story of Chernobyl, where the Chernobyl disaster is not just a story of failure of a nuclear power plant, but it's an entire institution of the scientific and nuclear institution for the entirety of the government.
There is a number of factors of political and social character that produced Chernobyl. And one of them is generally the atmosphere of secrecy in the Soviet Union, in the conditions of the Cold War. Chernobyl reactor was a dual-purpose reactor. It could boil water today and produce rich uranium. Top secret. If there were problems with that reactor, those problems were kept secret even if people operated. That's what happened. That's what happened in Chernobyl. Another big part of the story, which is specifically Soviet, that's the nature of the managerial culture and administrative culture, in which people have no right to make their own decisions in their place, in their position. A few years before that, 3 Mile Island happened, which was a big nuclear disaster, but in terms of consequences, nothing like Chernobyl. And there, in the context of the American legal culture, managerial culture, people who were operators, who were in managerial positions, that was their responsibility to take decisions. President Carter came there, but he was not calling shots in none of those issues. What you see with Chernobyl, and people who saw HBO series know that very well, the moment the high official arrives, everyone actually falls in line with the official proposal. And to move population from the city of Pripyat, you needed the okay coming from Moscow from the very top. So that is Soviet story. And then there is a global story of cutting corners to meet the deadlines, like it was with that test that they were running at that time, or to meet production quotas. This is not just socialist thing. You can replace production quotas with profit, and you get the same story. So some parts in that story are generally reflective of our today's world in general. Others are very specific for Soviet Union, for Soviet experience, and then the biggest for the Soviet part of that story is that on the one hand, the government in Moscow and Kiev, they mobilize all the resources to deal with that. But they keep information about what is happening and the radiation plants secret from the rest of the population, something that completely would be impossible. It wasn't possible in the US and UK, where other accidents happened. And guess what? A few years later, the Soviet Union collapses very much, also thanks to the mobilization of people over the issue of Chernobyl and nuclear energy. In people writing about that subject call it eco-nationalism, ecological nationalism, which comes at least in part from this distorted information from people. And in Ukraine, mobilization didn't struggle with the issues, the collective didn't struggle with the issue of language, or didn't struggle with the issue of national autonomy. It started under the slogans, "Tell us the truth about Chernobyl." We want to know whether we live in contaminated areas or not. And that was a very, very strong factor that crossed the not just ethnic, religious, linguistic lines with members of the party, not members of the party, of the top leadership, not the military and civilian, because it turned out that the party card didn't protect you from being affected by radiation. So the all national mobilization happens with the first mass manifestations are
That's fascinating. I mean, for people who might not know, Chernobyl is located in Ukraine. It's a fascinating view that Chernobyl might be one of the critical threshold catalysts for the collapse of the Soviet Union. That's very interesting. Well, just as a small side, I guess this is a good moment to give some love to the HBO series. It made me, even though it's British accents and so on, it made me realize that some of these stories in Eastern Europe can be told very effectively through film, through series. It was quite it's so incredibly well done. And maybe I can ask you, historically speaking, were you impressed?
I was, and I think that the miniseries are very truthful on a number of levels, and very interesting in some others. And they got excellent, very well in the macro and micro levels. So the macro level is the issue of the big truth. The story there is very much built around the thing that I just discussed now. It's about the cost of lies, right? And the solitude of lies to the people, and that's what the film explores. So that's a quality picture. And they got a lot of minor things really going on. Like the curtains on the windows, like how the houses look from inside and outside. I didn't see any post-Soviet film like Western films that would be so good at capturing those everyday details. That was a huge gray area in between big truth and small truths of the recreating the environment. And that's how you get from one to another. And then you see the KGB officers coming and taking someone out at a meeting and arresting, which was not necessary. You see the Soviet boss threatening someone to throw the person from the helicopter. So you get this Hollywood sort of things despite the fact that it's HBO series. And they're the best really in terms of, as a film in the fourth episode where they completely decided to hell with the reality. And let's make a film. So they bring the Gassov to one of the key characters to this court meetings that they bring the key, so the court was she's women, he wasn't there, they created drama there. So but so they got the main thing, the picture right. And that's why I don't like this.
Sometimes you have to show what something felt like. You have to go bigger than it actually was. I mean, if you experience heartbreak and you see a film about it, you want there to be explosion.
You want to see this images visible, right? So, and but the question again, I just mentioned KGB marching in and some party leader giving a speech. They were not given that speech, but the sense was there, and it was in the air, and I, as people of my generation who were there, knew that and recognized that. But for each generation, whether they are in Ukraine, Russia, US, in Britain, in Zimbabwe, anywhere, they have to do this little truths and introduce them and have a very interesting on-air conversation with the author of the script, reason, and I asked him the question. The film declared really the importance of the truth, but how do you square that? Is the need in the film to really put it like to go beyond the measures of truth, but whatever understanding of that is.
Well, I suppose it is a bit terrifying that some of the most dramatic moments in history are probably quite mundane. The decisions to begin wars, invasions. They're probably something like a Zoom meeting on a random Tuesday in today's workplace. It's not like there's dramatic music playing. These are just human decisions, and they command armies and they command destruction. I personally, because of that, believe in the power of individuals to be able to stop wars and stuff. So let me just ask about nuclear safety, because there's an interesting point you make. You wrote in the book, in Atoms and Ashes, A Global History of Nuclear Disaster. So technically, nuclear energy is extremely safe. There's a number of people died per energy generated. It's much safer than coal or oil, for example, as far as I understand. But the case you also make is, you write, quote, many of the political, economic, social, and cultural factors that led to the accidents of the past are still with us today, making the nuclear industry vulnerable to repeating old mistakes in new and unexpected ways. And any new accidents are certain to create new anti-nuclear mobilization. And then you continue with, this makes the nuclear industry not only risky to operate, but also impossible to count on as a long-term solution to an overwhelming problem. Can you explain that perspective? It's an interesting. But it's speaking to the psychology when an accident does happen, it has a dramatic effect, and also speaking to the fact that accidents can happen not because of the safety of the nuclear power plant, but the underlying structure of the government that oversees it.
Yes, I wrote book on Chernobyl and then tried to understand Chernobyl better, but placing it in the context of other disasters. As a historian, I was looking at the political factors and social factors and cultural factors, not the physics or engineering part of the story. And the factors that are still with us are like it was the case in Chernobyl, the authoritarian regimes, right, and high centralization of decision making, and desire to cut corners, and also the issues associated with secrecy. So that is with us. If you look at where the future of the nuclear industry is now at this point, it's the regimes and parts in the Middle East. That's a big new frontier. The countries that are not particularly known for their history of democratic existence, where we also have the situation that we had at Rhode Island, that we had at Chernobyl. This is the first generation engineers, nuclear engineers, right? So people where the country doesn't have a lot of experience in generations working in that particular industry, where it's all new. That is certainly additional risk. And what we got now with this current is something that not that people completely didn't expect, but didn't happen in the past. You see the war coming to the nuclear science. Chernobyl was taken over by the Russian army, National Guard rather, the first day of the invasion. Then there was Zaporizhzhia, the largest nuclear power plant in Europe, where the battle was waged on the territory of the nuclear power plant. The missiles being fired, buildings catching fire, and the situation of that brought the Fukushima disaster was there as a collision more than once. And Fukushima came because reactors were shut down as they are at Zaporizhzhia, but they still needed electricity to bring water and to cool them down. And in Fukushima case, it was the tsunami that cut off the supply of electricity. In the case of Zaporizhzhia, there was the warfare that was happening in the area around Zaporizhzhia that did the same effect. So we have 440 reactors in the world today, plus minus. None of them was designed to withstand the direct missile attack or to function in the conditions of the warfare. If operators, they're human, they make mistakes like they did at Rhode Island or Chernobyl, but think also if the war is happening around them, if they're not sure what is happening with their families, if they don't know whether they will be next missile, whether it will hit their room where the control room or not, that multiplies also. So we are in a situation where we are not done yet with nuclear accidents. Each time, it's not like we don't pay attention or we don't know. Smart people work on that, and after every accident, try to figure the way how not to step into the same trap. But next accident would actually expose a new vulnerability. We deal with Chernobyl and then tsunami comes. We deal with tsunami and then war comes. And we really, in that sense, we have sometimes wild imagination, but sometimes it's difficult to imagine what can happen next. So we are not done. There will be nuclear accidents, unfortunately, in the future. And that makes nuclear energy so problematic when we count it to fight climate change. I'll explain why. You gave the figures how many people died from burning coal, from how many people died from from radiation. And it's a good argument. Some people will question them because it's also the issue of not just dying, impact of radiation and cancer and our health, which is not completely understood. So it's still there's a lot of questions. But let's assume what you are saying. That's the figures. That's how it is. But we as people, we for whatever reason, are not afraid of cold. We are very much afraid of radiation. It's invisible. It's cold. It's everywhere. And you can't see it. And then you start having issues. And then you have some problems. And during the COVID, the governments closed the borders. Maybe make a good idea, maybe not so good idea. Isolation. So that was the government started to fight for access to Pfizer, to Moderna, to Sputnik, to whatever it is, to vaccine. So now back to the radiation. What is happening once Chernobyl happens? That's the highest point in the development of the nuclear industry so far in terms of how the new reactors were commissioned or the licensing issue. The next reactor after 3 Mile Island in the US, go ahead, was given, it seems to me, 10 years ago. If Fukushima happens, the reaction is in China for that as well. They're very much concerned. So there is a saying in the field, Chernobyl anywhere is Chernobyl everywhere. But if Fukushima, Germany, decides to go nuclear free and gets there at the expense of burning coal. So that's how we react. And each major accident, that means global freeze on the nuclear reactor production for at least another 10 years. So that's what I mean that nuclear industry is not just in terms of technology, not just in terms of radiation, impact on health, but also politically a very, very unreliable option.
And you suspect that that's an irreparable aspect of human nature and the human mind, that there's certain things that just create a kind of panic, invisible threats at the time, whether it's a virus or radiation. There's something about the mind. If I get a stomach ache in the United States after Fukushima, I kind of think it's probably radiation. This kind of irrational type of thing. I think that's not impossible to repair.
I think we can be trained, right? We can be
pretty smart, aren't we?
But generally, we are afraid of things that we see. But even more, we are afraid of things that we don't see. And radiation is one of those.
Let's zoom out on the war. We talked about the war in Ukraine. How does the war in Ukraine change the world order? We just look at everything that's going on. Zoom out a bit. China, the Israel-Gaza war, the Middle East, India. What is interesting to you, important to think about in the coming years and decades?
As a historian, I'm very trained. I have a feeling of pleasure. I see the Cold War is coming back in many of its features. And the war started, and we discussed that, in training between. Just in my interpretation, is Russia trying to really reestablish its control over the personal space, and Ukraine is crucial for that project. And the global Russian vision since 1990s was that they didn't like the American monopoly. They knew and realized that they couldn't go back to the bipolar world of the Cold War. So the vision was multipolar. in which, again, it wasn't just academic exercise, it was a political exercise in which Russia would be one of the centers, one of the poles. On par with China, on par with European Union, on par with the United States. That's very broadly speaking the context in which the war starts in 2014. Where we are now. Well, we are now in Russia simply trying to regain its strength, but no one actually believes that Russia is the sort of a superpower it was imagined before 2020. We see certainly Russia finding the way to deal with the sanctions, but we don't see certainly Russia as an economic power with any sort of a future. So it is not an implosion of the Russian military, economic, and political power, but it's significantly actually it is diminished. So today, very difficult to imagine Russia emerging as another player like that with a multiplayer. Not impossible, but it's the war made that very problematic and much more difficult. On the other hand, what the war did, it basically awakened the West, the old West, United States and Western Europe, transatlantic alliance. And on the top of that, there are East European countries that are even much stronger proponents of assistance for Ukraine than is Germany or the United States of America. So it is the replay of the Cold War story, the return of the West. That one of the chapters in the Buddha's Ukraine war is. We also can see the elements of the rebuilding of the Beijing-Moscow alliance of the 1950s. It was a very important part of the Cold War. It was an extremely important part of the Korean War that in many ways launched also the Cold War. So I see a lot of parallels of going back to the time of the Cold War, and the bipolar world that emerges is not anymore the world focused on Washington and Moscow, it's more like the world focused on Washington and Beijing. And there are countries in between. There are countries in between that join one bloc, another bloc that is emerging, that is not fully formed. And this is, in my opinion, makes the task of us historians to really go back to the Cold War and look through a new perspective in the history of that conflict, because there is a lot of things that we can learn.
So in some ways, history does repeat itself here. So now it's a Cold War with China and the United States. What's a hopeful trajectory for the 21st century?
The hopeful trajectory is really trying to be as wise and as lucky as our predecessors during the same time. Because the dominant discourse so far about the Cold War was what a horrible thing that the Cold War was. What did we do wrong? How did we end up in the Cold War? And I think, especially today, this is a wrong question. The right question to ask is, how did it happen? What did we do so right that for now more than 70 years we don't have a World War? How come that after World War I, World War II came within 20 years? How come that what helped us to keep the world on the brink but still away from the global war for such a long period of time? How to keep this world going? That's That's the biggest lesson that the history of the Cold War can give us. And I don't think we grasp the question quite often enough. Ask the question that way. And if you don't ask the right questions, you don't get right answers.
Yeah, you've written a book, Great Book on Cuban Missile Crisis. We came very close, not to just another world war, but to a nuclear war and the destruction of human civilization as we know it. So I guess it's a good question to ask, what do we do so right? And maybe one of the answers could be that we just got lucky. And the question is, how do we keep getting lucky?
Luck is really one of the factors in the Cuban Missile Crisis, because what happened there, and of course one of the lessons, is that eventually the commanders at the top, they believe that they have all the cards. They negotiate with each other. They try to see who blinks first in the game of their relationship. The trick is that they don't control who the people in the ground. The most dangerous moment, or one of the most dangerous moments of the Cuban Missile Crisis was the Soviet missile shooting down the American airplane, killing the pilot. And the order to shoot the missile was given as Moscow had no clue what was going on. Moscow never gave approval for that. And then I described it in the book many times about Kennedy bringing back his wisdom from World War II years. There always will be SOD who didn't get the order. These things happened. That was happening on the American side as well. So people who believe that they're in control really are not in control, and that can escalate. Whether they is very often against those issues. So that is one lesson. But going back to why we're still here, and why the world didn't end up in 1962 is that the leadership, and that's I come to the issue that's so strong at the moment, that people's personalities matter all this. They were different, right? Age, education, political careers, understanding of politics are and so on and so forth.
You mean
Khrushchev and Kennedy, yes. But they had one thing in common, that in one way, they belong to the same generation. That was generation of the nuclear bomb. That was the generation of the hydrogen bomb. The bomb that, unlike the atomic bomb, the nuke could destroy the world. And they were scared. They were scared of the nuclear weapons. And they tried to do whatever they could, pushing against their advisors or trying to deal with their anxieties. And the first is true for Kennedy, but later maybe for Khrushchev, to make sure that the war between the United States and the Soviet Union wasn't strong, because they knew that war would be nuclear war. So we have a very, very paradoxical sort of situation. The crisis occurred because of the nuclear weapons, was the short put. But the crisis was resolved and we didn't end in the Third World War because of the nuclear weapons, because people, leaders, were afraid of them. And that's where I want to put emphasis. It's not that the nuclear weapons created crisis to solve the crisis. It is our perception. And we are now in the age after the Cold War era. There's a new generation of voters, there's a new generation of politicians who don't belong to the generation of period at all. maybe know what pedophilia is, but we think that this is something
different thing.
But this is something else, and it's
so fascinating how that phase into that the power and the respect and fear of the power of digital elections just fades into memory. And then we may very well make the same mistakes again.
Yes, we can.
Another leader said that, I believe. But about a totally different topic. Well, like you said, I'm also glad that we're here. But as a civilization, that we still seem to be going on. There's several billion of us, and I'm also glad that the two of us are here. I've read a lot of your books. I've been recommending it. Please keep writing. Thank you for talking. Thanks for listening to this conversation with Sergey Gilby. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Ernest Hemingway. Never think that war, no matter how necessary, nor how justified, is not a crime. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
Talking about people who are trying to survive day by day, which is what a daily bird is doing, and why they would be considered as part of a problem as opposed to contributing to our economy is very difficult for me to understand.
He said very specifically, depending on the questions you ask, you could be arrested or not. And I said, listen to what you're saying. You're saying the U.S. government has control over my questions and will arrest me if I ask the wrong questions. And how are we better than England if that's true? Similarly, Navalny, during the Munich Security Conference, in the middle of a debate over $60 billion in Ukraine funding, maybe the Russians are dumb. I didn't get that vibe at all. I don't think we kill people in countries to affect election outcomes. Oh, wait, we do it a lot. We have for 80 years. The following conversation is Tucker Carlson, a highly influential and often controversial political commentator. When he was at Fox, Time magazine called him the most powerful conservative in America. After Fox, he has continued to host big, impactful interviews and shows on X, on the Tucker Carlson podcast, and on TuckerCarlson.com. I recommend subscribing, even if you disagree with his views. It is always good to explore diversity of perspectives. Most recently, he interviewed the president of Russia, Vladimir Putin. We discussed this, the topic of Russia, Putin, Navalny, and the war in Ukraine at length in this conversation. Please allow me to say a few words about the very fact that I did this interview. I have received a lot of criticism, publicly and privately, when I announced that I would be talking with Tucker. For people who think I shouldn't do the conversation with Tucker, or generally think that there are certain people I should never talk to, I'm sorry that I disagree. I will talk to anyone, as long as they're willing to talk genuinely and long form for 2, 3, 4, or more hours. I will talk to Putin and to Zelensky, to Trump, to Biden, Tucker, and to Jon Stewart, AOC, Obama, and many more people with very different views on the world. I want to understand people and ideas. That's what long-form conversations are supposed to be all about. Now, for people who criticize me for not asking tough questions, I hear you. But again, I disagree. I do often ask tough questions, but I try to do it in a way that doesn't shut down the other person, putting them into a defensive state where they give only shallow talk. Instead, I'm looking always at the expression of genuinely held ideas and the deep roots of those ideas. When done well, this gives us a chance to really hear out the guest and to begin to understand what and how they think. And I trust the intelligence of you, the listener, to make up your own mind, to see through the bullshit, to the degree there's bullshit, and to see to the heart of the person. Sometimes I feel like this, but I'll continue working my ass off. All that said, I find that this no tough questions criticism often happens when you get the person, the listener, simply thinks. And wants to see them grilled into embarrassment, called a liar, a greedy egomaniac, a killer, maybe even an evil human being, and so on. If you are such a listener, what you want is drama, not wisdom. In this case, this show is not for you. There are many shows you can go to for that. The hosts there are way more charismatic and entertaining than I'll ever be. If you do stick around, please know I will work hard to do this well and to keep improving. Thank you for your patience. And thank you for your support. I love you all. And now, dear friends, Tucker Carlson. What was your first impression when you met Vladimir Putin today? I thought he seemed nervous. And I was very surprised by that. And I thought he seemed like someone who overthought it a little bit and had a plan. And I don't think that's the right way to go into any interview. My strong sense of having done a lot of it in a long time is that it's better to know the thing, to say as much as you can, honestly, so you don't get confused by your own lies, and just to be yourself. And I thought that he went into it like an over-prepared student, and I just but I guess because you got a lot of people going to see it, but he was also prepared to give you a full lesson in history. Well, I was totally shocked by that, and very annoyed, because I thought he was full of us. I asked him, as I usually do, the most obvious, dumbest question ever, which is, why did you do this? And he had said in a speech that I think is worth reading, he will speak Russian, so I haven't heard him Russian, but he had said at the moment of the beginning of the war, he had given this address to Russians, in which he explained to the fullest extent we have seen so far why he was doing it. And he said in that speech, I fear that NATO, the West, the United States, the Biden administration will preemptively attack us. And I thought, well, that's interesting. I can't evaluate whether that's fear rooted in reality or rooted in paranoia, but I thought, well, that's an answer right there. And so I alluded to that in my question, and rather than answering it, on this long, from my perspective, kind of tiresome, sort of greatest hits of Russian history and the implication, I thought, was that Ukraine is ours, or Eastern Ukraine is ours already. And I thought he was doing that to avoid answering the question. So, the last thing we want in an interview is something to get rolled. And I didn't want to be rolled, so I, a couple of times, interrupted him politely, I thought. But he wasn't having it. And then I thought, I'm not here to prove that I'm a great interviewer. It's not about me. I want to know who this guy is. I think the Western audience, the global audience, has a right to know more about the guy. And so just like, because it's not, I don't feel like my reputation's on the line. People have already drawn conclusions about me, I suppose, to the extent they have. I'm not interested really in those conclusions anywhere. So just let him talk. And so I calmed down and just let him talk. And in retrospect, I thought that was really, really interesting. Whether you agree with it or not, or whether you think it's relevant to the war in Ukraine or not, that was his answer. And so it's like you said, he was afraid. He says, Vladimir, I wasn't afraid at all. And I wasn't nervous at all. Did you drink tea? No, you did my normal regimen. Nicotine pouches and coffee. No, I'm not a tea drinker. I try not to eat, all the sweets that is eating crap. But you eat a lot of sugar because you know before an interview, and it does go. So I successfully resisted that. But I wasn't nervous. I wasn't nervous all the time. I was like, why would I be? I'm 54. My kids are grown. I believe in God. I'm almost ready for this. But no, I wasn't nervous. I was just interested. I'm interested in studying history. I studied in college. I read about it my entire life. Constant topic of conversation. And so to be in the Kremlin in a room where Stalin made decisions, either wartime decisions or decisions about murdering his own population, I just over it. We were in Molotov's old office. So for me, I was just blown away by that. And I thought I knew a lot about Russia. It turns out I knew a lot about the Soviet period, the 1937 first trials, and in Ukraine. Like I knew a fair amount about that, but I knew nothing about contemporary Russia. Less than I thought I did. And I was just was just blown away by where we were, and that's kind of one of the main drivers at this stage in my life. That's why I do what I do, is because I'm interested in stuff, and I want to see as much as I can and try and draw conclusions from it to the extent I can. So I was very much caught up in that. I wasn't nervous. I didn't think he's going to like kill me or something, and I'm not particularly afraid of that. Not really. I mean, again, it's an age and stage in life. I mean, I've had children, so there were times when they were little where I was terrified of dying. Because if I died, it would have these consequences. But at this point, I don't want to die. I'm really enjoying my life, but I've been at the same goal for 40 years. I have 4 children extremely close to, now 5. And I love them all. I'm really close to them. I love them every day. And I've had a really interesting life. What was the goal? What was the goal? How would success be like? To bring around I mean, I have really strong feelings about what's happening, not just in Ukraine or Russia, but around the world. I think the world is resetting to the grave disadvantage of the United States. I don't think most Americans will care that at all. And so that's my view, and I've stated it because it's sincere. But my goal was to have more information brought to the West so people could make their own decisions about whether this is a good idea. I mean, I guess I reject the whole premise of the war in Ukraine from the American perspective, which is, a tiny group of dumb people in Washington has decided to do this for reasons they won't really explain, and you don't have a role in it at all as an American citizen, as a person who's paying for it, whose children might be drafted to fight it. To shut up and obey. I just reject that completely. I guess I'm a child of a different era. I'm a child of participatory democracy to some extent, where your opinion as a citizen is not irrelevant. And so I'm just, and I guess the level of lying about it was starting to drive me crazy. And I've said, and I'm going to say again, I'm not an expert on the region or really any region other than, say, Western Maine. I just don't, I'm not Russian. And, but it was obvious to me that we would be lied to at least. That just crazy to scale of life. The idea that Ukraine would inevitably win this year, victory was never, as it never is, defined precisely. Nothing is ever defined precisely, which is always a tell that there's deception at the heart of it. But Ukraine's on the verge of winning. I don't know. I'm hardly a tactician or military expert. For the first time, I'm not an expert on Russian Ukraine. I just look at Wikipedia. Russia has 100 million more people than 100 million. It has much deeper industrial capacity, more material capacity than all of NATO combined. For example, Russia is turning out artillery shells, which are significant in the ground, at a ratio of 7 compared to all NATO countries combined. That's all of Europe. Russia is producing 7 times the artillery shells as all of Europe combined. That's an amazing fact, and it turns out to be a really significant fact, a significant fact. But if you ask your average person in this country, even a very well-informed person of good faith who's just trying to understand that, who's going to win this war? Well, Ukraine's going to win. And they think that because our media really just do serve the interests of the U.S. government, period. They are state media in that sense. I've told them that for over 2 years. And I was in Hungary last summer talking to the Prime Minister, Viktor Orban, who's very smart on a scale that I'm used to. And I said to him off camera, so was Ukraine going to win? And he looked at me like this deranged, this congenital deficient. Are they going to win? Yeah, it's tiny compared to Russia. Russia has a wartime economy. Ukraine doesn't really have an economy. Look at the populations. He was looking at me like I was stupid. And I said to him, I think most Americans believe that because NBC News and CNN and all the news channels, all of them, because it's framed exclusively in moral terms, and it's Churchill versus Hitler, and of course Churchill's been a And it's just so dishonest that even it doesn't even matter what I want to happen or what I think ought to happen. That's a distortion of what is happening. And if I had any job at all, or don't actually at this point, but if I do have a job, it's to just try to be honest. And that's a why.
There is a more nuanced discussion about what winning might look like. You're right, a nuanced discussion is not being had, but it is possible for Ukraine to quote-unquote win with the help of the United States.
I guess that conversation needs to begin by defining terms. And the key term is win. What does that mean?
Peace, a ceasefire, who owns which land, yes, coming to the table with, as you call the parent, the United States.
Yes.
Putting leverage on the negotiation to make sure there's a fairness.
Well, of course, and I should restate this, I am not emotionally involved in this. I'm American in every sense, and my only interest is in America. I'm not leaving ever. And so I'm looking at this purely from our perspective, what's good for us. But I'll also see the biggest question. I mean, I hate war. And anybody who doesn't hate war shouldn't have power. So I agree with that definition. A victory is like not killing an entire generation of your population. It's not being completely destroyed to be eaten up by BlackRock or whatever comes next for them. So yeah, we were close to that a year and a half ago, and the Biden administration dispatched Boris Johnson, the briefly Prime Minister of the UK, to stop it and to say to Zelensky, who I feel sorry for, by the way, he's caught between these forces for a bigger reason, to say, no, you cannot come to any terms with Russia. And the result of that has not been a Ukrainian victory, it's just been more dead Ukrainians and a lot of profit for the West. It's a moral crime, in my opinion. And I tried to ask Boris Johnson about it because Rabbi and I, after he denounced me as a tool of the Kremlin or something, and he demanded $1 million to talk to me. And this just happened last week. And by the way,
I'm just for the record.
You paid. But, and I said to his guy, I said, I just interviewed Putin, who was widely recognized as a bad guy, and he did it for free. He didn't demand $1 million. He was doing this for profit, like you're telling me that Boris Johnson is. And so I guess these are really, it's not just about Boris Johnson being a sad, rapacious fraud, which he is, obviously, but it's about what the future of the West and the future of Ukraine, this country that purportedly we care so much about, is people dying, and it was the end of it. It's also deranged that I didn't imagine and don't imagine that I could add anything very meaningful to the conversation, because I'm not a genius, okay? But I felt like I could, at the very least, puncture some of the lies that's been inherent to it.
Vladimir Putin, after he said that he wasn't fully satisfied because he wrestled sharpen that questions. First of all, what do you think about
this? I guess it does seem like the one Putin statement that Western media take at face value. Everything else Putin says is a lie, except his criticism of me. But I mean, I meant by that I can only tell you what my goal was, as I suggested, is not to make it about me. I watched, he hasn't done any interview, but the last interview he did with an English-speaking reporter, Western media reporter, was like many of the other interviews we've done with Western media. Mike Wallace did an interview with him that was of the same variety. It was all about him. I'm a good person, you're a bad person. And I just feel like that's the most tiresome, fruitless kind of interview. It's not about me. I don't think I'm an especially good person. I definitely never claimed to be. But people can make their own judgments. And again, the only judgments that I care about are my wife and God's own. I'm just not interested in proving I'm a good person. And I just want to hear from him. And I have a lot of, you should see, I almost never write questions to him, but I did in this case because I had months, I had 3 years to think about it. So I was trying to book the interview, which I did myself. But they were all about internal politics and equality, and I had a lot of, I thought, really good questions. And then at the last second, when you make these decisions, as you know, since you interview people, often you make them on the fly. And I thought, talk about the things that haven't been talked about and that I think matter in a world of sports. And the number one among those, of course, is the war.
and what it means for the world. And so I stuck to that. I did ask about Restream, who I for. I wanted to answer these to me, and I was offended that he didn't. But his rationale was concerned. We want to trade him for something. I said, well, that doesn't make him a hostage. Which of course it does. But other than that, I really wanted to keep it to the things that I think matter most. People can judge whether I did a good job or not, but that was fine.
In the moment, what was your gut? Do you want to ask some tough questions as follow-ups on certain topics?
Would you need to ask a question,
Clarifying question, as opposed to
yes. I just wanted to hear his perspective. Again, I've probably asked more asshole questions of any living American. I'm, as has been noted correctly, I'm a dick by my nature, and so I don't. Just go to the stage of my life, I didn't just prove that I finally put me answer a question. Sure. I think if I had been 34 instead of 54, I definitely would have done that because I would have thought this is silly about me and I prove myself. No, there's a war going on that is wrecking the U.S. economy in a way and at a scale. The U.S. dollar is going away. That was, of course, inevitable ultimately because everything does, including currencies. But that death, that process of death, has been accelerated exponentially by the behavior of the Biden administration and the U.S. Congress, particularly with the sanctions. And people don't understand the ramifications of that. The ramifications of poverty in the United States. Okay, so I just want to do it because I'm coming at this from not a global perspective. I'm coming at it from an American.
So you mentioned Navalny. After you left, Navalny died in prison.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on just that high level post?
Imagine dying in prison. I thought about it. I don't want people in prison. A lot. Including some very good friends of mine. So I felt pissed and sad about it. From a geopolitical perspective, and I laugh at sort of resent them for kind of using claims by American politicians who are the dumbest politicians in the world. Actually, this happened, and here's what it means. And it's like, actually, it's actually matter. We don't know what happened. We don't know what happened. We have no freaking idea what happened. We can say, and I did say, and I will say again, I think it's what opposition figures. They don't. Period. It happens a lot when it happens in this country, as you know, and I'm against all of it. But do we know how he died? Short answer, no. Now, if I had to guess, I would say killing Navalny during the Munich security conference, in the middle of a debate with a $60 billion in Ukraine funding, maybe the Russians are dumb. I didn't get that vibe at all. I don't see it, but maybe they killed him. I mean, they certainly put him in prison, which I'm against. But at prison, I do know. And so when Chuck Schumer stands up and Joe Biden reads some card in front of him, it's like, you want to laugh at that because it's a you don't know.
There's a lot of interesting ideas about if he was killed, who killed him. Because it could be Putin, it could be somebody in Russia who's not Putin, it could be Ukrainians, because it would benefit the war. It could be his daughter. Yeah, it's possible. And it could be in the United States, but also I don't think he's so good in those countries to affect election outcomes. Probably, we do it a lot and have for 80 years in April. I can say that as an American because it's my money and my name. Yeah, I'm really affected by that. And I never thought that was true. I spent, again, and so I spent my worldview is defined by the Cold War. And very much in the House of Lincoln, which was Washington, D.C. So that's what we saw. And the left at the time, an MIT professor who I never had any respect for, etc. But the hard left is always saying, the United States government is interfering in other elections, and I just dismiss it as stupid and actually slanderous. It turned out to all be true, or substantially true. And that's been a real shock for them. But anyway, as to Navalny, I don't know. But we should always proceed on the basis of what we do know, which is to say on the basis of truth, noble truth. And if you have an entire policy-making apparatus that is making the biggest decisions on the face of the planet on the basis of things that are bullshit or lies, you're going to get bad outcomes every time. And that's why we are where we are. Does it bother you that basically the most famous opposition figure in Russia is sitting in prison? Of course it does. Of course it bothers me. It bothered me when I got there. It bothers me now. It was that really bad. Yeah, I mean, that's one of the measures of, that's one of the basic measures of political freedom. Are you imprisoning people who oppose you? You know, are you imprisoning people who pose a physical risk to you? I mean, there's some subjective decision-making involved in these things. However, big picture, yeah, you have opposition leaders in jail. It's not a politically free society, and Russia isn't, obviously. And as I said, a friend of mine, Coach Charles, an American, lives in Russia with his Russian from Moscow, with his Russian wife. And I had dinner with him. He's a very balanced guy, totally non-political. And speaks Russian and loves his many Russian children and loves the culture. And there's a lot to love. The culture that produced Tolstoy. You know, it's not a gas station with a beer weapons. I want to say that. It's a very deep culture. I don't quite understand it, of course, but I wouldn't. It has to. It's like, Moscow is a great city. It is really good. He said, you know what it is about Russian politics? I said, what? He said, well, we get hurt. We wind up with the army. But also it's just too complicated. You know, the Russian mind is not exactly the same. It's a Western, it's a European city. Not quite European. And the way they think is very, very, very complex. It's too complicated. Just don't get involved. And I would just say two things. One, I'm not sure. I mean, I don't know. But my strong sense is that Navalny's death, whoever did it, probably didn't have a lot to do with the coming election in Russia. My sense from talking to people around him is they're not really focused on it. So in fact, I asked one of the top advisors, when's the election? She didn't know the date of the election. It's like March. Okay. And I asked a bunch of other people just in Moscow, who's Putin running against? So it's not a real election, right? In the sense that we would recognize it at all. Second, I was really struck by so many things in Moscow and really bothered by it, deeply bothered by a lot of things in this other. But one thing I noticed was the total absence of multi-personality propaganda, which I expected to see. And I've seen around the world. Jordan, for example. Jordan. In every building there, pictures of the king and his extended family. And that's a sign of political insecurity. You don't create multi-personality unless you're personally insecure, and also unless you're worried about using your power. None of that. It's interesting. I expected to see a lot of it, like statues of babies. No statues of anybody. So that was just reporting what I saw. So yes, it's not in a political sense, it's not a free country. It's not a democracy in the way that we would understand it, or I want to live there. Because I like to say this. But it's not Stalinist in a recognizable way. It is. Should go there and tell me how.
I mean, this question about the freedom of the press is underlying very factor to you. So you might not need to ask me the long question. Did you feel like there are things I shouldn't say?
I mean, how honest do you want me to be? I mean it when I say I felt not one twinge of concern for the 8 days that I was there. Maybe I just didn't. And I feel like I've got a pretty strong gut sense of things. I rely on it and make all my decisions based on how I feel. And I didn't feel it at all. My lawyers, before I left, before for a big law firm, like Bob's Law Firm, one of the biggest law firms in the world, said, you're going to get arrested if you do this by the U.S. government sanctions file. And I said, well, I don't recognize the legitimacy of that, actually, because I'm American. I've lived through my whole life, and it's so outrageous that I'm happy to face that.
that risk because I so reject the premise. Okay, I'm an American. I should something when I can't exercise that freedom, which I think I was. I gave one lecture there. What is lawyer? But that was it was a, let me put it this way. Lawyers, but it cost many thousands of dollars to get a conclusion like that. Like they sent a whole bunch of their summer associates or whatever. They said they put a lot of people on this question, checked a lot of press there, and they sent me a 10-page memo on it. Their sincere conclusion was, do not do this. And of course, people were mad, so it was not sure. I had another call with the head lawyer, and he said, how will you end the questions that you ask? If your scene is too nice to him, you could get arrested. Because if you're describing a fascist country, okay, you're saying the U.S. government will arrest me if I don't ask the questions they want to ask. Is that what you're saying? Well, we just think based on what's happening, that's possible. And so, I'm just telling you what happened. So you were okay being arrested. I didn't think I was arrested. I didn't think for a second. I don't speak Russian. I'd never been there before. Everything about the culture was brand new to me. You know, ignorance does protect you, sort of, when you're freaking out. I'm not worried about it. It's happening to anybody. There's a principle there that extends throughout life. So it's completely possible that I was in grave peril and didn't know it. Because, like, how would I know? I'm like a bubbling English speaker. But I didn't feel it at all. But the lawyers, yeah, I mean, it's the crap out of it. And look, and you have to pay cash, they don't take credit cards, sanctions, and you have to go through all these just procedural hoops to go to Russia, which I was going to do because I wanted to interview them. But then there's another fact, which is that I was being surveilled by the U.S. government, intensely surveilled by the U.S. government. And this came out, they admitted it, and they admitted it a couple of years ago that they were up in my signal. And then they leaked it to the others. They did that again before I left. And I know that because two New York Times reporters wanted to mention said they're going and called other people from this going with the line. And my wife, two producers, that's it. So they got that from the government. Then I'm over there. Of course, I want to see someone who I admire. And so we have a mutual friend, so I got his text and Snowden does not want me to see at all. And so, but I really wanted to dinner. So we did dinner in my hotel room. I said, I tried to convince him. I'd love to interview and shoot on my iPhone. You know, I'd love to take a picture together and put it on the internet because I just want to show support. Because I think it's been railroaded. He had no interest in living in Russia, no intention of living in Russia. Anyway, whatever. All this stuff. And he just said, respectfully, I'd rather not anyone know that. Great. The only reason I'm telling you this is because, and I didn't tell anybody, and I didn't text it to him. Okay, except Semaphore runs this piece saying, reporting information they got from the U.S. intelligence leaking against me using my money, my name, in a supposedly free country. They run this piece saying I'd met with Snowden, like it was a crime or something. So again, my interest is in the United States, and preserving freedoms here, the ones that I grew up with. And if you have a media establishment that acts as an auxiliary of, or acts as employees of the national security state, you don't have a free country. And that's where we are. And I'm not guessing, because I've done my entire life in that world. 33 years I worked in big news companies, and so I know how it looks like the people involved in that. I can name them. Ben Smith, Semaphore, among many others. And I find that really objectionable. Not just in principle, either in effect, in practice. You don't want to live in that kind of country. People are like, they externalize all of their anxiety about this. So it's like, Russia's not free. Neither is Burkina Faso. Like, most countries aren't free, but we are. We're the United States, we're different. And that's my concern, preserving that is my concern. And so they get so exercised about what's happening in other parts of the world, places they've never been or nothing about. it's almost a way of ignoring what's happening in their own country right around them. It's so strange and sad and weird. So the NSA say was these people still tracking. Look, one of the things I did before I went, just because the business I'm in, all of us are in, we live here, we all have theories about secure communications channels. Signal is secure. Telegraph isn't. WhatsApp is owned by Mark Zuckerberg. So I thought, before I go over here, I was getting all this conversations happening or something like that. And I decided, I'm just going to So I talked to two people who were known. And that's all I can say. And I talk to people who don't like to do it. And both of them said exactly the same thing, which is nothing is secret. Everything is monitored all the time. If state actors, so you can keep the, whatever, the Malaysian mafia from your text probably. You cannot keep the big intel services from your text. It's not possible. Any of them, or listen to your calls. So, and that was the firm conclusion of people who've been involved in this for a long time. So, I just thought, you know what? I don't care. I don't care. I'm not sending a ton of naked pictures of myself to anybody. I'm 54, dude. Probably not too many. But so like, I'm just so the guys I travel with, three people I work with who I love, who I've been around the world with for many years, and I know them really, really well. And they all got separate phones, and I'm using their phone back in New York or whatever. And I just decided I don't care actually, and I resent having privacy. Because privacy is a prerequisite for freedom, but I can't change it, and so I have the same surveillance cell phone. And I do switch them out because there it is. Because if you have too much spyware on your phone, this is true, it wrecks them out. And no, I'm serious. It does. And we got. It was, I don't know, 5 or 6 years ago in North Korea, and my phone started acting crazy, and so I talked to someone on the National Security Council who actually called me and somehow knew that your phone is being surveilled by the South Korean government. I like the South Korean government. They do that because they don't want information. So, but I could tell because all of a sudden the thing is training in like 45 minutes. So that is. That's yeah, I mean, I try not to do, I'm kind of flinty Yankee type in some ways, so I don't like to spend $1,000 with freaking Apple corporations too often. But yeah, I do. I mean, you say it that you tell us that you as a journalist would be tracked. So they leaked it to Semaphore, and they leaked it to the New York Times. I would put up with nothing I can do, so I have to put up with everything. But I would probably not be actively angry about being surveilled because I'm just so actually do paying taxes, whatever. So I'm sure that must the fact that they are leaking against the intel services in the United States are actively engaged in U.S. politics and media. That's so unacceptable. That makes democracy impossible. There's no defense of that. And NBC News, Ken Delaney, and the rest will defend it. And it's like, and not just on NBC News, by the way, on the supposedly conservative channels, they will defend it. We're defending that. You can't have democracy if the intel services are tampering in elections and information. Period. You had no view. And the lawyer said, be careful which questions you ask. You said, I don't know. Well, the lawyer said, no, he said very specifically, if, depending on the questions you ask, you could be arrested or not. And I said, listen to what you're saying. You're saying the U.S. government has, control over my questions. Arrest me if I ask the wrong question. So how are we better than Putin if that's true? And by the way, that's what the lawyer said, but I can't overstate. One of the biggest law firms in the United States, smart lawyers who've used for years. So I was really shocked by it. He said he was killed, he was alive. I don't believe in Hebrews very much. Like this whole Zelensky, Jesus, Putin's safe, and it's like, no, they're all leaders of countries, okay? But grow up a little bit, child. Do you ever met a leader? Like, all of the, first of all, anyone who seeks power is damaged morally. You shouldn't be seeking power. You can't seek power or wealth for its own sake and remain a decent person. That's true. So there aren't any really virtuous billionaires, and there aren't any really virtuous leaders. You have grades of virtue. Some are better than others, for sure. But, I mean, in other words, Zelensky may be better than Putin. But to claim that one is evil and the other is virtuous is like you're revealing that you're a child. You don't know anything about how the world actually is or what reality is. It's quite a realistic spectrum, but there is a spectrum. There's a spectrum, absolutely. I'm not saying they're all the same. They're not.
Our task is to figure out where on the spectrum they lie. Leaders' task is to confuse us and convince us that we're the good guys.
But I actually reject even that formulation. I mean, of course, the leaders make the difference. A good leader has a healthy country, and a bad leader has a decaying country. But it's about the ideas and the policies and the practical effect of things. So we're very much caught up in personalities of various leaders, not just our political leaders, but our business leaders, our cultural leaders. They're good people. Do they have the right thoughts? It's like, no. I ask them the basic question, what are the fruits of their behavior? And I always make it personal because I think everything is personal. Does his wife respect him? Do his children respect him? How are they doing? Is the country he runs thriving, or is it falling apart? If your life expectancy is going down, if your suicide rate is going up, if your standard of living is going up, you're not a good leader. I don't care what you tell me. I don't care what you claim you represent. I care about the ideas, the systems that you say you embody. It's dog's bark for this. How's your life expectancy? How's your suicide rate? What's drug use? Are people having children? Are people's children more likely to live in a freer, more prosperous society than you did and your grandparents did? Like those people need measures that matter. But anyway, the point is, we just get so obsessed with the theater around people or people, and we miss the bigger things that are happening, and we allow ourselves to be deceived into thinking that what doesn't matter all matters. That moral victories are all that matter. No, actually, facts on the ground victories matter more than anything. You certainly see this with Black Lives Matter, for example. How many black people did that? We've heard a lot of black people, but in the end, we should be able to measure it. You know, like how many black people have died by gunfire in the 4 years since George Floyd died? Well, the numbers go way, way up. That was a Black Lives Matter operation. So I think we can say, as a factual matter, data-based matter, Black Lives Matter. If it did tell me how, well, these are important moral victories. I'm over that. That's just another lie. You know, long live you. So I try to see the rest of the world that way, but more than anything, I try to see world events through the lens of an American, because I am one. And what does this mean for us? And it's not even important, it's the sanctions that will forever change the United States, our standard of living, where government operates. That was every single thing in my lifetime screwed the United States. Levying those sanctions in the way that we did was crazy. And that, for me, the main takeaway from my 8 days in Moscow was not Putin. Not that different, actually. Pretty intensive. No, it was Moscow. That blew my mind. I was not prepared for that at all. And I thought I knew a lot about Moscow. My dad worked there off in the 80s and 90s. He was going back to Moscow. It's a nightmare. No electricity. I got there almost exactly 2 years after sanctions. Totally cut off. Can't use US dollars. And that city, just factually, not endorsing the system, not endorsing the whole country. I didn't go to Lake Nepal. You know, I didn't go to Turkmenistan. I just went to Moscow, the largest city in Europe. 13 million people. I drove all around it. And that city was way nicer, outwardly anyway, don't live there, than any city we have by a lot. And by nicer, let me be specific. No graffiti, no homeless, no people using drugs in the street. Totally tiny, no garbage on the ground. And no forest of steel and concrete, soul-destroying buildings. None of the postmodern architecture that oppresses us without even our knowledge. None of that crap. It's a truly beautiful city. And that's not an endorsement of Putin's. And by the way, it didn't make me love Putin. It made me hate my own leaders. Because I grew up in a country that had cities kind of like that. They were nice cities. They were safe. And we don't have that anymore. How did that happen? Did Putin do that? I don't think Putin did that, actually. I think the people in charge of it, the mayors, the governors, the president, they did that. They should be held accountable.
So I think cleanliness and architectural design is not the entirety of the metrics that matter in Metro City.
They're the main metrics that matter. They're the main metrics that matter. The main metrics that matter are cleanliness, safety, and in my opinion. And one of the big lies that we are told in our world is that no, something you can't measure that has no actual effect on your life matters most. Bullshit. What matters most, to say it again, beauty, safety, cleanliness. Because lots of other things matter too. A whole bunch of things matter. But if I were to put them in order, it's not some theoretical, well, actually, if you know that the Duma has no power, okay, I get that. Freedom of speech matters enormously to me. They have less freedom of speech in Russia than we do in the United States. We are superior to them. But you can't tell me that living in a city where your 6-year-old daughter can walk to the bus stop and ride on a clean bus or ride on a beautiful subway car that's unlined and not get assaulted, that doesn't matter. No, that matters almost everything. And we can have both. And the normal regime defenders, John Stewart, so they're like, well, that's the price of freedom. Like, people shitting on the sidewalk is the price of freedom. It's like, you can't fool me because I've lived here for 54 years. I know that it's not the price of freedom because I lived in a country that was both free and equal and orderly. So that's not a trade-off I think I have to make. You can't, that is the beauty of being a little bit older because no, I remember that actually. It wasn't what you're saying. It didn't have racial segregation in that country. It was a really nice country that kind of respected itself. I was here. And I think with younger people, you can tell them that. Like, in 1985, you know, selling slaves in Madison Square Garden. It's like, no, you weren't. You're going to Madison Square Garden and not stepping over a single fentanyl addict.
It was true. There doesn't have to be a trade-off. But it is also true that in dictatorship, cleanliness and architectural design is easier to achieve or perfect, and often it is done so you can show off what great our cities are, while you're suppressing yours.
Of course, I agree with that vehemently. This is not a defense of the Russian system at all. And if I felt that way, I would not only move there, but I would announce I was moving there. I'm not ashamed of my views. I never have been. And for all the people who are trying to impute secret motives to my views, I'm like the one person in America you don't need to do that with. If you think I'm a racist, ask me, and I'll tell you. I'm a racist. Oh, I am a sexist. Anyway, no, if I was like a defender of Vladimir Putin, I would just say I'm defending Vladimir Putin now. I'm not. I am attacking our leaders, and I'm grieving over low expectations of our people. You don't need to put up with this. You don't need to put up with foreign invaders stealing from you. You know, occupying your kids' school. Your kids can't get an education because people from foreign countries broke our laws and showed up here and they've taken over the school. That's not a feature of freedom, actually. That's the opposite. That's what enslavement is. And so I'm just saying, raise your expectations a little bit. You can have a clean, functional, safe country. Crime is totally optional. Crime is something our leaders decide to have or not have. It's not something that just appears organically. I wrote a book about crime 30 years ago. I thought a lot about this. You have as much crime as you can with, period. And it doesn't make you less free to not tolerate murder. In fact, it makes you unfree to have a lot of murder. And so but it makes me sad that people are like, well, you know, I guess this is tough. I can't live in New York City anymore because of inflation and filth and shooting each other. But you know, I'm just glad because this is vibrant and strong and free. It's like, that's not freedom, actually, at all.
Your point as well is that you can have both. But do you regret?
We had both. That's the thing. We had that. I saw.
Do you regret to a degree using Moscow subway and the grocery store as a mechanism by which to make that point?
No. I mean, I thought
I'm one of the more
unself-aware people will ever interview. So to ask me how would this be? We have no idea. But I was so shocked by it. And there were two, and to the extent I regret anything and am to blame for anything, it would be not giving a context, not fully explaining why I'm doing this. The grocery store, I was shocked by the prices. And yes, I'm familiar with exchange rates, but very familiar with exchange rates. But those don't, and I adjusted them. Exchange rates. And this is 2 years in dissension, total isolation from the West. So I would expect, in fact, I did expect until I got there, the supply chains would be problems. How do you get good stuff if you don't have access to Western markets? And I didn't fully get the answer because I was occupied doing other things when I was there, but somehow they have. And that's the point. And they haven't had the supply chains problems that I predicted. In other words, sanctions haven't made the country noticeably worse. Okay, so again, this is contrary to the United States and our policy. Why are we doing this? It's forcing the rest of the world into a block against us called BRICS. They're getting off the U.S. dollar. That will mean a lot of dollars going to come back here and destroy our economy and impoverish this country. So the consequences the states are going to lose. And we're not even hurting Russia. Like, what the hell are we doing? On the subway, that subway was built by Joseph Stalin right before the Second World War. Stalinism is a thing that I hate. I don't want to come to my feet. I'm making the obvious point that for over 80 years, we've had these frescoes and chandeliers, we've been redone or whatever, but like somehow the society has been able to not destroy what its ancestors were. The things that are worth having. I don't know why. And that, but why don't we have that? And even on a much more terrestrial point, like, why can't I have a subway station? Why can't my children who live in New York City ride the subway? A lot of people I know who live in New York City are afraid to ride the subway. Young women especially. That's freedom? No, it can't be slavery. And how can, if Putin can do this, why can't it be? But what? It's not. In other words, this is so obvious. I'm a traitor. So if I'm calling for American citizens to demand more from their government and higher standards for their own society, and remember, it's just 30 years ago we had a much different, much happier, and cleaner, and healthier society. Everyone wasn't fat with diabetes at 14 with poison food. Like, how is that? I'm not a traitor to my country, I'm a defender of my country. None of the people calling me. I would not say that people.
But there's many elements that you say you don't like Stalin. You know, your student of history, central planning is good at improving subway in a way that's really nice. The thing that accounts for New York subways, by the way, there's a lot of really positive things about that subways, not only the efficiency, the accessibility, how wide it spreads. But that network in New York, that was incredible. But Moscow, for different metrics, results of a capitalist system. You actually said that the U.S. is quite a capitalist system, which is an interesting question. So we have more central planning here than we do. No, that's not true. The climate agenda. They're telling the U.S. government has, in league with a couple of big companies, decided to change the way we produce and consume energy. There's no popular outcry for that. There's never been any mass movement of Americans who say, I hate my gasoline-powered engine. No more diesel. That has been central planning. That is central. And you see it up and down our economy. There's no free market in the United States. You get crossways from the government, you're done. And if you're at scale, and maybe you go to a barber shop or a liquor store or something, but even then, you're regulated by politicians. And so, no, I actually am for free markets. I hate monopolies. Our economy is dominated by monopolies.
completely dominated in Google. What percentage of searches do Google have? 90? Google's a monopoly by any definition, and Google is just rich enough to continue doing whatever it wants in violation of U.S. law. So there's no monopoly in Russia as big as Google. I'm not, again, defending the Russian system. I'm calling for a return to an old system, which was sensible and moderate and for the needs of Americans. Somewhere in the top 10. I'm not saying that Standard Oil was like interested in the welfare of average Americans, but I am saying that there was a constituency in the political system in the Congress, for example, presidential candidates. Now, wait a second. What does this bring to people? Is it good for people? There's not even a conversation about it. It's like, shut up and submit to AI. And no offense. And so, just offense to you.
We will engage you. Yeah. We'll be the first one.
But as a white man, I just want to exist anymore.
So much to say now.
I bet when you Google 20 years from now, 100%.
Well, I hope she's attractive.
It'd probably be.
The central planning point is really interesting, but I just don't. I'm where you're coming from. There's a capitalist system. The United States is one of the most successful capitalist systems in history. What's the notion? I'm just saying that I think it's changed a lot in the last 15 years, and we need to update our assumptions about what we're seeing. And that's true up and down. That's true of everything. It's true with your neighbor's children. You haven't seen in 3 years, and then they come on for lesbian, and you're like, oh, you're wrong. That is true for the world around us as well. And most of our assumptions about immigration, about our economy, about our tax system, can be outdated if you compare them to the current reality. And so I'm just for updating my files, and I have a big advantage over you because I am middle-aged, and so I don't trust my perceptions of things. So I'm constantly trying to be like, is that true? I should go there. You know, I should see it. And I guess just in the end, I trust direct perceptions. I don't trust the internet. Wikipedia is a joke. Wikipedia could not be more dishonest. It's certainly in the political categories of things that I know a lot about. Occasionally I'll read an entry written about something that I saw or know people involved in. That's why are you left out the most important fact? And it's not a reliable guide to reality or history. And that will accelerate with AI. With history or perception of the past is completely old and distorted. So I think just getting out there and seeing stuff and seeing that it's not going to bother you. There's a smoldering ruin, rats in a garbage dump. It was nicer than New York. The hell? Direct data is good, but it's challenging. For example, if you talk to a lot of people in Moscow or in Russia, and you ask them, is there censorship? They will usually say, yes, there is.
But there is. Well, right, great. I mean, just to be clear, I have no plans to leave Russia. I think I'll probably be arrested if I leave Russia. Ed Snowden, who is the most famous openness, transparency advocate in the world, I would say. Doesn't want to live in Russia. He's had problems with the government. Putin, like it. I mean, I get it. I'm just saying, what are the lessons for us? And the main lesson is we are being lied to. Like in a way that's bewildering and very upsetting. I was mad about it all 8 days I was there because I feel like I'm better informed than most people. This is my job, and I'm skeptical of everything. And yet I was completely different. I would just recommend to everyone watching this, if you're really interested, if you're one of those people, I'm not. There's like waking up every day, you've got your cream, I got your mailbox or whatever, you're drinking the pedal pen or certain heater. But if you like sincerely care about Ukraine or Russia or whatever, why don't you just hop on a plane for $800 a year? Okay, well, that doesn't occur to anyone to do that. And I know it's time consuming and it's expensive. But you benefit so much. Not getting for 8 hours. I know you've had this experience. You think you know what something is, or you think who someone is, and then you have direct experience of that place or the person, and you realize all your preconceptions were wrong. they were controlled by somebody else. But off the air, they told somebody who said I couldn't change the person is not all like what I thought. That's happened to me in the positive direction. By the way, for me, it's almost always the direction. Most people I meet, and I've had the great privilege of meeting a lot of people over all this time, they're way better than you, or they're more complicated, or whatever. But a direct experience unmediated by liars, there's no substitute for that.
Well, at that point, direct experience in Ukraine, so I visited Ukraine and witnessed a lot of the same things you witnessed.
Yes, this is a country that's really, so it's not for real,
where most of the men are volunteering and fighting in the war, and there's actual tanks in the streets that are going to major cities here. And still, supply chains are working. Yes, a handful of months after the start of the war, everything's working. The restaurants are amazing. Most of the people are able to do some kind of job. Like the light goes on. Cleanliness, like you mentioned,
I love
security. It's incredible. Like there's the crime went to zero. They gave out guns to everybody. The Texas strategy. Yeah, when you witness it, you realize, okay, there's something to these people. There's something to this country that they're not as corrupt as you might hear. I don't care that Russia is corrupt, Ukraine is corrupt. You assume it's just all them go to shit.
Well, so that's been, and I haven't been to Ukraine, and I've sort of tried to kill them immediately, so I can't try to interview Zelensky. He's been answering me. I just want to interview him. Well, unfortunately, I'm about to do it. I hope I can take it. But one of the things that bothers me most, I'd love to hear that with you, but I'm not really surprised. One of the things that I'm most ashamed of is the bigotry that I felt towards Slavic people, also toward Muslims, let's be totally honest, because I lived through decades of propaganda, NBC News and CNN, where I worked, about this or that group of people, they're horrible or whatever. And I kind of believed it. And I see it now. You can't even put the word Russia at Wimbledon because it's so offensive. Did he invade Ukraine? I don't think he did. He's screwing all these business guys' yachts and business oligarchs. Whatever. Here's my point. The idea that a whole group of people is just evil because of their blood, I just don't believe that. I think it's immoral to think that. And I can just tell you my own experience after 8 days there. It's a really interesting culture, Slavic culture, which is shared by the Russians. Of course, their first cousins at the most distant, and I found it really smart and interesting and informed. I didn't understand a lot of what they're saying. I understand the way the minds work because I'm American, but it wasn't a thing culture, it's a thing culture, and I admire that, and I wish I could go to Ukraine. I was there tomorrow.
So I think after the interview with Putin, put a clip, I think on TCN, where your sort of analysis afterwards. No, but what stood out to me is like you were criticizing me. It spoke to the thing that you mentioned, which is you want fake. The question I want to ask is, it'd be pretty badass if you went to this market and made the play, but also criticize me. Like, criticize if there is a lack of yes.
Oh, you mean if I also said that? Well, yeah, I mean, I think that. I guess part of it is that I'm a little, because I have such a low opinion of the commentariat in the United States and the news organizations that do work for this government. And I really see them as I did Izvestia and Pravda in the 80s, like those organs of the government, and I think they're contemptible. I think the people who work there are contemptible, and I say that to those people. That I'm a little bit cut off, kind of, from what people are saying about me. But, so I try not to be defensive. I'm not a tool. But the idea that I'd be flattering for people when, I know there's fucking revolutionary war, like I'm as American as you could be, is crazy. And Applebaum calls me a traitor. It's just like so dumb. But no, of course they don't have freedom. No country has freedoms other than us. Canada doesn't have it. Great Britain definitely doesn't have it. France, Netherlands, these are countries that spend a lot of time in. And Russia certainly doesn't have it. So that's why I don't live there. I'm just saying our sanctions don't work. That's all I'm saying. And we don't have to live like animals. We can live with dignity. Even the Russians can do it. That's not what I'm saying. Even the Russians of this entire freaking place can live like this. And no, it's not a feature of dictatorship. That's the most, I think, discouraging, the most dishonest line by people like Jon Stewart, who really are trying to prepare the population for accepting a lot less. He is really a tool of the regime in a sinister way, always has been. How dare you expect that? What are you, a Stalinist? It's like, no, I'm an American, I'm a decent person. I just want to be able to walk to the grocery store without being murdered. Is that too much? Shut up, you don't believe in freedom! It's really dark.
So there is a fundamental way in which you want Americans to expect more.
You don't have to live like this. We don't have to live like this. You don't have to accept it. You don't. And everyone's afraid in this country they're going to be shut down by the tech oligarchs who have the FBI show up at their houses or go to jail. People are legit afraid of that in the United States. And my feeling is, so, like, show a little courage. Like, what is it worth to you for your grandchildren to live in a free, prosperous country? It should be worth more than your comfort.
So, like, we should make clear that by many measures, look at the World Press Freedom Index. You're right, the U.S. is not at the top. Norway is. The U.S. scores 71, same as Gambia.
Really? So let me just ask.
Hold on a second.
Now you're making me laugh.
Ukraine is 61, and Russia is 35. Well, it is the worst. Close to China at 23, North Korea is very low.
Didn't Ukraine put Gonzalo Lira in jail for the dive to criticizing the government? How can they have a high press?
That's why they're 61.
I'm saying I don't know what the criteria are they're using to arrive at that. But I know press freedom when I see it, try to practice it, which is saying what you think is true. Correcting yourself when you've been shown to be wrong. Because I have been. Being as honest as you can be all the time and not being afraid. And those are totally absent. Totally absent. People are afraid to leave business. I was not. Business behind working there. And they're afraid to tell the truth. They're under an enormous amount of pressure, and a lot of times it gets in mortgages. So I have sympathy. But they go along with things like you are not allowed. You stand up in any cable channel in the United States. How did the Ukrainian government throw U.S. citizens in prison who died for criticizing the Ukrainian government? We're paying for that. That's like we're paying for that. But this is a U.S. citizen, and we're paying the pension of Ukrainian bureaucrats. Like we are. Like, if you said that on TV, on any channel, lose your job for that. So, like, that's not, I don't care. Norway is at the top of the list. If I went on Norwegian television, NATO blew up. NATO blew up. The United States government, with help of other governments, blew up, committed the largest act of industrial terrorism in history. By the way, the largest environmental crime, the largest emission of CO2, methane. Could I keep my job now? So how is that a free? We don't know that. I mean, in Norway? Yeah, let's just get in the Navy. Norway for a second.
So,
We did it for the majority.
well, but it's a deviating Navy. Not the fun, but you have freedom to say it.
Can you keep your job? That's one measurement. Yeah, it's not the only measurement. Obviously, being thrown into prison is much worse than losing your job. I've been fired a number of times for saying what I think about it. And it's fine. I've enjoyed it. I'm being fired. I've always become a better person after it happened. But it is one measurement of freedom. If you have the theoretical right to do something, but the practical ability to do it, you have the right to do it. And the answer is not really.
What's your job, Stewart? Until you have a bit of a history.
I don't know if you've seen they kind of real through supermarket and Subway videos. You kind of see it. I haven't seen it, but someone characterized it, which is why I pitted against it earlier in our conversation about how the price of freedom is living. Yeah, that was essentially it. In 2004, 20 years ago, Jon Stewart appeared on Crossfire, a show he hosted. And that was kind of a memorable moment. You want to tell the saga of that? I mean, for me, as I was saying to you before about how it takes a long time to digest and process and understand what happens, at least it does for me. I didn't understand that as a particularly significant moment while it was happening. I just got a plane right out of it as usual. And I was very literal as usual. And so from my perspective, his criticism, at least that I remember it, was that I was a partisan. Well, he took us one that Crossfire was stupid, which it certainly was. In fact, I'd already given my notice and I was moving on to another company. But Crossfire was stupid. Crossfire didn't help. Crossfire claimed everything as Republican versus Democrat. Whatever. It was not helpful. Republicans were like, couldn't really move. And that's what it was. So that was part of his critique. I'm not sure I would have defended it at the time because I worked there and part of it, you're engaged in enterprise. That's fundamentally this was it was. But his other point was that I was somehow a partisan, and mine was partisan, which is definitely not true. It is true of him, he is a mindless partisan. But I'm not, and I really haven't been since I got back from Baghdad at the beginning of the Iraq War, and I realized that the Republican Party, which I worked for, my whole life to that point, and had supported in general, pushing this really horrible thing, which is what the United States, because we did, and I realized that I had been on the wrong side of that. I said so publicly immediately from Baghdad. I said that, and I knew it meant to everything. And so to call me partisan, you can call me stupid, you can call me wrong. I certainly have been wrong, but partisan, I just didn't think it was a meaning. It was like, that's just true. It's the opposite. So I didn't really take it seriously at all, and I never published him. So I was like, jumping around on my show, but I do think it was reported. And by the way, that happened right at the moment that YouTube began. It was one of the first big YouTube videos. It was one of the first big YouTube videos. So it had a virality that it went everywhere in a way that didn't used to happen in cable news. By that point, that was 20 years ago. As you point out, I've been in cable news for 9 years. So before 2004, we would say something on television, and then it would be lost. Like people would claim they heard it, but you have to go to the University of Tennessee at Knoxville archives to get it. Suddenly, everything we said lived forever on the internet, which is good. By the way, it's not bad, but it was a big change for me, and I just couldn't believe how widely that was discussed at the time, because I thought he was not an interesting person. I think he was obviously a very happy person. I just didn't take him seriously then, and that's what I did now. But so anyway, that was it. It was a smaller thing in my life at the time than other people imagine. Okay, you said a lot of words that would make it sound good job. You said unhappy person, partisan person. It's definitely partisan. So can you elaborate why? Well, so I think that, and I see this a lot, not only on the left, but people who believe that whatever political debate they're engaged in is the most important debate. And so they bring an emotional intensity to those debates, and they're inevitably disappointed because no eternal question is solved politically. So they're kind of on the wrong path, right? And they're doomed to frustration if they believe that. And many do be certain that whatever the issue is, there's no Supreme Court justice, and the implication is, well, if someone else's Supreme Court justice would live in a fair and happy society, but that's just not, it's a false promise. So I think that people who bring that level of intensity to politics are by definition disappointed, bitter, and disappointed. And the real question is, like, what happens when you die? How do people around you feel about it? those are not the only questions in life, but they're some of the most important ones. And if we're spending a disproportionate amount of time on who gets elected to some office, not that it's irrelevant, it is relevant, but it's not the eternal question. And so I feel like he's not the only kind of bitter, silly person in Washington, and it's worth it. There are many, and a lot of them are Republicans. So, but I just thought it was ironic. I mean, everything's ironic to me, but being called a Russia sympathizer by a guy who calls himself Boris. Like, that just makes me laugh. No one else has ever laughed at that. Boris Johnson he calls himself Boris. It's his middle name. And so, like, if you call yourself Boris, you don't really have standing to attack anyone else who's in Russia with you, right? I think that's funny. But Jon Stewart, like, if there are a lot of things you can say about him, but he's much more partisan than I am. So probably what? He would probably say he's not partisan, that he's a comedian who's looking for the humor and absurdity of the system. That's a dumb shit. He's a dead serious, he's very serious. I will say this, and he shares this quality with a lot of comedians. I know across the people he's talking about, and a lot of them are very serious, like about their views, and they have a lot of emotional intensity. He certainly is in that category. He's not. That's like the serious thing. Yeah, he's a comedian for sure. He can be very funny for sure. He has talent, no doubt about it. I'm never denying that. But he's motivated by this is right, that is wrong, and I just think it's a misinformed passion. But do you think I'm just a comedian? And I'm not trying to claim it couldn't change. I haven't said a lot of dumb things, and one of the dumbest things I've ever said was when he was on our set lecturing me. He's a moron, which I also don't really care for as an aesthetic matter, but he was lecturing me about something, and I said, I thought you were going to tell jokes, which I should have said. Because he was there to lecture me, and I should have engaged him directly rather than trying to manage him about here's the he doesn't seem that way. But I would just say this: Jon Stewart's defender of habit. Jon Stewart's never criticized. Like, what's Jon Stewart's view on the 8% to Ukraine, the $100 billion we read? What happened to that money? What happened to that business? He doesn't care. He has the exact same priorities as the permanently in charge of Washington. So he's not alone in that. So he's weak at virginity. Husband, all the rest of it. But if you're going to pretend to be a guy who's giving your finger to entrenched power, you should do it once in a while. And he never has. There's not one time that he said something that was deeply unpopular. That's all. So don't call yourself a truth teller. You're a flatterer of power. Okay, that's fine. There's a role for that.
Let's be honest there. I watched it video from 20 years ago. I watched it initially. And I remember it very different. I remember Greg Master really destroyed me in that conversation. I watched it, and you asked a very good question, which was, there's no structure. And you asked a very good question. Why, when you got a chance to interview John Kerry, did you ask a bunch of softball questions? I thought that was a really fair question. And his defense was, well, so I thought that was, and I haven't watched that. So that's my fault, and I probably should force myself to watch it. But I think the takeaway for me, I agree with your assessment. I've lost a lot of debates. I've been humiliated on television. I'm not above that. Something happens to me, it happen again. But I didn't feel like it was a clear movie at all. Maybe a TKO, but not at all. And yet it was recorded that way. And then I realized, oh, Jon Stewart was more popular than I was. Therefore, he was recorded as the winner. And that was hard for me to accept because that struck me as unfair. You should rate any contest on points. Like, here are the rules where you judge the contest on the basis of the
And in the end, it's just like they were popular that way. A critic like Jon Stewart, everyone hated me, therefore he won. And I was like, how? That's because I have to accept that reality. And you do, like the reality of the sunrise. You're not in charge of it. So that's just, unfortunately, it's a big downgrade. The reason you see is the winner, the reason at the time I saw it, this is basically shitting at my personal attacks versus engaging ideas. And it was funny in a dark way. Bow tie and all this kind of stuff. And it was fair to call me a dick. He called me a dick. He said that. I was like, yeah, that's not my best quality. Trust me, I did. But also, I thought Casper came off the that time, and I'm a big fan of his, and I think he is improved a lot. So that makes we should also say that people I certainly have or change. You hope it's great, shrinkage, but it is still that side. Yeah, I mean, I haven't followed Jon Stewart's career at all. I don't have a television. Like I'm pretty cut off from all that stuff. But so I wouldn't really know. But the measure to me is: are you taking positions that are unpopular with the most powerful people in the world, and how often are you doing it? Super simple. Not for its own sake, but do you feel free enough to say, you know, to the consensus, I disagree. But if you don't, then there's another cousin that's mine. Well, I think he probably feels free enough to break the big things. The big things, this is my estimation of it. Others may disagree. The big things are the economy and the world. The big things government does can be lots of things, because everything. But where we kill people and how and for what purpose, and how we organize the economic engine of the country, those are the two big questions. And I hear almost no debate about either one. And I have defensive views on both. I'm mad about the tax code, which I think is unfair. I don't think we should be. In fact, we should carry the interest people in the tax code. If people are claiming that their income is investment, their income is paying half the tax rate because someone who's supposed to work every day. It discourages work. It encourages lending at interest, which I think is gross. And the fact that we're creating chaos around the world, but it's the saddest thing that's happening right now. And nobody feels free to say that. So, how do you hope the settlement? So the reasonable settlement, we know what a reasonable settlement is, which is a settlement, you know, where both sides both are giving a little bit for that. And I was really struck in my conversation by how he basically refused to criticize Joe Biden. And it is, I will just be honest, as an American, weird kissing on Joe Biden as a foreign leader, anything. Even though I don't think Joe Biden is a real person, a president, it's ridiculous, but still, he's the American president. Technically, I don't want to be up on the American president before. I just don't. So that's how I feel. So I didn't push it. But I thought it was really interesting. And because, of course, Joe Biden. He went by the CIA, so they've done some digging at me. And he didn't attack me. And the reason is, because he wants a settlement. And he wants a settlement not because Russia's about to collapse, but the line of media, that's just not true. No one's saying it anymore. He wants to because it's just bad to have it. And it changes the world in ways you can't predict. People die. Everything about it is sad. And you can avoid it. So I would like to see a settlement where the thing that Russia wants, and I think probably has a right to, is not to have NATO business. I don't know how we do that, get out of it. I just don't even understand it. I don't understand the purpose of NATO. I don't think NATO is good for the United States. I think it's an attack on the sovereignty. I would pull out of NATO immediately if I were the US president, because I don't think it helps the US. I know a lot of people are getting red buttered by NATO. But that's my view. From the Russian, from the Ukrainian, which is the sovereign countries, not run by the U.S. State Department, just our own countries. That's, I believe, in sovereignty. Okay, so that's my view. I also want to say one thing about Zelensky. I attacked him before. by this cavalier talk about nuclear exchange because I'm really offended by that. Anyone talks about it. But I do feel for him. I do. He didn't run for president to have this happen. I think Zelensky's been completely misused by the State Department, by Tory and by the Secretary of State, by the policymakers in the U.S. who used Ukraine as a vessel for their ambitions, their geopolitical ambitions, but also the many American businesses who used Ukraine as a way to fleece the American taxpayers. And then by just independent companies like Boris Johnson, the whole thing. Zelensky is at the center of this driving history. NATO and the United States is driving history. Putin is driving history. There's this guy, Zelensky. So, you know, I do feel for him, and I think he's in a perilous place.
Do you think Zelensky's a hero for saying Kiev? Because I do. To me, you can criticize a lot of things. You should call out things that are obviously positive.
I just tried to a second ago. I don't know the extent that he is in Kiev. He seems to be in the United States an awful lot, like way too much. You can do a satellite interview. You don't have to speak to my Congress. You're not American. That's my opinion. But no, it's heartfelt. It's bubbling up from the wellspring that never turns out. But I would say this about Zelensky. Yeah, he's a Ukraine, good man. You know, George W. Bush led Washington on 9/11. I lived there with 3 kids, and he ran away with some Air Force bases. And I thought that was cowardly, and I said so at the time. And I meant I have to say. And I wrote a column about it here in magazine. But I felt that. But I think the prerequisites of leadership are really basic. The first is caring about the people you need. That's number one. Deep the way Father cares for his children. An officer cares for his group. The president should care for his people. And that leads inexorably to the next physical first. And I believe in that. And I'm not much of a tough guy, but I think it's obvious if you're in charge. I'm at my house, someone broke in. I'm not going to say to my wife, hey, baby, go deal with the homeless thing. I'm going to do it because I'm dad. Okay, so if you're the president of a country and your capital city is attacked, as it was, and you run away, and the Secret Service told me to. Bitch, are you in charge? Whose dad is here? The Secret Service? Do you know what I mean? I found that totally contemptible. And I said so. Hey, it's like a election. Put yourself in that position. I don't know what I would do under that kind of stress. The enormous ones I get it. I know one thing I wouldn't need to do. You can't do that. And if you're not willing to die for your country, then you shouldn't do it. So, yes, if Zelensky really is in Ukraine most of the time, but it's not about what he's very mostly kind of. I thought that was the whole premise of it.
At the beginning of the war, when Kiev, a lot of people thought that the second biggest military in the world is going to its guns in Kiev. It's going to be taken. And a man, a leader, stays in that city, says, fuck it. When everybody around him is free, says everybody around him believes the city will be taken, will be destroyed. Weapons, artillery, bombs, all of this. He chooses to stay. And you know a lot of leaders. How many leaders?
Well, the leader of Afghanistan, the U.S. backed in the Taliban came, got in the U.S. plane with U.S. dollars and ran away, and was just living on those dollars now. So yeah, there's a lot of cowardly behavior case for him. I guess I'm getting slightly differently, which is what's the option in the country? But Stalin never left Moscow during the war. He was trying to for a year, and he didn't leave. And when I was in Russia, Stalin left. So that's just case. I would say, but you raise an interesting implication question, which is, what about Kiev? You think the Russians could level Kiev? Why haven't they? They haven't.
Well, there's military answers to that, which is urban warfare is extremely difficult.
Do you think that?
No, I do think he would expect us to flee.
Yeah, that may be true. I don't know. I don't think I have no idea what Putin was thinking when he did that about Zelensky. He didn't ask him. But it's a mistake to imagine this is a contest between Putin and Zelensky. This is Putin versus the U.S. State Department. Zelensky, that's why I said I felt sorry for him. I mean, as I said, we're literally paying the fortunes of Ukrainian bureaucrats. So there is no Ukrainian government independent of the U.S. government. And maybe you're for it, maybe you're against it. You can't endorse that in the same sentence that you use the term democracy, because that's not democracy, right? Obviously.
Well, that's why it's interesting that he didn't really NATO.
He wants a settlement. He wants a settlement. He doesn't want to fight with them rhetorically. He just wants to get this done. And he made a bunch of offers at the peace deal. And, we wouldn't even know this happened if the Israelis hadn't told us. And we're so grateful that we did. That Johnson was dispatched by the State Department to stop it. And I think Boris Johnson is a husk of a man. But imagine if you're Boris Johnson, you spend your whole life in Ukraine and flag down for Ukraine, and all those kids died because of what you did. And the lines haven't really moved. It hasn't been a victory for Ukraine. It's not going to be a victory for Ukraine. It's like, how do you feel about yourself if you did that? I mean, I've done a lot of shitty things in my life, but I've never extended a war for no reason. That's a pretty grave sin, in my opinion.
Yes, that was failure, but doesn't mean you can't have success over and over.
Well, we're not, the U.S. government's not allowed to. So that, for me, is the most upsetting thing. What Russia does, I'm not implicated in that. What Ukraine does, I'm not implicated in that. I'm not Russian or Ukraine. I'm an American implicated in my country. I'm supporting my country for tax dollars. And it's like, I really care about what the U.S. government does because they're doing it in my name. And I care a lot because I'm American. And you're the impediment to peace. There's just another way of saying we're responsible for all these innocent people getting dragged out of people's parks and sent to go die. But what? That is not good. I'm ashamed of it.
What do you think of saying that justification for continuing the war is denazification?
It's one of the dumbest things that ever happened. I don't understand what it meant. Denazification. I mean, I have a lot of thoughts on this. I don't hate that whole conversation because it's not real. It's just ad hominem. It's a way of associating someone with an evil regime that doesn't exist anymore. But in fact, Nazism, whatever it was inseparable from the German nation. It was a nationalist movement in Germany. There were no other Nazis, right? There's no book of Nazis. I want to be a Nazi. What is it? What is it to be a Nazi? There's no Mein Kampf. Mein Kampf is not Das Kapital, right? Mein Kampf is the way to the extent I understand it. It's just about the Treaty of Versailles. Whatever. I'm very anti-Nazi. I'm merely saying there isn't a Nazi movement in 2020. It's a way of calling people evil. Okay? Putin doesn't like nationalist Ukrainians, he hates nationalism in general. But of course he does. He's got 80 whatever republics. He's afraid of nationalism because it's all wrong protection. So I understand it, but I have a different. I'm for nationalism, for American nationalism. I thought it was childish, but I do really. That's so. I agree with that. I was listening to this because in the United States, everyone's called American. You're a Nazi. But I was listening to this. This is not convincing me. I said this like a talk about Nazis.
Yeah, and I actually, having had a bunch of conversations with people who are living in Russia, they also believe it. There's technicalities here, which the word Nazi, World War II is deeply in the blood of a lot of Russians.
Get it?
So you're using it as almost a political term. The way it's used in the United States also, like racism and all this kind of stuff. You can really touch people, but it's also, to me, a really disgusting. Because, and also to clarify, there is no Nazi movement. You're saying that there's a distinction between Nazi and neo-Nazi. Sure. But it's a small percentage of the population, a tiny percentage of the power of government. as far, I have no data to show they have any influence on Zelensky as the Zelensky government at all. So really, when Putin says denazification, I think he means nationalism. I think you're right. And I agree with everything you said. I do think that the war, Second World War, occupies a place in Slavic society, Polish society, Central Eastern Europe. It does not occupy the United States, and it was the death levels, tens of millions versus less than half a million. So this eliminates a lot of the male population in this country. So of course it's still resonant. Again, I think I've watched the misuse of words, weaponization of words for political reasons for so long that I just don't like. Though I do engage in this. I'm sorry. I don't like just dismissing people in a word. He's a Nazi, he's a liberal, or whatever. So tell me what you mean. What do you like about what they're doing or saying? And the Nazi especially. What troubled me about that is because he said that that's the primary objective of the war, and that because it's not grounded in reality, it makes it difficult to then negotiate peace. Because what does it mean to get rid of Nazis in Ukraine? Like, you'll come to the table and say, well, okay, I will agree to the ceasefire once the Nazis you list the Nazis, plus can you negotiate with the Nazis? Right, exactly. It was very strange. Maybe it was perhaps had to do with speaking to his own population, and also probably trying to just the justification. Yeah, that's all. I don't know, but I suspect you're right on both counts. But I would say it points to something that I thought more and more since the beginning of the shoot. I didn't as a PR guy, I'm not going to tell you the story. The story of the current war in Ukraine is the eastward expansion of NATO scaring the shit out of the Russians. With NATO expansion, which is totally necessary, doesn't help the United States. NATO itself doesn't help the United States. And so I'm not pro-Russian for saying that, I'm pro-American for saying that. And I think that's a really good point for it because it's true. He did not tell that story. He told some other story that I didn't fully understand. Again, I'm not Russian. I'm speaking to multiple audiences around the world. I'm not sure what he hoped to achieve by that interview. I will never know. But I did think that, this guy is not really telling the story. And I also think, honestly, invasive one. I know this. Very isolated. Very. We keep hearing that he's dying of this or that disease. He's got ALS. I don't know. I'm not a doctor. There's a ton of lying about it, and it's that. But one thing that's not a lie is that he was supposed to be during COVID and only dealing with 2 or 3 people. And it's weird. It's so important to deal with a lot of people that have a huge challenge. We've seen this with leaders who stay in power too long. I mean, now it's 23 years, effectively. We've done it. There's the upsides, I think, for Russia, the Russian economy, Russian life expectancy, but there are definitely downsides. And one of these should get leaders and get autocratic. But, this is why we have problems. Very few kings don't get crazy. Yeah, and you said some of this also, in your post-Kremlin discussion while you're in Moscow still, which was very impressive. It's just great. I just wish you did some more of that also, and perhaps some more of that from you. But I am such a good person. I know you see this, but yeah, it is. Have you seen some of the videos? Yes, I understand. So I think you're just so annoyed by how bad journalists are. You just didn't want to beat them. Yeah, that's some great conversation will involve some challenge, but you were confused about denazification. Well, first of all, I accept your criticism, and I accept it as true. That in some way I'm probably pivoting against legislation. And I'm just not sure that I probably would do that. Fair.
that is a kind of defensiveness. Right. As for the Nazi thing, I really felt like we were just speaking so far past each other that we've never come to what the heck are you talking about? And that, and especially when I decided or concluded that he really meant it, I was like, that's just too freaking. It's almost like many of those examples, you're interviewing someone else, say something that's like, I was interviewing a guy one time and he started talking about the black Israelites. Or the black Jews. And it wasn't a camera that it was so far out to me that I was like, I'll never kind of understand. In fact, how is he person? You know, I'm not a health person myself, so I mean, I can easily get 130 pounds on my way. So, like, I'm probably not a great person to ask, but yeah, he's fine. His arm. I heard people say he's got Parkinson's. Parkinson's can be controlled, I know, for periods with drugs. It's hard to assess. He's not. One of the tells of Parkinson's is gait. I think. And he's walking, see, I'm walking. He says he worked out. 70 plus is I'm 54. He's what was that like? The conversation off camera, like walking around. What was the conversation? I mean, I can't. I feel bad for anybody talking about this. I'll just say that when I said that he didn't want to fight with Zero for the U.S. State Department of Joe Biden because he wants a settlement, that's a very informed perspective. Say whatever you want about that, believe it or not, but that is true. So, please open Russia tried to join NATO. That's a fact. They tried to join NATO. So just think about this. NATO exists to keep Russia contained. It exists to work against Russian territorial expansion. And whether or not Russia has any territorial ambitions is another question. Like, why would it? It's the largest country in the world. Whatever. But that's why it exists. So if Russia seeks to join NATO, it is by definition a sign that NATO's job is done. We can declare victory and go home. The fact that they turned it down is so shocking to me, but it's true. Then he approaches the next president, George W. Bush. That was a book partner at the end of his term in 2000. He approaches the next president and said, let's hit our next missile deal. Let's align on this. And we'll designate Iran as our ally. Iran, which is now effectively with Russia, are insane policies. But, and George W. Bush gave his credit like, well, it seems like kind of a good idea. And Connie Rice was like one of the stupidest people ever to work out in the United States. Right? He was like monomaniacally anti-Russia for the same advisor at Stanford he was or something that they're like, go for it. No, you can't do that. And Bush was just against the agreement. It's like, that is crazy. If you're fighting with someone and the person says, no, actually, our interests align, then you spend 80% of your mental distance space on being opposing you, whatever, but actually to be in the same team. If you don't at least see that as progress, like, why would you just, if your interest is in helping your country, what would be the, what's the point? You don't even understand it, and no one is even addressing it. The war of Russia, yeah, it was a war of Russia for sure, but how did we get there? We got there because Joe Biden and Tony Blinken dispatched Kamala Harris to not clearance this stuff. They're just saying, the community security conference 2 years ago this month, February 2022, he said in a press conference, poor Zelensky, we want you to join NATO. This was not in a back room. This was in public. And he said, knowing, as he said it like 4,000 times, we don't want nuclear weapons from the United States or NATO on our western. Duh. And days later, he invaded. So, like, what is that? And if I raised that question in my previous job, and I was denounced as, of course, a traitor or something, but okay, what's the answer? What's the answer? These are not interviews. Plain Newell, not dumb. Hasn't helped the U.S. yet, right? Architected the Iraq War, architected this disaster. One of the people who destroyed the U.S. dollar. Okay, fine. But you're not stupid. So, like, you're trying to get a war by acting. What's the other explanation? NATO didn't want Ukraine because it didn't meet the criteria. So, for admission. So, why would you say that? Because you want a war. That's why. And that war has enriched a lot of people to the tune of billions. So, I don't care if I sound like some kind of left-wing conspiracy because I'm neither left-wing nor conspiracy. Tell me how I'm wrong.
Who's meetings behind it? Analyze, zoom out, looking at the entirety of the industry, the military-industrial complex. So, is it individuals? Is it like this collective flock, or just whole war as collective? It's the hive mind. It's my whole life in 85 to 2020, so 35 years. Again, grew up around it in that world, and I do think that conspiracies. There are conspiracies, but in general, the hive mind is responsible for the worst decisions. It's a bunch of people with the same views, totally, views that have not been updated in decades. People said something that I thought was absolutely true. I don't even know this, but it is true. It's like live on. So meaning dissolves in August of 91. My honeymoon was either forget it, and it was a good thing. It was in DC. I mean, the receptionist in my office in 1991, she was getting a master's in Russian at Georgetown. He was a Sovietologist, and he was among thousands of people watching on that same track. And so when collapses, well, so does the rationale for, like, a good portion of the U.S. government has been dedicated for over 40 years to opposing this thing that no longer exists. So there's a lot of forward momentum. There's a huge amount of money, the bulk of the money in the richest country in the world, aimed in this direction. It's very hard for people to readjust, to reassess. And you see this in life all the time. I love my wife. All of a sudden, she ran off with my best friend. Holy shit, I didn't expect that this morning. Now it's in reality. Like, how do I deal with that? Well, I got stage 4 cancer diagnosis. It's all bad, but I'm just saying that that's the nature of life. Things you did not anticipate, never thought you have to face happen out of nowhere. And you have to adjust your expectations and your goals. People have a hard time with that. Very hard time. So that's a lot of it. If you're Conde Rice, sort of like highly ambitious midwit, who gets this degree from Stanford and read and you spend your whole life like thinking that Russia is the center of evil in the world. It's kind of hard to be like, no, actually, there's a new threat that's coming from farther east. It's primarily an economic threat. And maybe all the threats aren't reduced to tank battles. That's the other thing. Is these people are so inelastic in their thinking, so lacking imagination and flexibility, that they can't sort of imagine like a new framework. A new framework is not that you're going to go to war with China or Formosa, Taiwan. The framework is that all of a sudden all the infrastructure in Tijuana is going to be built by China. And like that's a different kind of thing. But they can't kind of get them because they're not that impressive. So you actually mentioned this. It's not just the Cold War, World War II that populates most of their thinking. Washington, you mentioned Churchill, Chamberlain, and Hitler. And they kind of seeing World War II as a kind of the good war, this successful war that the States played in that war. They're kind of seeing that dynamic, that geopolitical dynamic, and applying it everywhere else. Yeah, it's a template for everything, and I think it's a huge significance to the development of the rest of the civilization we live in now, with history. It was a world war, and so I think it's worth knowing a lot about, and being honest about it, and all the rest. But it's hardly the sum total of history. It's a snapshot, and so you keep hearing people refer to not even the war. No one ever talks about the war. Like, how much does Tony Blinken know about Battle of Stalingrad? Probably zero. Doesn't know anything about battle of human history. But he knows a lot about the cliches surrounding the 38 to 40 period. That's a 38 to 40. And everything is kind of expressed through that formula. And not everything is that formula. That's all I'm saying. And the Republicans have a strange weakness for it, particularly the causative ones, the weird ones, like no life other than like starting more wars. Everything to them, the most vulnerable, I would say, among them, emotionally, psychologically vulnerable, they will always see the same thing. And it appeals to Republican voters, that every problem is the result of peace. Germany never would have gone into Poland and Czechoslovakia if England had been strong. Is that true? No. Actually, maybe it might be totally true. It might not be true at all. I really don't know. But not everything is bad. It's not always true. If I go up to you in a bar and I say I hate your necktie, I'm being pretty aggressive and pretty strong. You might beat the shit out of me. Like an aggressive posture doesn't always hit the outcome. Sometimes it requires a more sophisticated Mediterranean posture. I mean, it kind of depends. It's kind of twisted. And they don't acknowledge that. It's like everything is the same template. And that's not the road to good decision making at all. That's why in the time period, and yes, almost cliche question, but it applies to you. Because you've interviewed a lot of world leaders. If you had the chance to interview Hitler in 39, 40, 41, first of all, would you do it? How would you do it? I assume you would do it. You are.
And there would be a massive cost for doing it. It may destroy my life. So I can tell you as much as I want that I'm not a Putin defender. I only care about the United States. That's 100% true. But history may report me to the extent that it reports me at all as a hater of America. Or, that seems absurd to me, but absurd things happen. What would I ask Hitler? I don't even know. I guess I'd probably ask him what I ask him, which is what I ask everybody, like, what's your motive? Why did you do, if you'd already running home, like, why are you doing that? What's your goal? And then, the question is, just an answer honestly. I don't know. You can't make someone answer a question honestly. When sort of shut up while they talk and then let people decide what they think.
It's just like in a bar fight, there's different ways.
There are different ways. That's exactly that is absolutely right.
I mean, your energy was such that you felt like he could trust you. I felt like he could tell you a lot. I think it was extremely. You have to acknowledge how important that interview was for the record and for opening the door for conversations. Like opening the door to conversation really is the path to like more conversations and peace talks.
Well, I would flip around and say anyone who's right now, by focusing on the supermarket video in 4 minutes versus a 2-hour 15-minute interview with a leader. Anyone who doesn't want more conversation and has fewer facts, fewer perspectives, should have a template. How is that good attempt? I mean, I can honestly say for all my many manifold faults, I never tried to shut up. It's not in me. I don't believe in that.
So, please, folks, had shown pictures for quite a while. So we've spoken with him. What advice would you give? Wait, do it in India. How's your Russian, by the way? Have you kept up with it? Yeah. So it was most likely be Russian. So like, that's the other thing. I do have a question. Did you forget? I mean, I don't have much of a technique as an interviewer, other than listening carefully. That's my only skill. You don't have the best questions. Certainly don't have the best questions. All I do that I'm proud of and I think works is I just listen super carefully. I never let a word go by that I'm not paying attention to. But you can't do that because there's a delay. But it's real. Besides, not lying. Can you actually describe the technical details of that? Are you hearing the grammar at the same time? Yes, there's a massive. So what's happening is, so the translator showed we were, of course, extremely uptight about the logistical details. So we brought our own cameraman, who I've been around the world with, worked at Fox, came with me now, amazing. And he did our cameras, lighting, everything. Like we had full control of that, and we had control of it. The Russians also had their own cameras. But we had full control of that, and we brought our own translator. We got our own translator. Because I just so I think we had a good translator. We had two of them actually, and because it got exhausted. The problem is, from my perspective, as like trying to follow up and listen to the answer. Putin will talk, and part of your ear here Slavic sounds, and then over that is a guy with a Slavic accent speaking English. And then if you're going to stop talking, and then this guy's answer goes on for 15 to 20 seconds. So it's super disconcerting. It's really hard. And the other thing is, it doesn't matter how good your translators are. I'm interested in language. I speak only English. But I'm really interested in language, and I know. And I work in language. It doesn't matter how good your translator is. In literature and conversation, we miss so much if the language is moving for people. You see this in Bible study, you see it in Dostoevsky, you see it everywhere. You don't speak Aramaic, Hebrew, Russian, not really getting. I mean, even in romance, like I do. I like Balzac, okay? Everywhere you go, amazing novel. And it's like, you're not really getting it. And it's not that, French and English are not part of it. Russian? Like, what? Well, it's conversation. So the chemistry of conversation, the humor, the wit, the play with words. Exactly. And my understanding of Russian, as a lover of Russian literature and English, is that it's not a simple language at all. The grammar's complex. There's a lot that's expressed that we lost in translation. But yes, I mean, the fact that you speak native Russian, I would run that walk to that interview because I think it's just amazing. You get so much more out of it than I did. And you should say that not a lot of world leaders, those Zelensky and Putin are intelligent, witty, even funny. Yeah. So like there's a depth to the person that could be explored through a conversation just like that. For sure. And Putin speaks decent English. He is well, he's better than we that, but he's still the humor, the intelligence, and the English. He says simple points, but the guy's a comedian. He's a comedian primarily in the Russian language. So the Ukrainian language is now used mostly, primarily as a kind of simple, and he is really you can also understand his position that he may not want to speak Russian. I don't think they're allowed to speak Russian. That's one of the reasons that Russia was so mad is that we're attacking language, and that's a very good thing. By the way, if you haven't been to Moscow in a while, you should see it. It will pick up a million things that were invisible to me
you should assess it for yourself. And my strong advice would be, even if you don't, go over there, spend a week there, and assess what do you think? How restricted does the society feel? It didn't take a lot of balls to do this because, I mean, whatever you decide, you will be sucked into conversations that are political conversations. You're obviously not a political activist, right? You're an interviewer, but I think that's so interesting. But for each of you, it's so advice you have. It is coming up with yeah, I mean, I think, I approached, and maybe I did it incorrectly, but this was the part where I thought I was coming into that interview aware that he hadn't been at all with anything. So I had a million different questions, and as noted, I didn't ask them because I just wanted to focus on the work. But, I mean, there's so many. I'll send you my notes that I wrote. I was like a diligent little girl. But I think all these questions, and some of them I thought were in your case, they're very thoughtful interviews. Yeah, that's right. I did have the question that I really wanted to ask, but I'm almost going to ask because it made me laugh out loud. I'm sitting and drinking coffee before I producers and I'm like, one of the first questions to the president. I've been doing the Kremlin for 2 days, and I haven't seen a single African American in a position of power in the Kremlin. That's too culturally specific and dry. Oh yeah, they didn't know if you had small At Fox, you were part-time. After Fox, you got attention as well. Same, probably more. Do you worry that popularity and just that attention gets to your head is a kind of drug that clouds your attention? You think? I live in a spiritual graveyard. One, I have a happy family, which is just the greatest blessing. And I have a strong love of nature that my finisher, so I'm in nature every day. That whole series of rituals designed but no, of course, that's what I just. I don't want to be up on. I'm grateful to you on a platform that I actually serve, but I definitely don't spend a lot of time. Well, first of all, I think it's because I'm such much more controlled environment, and I don't want lies in my head. But I also don't want to become the sort of person who's seeking adulation of strangers. I think that's soul poison. And I said earlier that I think the desire for power and being really good. And I believe that I've seen it a lot. But I also think the desire for the love of people you don't know is everybody. And so yeah, and it's not just because I, obviously spent most of my life in public. And in fact, I do spend my life in public, and I'm really proud of person. But professionally, I spend my life in public. It's not just that; it's like social media makes everybody. We're talking up here. I'm obsessed with this. I don't know enough about it, but here's what I do. South Korea, amazing country, great people. I grew up around Koreans. Probably no group, like in China West, but a group that I like more than Koreans. Smart, funny, honest, brave. I really like Koreans. I always have. My whole life growing up. South Korea is dying. It's literally dying. It's way below replacement rate in fertility. Suicide rate is astronomical. What is that? It's a rich country. But I suspect it has something to do with the penetration of technology into subsequent society. I think one of the highest in the world. China. And there was a belief for a bunch of reasons in South Korea that Western technology would be a liberating progressive force. And I think it's really opposite. That's my sense, strong sense. And I think it's true in this country too. Understand how people can ignore the decline in life expectancy or the rise of fentanyl use. It's not just about China shipping precursor chemicals to Mexico. It's like, why would you take that shit? And I hope those two things aren't coupled. Technological advancement and the erosion. Well, let me ask you, and I know you're a technologist and I respect it. And there's a lot of technology that I like and am benefiting from. I had back surgery and I'm working with stuff. But can you name a technology, a big technology in the last 20 years that we can say conclusively has improved that we can brag about?
I think we've criticized these assertions recently, but I think making the world knowledge accessible to anyone, anywhere across the world is a good research. I love that idea. For people that are informed, a bit more superstitious, than they were years ago. I think not close. I don't know. I think they are more informed. It's just revealing the ignorance. The internet is revealing the ignorance people have, right? The ignorance. If you look, you can criticize places like Wikipedia a lot. You know, very many aspects of Wikipedia are very biased, but most of it are actually topics that don't have any bias in them because it's not political. There's no bad or good topics. Most of it is real. I think that's true. Like the fact that there is to learn about it. I couldn't agree more. You can very quickly imagine, and that may be the problem. I think, no, it's I just experienced it in Moscow. It's like, again, I feel like I'm in the top 1% for information, certainly intake systems in my job. And I had literally 100%, and I'm always out of the country. I've been around the world many times. Like, I feel like I know a lot about the rest of the world. I thought I did. And how did I not know any of that? And maybe I'm just like unusually ignorant or something. I don't know what it was, but all I know is that digital information sources that I use to understand just something as simple as what's the city of Moscow were completely inadequate. And anyway, look, I just agree that we're missing obvious signs. And obvious signs are reproduction, life expectancy, sobriety. If you have a society where people just can't deal with being sober, don't want to have children, and are dying, you have an extremely sick, suicidal society. And I'm not even blaming it. I'm just saying objectively that is true. The measure of the health of your society is the number of children that you have and how well they do. It's super simple. That's the next generation will all die. And what replaces us? And if you don't care, then you're suicidal and maybe other things too. But that's all I'm saying. So what happened to some people? They're great people. They're rich. They have all these advantages. They're the cutting edge of every American. For a foreign country, they're more American than and I mean, your fundamental war is the same kind of thing. So let me just ask you this. I think North Korea seems like the most horrible place to live, right? Obviously, it's a byword for dystopia, right? North Korean. I use it all the time. And I mean it. If in 100 years there are more North Koreans still alive than there are South Koreans, what's that? Yeah, that's something to worry about. But also,
like, how did it happen? Like, why? I'm interested in the why. That's the question I ask people. You know, sometimes we don't know why. But why does no one ask why?
I've seen a lot of increased distrust in science, which is deserved in many places. It just worries because some of the greatest inventions of humanity come from science.
Okay, then let me ask you a question. I was that was true, and I should say that when I was a kid, I lived in California. This is all named after John Salt, the resident of California. He's created polio vaccine and saved one program. And so, my belief, which is still my belief actually, it's a great thing. One of the great predictions to human flourishing ever. But if technology is so great, why why is life expectancy going down? And why are fewer people having kids? And why would anybody with internet access ever use that? What is that? What is going on? And until we can answer that question, I think we have to assuming the question of whether technology is a net good or net bad is a law, like at best, right? At best, perhaps the technology is very few which will allow us to have that kind of discourse to figure out who decides better. I mean, I want that to be true. When you said that the internet allows people to escape the darkness and figure out the internet, that resonated with me because I felt that way in 1993 or when it was first starting. I got on it, and I thought, man, this is amazing. You talk for free to anyone around the world. This is really great. But let me just ask you this. This is something I've never gotten over. We're about to try to. Why is it that in any European city, the greatest buildings, indisputably, were built before electricity and the machine? Why has no one ever built a medieval cathedral in the modern era? Ever? What is that? Indisputably, you have a presumption that three-definitional music is. There's a lot of people, let's be specific, pick European city or any city in the world, and tell me that there's a prettier building than, say, Notre Dame before it was set fire to. There's other sources of trees. Of course, trees are prettier than a building. So I agree with that, but also I grew up in the internet. But if you grew up in the internet age, I think your eyes would be more open to that digital. I'm not discounting the possibility of digital at all. And, the tech isn't anything wants to, but that's too close-minded. I agree. I'm completely willing to believe there is such a thing as digital beliefs. I have digital pictures of my phone of my dogs and kids, so I know that there is. But purely in the realm of architecture, and it is one of the pure expressions of human creativity. Places to live and work and worship and eat. That's what we're buildings in every civilization has. But the machine age, the industrial age, seem to have decreased the quality in that one expression of human creativity, architecture. And why is that?
Well, I would also argue that makes some bridges, modern bridges, give older bridges a lot more money. I agree with you. Sort of, but like the Brooklyn Bridge, I don't know that there's any modern bridges that was built in the late 19th century, very much in the industrial age. But I'm just saying, like the great cathedrals of Europe, the pyramids. It doesn't. It seems like it's super obvious. I mean, it's like I'm dealing on the autism level here. Why is that? But that's a good way to start. If all of a sudden you have electricity and hydraulics, and you have access to I have machines at my woodshop at home that are so much more advanced than anything any cathedral builder in 15th century Europe had. And yet there's neither I nor anyone I know who begin to understand how a flying buttress was built, right? And so, what is that?
And the other question is also consider that whatever is creating this technology is not stopping. Well, there's that. The question is like how you steer it. You have to look in a realist way and say that if you don't successful and you want to do it in a safe way. I mean, this is the Manhattan Project. Was the Manhattan Project a good idea for nuclear weapons? That's an easy call. No, basically, well, in retrospect, yes, because it seems like it stopped world wars. So the to destruction seems to have ended wars. Well, it's been what 80 years, not even 80 years, 79, and so we haven't had a world war in 79 years. But one nuclear exchange would, of course, kill more people than all wars in the years combined. So 79 is I'm counting because I think obviously it's like completely demonic and everyone pretends that it's great. Nuclear weapons are evil. The use of them is evil. The technology itself is evil.
And in my opinion, it's so obvious. And that's what I'm saying is like, I'm not against all technology. The shower this morning was powered by an electric pump, heated by a water heater. Like, I loved it. Sat in an electric sauna. You know, like I'm not. But the mindless worship of technology,
mindless worship of anything.
But I'm just saying, so you said, let's approach this from the realistic perspective. Okay. If we think that there is a reasonable or even a potential chance, it could happen, maybe at the margin, what's the time of the chance that AI, for example, gets away from us and we are now moved by machines that may actually hate us doing what they want. Why would we? So you're walking down the street in the 10 Manhattan, it's midnight, you've had a few drinks, coming from dinner, you're walking back to your apartment. Guy, very sluggish looking young man, he's 50. He pulls out a handgun. And he lifts it up to you. Do you also wear arms? Do you shoot him, or do you wait to get shot? Because all the data, he hasn't shot you. He's not committed a crime other than carrying a weapon in your suit. Maybe he's got a license. But he's pointing a gun at you. Is it fair to kill him before he kills you, even though you can't prove it?
If I knew my skills with the gun, because he already has.
Right, but it turns out that you have some confidence in your ability to stop the threat. You justify it.
I just like this picture. Wearing a cowboy hat.
No, but you're wearing cowboy boots and we're clicking on the cowboy boots. That's it.
Okay, I like this picture. I think about this a lot. Yeah, I understand your point. But also, the idea of what falls apart is there's other nations afraid. So, same as with the nuclear bomb. If the U.S. doesn't build it, will other nations build it? So the Union build it, China, or Germany.
We face this. I mean, we face this in the last president to try and keep in a meaningful way nuclear proliferation under control was John F. Kennedy. Look what happened to him. But
what's your suggestion?
Their position in 1962 was actually not inevitable. And or perhaps it's inevitable in the sense that our death is inevitable as human beings, but we fight against the giant one anyway.
I'm absolutely not doing time of this.
Forced to prevent other countries from getting armed because we thought that would be really terrible because we acknowledged that while there were upsides to nuclear weapons, just like there are upsides to AI, the downside was terrifying. The applications of that technology so obviously it's profound.
It's not water. What I'm terrified about is probably that's what's more simple.
Back to LA.
Exactly.
Testing compactors.
You know what I mean? Well, there's no dancing.
Of course, they said no really quickly because they're just fucking goddamn larping his lawyer. So those hall monitors that they claim to their own job.
Describe that.
Write badge numbers down with their little notepad and pen. Get in people's faces. I'm telling on you.
People by definition must be different. And but they don't know it. It's like I do think that with this media culture, and I think there are cool things about Wikipedia, certainly it's easy to use. That's great. But people get disgusted like, oh, I know a lot about this or that. The other thing is like the key to wisdom within the true wise decision making is knowing what you don't know. And it's just so important to be reminded of what you've done. People do that all the time. It's not like any matters. It's like it's never far from mind how I am. And that's important. Yeah, I consider it to be a dad. You should have a ton of you can have a ton of help. Up there.
This guy has like just shooting people's feet. How would you go into a crowd and just put your camera at knee level?
You make it sound so weird. I love it. No, you should totally do that.
Professional devastation.
But also, technically, something that I was having jiu-jitsu last kick all the time. Love that. It's nice to physical components. We're kind of monkeys at heart. Just get ass kicked. Just really quickly. I've had it happen twice. Twice is enough. They got really good drinking. You know, I was good at starting place time for the weekend. But no, I can. Let me ask you a straight culture California. Where private around the 2020 election.
I resetted the router to make sure I want to try to see if maybe with the route. And it works. It might still be ticky-tacky-ish, but...
You know, my text reflects a lot of things, including how I feel at the moment. That specific text I have like some position in case I was not nothing to do with this whatever. It's crazy how civil suits feel like used to hurt people who disagree with them, but I was mad at a very specific person. I mean, really, they're asking me to tell you exactly what it is. The second the election ended, they stopped voting. It's all now ballots. That's a good election. I thought that then. I think that now it's obviously. But at the time, I was like, I feel like that was like crazy. I want, but I don't want to go on TV and say it's a rigged election because I don't have any others to do it. I can't do that. So I want the Trump thing was making all these claims about this or that fraud. So I was trying to substantiate it. To follow up on it. They were like, shut up, Trump, lost, go away. But I felt like my job was like, no, the guy's president, he's claiming the election was stolen. He's making these claims. Let's see if we can. The people around him are like, crazy. And I
definitely think it doesn't. There's a lot of things that the people system beyond that. Except for the puppets.
My job to bring
except for the quiet ones that were quiet about it, never upfront about it. Maybe to wake them up and get them out there with them. Other than that, I could see it.
Well, here's the point of the story. Then of that time.
The chipper cars.
So then they got to say the dead people vote.
This shit's been going on for a good minute.
Okay. If a dead person voted, you can prove someone's dead. It's like being dead is one of the few things we verify now. It's just a smile. And there's a record of it, so a death certificate. So it's like, give me the names of people who were dead, who voted. And we can get their registration. This Caroline Johnson, 79 of Waukegan, Illinois, voted.
Saying that they were going to close session today. I'm just on curfew or something else. Of course, they didn't want the city to hear that. Of course, the federal government to hear that.
And except for trying to work, got a bunch of stuff. Well, like of the 6 names, 2 of them are still alive. Like we didn't correct it, but CNN did a whole segment. I was studying. Like, wow, this bad way. In this one case, they were right. I was so mad. I was like, I hate you. I'm not talking about you. I'm so mad. My producer, and I was like venting. It's like my producer I was really close to, and I've known him for a long time. He's really smart, and he's like, he was someone I could really And by the way, it's so funny to get down to it.
We're 20 right now,
but it's like stealing someone's text. Like, and by the way, I was an idiot. I should have said, "Come and arrest me." I'm giving you my freaking text. But I got bullied into it by a lawyer. I didn't bully it because I was weak enough to agree with the lawyer. My fault. Never should have done that. Fuck you. For my text. I'm not even named in this case, but that's what I should have said. But I didn't. I said it on the air the next day for 9%. But whatever. I try to be Try to be transparent. I mean,
But even then, they've taken those people off. They just, it's all CHP on
you don't always know what they really think, but you can tell if someone's lying. You know, you can sort of feel it from people. And I have lied.
Play the chip
I
stop.
don't want to lie. You know, I don't think
Should
I'm
have played it when the chippers were rolling in, man.
you could say really good. These texts are still interesting now. You said some degree of the election was rigged. Was it stolen? 100% stolen. Like you really rigged to that large. Yeah, it's completely changed the way people vote. Right before the election, on the basis of COVID, which had nothing to do that way, was rigged. You said and then manipulated. Then you censor the information. Well, anyone who complains about COVID was I think it's nice for Trump. But, I mean, it's like, whatever. I mean, you can play it many different ways. You have censorship in a democracy, by definition. So, people will vote for representatives for their agenda in capital city and get elected. That's how they're in charge. Every few years, they have to reassess what covers those people. In order to do that, they need access, unfettered access to information. And no one, particularly not people who own their power, is allowed to tell them what information they can have. They have to have all information that they want. Whether the people in charge want it, don't want it, if it's true, if it's supposed to matter. And the second you don't have that, you don't have a democracy. It's not a free election, period. And that's very clear in other countries, I guess, but it's not clear here. So, but I would say it's this election that it took me a while to convince, but it's this election that's the referendum on democracy. He's literally saying, you can't talk, you can't walk. And the whole world knows that.
I can't see the other. So Joe's laughing at Daryl's screen.
A senile man is not going to get elected. Unless it's wrong. Period.
No fire going on.
And nobody I've ever met. And so I think the world is looking at this coming election and saying a lot of the world hates Trump. Okay, it's not for the worst of Trump. It's true. If Joe Biden gets reelected, this is true.
Like, we got 60,000 people to watch the LA City Council meeting this morning. Just on YouTube, 60,000 on YouTube.
Yeah, I think he just has.
Think about that, guys. That's the sellout at Dodger Stadium. They sold out Dodger Stadium. Go watch the LA City Council, which you know and I know was probably a 3 out of 10 of what we normally see. Right? You got some of the regulars,
beyond the
4 or 5 regulars.
Okay, that would be a term of
No way was that like we normally watch.
But I'm happy with the great company. Sure, but that's a
Fill up Dodger Stadium to watch a LA City Council meeting. Not a crazy protest with the burning. The City Council meeting. I assure you, never in the history of ever has LA City Council on their own channel not recommended them for whatever they are.
I agree with you that rhetorical what we're for,
broccoli headed fucking Edgars,
all comes from work.
they're tagging on all the buildings.
But at this stage, even someone who
I'm sorry, art. Damon, they're just doing art.
really doesn't know where
That
it is.
looks like Picasso to me.
Everyone knows that. And I can't
I'm just surprised they can push their love words out they can there.
But is there any reason you could say, look, out of 350 million Americans that have feels qualified to lead or even at the top 80%? That's so.
Oh, don't be jealous, Marky.
Guys are president. And the war's going on. But it's complicated to understand why those are the choices we have. Clearly, it's not working. One guy over it, the guy, other guy was people should not be honest. So why do you have on the Democrats idea why did they not to the degree where it's such an interesting night? We're just watching it. We're just watching it. Fully understand even though I feel like I've watched it. But I'd say the line is there's so much what are you talking about? In the federal apparatus, government. As I said a minute ago, our economy is dominated by monopolies, but the greatest of all monopolies is the federal monopoly, which oversees and controls all the other monopolies. So it's like, it's really substantially about the money, it's not ideological, it's about the money. And if someone controls the federal government, even at this point, the most powerful organization in history, it's not like that. In the case of Trump, I know things were there. They raided Mar-a-Lago. They indicted him on bullshit charges. And I felt that in myself, too. Even I was like, whatever you think of Trump. And I agreed with his immigration views. I really like Trump personally. He's hilarious and interesting, which he is. But it's like, okay, a lot of people in this country, let's get some, let's have a debate. The second, I'm sorry. The second they raided Mar-a-Lago, someone from DC, I was like, a lot about classification and all that stuff, and around the law. That's so absurd. But I was like, now it's not about Trump. It's about continue. If you can take out the presidential big charge justice system, then you get to represent democracy. And I think a lot of Republican voters felt that. If they hadn't indicted him, I'm not sure he would be. I really don't think he would be. So now a vote for Trump is a kind of fuck you to the system. Or an expression of your desire to keep the system, which is when the voters get to decide, prosecutors don't get to decide. They told us for 4 years that Trump was a super criminal or something. I've actually been friends with super criminals, somebody who has judges. So it's a discount possibility. I don't know. He's in the listed business in New York in the 70s. Did he kill someone? I don't know. You don't know. Anything's possible. And then it becomes like, that's why it's not about it's not about Donald Trump. It's about preserving the system which is working. Not perfectly, but well for 250 years. And we don't want Trump to get it. Let's not destroy that system. If we can handle it for years of Trump, Jeremy Shockey is there too. Is a country whose political system is run by the justice. That is just. Speaking of Justice Department, CIA, intelligence agencies of that nature, which probably tracked by everybody, which is the most powerful intelligence agency. CIA, Jeremy Shockey getting walked down here. There you go. SVR. I'm going. It depends what you mean by I did back in the day. It's pretty good. It's not that's what it's really part of that fucking thunder and lightning. His massage is there, I guess. Yeah, it was thunder and lightning, right? Rod Gaines, thunder, Nicky Barber was lightning. Has the greatest Eli Manning, Jeremy Shockey. Was able to reach that. He was good. That was, those four that I just mentioned were the reason why I got a show. Pretty good. Fucking Frank. I think they won two. I know Eli won two. I don't know if Jeremy was there. You know what I mean? And all that. So the question, it's all totally fine. Like a strong country should have a strong political service. So these policymakers can make informed decisions.
Do we see him on the camera?
That is include yourself in you're talking about it's true. I can see it. You know, I was familiar with it because of what it is.
I think he's right there.
Honestly, the only reason I was looking for countries to see history happen, like up for that. Like the operations director, they turned it down on the basis of their use, actually.
Oh, you went 2 in New Orleans?
But anyway, whatever. I was unsuited for it, so I'm glad they did. But the point is, I didn't see CIA as a threat, partly because I was debating propaganda about CIA and I didn't understand what it was and didn't want that. But second, because my impression was outwardly focused. It was focused on our candidates. I don't have a problem with that. As much. The fact that CIA is playing in domestic politics and actually has for a long time is involved in identity assassination. It's not speculation, it's a fact. I've read the documents that are still not public. Sure, you can't track that. The reason I'm so mad is I was the idea of representative government, acknowledging its imperfections, but like, I can't say, I lived it,
One by one, through the ball. Now let him go.
The fact that they,
but I got him for 20, right? And he's scaring them off. They'll stay together as 20. But if one by one, I was one out here, one out there, they'll either block that to a crowd or they'll switch her off and be a little more smart.
every day, they don't seem to why is it unclean? I mean, it's confirmed it's not like a fever dream. It's real. It's last question domestically. And I guess it shows how dumb I am because they've been doing that for many years. The guy who took out most of that lived up the street.
I don't know. I mean, it might be.
I never reached the obvious conclusion, which is that if the U.S. government subverts democracy,
a lot of people go down here and say they're press. I don't know if he is or isn't.
Why wouldn't it?
Someone like me, I'll say I'm press. Really press. You need to go to the sheriff's department.
The CIA was envisioned with this moment. Retail gathering apparatus, the executive president don't like more policies. What the hell is happening in countries? I don't know. Russian all agents on purpose. The point wasn't to
they can't really do it.
outcome the election.
They're just covering the story.
I'm doing an Israel-Palestine case. But I have to ask you just your thoughts, maybe from the U.S. perspective.
I'm worried about what anybody says about anything anymore. Nothing they see. I'll take a long
It's not a topic that I get into a lot because I'm not an expert. And because I'm not every other mistake, I'm not emotionally invested. I admire them or not. I love visiting them. I love to do something like but I don't have emotional attachment. So maybe I've got more clarity. I don't know, maybe less. I believe in sovereignty as mentioned, and I think each country has to make decisions based on its own interest, but also with reference to its own capabilities. And so long-term interest, and it's very unwise for not to expand communities. So fine, very bad. But I think U.S. aid, military aid to Israel and implied security guarantees, some explicit but many implied security guarantees by the United States to Israel, probably haven't helped Israel that much long term. You know, it's a rich country with a highly capable population. Like every other country, it's probably best and it makes its decisions based on what it can do by itself. So I'm definitely concerned with how we live in Israel because I think fair or unfair, and this is another project of social media. Public sentiment in that area is and it's really hard for some of the governments in the region to contain unpopular. They don't at all. They were all precise, actually, for the trend in progress. So this deal. It's like that's good. Okay, like I said. I know John Bolton doesn't, but it's good. And it's kind of what we should do. But now it's not possible. And if you had like a coalition of countries against Israel, and Israel would be weapons and military and all that at the back of the United States, but like you don't have a small country, I'd be very worried about it. So there's that, and I don't see anything to the United States. I think it's important for each country to make its own decisions. But it also is a place, like you said, where things are boiling over. It could spread across multiple nations to a major military conflict. Yeah, well, I think very easily could happen. In fact, probably very easily. Yes. And pray it doesn't. But again, I don't think you can overstate the lack of wisdom, weakness, short-term thinking of American policy leadership. These are the architects of the Iraq War, the total pointless destruction of Libya, total pointless destruction of Syria, and the 20-year occupation of Afghanistan that resulted in the status quo. So, like, their Vietnam War, their track record, the Korean War, even going back 80 years, is uninterrupted failure, one after the other. So, I just don't have any confidence in those leaders. When was the last time they improved? Then you think, oh, the Marshall Plan. Well, you look at where now, oh, that worked. But even if it did work, again, 80 years ago, when was the last country American policy? So if I were, Netanyahu's in a very difficult place politically, possibly. And I'm not sure he's capable of making wise long-term decisions anyway. If I was just like an Israeli, I feel like I don't know if I want all this help and guidance. So yeah, I actually think it's worse than having just returned from the Middle East and talking to a lot of very open-minded, pro-Israeli Arabs who want stability above all. The merchant class wants stability. So I'm on their side, I guess. And they're like, man, this will get super ugly super fast. American leadership is completely absent. It's just all posturing. I just wonder, like, how does it advance civilization? That would be the perfect result. Everyone's so intimidated by the strong woman. She's so transparently weak and sort of ridiculous. It doesn't do anything. It's just like thinks that jumping up and down and making these circulating statements. Self-confident, advanced society never.
Had to go feed the cat.
Hold back too much. Don't tell us what you just speak your mind off. I mean, you can completely disagree with my opinions, but in the case of it, really, it's not like an opinion formed just from watching television, which I don't watch. It's an opinion formed from really.
Because it stinks.
Well, I felt too.
You're busy roasting it.
The world isn't valid. Yes, this is important. Yeah, it's not just like, well, you know, what's the apple games? Live or die? I don't know. Let's consult with Harry. If you're asking should we live or die in this person, clearly you don't care about the life.
Joe was not taking. That's not Joe.
I'm trying to get a preview. But you have
Joe is watching right now. Walking on the street trying to get to this house. Watching the freeway.
I should also say it's been refreshing. I think when I started seeing you do that, made me realize how much that's like. Yeah, it's just interesting. I'm even at
I gave Joe a break. He wanted to do it.
Well, it's really changed my perspective, and I've been going on about how American I think it's a great thing. But it's also, we're so physically, geographically isolated from the world, even though I traveled a ton as a kid, a lot, more than most people. But even now, I'm so anxious. So I see everything through this lens, and getting out and seeing the rest of the world, so you really are connected is vital important. So at this stage, don't kind of need to do it, but I really want to, just motivated by curiosity and trying to expand my own mind and not be closed-minded and really see the fullest perspective I possibly can in order to render wise judgments. Even though this is the whole journey of life.
I was just hanging out with Rogan yesterday, Joe Rogan, and I mentioned to him that it's
How much is this cost the city? Oh, million. They said 134 million.
And he said,
to bring everybody out and all that stuff, 134 million. I say that's fine. You're going to spend it anyways. They're going to squander it. They're going to give it to some, gay opera in Brazil or something. I say, let's give it to them. Keep the city safe.
And he did it. What I admire about Rogan, I'm still in the middle. But he's got one of those resumes. I like the guy. I was a long short, but I was a short order cook. I was he's called a man of parts. And this guy was a fighter, a comic, he hosted some Fear Factor, wind up vanguard of like the deepest conversations in the country. How did that happen? So I definitely respect that. I think it's cool.
We don't hit dirty bombs. We hit clean bombs. Clean.
You know what I mean?
Doing the thing that he loves doing, and somehow keeps accidentally being exceptionally successful.
Yeah, he's curious. So that's like the main thing. And there was a guy. There was a guy I worked with years ago that kind of dominated cable news, Larry King. And everyone would always beat up on that King for being dumb. Well, I got to know Larry King well. Larry King was intensive period. He's like, why do you love black people? He's like, well, I like black people. Why do you like black people? And he was really interested. Yeah, genuinely. And I want to be like that. I don't want to think I know everything. Also false in some ways. But I see that as open. How does that work? And it's so funny how that's threatening to people. It's like Rogan will just sit there while someone else is shooting free ball or some part of it. Probably true with your excellence. I don't know, how can you stand that? He had someone say the pyramids were built 3,000 years ago, 8,000 years ago. That's wrong. It's like, well, how do you know what the pyramids are?
Over here, hitting fucking bomb loads, motor oil.
This weird kind of group thing. It's almost like, fourth grade. There's always
dirty ass water. You can just grab it.
Acting as the, kind of the teachers of bullshit. Sit down. Things are here. Mrs. Matthews, sit down. That's enough. Well, how American media? How dare you ask that question? And Rogan just is like completely on his own trip. So I didn't even hear it.
Chicago.
What's with the parents?
Not here. This is Chicago.
Yeah, curiosity.
Yes.
The thing I admire about him
It's like some little park venue, concert.
for many years, and that's
All right, let's get into it.
place where he stayed.
All new round.
It's just beautiful.
Smoke weed every day.
If I had a wife who was interested at all
In any way, in what I did, I think I would have come crazy. When we get home, she's like, "How was your day? It's great. Oh, I'm so glad we." That's the end of our conversation about what I do for a living. And that is such a wonderful and simple respite. You said, how do I not become an asshole? But like not been transformed into totally stuff into the react checking his Twitter replies every day. Yeah, you gotta have the part of your life has to be solid, enduring, and not
Ice raids and
4 years.
combo fix.
He's the hottest 15-year-old. But I'm talking about
in there.
Not so good.
So what's the secret to success? I mean, no, I'm serious. I got married. I'll just say this. Yeah.
You got
You know,
roasted, that's it.
Like, I grew up in a society in Southern California when it's a little bit just like the total self-creating society.
No, it's called 99% alcohol. Sometimes a little salt. Shake. Clean.
The operative assumption there is that you are the sum total of your choices. And that free will is everything. And we never consider questions like, well, why do children get cancer? What do they do to deserve it? Because that would suggest that you're not the sum total. Choices matter. If I smoke a lot,
It's a regular action. If you do it daily, it's really easy to clean.
But like on a bigger scale.
And like I say, you take a little like jar, hey, the small mason jars, take a small mason jar, put some of the 99-cent alcohol, 99% alcohol. You throw the bowl in there, throw the down stem in there, and let them sit. After you're done smoking. You're already done, go to sleep, wake up, they're already cleaning it. Wash it out. Ready to go. The bomb is just a quick little shake. 10 shakes, 99% alcohol and salt, you're done. So it's brand new.
It's been a long time since I've done that. I'm very different. So is she.
I can
But
put
we're
ice
different
in
in
it.
ways that are complementary and happy.
Again, this is I don't know if you can tell, but the down stem here, the neck,
and then I see other
not
people. No, I'm not kidding. But that's true.
Not very
so
important. Put ice in there,
not to
close
flatter
your
you.
whale.
If you've been successful at something, I think the most successful at is marriage.
I had a friend drink
But
bong water for $100.
me.
It almost made me yak.
So I think what you're directly communicating is like humility.
Please.
It's not even humility. Humility is the result of reality. Okay. Once you see things clearly, then you know that you are not the author of all your successes.
Damn it.
And I hate the implication otherwise because it suggests powers that people don't have. It's one of the reasons I hate the smoking. That's what you get. Just be sure you got. Yeah, you smoke cigarettes more like you don't. Cause and effect is real. I'm not denying this. It's obvious. But it's not the whole story. There are larger forces, unseen forces, that's just a fact. There will be some kind of religious type, and they act on AI too. The idea that all
Thank you so much, Ken.
it's
I saw that kid.
Society
he's angry about that.
and the idea that the only things in the world, things that we can see from measure from a lab,
I think with this and how the fires were handled and all that, his hopes and dreams. Running for president. But to be fair and honest to him, his side was really interesting.
That speaks to humility and a kind of realist worldview.
Just that moron in the market. That's all they've got.
Can atheists be lattice egg work?
Free East Los, that's what I'm saying, Javier. East Los is a nice guy.
But no one's truly rich.
You know what he needs to do, though? He needs to go to the sheriff department right there.
Everyone under extreme stress.
Get his press pass. Get it. I'm sure he may not want to.
So really, it's just people who are gripped with the delusion.
Like giving him information on it. But realistically, it would help him because in that situation,
you know what I mean? No one actually thinks that.
It would have had to let him go.
People behave as if
it's freedom of press.
People dangerous. And I will say, by contrast,
it's terrible. It's dangerous.
And I'm thinking,
it's terrible.
Of all the people I've interviewed on that,
in the news,
the greatest leader I've ever met is Rabbi, who is Muslim. I'm definitely not Muslim. Christian. And so I don't agree with this religion, and I don't agree with monarchies,
But he's the best.
Cell phone does not make you press. Press pass makes you press
by
over.
far.
And it doesn't matter if you're there filming with your phone.
Well, there's
As long as you have a press pass, they don't give a shit if you're there with Polaroids making
the
stills.
reason is because he's guided by an ever-present knowledge of and the limits of
that.
And of this foresight.
A picture and show up on your Polaroid still.
Reality, it's not even reality.
But you know, that's how it works. They have a way to do it. They believe that. Now you know. You can go to any of these places, and it's great because you can also get press pass by concert. You know what I mean? Because then you're pressed. You, as East Coast artists, want to cover, you know, the hyper social down the street. So a lot of times you'll be able to get a access pass as a supporter. You're not even paying to get in. You just got to pay for your parking. Or drop, you know, Uber, go up right up front, let you ride in with your pass.
There
Take
is
pictures all you want, go to the stage and take pictures, you know. That's not a designated area for press. Probably just because
around the world to ask what he thinks.
There's an advantage. You know, but the downside is you are giving up information about yourself to the sheriff department. But all of us are in NCIC anyway, the National Crime Network.
No one is
Ottawa. You get your plate ran, you got pulled over, just to check if you're good or bad or whatever. We're all in there. You have an idea, you've been to the DMV, you're in there.
The people in official positions, I don't see the whole constellation of advisors and transmitters around them, and then they're not that capable, right? So that's what I'm saying. That really, I don't think he is the most evil person in the world. It's ridiculous. Obviously, everyone's like, oh,
I would not want to listen to that part. I'm listening to it already. I'm just talking.
Great leaders are so rare that
Listen to Citywide Tack 2.
Abu Dhabi is the
I could put on Central's base.
I've never seen a story on that
between those two.
I guess I know this. Everyone, and so if there's a conflict, he's the only person that people call. Everybody calls the same guy. And it's like he runs this tiny little country, UAE. I mean, he's the in Abu Dhabi where a bunch of governments still, and it's got a ton of energy and all that, love and all that. Dubai's got great tools, but really, it's a tiny little country that wasn't even a country 50 years ago. So how did that happen? Purely on the basis of his humility and the wisdom that results from that. That's it. What advice would you give to people? You got four great human beings. What advice would you give people in high school? Have many people that have them in the dating in high school. Yes, I think that's what matters. But in the end, you know, again, maybe it's not even days of it. It says that, but I was on your deathbed, you never wish you spent more time at work. I mean, everyone said that. It's like one of these things. Now, I don't think people are allowed to say that. No, you're going to wish you spent more time at work. Get back to your field. But I can't overstate from my vantage how true that is.
The riots get worse.
Nothing else.
I think what it is today they're not playing around. They're not giving them the leeway to just hang out and protest and then gather. Because that's the problem. You know, you got to realize what are they doing? One comes, then 10, then 100, then 1,000, then 3,000. And when you have that many, you don't have enough cops. You're outnumbers. And you have looting starting, and it just gets out of control. So how do you work that? As 1 and 2 and 10 and 50 show up, you start knocking them down right away. There ain't no wait. Just knock them down. Get them out of the way. Split it all up. So that way you don't have the numbers. And then the rebels, thieves, looters, those groups can't come and just hang out amongst the group and do what they did last night by looting 23 stores. And we only had 15 arrests for looting out of 23 stores looted. And you know and I know we must have seen 100.
When you have responsibility, when you have no choice, this is true.
That's that.
You will not achieve until you don't. Because I was thinking that men do nothing until they
Yeah,
have to.
thanks,
Once
Constitution.
they have to,
Yeah,
they will do that. Men will do nothing unless they have to. Once they have to, they will do it. I really believe that from watching this video. And I would never have done anything if I didn't have to, but I had to. And I just recommend it.
Things like this happen. You know, you have a riot situation, you might even have, you know, dust and dawn curfews, martial law, things like that. That's the way you're able to kind of just stay away from that. Build
Debt slave or charged,
and have a
gas,
right.
making $1 billion, that's not what you're supposed to do. Don't even try to do that. If you create something that's beautiful and worth having and make $1 billion, okay, then you have to give $1 billion. But seeking money for its own sake is a dead end. What you should seek for its own sake is children. Talk about a creative act. That's the whole point of life.
See you in 60
Active creativity is works. It's most pure expression of children. And creating children, it's super fun. It's not hard. I can get one technical off here. I have a lot of thoughts on this documents and so on.
Let's talk about the situation. This hasn't happened before. Sometimes, let's go back and talk about history and what's happening today. The precedent.
Are you kidding? Because
yeah, I think you're so. What's a little bit you not Trump? Tariff. Trump. He's never did.
I have no vision for myself.
Just you to know that we don't have to keep
yeah, I'm an extinct
are Trump's fault. It's Trump's fault. Cancer. Everybody, you got cancer. It's Trump's fault that you got cancer.
Precisely this far.
Trump invented cancer.
I just want to keep doing what I'm doing, and there was
started the Civil War.
5-hour period where
I heard it. They told me.
Because I feel
it's all Trump's fault. Well, wait a minute. Trump's not even old enough to be around the Civil War. Nobody is going left. That doesn't matter.
But I just want to keep doing that.
It was still his fault. We have documents saying him and Abraham Lincoln were in a room concocting the whole plan.
I've worked with the same people for years. So I had all these people, and I wanted to bring them with me so that I could build the structure for that. This was like one of the first times you
pretty much that. No King's protest around the block.
I know. You don't want me to.
Well, yeah, Brad, why, man? We got the channel for you.
Business.
Watch it.
Commerce guys.
I believe it's his birthday on Saturday, too. They're really going to hate that. You know it. You know that Saturday's got to be a super fighter.
I feel positive about it. Mostly, I am.
Happens on the short bus yesterday, and then the gray goose. Now, there's the gray goose right there. That's the sheriff buses, and the reason they're much bigger than the short bus is, again, they run the jail system. Bigger, they need more room to send up prisoners to different jail systems. You know, there you go. They go from jail to prison. Gray goose, or they need to go to court, back and forth from court to jail. They're going to the gray goose.
I guess I've been pretty clear. I'm not.
That's what Snoop Dogg was talking about, rolling in the gray goose.
So as long as nobody tampers with the human recipe, human nature itself, I will always feel blessed.
I think just from the temperament of today, I think it's going to be less tonight. And if it's less tonight, it's going to curb itself, I believe, until the weekend.
Really like it.
Weekend it might reignite because you have people out, more people out. You know, a lot of people still go to work. Whoever does have a job.
They're mostly bad. We've got an unusually bad stuff right now. But we'll have better ones
just a gut.
At some point. I just don't want to. One thing I don't like more than nuclear weapons and more than AI, the one thing that really bothers me is the idea of using technology to change the human thing. Because you're tampering with the secret sauce. You're tampering with God's creation. And totally evil. I mean, I totally said
84 at my house. 9 degrees moderate.
Anyway,
But
he's talking and
10 degrees
he's reading his talking points. Kids talking about it.
I have it is not talking about it here. Yeah. Joe knows about it. I mean, again, we kind of share the information. That way we're privy to what may go on. Like I was telling you about the airport thing, and then it did go on, but it was so tiny, nobody cared. That way I can at least plan my day and think to myself, if I need to do shit, let's get it done now. That way that time is over. I can jump on.
No one in the room was like, what? You're fucking with people's brains?
Hey, look, another starver. Another guy starving.
You're right.
Another one talking about starvation. Both of them got bellies like me. That one got a bigger belly than me.
Very careful. Whatever.
I just want to know who's starving. You're holding up signs talking about starvation. Certainly isn't me. They ain't starving. They ain't real good.
Sources of
They ain't high on the hog. I'm fat.
What else? I don't understand. I guess I don't want to see
Yeah, I'm 14, right? Yeah.
We are in a hazard. No, I don't.
I believe they said Saturday in Santa Ana possibly, because there was one in Santa Ana last night.
But
one would assume it's going to be everywhere. You see Chicago, they're just marching right now. We'll wait until the sun goes down in Chicago. I venture to say Chicago will be pretty busy. And at least with Chicago, I can get some of the scanner fees if it does. You know what I mean? Unless they, of course, go to their tactical channels.
but it's not the whole and we are creating these things intentionally, and I think it's incumbent on us, it's a requirement of a moral standard from us. But you ask, like, is this a net gain or a net loss? What to accept it for student
1,500 units to be targeted by chaos, by Antifa's coordinated operation under the guise of protest. Real insurgency is unfolding.
I did, and I think that people in power should think
I did hear some rumblings that a lot of people seem to think that was it Anwalt, one of the Walmart, helping fund a lot of this shit. Masks they got yesterday, from Walmart. That's what you could got on Amazon. So we had them at Walmart. A few other little tidbits because Trump and the Walmart people were going back and forth about tariffs.
Well, thank you for asking.
No, I'm not telling you it is, but there's just rumblings of lots of people talking.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Hunter
Curfew incoming, you think C6? He was just saying,
check out our sponsors in the description. And now, we leave you with Mahatma Gandhi. When I despair, I remember that all of history, the way of truth and love, has always won. There have been acts and murder, and for a time, they can seem invincible. But in the end, they always fall. Think of it. Always. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next
time. Please don't spam. It makes it hard for me to read. I mean, just say the same thing 12 times. Just say it once, we're good enough. Everybody knows how to read here. We're all literate. Except for the dummies that come in for me. You know how stupid you guys are.
The only person causing more harm.
Remember, anybody, when someone's spamming also, guys, I just want you to remember, you can always click on their name, just click on their name in the chat room, and push block. They'll still be there spamming, but you will never see any of it.
Also,
see any ever again. No, just remember that always.
And
when you see a spammer, you can report them too.
For example, he was a central figure in the resignation to the president of Harvard University, Claudine Gay. This is the Restream podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, good. In your lecture on the basics of finance and investing, you will mention a book Intelligent Investing by Benjamin Graham as being formative in your life.
You get a little shot of
What
snake.
key lesson do you take away from that book? That informs your life?
You know, that's important in life. Just
First investment
overwhelming motherfuckers
and
with a
it's such
crazy
an
amount
inspiration for my career.
comps everywhere.
My life.
So you can't even get riled up. You know what I'm saying? It's like you let them assemble and they start bubbling up. They can't get to the bubble.
And then the rest of the book is for what we have. He basically says
No, not
that you have to understand the difference between price and value. Right? Price is what you pay, value is what you get. So the stock market should serve you. Right? And then it's a bit like the neighbor that comes by every day and makes you an offer for your house.
If you see a spammer, that's what I'm saying. Click on the name, understand it, just
offer.
as soon as you click on it, it'll give you an option.
And the key is
Push block.
figure out
Never see the way to try it right now.
kind of weigh it.
Find somebody
Talk about the difference between
see?
stock
That way you
market
never have to say, David, you spammer.
represents
I'll catch it by them if you
speculative
want to deal
interest,
with it.
supply and demand of people.
Who's paying for all this?
The
Ready?
long-term
We are.
stock market, the way you should
Cities always pay it.
tell you
Or the
something
federal government actually go.
design
That's
with
what
something
the money's going. Let me tell you something. These people, let's be honest. Even if none of this happened, you weren't spending the money on the cops, right? Let's just forget about this. It didn't happen. Nothing ever happened. No cops needed.
Speculation is just a bit like buying.
These clowns are finding a way to waste the money anyway.
Right, you're trying to
Okay, so when it means keeping
short-term
downtown safe,
long run,
you know what I mean, from getting completely trashed, which it's already kind of been, I
many
say spend
investors
the money.
in trouble
What we
going
do.
into the
I'm not siding with fucking people that fucking
just
fuck it up.
they didn't know what things were worth. They're just really going on.
I really feel bad
That's
for
speculation.
you're so
And
sorry.
investing.
Your parents shouldn't have had you. That's the problem. Because they couldn't afford you. That's why most of the problems you have is what's going on.
The value of
Okay?
anything,
Poverty was your
other
parents'
than
fault.
love.
They didn't use a condom. They didn't say, you know what, I can't afford a kid. No, they were selfish and had a kid. If not many kids. You all grew up in poverty.
Investing is about
That's called being selfish.
a model.
Okay?
What this
Selfish. About
how do
them.
you get to that?
Not about you. They didn't give a fuck about you. They did that when the shack job.
Even like philosophically, value of age.
Responsible parents make sure they can afford, or at least, you know, try, like their whole life just goes from party, whatever, to the kid. It's all the kid now.
Over its life.
They don't bring the kid down to a goddamn fucking protest and get shot in the face with a rubber bullet and then cry to the LAPD about it. Or their dog.
And if it's a U.S. government bomb, you know you're going to get it. So that's a pretty easy thing to value.
That's why dummies shouldn't have kids.
In a business,
Dummies shouldn't have kids. Thank you all listening to see it. Thank you for the donos.
Cash flow every year.
Okay?
The difference
That's just
between
real.
a stock and a bond is that
Viva
bond
Las Vegas.
you know what you're going to get. So, go back.
Yeah, in fact, I have
So
the
the
hero
stock was
just
to make
about to
predictions
get
about the
fucking
business, how
PCU.
many widgets you're going to sell this
You know,
year,
that we're not
next
going
year.
to protest.
The cost of
We're
how
not
much of the
going
money
to
that you
protest.
generate
They
is
start
to reinvest
protesting.
in the business to keep the business
I
going.
wanted to get that. Doug up and put it in the machine. But right as I was getting to do it,
But
they all started running off the freeways. I had to go fucking
it's a very high view.
there with that.
Those cash flows are going to be
Not to say I couldn't do it now, but I don't want some listeners using their copyright that while I'm trying to record it and put it in the post.
very difficult to predict the future. So we
Oh, I'm sorry, Freddie B. I'm stupid, Freddie.
find those rare companies that we can kind of
I've been
predict.
reading a lot of things wrong, a lot of letters. You guys know, a lot of hours, not enough sleep, not enough food,
Yeah.
right?
You
My
give
brain
yourself
is
something,
I apologize.
it's going to be something that's going to make a lot of money.
That's always
It's
been
going to have a
mine.
lot of value.
And everybody says it's him that you just named.
And
You know?
what is your process of viewing
I wouldn't doubt it. I'd say it's him and the donkey taking USAID money that's still left, or still coming through that, you know, shoveled or funneled another way.
these non-disruptive
They fund this shit. And then
business.
they have
Close your eyes.
their rich, powerful
Stock market
friends
shuts
like
for a decade.
the
You know
W
that 10 years from now, it's going to be more valuable, more
things,
profitable.
people like that that
And you have
help
a business called
help
Personal Music Group.
and help
funding
into
too.
the business of
Especially them,
helping
because
others
what are they going to get?
become more
They're going to give you the leaf blowers. They're going to give you the masks.
into the business of
They're going to give you the what do you
rights,
call it, mask, the COVID type masks,
publishing, songwriters.
all the shit you need to
And
cover your
you know,
space.
I think music is
So
forever.
it's like a team effort, I
Music
believe,
is
Freddie.
a many
I really do.
thousand-year-old
If you really could
human
have
part of
Bane
the
come in and
experience.
hold them to the
I think
goals,
it will be
torture them
thousands
till
of
they
years
really
from
said what was going on and you got the truth.
now.
I think it would be something like that.
And
I
the company basically owns
entire
the global
entire operation. Riot.
most dominant
Last
market
time I
share
was
in business.
it's
They're the
Riot.
best at taking
All I
artists
saw
and
was
making results,
market.
great voice, and started getting a presence on YouTube and Instagram, and helping others become superstars. And that's a unique talent, and the result is the best artists in the world will come work for them. But they also have this incredible library of
There's a whole lot of
Beatles,
people
the
marching.
Stones,
That is
to
thousands,
etc. So
thousands
then
and
if you
thousands.
think about what
I don't see you riding. No burning, no graffiti, no looting. That constitutes
tapes we have to have a new format,
a
and
lot
that's
of people
what
have this misconception. Oh my God, there's all the people walking in the streets. That's a riot. No,
streaming is a lot more difficult than
that's a
selling records.
march until they become violent. Which you can, they absolutely have tendencies. And they seem to do it an awful lot. They probably will.
You pay, call it $10 a month for sure.
Thank you again, Freddie. I'm sorry.
That's for a family plan.
Running on.
And you can kind of
I mean, I literally ate like a decent, little bit of food, not even a whole food. I feel sick because I hadn't been eating enough. My stomach like shrank. Now it's like too much.
To get to the approximation. And the key is to buy at a price that represents a big discount to that approximation. And that's what that
Marching.
called
Again,
this concept
that's
of
why they're going to march too, because they're starting to see what's going on. Okay, so we stand and we yell in your face, and what do? They box us in and arrest us.
You paid
We're better off
to your
on the
estimate
move.
that you're still
Yeah,
okay.
one's doing, it's a war. No different. You do a tactic, your opposition does a tactic,
And then have
right? And you combat that tactic. Then you got to come up with something new. That's a tactic, your tactic, that's it. All it is. And they learn from each other. They look at the tendencies, they look what they're doing. That helicopter pilot, that flight officer,
how you make money with Apple and all of this.
you see,
The question is how well are
okay, so that's a perfect example.
like you be able to adjust to transformation. One
See how they're busy
feature,
looking at
which
fucking
is
tagging right now? Simple thing like tagging. Not my belly, I said my stomach. Not my belly.
You have to also step out when you close your eyes. All those things you think about. Are you imagining the possible ways that the future is completely different from the present? And how well this company will be able to surf the wave of that? Sure. I mean, I surf a lot of waves. And actually, the music business peaked the last time in like the late 90s, 2000 time frame. And that really innovation, Napster, digitization of music, almost killed the industry. And Universal really led massive to save the industry.
Literally just tagging right now. Like, you know how much tagging you saw.
That enabled,
Right? All over you. It's on 20.
It's
It's not 30 or 40 people.
ability and the willingness to kind of adopt new technologies that kept the leadership. Now, they, of course, had this huge challenge.
Trying to clamp down on it before it goes out of hand. Trying to be proactive. Why are they doing that now? Because they've been made up.
That were important and I think will forever be.
They look almost useless to that team. We know they're not. And we know who's deeming them useless.
This is one
They're
of
boss.
the
It's always allowing them to do what they really need to do. And then, of course, blame it on everybody else.
You may have a neural chip in your head that instead of a phone, but the music coming digitized format, you want to have an insert library that you can walk around in your pocket or in your brain. It's not going to matter that much form factor. If the device changes, it's not really that important whether it's Spotify or Apple or Amazon that are the so-called DSPs and providers. I think the values reside in the content owners, and that's really the artists and the label. And I actually think AI is not going to be the primary creator of music. I think we're going to actually face the reality that it's not that
They sent her to Santa Ana.
for thousands of years, but
Something's going to start up here in Santa Ana.
we actually care people who's the musician that created it. Just like we want to know that who's the artist, human artist that created the piece of art.
Totally agree. I think if you think about it, there's lots of other technologies and computers that we use to generate music over time. But no one falls in love with a computer generated track, right? And bullshit. From the music, but it's also about the artist's story, physical presence, and the live experience. I don't think you're going to sit there and just put a computer up on stage and then it's going to play people that get inside. So I think AI is really going to be a tool to make artists better artists. And I think what the synthesizer really created the opportunity for one man to have an orchestra. Maybe a bit of a threat to percussionists, but maybe not. Maybe throw these more dynamics for the live experience.
Unless that computer has human-like sentience, which I
See how much nicer it is when he's over there on the tower.
With from a business perspective, it has an identity, basically fame and influence. Could be a robot to a swift.
And it's a copyrightable asset. People think,
he's loving life, man.
And then there'll be
much as the robot.
that's a different discussion. So, the world's not going to ask for permission to become a so, but you can still make money out of it. Presumably there'll be a capitalist system and there'll be some laws which AI, which I believe AI systems will have rights that are akin to human rights. And we're going to have to contend with what that means.
But there's sort of name and likeness rights, yes, that have to be protected. Now, can a name be attributed to a Tesla robot? I don't know.
I think so. I think it's quite hard.
There's more potential artists for us to represent it. Exactly. That's sort of one example. Another example would be just in the restaurant industry, right? You can look at businesses like a McDonald's, right? It's a company like a 1950 vintage business. Here we are, 75 years later, and kind of predictions and all that. And the menu's going to adjust over time to consumer tastes. And the hamburger fries forever.
The beer, the Rolling Stones, and fries. I was eating at Chipotle last night Thank you. And, yeah, it is one of my favorite places to eat. You said it is a place that you obviously also invested in. What do you get at Chipotle?
I tend to get a double chicken roll. I like the burrito, but I generally try to order the bowl. Cut the carbs apart. And put the chicken, crab, lettuce, coffee, and I'm a steak guy.
What's the actual process you go through? Like, literally, like, the process of figuring out what the value of the company is. Like, how do you do the research? Is it reading documents? Is it talking to people? How do you do it?
It's all involved. So Chipotle, what attracted us?
No, man, it's already.
Great company, great concept. Athletes love it, consumers love it. Healthy, sustainable, fresh food made in front of your eyes. And great. Steve Bell's the founder. But ultimately, the company's lacking some of the systems and had a food safety issue. Unfortunately, that's it. Almost killed the brand. But the reality of the fast food quick service industry is almost every fast food company has had a food safety issue over time, and the vast majority have survived. And he said, "Look, such a great concept," but their approach was not from far enough. But we start with usually the companies file and their report the governance, board structure, conference call transcripts are publicly available. It's very helpful to go back 5 years. Learn the story. Here's how it's happening. Describes it. Here's what they say they're going to do, and you can follow on and see what they do.
Shout out to you and Curtis.
Historical record of competence and
truthful. Yeah, that's a very useful device. And then, of course, looking at competitors, thinking about what fit this logic.
Every inch, everywhere you look.
And then we'll talk to the industry we don't know well. We know the rest of the industry really well. Music industry, we'll talk to people in the industry. Try to understand, different publishing, recorded music, competitors. We'll talk to different books. A book about the music industry, a couple books about the industry. So it's a bit like a big research project. And you do these so-called expert networks. You can get pretty much anyone on the phone, and they'll talk to you about an aspect of the industry that you don't understand or learn about. Try to get a sense. Public filings companies generally give you a lot of information, but not everything you want to know. And you can learn more about the experts about the industry dynamics, personalities.
They'll get boxed in and arrested. They gotta keep
watching podcasts,
as long as they keep doing it,
YouTube interviews, you get a sense of
kind of safe in that.
so in the case of Florida, for example, better I can talk about Florida just slow.
So all you can do is kind of escort. Cross traffic, so nobody gets in the way and let
don't
the
make
crowd
promises
pass.
to
Kind of like a parade.
Brian Nichols is a fantastic CEO. He's never spent $1
And you
just for
intervene
the
and they
company's
start
best
tagging or
interest.
breaking
All I
shit.
want is streets code.
I want to say that no joke.
And so you look at a company like Chipotle and you see
There's no way these walls would have been that clean.
there's a food safety issue, and you say, okay, well, I see a path where you can fix this.
Here's the group that were just watching.
You can get it.
Jonas just caught him. Here we go. Pigs die, but mostly bees.
It's sort of the kind of business everyone should work with, right? It's a great business, got a long trajectory of growth out into the beyond the foreseeable future, right? Those are the kind of businesses you want to own, those businesses that generate a lot of cash, businesses that you understand, businesses that sort of huge barriers to entry, that's difficult for others. You want companies that don't have to constantly raise capital, and these are some of the great businesses in the world.
You know what's weird? I don't eat guava and I don't eat mango.
Those companies tend to have very high stock prices.
But I'll drink those three
Value is
juices.
generally built into the price you have to pay for business. So
Which I think is weird.
we can't earn
The juice
kind of
tastes
return
better
on
than
our
the
investors by paying a really high price. Price matters a lot. Think about the best business in the world. Overpay, you're not going to earn particularly
Where's Tom?
attractive returns.
Tom's on vacation.
So we get involved in cases where a great
Jared
business
doesn't want to come hang out. He don't love us no
made
more.
a mistake, or the company's kind of lost its way, but it's recoverable. And that's when we buy shareholders who are disappointed, who lost confidence, selling at a low price relative to what it's worth, we're fixed, and then we try to be helpful in fixing the company.
You said that barriers to entry.
This motherfucking wall was painted. That's fresh from my day. You can see that how they painted over.
That took like
They
less
just
than
did a
10
quick
seconds
job.
to
You
say.
know what I mean?
But
Slap
some of
through
them
it.
were fast, all of them were fast. So you said
They
barriers
weren't
to
doing
entry.
what else I do.
How do you know
Police
if
will come back tomorrow.
there's a type of moat protecting the competitors from stepping up to the plate?
The most difficult analysis to do as an investor is that. It's kind of figuring out how wide is the moat. How much of this is the business to disruption?
I'm not gonna, I don't like
I would say
grapefruit.
the greatest period of
Not at all.
disruptability in history, right? Technology, a couple of 19-year-olds can leave whatever university and maybe even go in the first place. They can raise millions of dollars. They can get access to infinite bandwidth storage. They can contract with engineers and low-cost markets in the world. They can build a virtual
Just don't care.
and
Ain't
they
no
can
respect
disrupt
for nothing,
businesses
even
that
nice
seem
things.
super established.
Not what they always say.
And then on
That's
top
why
of
we
that, you
can't have
have
nice things.
major companies with multi-trillion-dollar market caps
Nothing
working
is
to
safe.
find profits wherever they can. And so that's a dangerous world in a way to be an investor. And so you have to find businesses
All the
that
graffiti everywhere. Brick by
it's hard
brick.
to foresee a world that can disrupt it. The beauty of the restaurant business, you actually are the best that we have in the
Overhead
restaurant.
shot.
We've never lost money.
Ground.
We've only made a fortune. Interestingly, investing in restaurants. A big part of it's really simple business.
Watermelon juice?
And if you get Chipotle right, there are 100 stores. It's not so hard to get to 200 stores.
Some before you make the smoothies.
And the key is maintaining the brand image, growing intelligently, having the right systems, and it goes from 100 stores to 3,500 stores. You have to work it out. And there's a lot of complexity, right? Think about your local restaurant. The family working in business, they're watching the cash register. And you probably open another restaurant, across town. Like, there are very few restaurants where there's only more than a few restaurants not very successful.
I like carrots. I love carrots.
Quick service business is about systems. You're building a model that a stranger who doesn't know the restaurant should come in and enter the business and build a successful franchise. All these aren't franchise companies. They actually own business stores. But many of the most successful companies are franchise models, like a Burger King,
That's like that helpful, isn't it?
These various brands.
That helps out like really
They're systems. The same systems apply whether you own all the stores, run by a big corporation, whether the owners of the restaurants are franchisees, local entrepreneurs.
So if the restaurant has scaled to a certain number, that means they figure out some kind of system that works. Yeah, it's very difficult to develop that kind of system. So that's a moat.
Moat is get to a certain scale and do it successfully, and the brand is now understood by the consumer. And what's interesting about Chipotle is what they've achieved. They're not buying frozen hamburgers.
You just buy celery and you're
buying fresh, sustainably sourced ingredients, preparing food in the store. That was a first. Quality of the product is totally different. It's the highest quality food you can get. You can get a serious dinner for under $20 and eat really healthfully and very high quality ingredients. And that's just not available. And it's very hard to build those relationships with farmers in the country. It's a lot easier to deal with one of the big, massive food producers and buy your pork from them than to buy from farmers in the country. And so that is a big moat, which is very difficult.
And by the way, another company I think you have to stake
But what I mean about restaurants? Restaurant brands own a number of quick service companies, one of which is food.
Yeah. It's been a meme for a while, but Burger King's great too. I just whatever. But I can easily go to McDonald's. I'll just eat burger patties. I don't know if you can do this, but a burger patty at Burger King can do this. McDonald's, it's actually way cheaper.
What's the size of that?
And it's cheap. It's like $1.50 or $2 per patty. And it's about 150 calories. And it's just meat. And despite like the criticism and memes out there, that
I've seen those like the
the healthiest I feel is when I carnivore. When it's all healthy, they say you only meat, I feel really good. I lose weight. I have all this energy. When I'm traveling, the easiest way to get me
to go to McDonald's.
Exactly. So there's this sad meeting of me just sitting alone.
Really nice Catherine or Michelle.
I love it. The idea that you makes you happy.
Like a bullet that I use for
what about Flame Grove? The place with your fried burger, trying to get you to put your team.
I didn't know. I don't know the details of how they're made.
I think we got a chance this week to do.
Great. We'll see. I'm making smooth. Let's do it. Okay. We were talking about most. This kind of reminds me of So it's interesting that you think that the alphabet fits some of these characteristics.
I mean, isn't it like a
It's
big
tricky
thing?
to know with everything that's happening in AI and continuing some of the guys who interesting things in remote. And it's also interesting to analyze if the consumer is just their fan of technology. I think it's really
Like every fucking gym and shit has like juice bar.
the basics of the business of search really well, but they're doing all these other stuff. So what's your analysis of how why you think I
So, business
That's my
admired
big
a firm
the best thing.
for 15 years, but rarely got to a price that we felt we could own it, because again, the expectations are so high and price really mattered. Really these sort of AI scare, I call it. Microsoft comes out with ChatGPT.
I know what they are. I've never had them. Maybe it's pomegranate juice. You know, that's something I probably don't eat too much.
Earlier, Microsoft was behind an AI. I just wanted the ChatGPT deal with a market presence.
And then Google does this very disastrous demonstration bargain. And the world says, oh my God, Google's falling behind AI and future market destruction. So it gets to a price of 15 times earnings, which for a business of this quality is an extremely difficult. Our view on Google, one way to think about it, business in terms of growth, that's usually pretty good sign about the motive on business. So, open your computer and look search. Very high percentage of the world starts with a Google page in one line. You type in your search. Google advertising search YouTube franchise is one of the most dominant franchises in the world.
Then you look at him 4 years later on his baseball cards, he's got these huge fucking traps, like a bodybuilder, just so jacked. You know what I mean? He's like a gorilla.
They used to say about advertising, spend a fortune, and you just don't know which 50% so you just start spending money because you know
500 feet.
Ultimately that's going to bring you something. And now with online
How many did you have in one season? 82?
Which dollars I'm spending.
What was the big season? I think it was 80, right?
Buying something, I pay. It's a very high return on investment
The only way
for the
160
advertising.
kids for you to have 80 home runs and
AI
160
forces are great. All of a sudden, people start searching, asking questions of ChatGPT. Don't start with the Google search box.
Sosa was corking
So
with that
our
man
view
on the
takes the work we've done
was doing both.
with industry experts because that Google
73 was the big one, John?
a virtue of the
There's no 73 and 160 gigs even. And you know you can play every game. There's no way. Everybody has a day.
Potentially greater than Microsoft ChatGPT, and that the market will overreacted. And I think
62 I think was Big Mac.
big company,
I think he's right.
global
73
business
was
regulators,
73 was when he beat Big
couldn't
Mac.
take some of the same liberties. Start like OpenAI did in releasing a product. I think Google took a more cautious approach. Releasing that early version hard in terms of its capabilities. And that's what the world is the Uber
Fucking did my side of parts for me and my friend. He was with a jig. How dare you? You're gonna sign 2 cards and these wasn't over here. Sign those cards.
Applications.
All right.
See
the cards.
Google suite of products.
She totally guilt tripped me into signing the cards for us. We thanked her. And my friend, when she walks away, he's like, man, I know her. My friend used to play volleyball. He's like, that's Gabriella Reese. Remember Gabriella Reese?
Big 7 companies.
That's who it was. Gabriella, I appreciate you.
It also is a business
She'll remember,
has a lot of
baby.
potential for efficiency. You know, sometimes we have this
Yeah, it was funny. I don't know if they were dating. I don't know.
all of
Just them two together in the parking lot of the hotel there. We caught them when they were walking out. And Jose at that time was still Jose. It wasn't, no PEDs, popping all PEDs yet, no crazy shit. Still hitting crazy home runs. Jose was a beast. He's that big. First to go 40-40.
Alternatively, what's the yield?
Home runs again. 40 bags for a guy that big.
15
40 bases.
About almost a 7% yield, and that earnings yield is growing over time as the business grows.
Yeah, but she was like a model and sponsored by Nike. Right? She was a professional volleyball player. Right? And I think a model at the same
The various businesses and investments they've made, they're losing money. Got a cloud business that's growing very rapidly, but they're investing basically 100% of the profits from the business and growth. In that earnings number, you're not seeing earnings from the cloud business. They're one of the top players. So very interesting, very well managed company with incredible assets and resources and dominance.
She married to Leonard Hamilton.
There's no debt, a ton of cash. So it's a pretty good story.
Is there something fundamentally different about AI that makes all
I'm
this more
telling you, I knew him at the pad, Martinez. I knew right away how long those were. And I had, could not have
products and impact that AI could create?
And you're right. Tomato juice is another juice that is fucking disgusting. You're absolutely right. Tomato juice is fucking disgusting. I hate tomatoes anyways, and I'm definitely not drinking the juice of a tomato. Fucking gross. There you go. You're right. And you know what? I should have remembered that because my dad used to love those, the PE. My dad would have some of those fucking
AI is
needs
the
in there. My dad loved it.
disruptible asset.
I was like, bro, that was one thing that you can have in there. I'm drinking water for that's for sure. But that was when I was a kid. You know, you always want juice or a soda.
Technology emerges that just
I ain't drinking. I ain't touching your EAs, bro.
and AI is incredibly powerful tool, which is why
They're all
every
yours,
business is saying, how can I use AI in my business to make us
I'm not
more
drinking
profitable,
Bloody
more
Mary.
successful, more faster, and also disrupt or protect ourselves from these.
I don't drink. I'm going to drink a cocktail. I don't even know what cocktail I would drink. I'd rather have a glass of white wine or
surrounded by this really wide moat.
I don't know, maybe a shot of Mescal or tequila.
Steal the princess.
And have a cocktail.
And it happens.
I guess if I had to get a cocktail, I mean, is whiskey and Coke considered a cocktail? It is, right?
It's
Cocktail, right?
And that's why we.
Oh, I guess whiskey and Coke.
Technology companies generally, because one of the such dominant places, so it was written in their version. Kodak was caught up in the analog film, and then the world changed.
Well, Google is pretty fat and happy until ChatGPT came out. Yeah, how would you rate the ability to wake up, lose weight, and be less happy or aggressively rediscover their search?
Yeah, that shit was everywhere.
You've seen a lot of that in the last year. I would say some combination of embarrassment and pride are the huge motivators for going through Circuit Grin.
Take an aerial shot.
For the company.
And then
It's getting hot, so they want to take a break.
All of the mind teams and unification teams and trying to shake up. It was interesting to watch the cast. I love it. I love it when everybody freaks out. Like you said, partly embarrassment and partly that competitive drive that drives engineers. It's great. But they can't wait to see what
White wine is better than red.
the product. Let's see where it goes.
Vodka rabbit, is that what you like, man?
How do you analyze the governance structure and the individual?
You know, I had a couple sips of
So, as I like to say,
vodka Red Bull.
drives
Not that
all
bad.
human behavior, and that certainly applies in the business world. So, understanding the people and what drives them, and what the actual financial and other incentives
Deion Sanders
is very important
denied like
part of the analysis
What do you mean?
for investing in a company. And you can learn a lot from the mentioned before. One great way to learn about
Going in all
business is
fraud.
go back a decade and read everything that management has written about business and see what they've done over time. See what they've said. And conference calls are actually relatively recent. When I started the business, they weren't conference call transcripts. Now you have.
You know, do you really save that much from having the diet one? Like from Diet Coke to Coke? I mean, is it really? I don't know.
So just learn a lot about people by
There's a lot of people that
what
do
they say,
love Diet Coke.
questions.
And, you know,
And
funny
also
enough as
the
it
fact
is,
that they're doing what
one
they
of the
say they
best-selling sodas,
They
the
underpromise
best-selling
and overdeliver.
diet soda, I believe, is Diet Dr. Pepper.
Say what they're going to
Say
do.
if you want a
So
soda
they make
that's
mistakes.
diet and tastes most
Do
like
they
its regular
build great
counterpart,
teams that people want to come
you know,
work
with
for them. So they
Diet
can
Dr.
retain their
Pepper.
time. You know,
Ram
part
juice?
of it is, do they, how much are they running the business?
See, there's a lot of juices that I
Running the
do.
business for the benefit of themselves.
Tomato juice.
And that's kind of the analysis you do.
Are we talking about CEOs, COO, what
We always have culture.
how deep does it go?
Sure. So it's very similar to you use the COVID example. Steve L's great entrepreneur.
Hear that, Welcher?
Got to scale really quick. Run it. He recruited a guy named Ron. Help the company recruit a guy named Ron Nickel. And then he was considered the best person in the quick service industry.
How funny would that be tomorrow we watch the riot? Get a knock on the door, and a guy from Welcher's
California.
with a fucking with a forklift and a pallet. Where do I put it, man? You want me to put it in the driveway?
But a great leader, a great followership, you know, over the course of their career, the team they built that will come follow them into the next opportunity. But the key is, you know, really the top person matters enormously because, and that is who they recruit. We recruit an A+ leader, and they're going to recruit other A type people. Recruit a B leader, and they're not recruit any great talent beneath them.
You mentioned Warren Buffett. You said you admire him as an investor. What do you find what aspects of his approach to investing do you
Channel 7. That's Channel 7 right
Most
there.
of what
Another
I've
live
learned in
shot.
investment business, he's been my great professor of this business. My first book I read in business was The Ben Graham Young Investor. The further quickly you get to learn about Warren Buffett, and I started by reading Virtual Halfway annual reports. And I eventually got the Buffett partnership letters that you can see, which are an amazing read. You go back to the 1950s and read what he wrote in his business partners when he first started out, and just follow that trajectory over a long period of time. So what's remarkable about him is one, duration. He's still out here at 93.
Clearly the left is anti-Jim.
But the big thing that you learn from him is that he requires this incredible dispassionate unemotional quality.
They ain't got enough power and enough energy to live.
Which is not a basic, it's not something you learn in the jungle. It's something you think about these surviving the jungle. When a lion shows up, and everyone starts running, you run with it. That does not work well in markets. In fact, it generally would be the opposite. When the lemons are going to go to the cliff, that's the time where you're facing the other direction, you're running the other direction. You're stepping away, you're buying stock to low prices. The Buffett's been great at that, and great at teaching about what he calls temperament, which is this sort of emotional and unemotional quality that you need to be able to dispassionately look at the world.
I get trapped in some more.
It's a real risk. People overreacting.
Sorry, these.
Tend to get excited.
I got another short bus up here.
Going up,
the short bus right here.
Going down. And I think that's just inherently human. You have to reverse that. You have to get excited. Things get cheaper.
News not going to
get concerned when things get more expensive. You've been a part of some big battles.
You want to be a bit amongst the action. You get over there. Don't worry about it. After we clear all these king dogs out, let you guys go.
Psychologically, how
For
do
now,
you
you're here.
not let that break you? How do you maintain a calm demeanor and avoid
Well,
running
man,
into
it's
one
because that's what they identify as, because they don't identify as
You kind of learn over time. The key success factor is you want to have enough money in the bank that you're going to survive, regardless of what's going on volatility in the market. There are people who one shouldn't borrow money.
And again, I wouldn't be surprised, man.
Stocks on market. Markets are
They're
going down.
handing out the masks and all the other stuff.
At risk.
You know what I mean?
It's very difficult to be rational.
They don't hand out the flags. Is that a Marine flag?
Financially secure. You're not going to lose your house. Right? That's
It's a Marine flag, right? The red?
And then
Sure is.
also doing your homework.
Yeah.
And stock price.
Sure is.
Stocks
That's
are
the
trading
Marine flag.
And if you know what a business is for, and understand the management, you know the experience well, it's not nearly as, it doesn't bother you when the stock price goes down. Or it has much less impact on you because you know, again, as Mr. Graham said, in the short term, the voting machine, a bunch of money voting one direction, that's concerning. But it's a great business, doesn't have a lot of debt, and people are going to just listen to more music next year than this year. You know you're going to do well. So it's a bit, some combination of being personally secure and also just knowing what you own. And over time, you build.
Especially if you went to the city hall,
I would say.
yelled at them
Just
on
like
the
a
top
lot
of
of
your lungs.
the human beings,
They're not getting enough, and
you
you
get
need to
lines
do
and
more for
desires
them.
and all this kind of stuff. Is
For
there
us.
some? Is there some versus being financially
Okay,
secure?
yes.
Is there some just human
See the door here?
quality?
Walk through that door, please. Everything you want is on the other side of this door.
I think so.
Go through the door, and
I'm a
your
pretty
cartel
emotional
members will be
person,
waiting for
I
you.
would say. Feel
You go
pretty
from
strong
that
emotions.
room into a
If not,
55-gallon barrel,
I'm
never to be seen
remarkably
again.
immune to kind of volatility.
That's how you get
And
your
that's
help.
a big advantage. And it took some time for me to develop that.
You know, so being emotional,
That's a sad deal. I'll start home.
responsible.
Yeah, you just.
Most
it's
don't
a
even
bit-
realize you're
again,
never supposed to touch
you
the
can learn a
ground
lot from other
flag.
people's experience. It's one of the few
They sure know how to burn
where
them.
you
That's
learn
the one thing they
all
know.
this
Actually, they don't even know how to do that. We
about
watched
other
four
periods in
idiots.
history.
4 idiots
Watch
who burnt an American flag. It went out by itself. They tried to reignite it, and I swear to you, they couldn't figure out 4 of them how to use a lighter. A big lighter outsmarted 4 of these. Big lighter, as they were trying to burn an American flag in the heart of
Because we
Little Tokyo.
have very few investments. We own 8 things today, 7 companies. So that matter. If we get one wrong, so the other nature of our business that comes with it is a lot of public scrutiny, a lot of public criticism, and that requires some experience.
I think we'll talk about some of that. Financially secure is something I believe also recommend for even just everyday investors. Is there some general advice from the things you've been talking about that applies to everyday investors?
Sure. So never invest money you can't afford to lose. Where if you lost this money and you lose your house. So being in a place where you're investing money that you don't care about the price in the short term. It's money for your retirement. You take a really long-term view. I think that's key. Never investing to borrow money against your securities. The markets offer you the opportunity to leverage your investment. And in most worlds, you'll be okay. Except if, this financial crisis or, nuclear device gets detonated, God forbid, somewhere in the world.
I haven't heard anything about a curfew by the LAPD.
Someone kills
And if they do a curfew, what they're going to do is tell everybody now, hey, now enacted a curfew. They'll say it on the news. They'll say it on the loudspeaker. Tell them they all need to go.
So as long as you don't borrow against securities, you own really high quality businesses. It's not money that you need in the short
Just
term.
arrest people after you decide to have a curfew after 20 minutes. I heard nothing about a curfew. Now remember, we did hear the LA City Council today said they're going to have a session with the chief and the mayor, which they did, and we were possibly discussing things like that. You remember her saying that? I'm sure some of you do. So it is a possibility, but it hasn't been enacted yet. And these are all bullshit reports until it actually comes out. So hear it on the news, because again, we're going to hear it on the fucking scanner, because they're going to tell everybody, okay guys, after 9 o'clock, scoop any and everybody up, and we're going to act the curfew, we're going to let the officers know.
So you should treat companies, or what do you think about mutual funds that for everyday investors that diversify across a large number of companies?
I think there are very few mutual funds. The thousands of mutual funds. There are very few that are there.
Daily, you mean 4 days late.
They tend to be too diversified.
In $1 billion plus short.
Too short term. And you're often much better
Not
off
again,
just
you know what I mean? They're down $1 billion plus whatever this costs, 200 million. So now you're down $2 billion.
From the underlying index itself, and you tend to pay a much higher fee. Now, all that they said is some very talented mutual funds managers. Will Dan, I think, Fidelity, very reputable one day time. Ron Barron,
so Manny is saying that
great long-term
in the next hour, Mayor Bass is supposed to talk about a possible curfew.
Versus
so we'll see.
thousands.
We'll see.
And if you're in
We'll see.
1,000, but I'd rather know some of our history and the condition.
And that's where would be the reach for an everyday investor to go to invest in a small number of companies?
That's it.
2, 3, 4, 5 companies.
I even recommend for individual investors to invest in, a dozen companies. You don't get that much more benefit of diversification going from a dozen to 25.
There's no way. You gotta remember, no joke, man. I showed you that, what do you call it? That site where you actually can hire people. You can hire a lot of people.
Understand.
Okay? Like 25 grand, they'll come out with 1,000 people for you for $25,000.
There's still professional investors around us, the vast majority of them. So if it's a business you understand, if you bought a Tesla, you understand the product and its appeal to consumers, it's a good place to start when you're analyzing a company. So I would invest in things you understand. That's kind of the key. You like Chipotle, you understand why they're successful. You go there every week and you can monitor. Is anything changing? How these new how's chicken at the store? That's good. Basic chicken. The drink options. I think you should invest in something you really understand. Simple businesses, and you can
subscribe on his page. He's working really hard on
it. If you do that in a not particularly concentrated fashion and you don't borrow money against your securities, you'll probably do much better than your typical mutual fund.
Right, because the consumers that want the thing are actually good analysts of that thing. I guess a good starting point.
But there's much more information available today. When I was first investing, literally we had people faxing us documents from the SEC filings in Washington, D.C. Now everything's available online. Conference call transcripts are free. AI, unlimited data, and all kinds of message boards and things sharing advice. And everyone has their own, by virtue of their peers or experience, they'll know about an industry or a business, and that gives them, take advantage of your own competitive edge.
I'm just afraid if I invest in Chipotle, I'll be like analyzing every little change of menu from a financial perspective, which would be very critical.
It's going to affect your experience.
Yeah, I mean, I should also say that I am somebody that
Los Angeles to stop the vandalism, to stop the looting. Many businesses have now been affected by or vandalized. Last night there were 23 businesses that were looted, and I think that if you drive through downtown LA, the graffiti is everywhere and has caused significant damages to businesses and a number of properties. So my message to you is, if you do not live or work in downtown LA, avoid the area. Law enforcement will arrest individuals who break the curfew, and you will be prosecuted. Hundreds of officers from police and sheriff departments from across the region and state are working alongside LAPD through a unified command structure. The curfew will be in place tonight from 8 p.m. until 6 a.m. I want to thank the governor for his partnership, and especially thank our state and local leaders and deputies, officers and deputies who are working tirelessly. So curfew guidance, again, it will begin at 8 p.m. tonight and go until 6 a.m. tomorrow. I will consult with elected leaders and law enforcement officials tomorrow on the continuation of the curfew, but we certainly expect for it to last for several days. The curfew area will be between the 5 freeway and to the 110 and the 10 freeway to where the 110 freeway and 5 freeway merge. You look at the map, and you can see that the city of Los Angeles is a massive area, 502 square miles. The area of downtown where the curfew will take place is 1 square mile. I think it is important to point this out, not to minimize the vandalism and violence that has taken place there. It has been significant, but it is extremely important to know that what is happening in this 1 square mile is not affecting the city. Some of the imagery of the protests and the violence gives the appearance as though this is a citywide crisis, and it is not. So everyone must abide by this curfew. Limited exceptions will apply for residents, people traveling to and from work, and credentialed media representatives. With that, I would like to turn it over to Reggie.
Thank you, Mayor Bass. Good afternoon, everyone. As the mayor stated, a curfew for the impacted area shown here will go into effect tonight. And I want to be absolutely clear that if you're within that designated curfew zone between the hours of 8 p.m. and 6 a.m. And are not exempt under the order, you're going to be subject to arrest. The curfew boundaries are as follows: from the 5 freeway to the 110 freeway, and from the 10 freeway to the point where the 110 and the 5 merge. Easier to look at it on that map for description. The curfew is necessary, a necessary measure to protect lives and safeguard property following several consecutive days of growing unrest throughout the city. Since Saturday, we've seen a concerning escalation in unlawful and dangerous behavior. On Saturday, LAPD officers made 27 arrests. On Sunday, that number rose to 40. By Monday, arrests totaled 114. And today alone, we've made 197 arrests. So the recent days, it's been as a part of the unified command with our partner agencies who've responded to the Mutual Aid Compact and been very, very helpful to us. We're very thankful for that participation. Of those I mentioned for today, 130 were arrested near Commercial in Alameda. An additional 67 were taken into custody after unlawfully occupying the 101 freeway near Commercial Street. Our CHP partners were instrumental in that. So again, let me be clear that this behavior, blocking freeways, city streets, and on-ramps, refusing to comply with lawful dispersal orders, and interfering with public safety operations is dangerous, unlawful, and won't be tolerated. If you are in the curfew zone during the restricted hours without that legal exemption, you will be arrested. If you assault an officer in any fashion, you will be arrested. We're operating under a unified command with our partners at the Los Angeles City Fire Department, Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, the California Highway Patrol. We're fully coordinated, and our shared mission is clear: to restore peace and ensure the safety of everyone in our city. We previously mobilized part of our department at LAPD while keeping our ability to be able to provide the services that our community deserves going. We're going to be adding to that deployment with additional internal LAPD resources in the days ahead. The curfew does not apply to residents within the designated area, individuals experiencing homelessness, credentialed media, or public safety and emergency personnel. To be clear again, that's not about silencing voices or suppressing lawful protest. When that expression crosses into unlawful conduct, when lives are put at risk, and when our city safety is compromised, we must act, and we will act. We urge all Angelenos to cooperate with these public safety measures. Our shared goal is to protect our communities and return to a state of calm and safety for everyone. Thank you.
Marshall curfew declared. Marshall, now the councilwoman who represents them. Big difference. We were on a dusk to dawn curfew. I mean, the entire city, not just downtown Los Angeles. Big difference.
I'm here today not just as the council member who represents downtown LA, but as its advocate who deeply loves and believes in this community. The history of Los Angeles began right here in downtown, where 200 years later, the grouping of historic neighborhoods remains the beating heart of our city, a place with rich culture and deep community. Downtown LA is a place where workers clock in before sunrise and small business owners know their customers by name, where neighbors greet each other outside and where generations of families have built lives, shared stories, and made memories together side by side. It's one of the most vibrant and resilient and hopeful parts of our city, but too often downtown LA is treated like a backdrop for major events, not the living, breathing community it is. And right now, it's hurting. I am deeply proud that downtown has always been the place where Angelenos from all over the city gather to peacefully protest. I support the right to demonstrate, and the mayor and I know that right is sacred, and at times it's necessary, but we must also face what's happening right now. When these peaceful rallies end, and the protesters head home, another element moves in. Opportunists who come in under the cover of a peaceful protest to ravage and destroy. They are ruining local small businesses, smashing storefronts, and threatening the safety of the very community that has always welcomed people from across the city and globe. This isn't just broken glass or stolen goods, it's someone's livelihood, someone's safe space, someone's home that's been violated. And it's happening in a neighborhood where working class families are just trying to live. Our street vendors, our garment workers, many of whom are immigrants, continue to watch their communities be torn apart. And that's why I'm thankful to Mayor for leveraging this tool and enacting a curfew to begin tonight. This has been something that many of my constituents in downtown have been calling for what they're facing. This curfew is not about silencing protests. It's about protecting people and ensuring that the local residents, small businesses, our families, our elders, and our workers are not left vulnerable to those who come only to destroy. What happens in downtown reverberates all throughout LA. When we protect downtown, we protect our city. And we're investing in its future, and we invest in our shared future. So to my colleagues and to our residents and everyone watching, downtown LA is not just a center for the First Amendment expression, it's a community. It's a home, and the people in it deserve our protection and care. That path ahead may be uncertain, but our responsibility to protect and uplift this neighborhood is not. I want to close this message from my constituents so that you hear them loud and clear. Downtown LA is home. Please keep it safe. And let's keep each other safe. Thank you, Los Angeles.
Thank you very much, Councilwoman. I'd now like to introduce Nella McCosker, who is the CEO of the Central City Association. We were having conversations this morning about a couple of things. One, the ongoing problem with violence, but also the need, when all of this subsides, is to repair and restore downtown Los Angeles, especially businesses and properties that have been hit with graffiti.
Their ownership stakes are just at this point.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Councilmember. Swift action today to take a look at and examine how this curfew could be put in place. This is a good example of the leadership we see and continue to need for downtown. CCA, or Central City Association, represents businesses, institutions, nonprofits, the fabric of downtown Los Angeles that also represents the wider city. And it is the case that downtown is a neighborhood. It is the case that downtown is where immigrant-owned businesses try to operate and thrive. And so we can differentiate between downtown being a place to gather, to have your voice be heard, to peacefully protest, and the actions that we've seen each evening since this occurred in the last few days. So thank you for applying this tool. There are others certainly that we can look at as well. But hopefully Angelina's rally together in support of this really important section of our city because of the symbol and of the benefits it provides to everyone across Los Angeles. Thank you.
Can you describe what went into
I'd like to open up for questions, but before I acknowledge Dr. Earl Sutters, who is the president of the Los Angeles Police Commission. Let me just say also that we did not hear about any raids that took place today. The problem is that we don't know how long these raids are going to go on. If they're going on for 30 days, that's what the rumor is. And if we want to see our city peaceful again, I will call upon the administration one more time to end the raids. With that, let's open up for questions.
Here we go. Non-disruption. Here goes the mic. Disruption, all of the disruption in many ways. And General Growth Stock, the General Growth Company, the CFO, is very aggressive in the way that it borrows money from the kind of Wall Street, not the long-term mortgages, but generally the short-term mortgages. It's pretty aggressive. As the value went up, we borrow more and more against the assets, and that helped the short-term results of the business. The problem was, during the financial crisis, the market for what's called CMBS, commercial mortgage-backed securities, shut. And the company took steps.
Let me just say that a curfew has been in consideration for several days, but clearly after the violence that took place last night, 23 businesses looted, and just the extensive, widespread nature of the vandalism, we reached a tipping point and declared a state of emergency.
I think about 25% of the company, and they had a $5 billion.
Yes, I'm aware of what's happened to my staff member. They're on unpaid leave right now. I hold my staff to the highest standards while I wait to see the process. So we'll see the outcome of that. But I see that as separate and apart from a reaction to what our constituents want in the city and how this type of opportunism has escalated between yesterday and the day before. And, you know, frankly, I admit my humility here in my beginnerness in that I'm new to downtown, but our downtown stakeholders have seen this multiple times over and had to basically develop their own strategies. And they saw the warning signs of how this could get worse. And they knew from past experiences that curfews have been ways in order to stem this and to calm the city once again. And it's but one tool that we can execute at this time.
To kind of restructure.
I know the answer to it, but I need a confirmation.
The problem is that every other company that comes bankrupt, the shareholder got wiped out. And so the market's seeing every
I know the answer.
The shareholder get wiped out. The assumption is stocks are going to do. That's what the bankruptcy code says. The bankruptcy code says is that the value gets apportioned based on value. And
So
prove to a judge that
there is not
an
an
asset
financial
worth more than
estimate right
liabilities,
now unless
then
Bella
the
has
shareholders actually get to keep their investment in the company. And that was a better man. And so we stepped into
I
the
guess
market
it's
and
some of
bought
the larger
25%
retail stores,
company
it's
in
in
the
the
open market.
millions. But I don't
We had to pay
know
out.
the
Started
of
at
23
$34
what the total
cents.
total
There were
is.
300 million shares.
It's really hard to
That's how we
estimate
got
the
that.
value
By the time we were done, we paid an average year.
It's just
We paid $60 million for 25% of the business, so about $240 million.
Millions just the
Oh, I'm sorry, did ask that question.
The directors
I mean, I the bottom line is that we're not told.
spending a ton of money on
Basically,
advisors.
we have to operate on rumors. So
And,
rumor has it
you know,
that
I
there's
was a
700 Marines.
shareholder activist.
I have no idea what they were doing to get here. Right now, we have 100 National Guard. So the mission is to protect the federal building downtown. That's 100. There's another 100 in Westwood protecting the federal building there. And I haven't heard of any protests that had anything to do with ICE taking place at the Westwood federal building unless you have right. So we just don't know. And I think that's a problem with the administration because to come in such a massive way and to make the announcements that all of this was going to happen and then not communicate with the local jurisdiction as to when, what, how, why is really problematic.
So we're talking about a curfew for 1 square mile. Only 1 square mile is curfew. That's all it is. 1 square mile. So don't think that all of Los Angeles is locked down. We're talking about 1 mile in downtown Los Angeles. 1 mile.
Sure.
I'm talking about the city, the entire city. The whole fucking city was shut down during the riot.
Actually, I started that reach out today, so we will see what happens.
And they were listening to the advisors. So I called Maddie up. And I said,
Yes,
Maddie,
and it's the map that is right there, so it's basically is all of downtown Los Angeles, but in LA, we identify by our freeways. So all of the freeway numbers are there, 1, 2, 5, 10.
She was convincing. Next thing you know, I invited on the board of the company.
Yes, and actually that's a broader area that the protests have been, because you know that the protests have been limited to about 5 streets in downtown Los Angeles, and again, that's why it's so important to let the people know this is not all of Los Angeles. If you put downtown Los Angeles in the context of the overall city map, you see how big it is. 1 square mile compared to 503 square miles.
Let's say 8 months, and the company merged from ViralRabbi, and we made incremental investment into the company. And the shareholders kept the vast majority of their investment. All the creditors got their face value investment, part of the cube, free interest. And it was a great outcome.
No, we're not.
Kept their job.
And we also don't know again about the ice rates, and that's why I think, I would appeal to the president to stop the ice rates so that we can have stability in our city. I think about the families who are afraid to go to work and go to school. I was talking to a friend today who, in her local grocery store, the shelves were empty. A lot of the shelves were empty because people are coming to work to stock the shelves. We have to look at the contributions of the immigrant population to the economy. And you know that there are some industries that are the majority are immigrant labor. And so when you write immigrants and they don't want to come to work, you are hitting at the heart of our local economy. The nannies that can't show up, the gardeners that can't show up. That impacts households in a way that I don't think people often realize the extent.
Say, hi, it's Bill. Just returning your call. He said, oh, Mr. Acton. Thank you so much for calling. I said, oh, how can I help? He said, I want to thank you. I said, what do you mean? I saw you on CNBC a couple of years ago. You were talking about this general growth and the stock. I said, where's the stock? He said, 60 cents.
I think I missed the first part of it. He said the reason why the wildfires were handled was because there were federal police.
So I invest all of my money. And he was a New York City tax driver. And he invested like $60,000.
I don't know, Chief, maybe you want to respond to that. I don't think that question. Like also, the president said it's difficult to kind of understand. But I will tell you, after the wildfires, the
President Rothschild had resources with the Army Corps of Engineers, and it was a significant contributing factor to us having the fastest recovery.
No house has ever been built yet. Nothing. No wars. What is she talking about?
Contributed to the fact that in the Palisades now we have over 2,700 lots that are cleared. People can be rebuilding now. I was at a couple of weeks ago where the frame of the house is already up. This to me is drastically different. That was in complete cooperation and coordination with the federal government. Right now, we are in the dark. We don't know what things are going to happen. One thing we're sure about, and I think that the chief would agree with me, is that we have the capacity to address this situation here, and we don't need armies or National Guard, especially if we didn't even ask for. And the idea that the president took the power away from the governor to do this is really just unacceptable. Chief, did you want to?
If you're just stepping in and you've never done distress investing,
Thank you to that issue. We have a protocol in place that we use, and when we deal with Chicago like this, where it takes some resources away from our regular provide the service we do. We mobilize the department, and so that brings in people from vacation and days off, and allows us to use them. We mobilize the Office of Operations, the biggest part of the department, and our motor officers. We're looking to expand that with additional officers. Within, we requested through the Sheriff Mutual Aid, which then is coordinated by the Office of Emergency Management in the state OES, Emergency Services, with the sheriff, and they bring in then surrounding communities, and in this case, counties, to be able to help supplement our resources to deal with the issues at hand. They are tremendous partners. We've worked very closely together for the past couple of days now, and I think we have seen a significant improvement in things, and we will continue to watch for that as we move forward. With this curfew, that'll give us additional tools as well to be able to bring this chapter to a close.
Less about you making and didn't have resources and was 28 years old or 27. And they hired better lawyer than we did. And they outsmarted us in that one anyway. So I said, okay, I'm going to go hire this guy back. So, okay, we'll probably talk about reconciling. But first, Fox and the board.
I guess the sequence would be, as I mentioned, we request the mutual aid partner agencies throughout, in this case, the 7-county area. The next step then, if we weren't able to handle the issue, is to request the governor, the sheriff, the governor, and the emergency OES at the state, National Guard be deployed. We are nowhere near that in this environment. We believe we can do what we need to do with the resources we now have access to. And I think we've seen a dramatic increase in arrests over the last couple of days. I believe that will continue, and that will help bring some order to what we've seen in the past few days. So
you have to apply that. And that process is called, basically this process of ultimately running a slate for any shareholder knows.
Probably more specific Steve Chow, that's okay. Blake Chow from Office of Special Operations. So, just like the Work and Operations Center across the wall, when we get into an emergency that needs to be managed, the field C can be pushed up to a level 2, and that means all the other city departments and the mayor come in and have rapid rate of support, and each city responds to anything that's going on.
Let me just add to your question you were asking. Now that the president has taken over authority of the National Guard, Chief, you were describing the way it should go. Now that has been disrupted, and I think that that's important. I know one of the things that the chief said that we're going to focus on is trying to gather as many local resources as possible, and that includes Los Angeles police officers and trying to bolster the officers that will be stationed downtown, because downtown is where the crisis is right now. Yes. Any other questions? All right, thank you very much.
Boards of directors 20 years ago.
All right, you were just listening to a news conference headed.
Consider a company. Play golf with the CEO.
Nothing to worry about. Make sure the flood's fair mile downtown.
It's just kind of a rubber stamp. Whereas boards, at the end of the day, the CEO really ran the show. Once shareholders could actually dislodge board members and Chicago now, their seats, that's where the rise of shareholder activism, boards started taking the responsibility much more seriously. The directors are typically, they're in cases of retired CEO. This is kind of how they're making a living. They're right at part of their career. They're sitting on boards that
now you have a lot of folks out in the street in Chicago, and I wouldn't be surprised if it happens to more.
That's embarrassing, obviously. And it affects their ability to get on other boards.
We saw a little bit in San Francisco, right?
Said earlier, drive all behavior incentives directors. They want to preserve their board seats. So if you have a director, now the directors on board serve in various roles. The most vulnerable ones are ones who try to share a compensation. If they put in a bad plan and they overpaid management, they're subject to a bad pressure. But these contests are not the same as political contests. There's monthly. The other side puts out false information about you, respond, and they're spending a shareholder money, sort of unlimited resources. You're spending your investors' money, your small firm, finite resources. So they can spend you, they can sue you, they can try to,
jigger you got traffic, see, someone's going to hit somebody, somebody's going to get angry with somebody there in the street. Dangerous, man. That's the dangerous thing about them moving. You can't really hurt them. Right? Some people will agree with them, some people won't.
They would go through your trash.
That's when you have somebody trying to run some over.
Sure that you're not sleeping around.
It's a hairy situation.
Like this. That's okay.
I'm good.
I'm subject.
So again, your discretion is advised.
So you're saying the fat and happy hens get during wolf flight and the foxes go in.
The little foxes are threat to the hens.
The beaver parade or what was going on there?
The charismatic fox explains to me why the fox is good for everybody.
All the bee bears.
At the end of the day, it's actually very good on the board to have someone, if you, there are many examples over time, there's a handful of ones for the board, fall tooth and
I did see you get shut down
and once that is on the board,
the best thing is that he wants to be arrested. Why? Because he feels as though he saw the way people, responded to Trump and when he got arrested, right? The way people viewed him before and viewed him after.
You want to build a board comprised of diverse points of view. And that's how you get
so I'm guessing he wants to be arrested so he can look cool, I guess, in the eyes of people. So freedom fighters,
consider the most iconic company in Canada.
Let them not take me in for 10 minutes to take a picture of me and let me go.
Over Canada is what united the various provinces into a country.
You did that hard time,
and over time, railroad business, pretty business. They built themselves, they had a lot of real estate, and this massive conglomerate that was horribly mismanaged for decades. By the time we got involved, it was by far the worst run railroad in America. They had the lowest profit margins, they had the lowest growth rates. Every quarter, naturally, they had excuses. Generally got the letter as to why they underperformed versus they're a company called Canadian National.
The railroad guys don't have to leave the room just to
constantly complaining about the weather. Basically,
Jesse, and there's so much. I'm so sorry, Jesse. I'm so sorry that I missed that. Thank you so much for the demo, Jesse. It's been so crazy.
And being on this board was like not everything.
I'm gonna have to go.
Everyone on the board was an iconic character.
Got a couple cards in this.
Chairman of the World Bank. You're the head of the most important grain. Privately held grain company. Sort of an important collection of big time Canadian executives.
You said like you're not right.
This is probably about 13 years ago. And, still a 44-year-old from New York, not Canadian, basically saying this is the first railroad. And we bought 12% of the railroad at a low price. And we brought with us to our first meeting the British railroad. Turned around internationally. So we'd like, okay, we've got a great asset.
Trying to get these cars out of here.
Come out of retirement. So stepping up the I was brought to the first meeting, and they wouldn't even meet me. And
Get up out of here, son.
instead of talking, that led us to a conversation.
This is where the engine starts forming to figure out how this what's involved.
If you had to want to come up with a group of directors who would be willing to step into that.
Dumb question for somebody who's not from Illinois.
A bunch of New York directors, or even American directors.
What county is Chicago in?
Canada. And we wanted high profile people. So we talked to all the high profile people in Canada. Every one of them would say, Bill, you're entirely right. This thing is the worst. But I see John the Club. The Toronto Club. I can't do this thing totally right.
Scanner up for this so we can listen to what's going on here.
And that was concerned because you have to file your material for a certain day. You have to put together a slate. We need this big slate that we knew that we had to replace basically all the records. And then I spoke to the guy who was one of the wealthiest guys in Canada, who was on the board at one point in time. And he said, Bill, I have an idea for you. There's this woman, Rebecca McDonald. And I called Rebecca. And she was the first woman to take a company public in Canada as CEO. And she was a kind of anti-establishment, not afraid to take on anything.
I think so. It's been after the fires, still nobody's 5 months after the fires, almost now 5 months, and not one house has been built anywhere. 5 months. I mean, they're not even starting. I think there's been 12 permits that have been done, but they haven't been done yet. Like nothing's been started.
At one point I wrote an email saying, look, let's come to a piece on this thing. But if you don't, you're really forcing the hand, and you're going to have to rent the other hall and like call the shareholders. It's going to be back very information. I make reference to some people which does not have it. And it's like those embarrassing but only progress. We were at the large hall in Canada. We put up a presentation. Talking to European NASA. It's itself. And we had Hunter get up, which is incredible guy down in Tennessee. It was amazing. It's like a lot. Incredibly peaceful, unbelievable track record, incredibly respected guy.
Well, they were supposed to send him here 200 troops, but they're only supposed to help out, block the building, federal building, the two right there.
Super engaged.
Federal courthouse, and then you have the federal detention center for Roybal Center. So they're watching both of those. That's their job. Their job is not to go in the city and fix things.
It was not until the night before the meeting that they came in, and then for the last, they lost. We got 99%.
Puerto Rico! That's not Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico.
But they begged us at the jail. They put we'll resign tonight, so we don't have to cover the meeting tomorrow. That's how embarrassed they were. That was kind of an interesting one.
So, in both this proxy data and the company itself, this was one of your successful.
I mean, the stock's up about 10 times. And it's an industrial company, it's a railroad. It's not like it's not Google. So it's a great story. It comes down from like Keith Grill. And Keith was Hunter's protege. And in some ways, better than Hunter. The sad part is he did very well. He took it money for 7 years. And then I went through a very challenging period because of up-or-down investments. We had to sell off and just took it really paid great capital to pay for investors who were leaving. There's another opportunity to buy back.
Listening to it right now.
Last couple of years.
So that's fine. At least you can at least hear the action, not as it's happening, but you know what I mean?
If you will.
So on this one, you were right.
Get a taste of what's going on.
And
I read an article that long ago. Normally I thought it was like 5 minutes.
It was often right, but the approach is scorched earth approach that can often do more to do damage.
I haven't read it often right now. But the good news is we are often right now. Maybe we can do it. Small so our batting average as investors is just and the good news is
there was some relation.
But the press doesn't really generally write about these success stories.
They write about
She looked too young.
So we've had some epic failures, big losses. Good news is they've been a tiny number of cases. Now, no one likes to money. It's even worse if there's other people. The good news is that you're stuck with us. You've done very well.
Small tangent because we're talking about boards. Did you get a chance to see what happened with the OpenAI boards? Them talking to Sam Altman. Is there any insight you have?
What are they walking to? I don't know. I think they're honestly just walking now because they know they keep walking. They're going to do two things. They're going to interrupt traffic everywhere. You know what I mean? For quite a bit. And cops can't block them in.
I think Sam's point was possible. Originally said it as a and reminds me, I invested in a nonprofit run by a former Facebook founder who was going to create a Facebook-like entity for nonprofits to promote goodness in the world. And the problem was you couldn't hire the talent you wanted, you couldn't pay market salaries.
You know, one with the little where you can sit down, not like that big, that red one right there. One you put in your car in the trunk, you know what I mean? But it has a seat on it.
Set up as a nonprofit. But I think they found the same thing. They couldn't hire the talent they wanted without having a for-profit subsidiary.
It's a
But the non-profit entity, as you understand it, owns a big chunk of it. And the investors sort of a captive interest with their upside is capped. And they don't have representation with the board. And I think that's it was a setup for a problem.
There's, I guess, some kind of complexity in governance. Because of this nonprofit and cap profit thing, it seems like there's a bunch of complexity and non-standard aspects to it that perhaps also contribute to the problem.
Governance really matters. Boards of directors really matter. Giving the shareholders the right to.
Is this in front of Macy's?
Have input.
Oh, yeah, they're trying to hold up everybody off. They know they're going to go to Macy's. Man, Macy's.
And private venture-backed boards
tens of millions of dollars for this shit.
Investor in the ventures. And there are complicated issues.
Driving into income
venture stage companies where board members have somewhat divergent incentives.
See what I mean? Now we're going to have a car accident.
And what you see a lot of venture boards
train driving the wrong direction.
Presided over generally by venture capital investors who are big investors in the company. And oftentimes it's more important to them to give the have the public perception that they're good directors, so they get the next best deal. Right? If they get they have a reputation for kind of taking on management too aggressively, working without the small community founders and this and that. So they are interested not just in that particular company. That's also again all different.
So frankly, the difference between like VCs and shareholders, does this mean before the company was public?
Yeah, the private venture-backed companies, the boards tend to be very small. Maybe a handful of the venture investors and management. They're often very rarely independent directors. It's just not an ideal structure.
Oh, that's even more independent.
It's beneficial to have people who are an economic business and they care only about the success of the company, as opposed to someone
right, so there's going to be a grand park
getting into the best deals is more important than any one deal. And you see cases where the boards go along with, in some sense, bad behavior and hard management because they want a reputation for being kind of a founder-friendly director. So that's kind of problematic. You don't have the same issue in public.
So we talked about some big wins, your track record. Said there were some big losses. So what's the biggest loss?
Biggest loss is chemical downstream students. We made an investment in a business that didn't meet our core business.
Yeah, that just turned it down because I didn't know that they had their delay so long. The delay is 30 minutes.
Right? Discovery. It's
based on predicting the future revenues of the drug before it goes off patent. Lots of complexities. We thought we had done which is a very unusual founder.
I haven't seen anything that all I've seen is what I'm showing you here, and then what I'm getting off of
another
my
activist was kind of governing, overseeing the day-to-day decisions, and we ended up making a passive investment in the company. And up until this point in time, we didn't make passive investments. And the company made a series of decisions that were disastrous, and then we stepped in to try to solve the problem. The first time I ever joined the board, and the mess was much larger than we realized we had, and then it was stuff. And it was very much a confidence-sensitive strategy, because they built their business by acquiring pharmaceutical assets, and they often should stock when they acquired targets. And so once the market lost confidence in their management, the stock price got crushed, and it impaired their ability to continue to acquire low-cost drugs. And we lost $4 billion. How's that feel? It's up there.
It's explaining this whole conversation about the wins and the losses and the stakes involved.
And by the way, that loss catalyzed other marketing. So very high profile, huge number, disastrous stress. Then people said, okay, Bill's going to go out of business. So we're going to bet against everything we're doing. And we know what's the entire portfolio because we only own 10 things. And we're short of something called Real very famously. We've only really shorted 2 companies. The first one, there's a book. The second one, there's a movie. We no longer short company. But people pushed up the price of Herbalife, which is when you're a short seller.
What did you really do?
And then they also shorted the stock. And so that giant loss led to an overall 30% loss in the value of the portfolio. The giant loss was
now, what did you do?
Crystallized.
You created a curfew. Okay,
most of the other losses were
you created a curfew. You pushed everybody out of this little box that you need
the
box that you're going to keep.
Investors are
They already fucked up for the last 3 to 4 days.
People assumed that they got put out of business. They have to sell everything.
Last 4 days, you already fucked it up. Now you've deemed the box safe by shutting down a curfew just around that box.
So
Wouldn't you think that they're just going to go outside the box and create more havoc there? Now, granted, that census for like these guys right here, Homeland Security, like that, it's going to be an easier route in and out to bring these detainees in and out.
It's actually much
Believe that. Right? But now it's going to be spread.
So
Right? Spread out. I mean,
the
that's
valiant mistake came at a time was
you go on the outskirts.
and I was also
That's why
the hedge fund
I had to
business.
make the point earlier
You get
that
to a certain scale.
LA riots
The
were
CEO
going
becomes
on,
like a chief
right?
marketing officer because I'm really an investor.
It was dusk to dawn curfew. The entire city, I don't care if you were in the valley, you were in the city, it didn't matter. You were out. They were going to try to arrest you. That made most people stay home. Okay? Unless you had to work for some odd reason, they'd probably pull you over, or you'd come through a checkpoint, they'd have to check you out. They'd let you go to work.
I was a contributor to the valiant mistake.
That's how that was.
So
That's what I think made the city down.
Talking about
This to me isn't going to do anything. But the only difference here is it's so localized too. You don't have crazy shit across the city. That's why they
sued by a shareholder.
What I'm saying is now, because you did this small one, you think push it out. They'll just do it a little further out. 2 miles over, like they're doing it right now in LA Live. Just probably is not in the law.
Starts to proceed. My ex-wife's lawyer's expectations of what my net worth was about 3 times what it actually was, and it was going lower a little bit. And I remember the lawyer saying, "Look, Bill, estimate your net worth is X. Don't worry, you only want a third." But X was 3X, so a third was 100%. And then had my litigation, and actually never before publicly disclosed, and I shared with you. We had a public company that owned about a third of our portfolio. That was called our version of Berkshire Hathaway. tried to, learn from structure. And it was so to speak permanent. The beauty of problem with hedge funds, people take the money out of the quarter. What Buffett has is a company that people want to take money out, they sell the stock, and none stays. So he set up a similar structure in October 2014. And a year later, dying. And a year later, and they stole the mess. By kind of mid 2017, litigation underway, and another activist investor, a firm called Elegance, which is run by a guy named Paul Singer, took a big position in our public company that was the bulk of our capital. And they shorted all the stocks that we owned, and long the short, probably long the short, and they were making that we'd be forced to liquidate. They would make money on our public company was trading at a discount to all the securities were. So they bought the public company, they shorted it, and they changed it to try to be activists and force us to liquidate. That's sort of wow. So I thought this was good. Wow. I envisioned an end where the board takes all my resources, the permanent capital vehicle that's getting liquidated, and another activist in my U.S. citizen. And I met Mary Oxford right around this time. And I'd fallen completely in love with her. And I was envisioning a world where I was bankrupt, the judge found me guilty of whatever. He sent me off to jail. Not that judge, the civil judge. Another judge sued the SEC, other judges. I find myself in this incredible mess. I decided I didn't want to stand that way. So I did something I'd never done before. Well, before, but you don't want to get involved in in the middle of this mess. And everybody's starving. Morgan enormous credit. You need your money. And also, I've been a decline over a long period of time. It's like the Lakers, you're in the King's house right there. And I took that money to buy enough stock in that public company that could prevent an activist from taking over effective black control our little public company. And I got that done. And that I knew was the moment, the turning point. I resolved my divorce. My divorces get easier to resolve when you're going badly. So we're going to resolve that. Settle the litigation. I bought blocks of our stock in market every day. I bought big blocks. I get a call from Gordon Singer, who's also selling against their London part of the business. He said, Bill, is that you buying that block? So he knew that once I got that, they were not going to be able to succeed, and they went away. And that was the bottom. We've had an incredible run since then. And there you were able to protect your reputation from your I mean, this is a business where you're going to make some mistakes. It was a big one. It was very reputational.
Thank you, Melanie. I appreciate you being a nice donor.
But I'm not a quitter. And actually, the key moments for us, we've never taken our core investment principles and actually really written them down. Something we talked about at meetings, investment, kind of our investment team meetings. I had a member of the team. I said, look, go find a big piece of granite and a chisel, and let's take those core principles. I want them like Moses' 10 commandments. Get rid of chisel and put them up on the wall. And once we produce those, I want to know what's best. I said, look, if we ever again veer from the core principles, give me this with a baseball bat. And that was the bottom. And ever since then, we've got the best thing.
So refocus on fundamentals.
I love how it's story. Love how I literally married that first day, September 7th, 2017. That was very close to that, which is one of the elements. This went on for a few months. The other element is that when they get a call from Mary, Bill, guess what? Brad Pitt is coming to the media lab. He wants to see my work. Beautiful script. I didn't know Brad Pitt was interested in my work. And as a man, there's so phone call today. And apparently, he's an architect. Now, Neri and I were like, we would WhatsApp all day, every day, and talk throughout the day. Brad Pitt shows up for 10 o'clock. I'm going to text her, see how things are going. Don't hear back. And on WhatsApp, you can see like whether the other person's read or not. Okay. No response. Yeah. A couple hours later, send another text. No response. 6 o'clock, no response. 8 o'clock, no response. 10 o'clock, no response. And yeah. Finally calls me at 10:30. Tells me how great. Yeah. So I had this scenario. Okay. I mean, the judge is going to find me. We're going to lose to the judge. All my asses will disappear. And then Brad Pitt's going to take me. Yeah. Brad Pitt's your competition. So it was like a moment. That was sort of the bottom. And then sort of the motivation. I didn't want to lose an activist. Didn't want to lose my girl to some other guy. So, and you learned from all of that on all fronts. You're very fortunate. Very fortunate. And lucky.
You talked about some of the technical aspects of that, the psychological. Is there, what are you doing at night?
So it was a hard time because I was separated from my wife and my kids. I was living in, not the greatest apartment. I had a beautiful home, and so I had to go find my bachelor place. And I didn't want to be away from my kids. I moved like 10 blocks away, and I wasn't seeing them, and they didn't like it. So I ended up buying an apartment I didn't like in the same building with my kids, like they were different, so I could be near them. But I was home alone. I got a dog. That was the bar. Not the elephant. It's black Labrador. He was supposed to be a mini, but he's not supposed to be a mini. I got him at 6 weeks old, and he would keep me company. And I started meditating. And a friend recommended TM. And I would meditate 20 minutes in the morning, 20 minutes in the evening. And I'm also a big believer in exercise and weightlifting and play tennis. And I had been, this is my first, proximity to disaster. I had another moment in my career like that in 2002, and I learned this method for dealing with these kind of moments, which is you just make a little progress each day. So today, wake up and make progress. Progress in litigation, make progress in portfolio, progress with your life. And progress compounds. A bit like money. You don't see a lot of progress in the first few weeks, but like 30 days in, okay. You can't look up an hour and a half where you used to be, because then you're like, I'm just okay. This makes step by step by step. And then 90 days in, you're like, okay, it's way down there. Okay, I don't look up. Just keep making, progress. Progress really does compound. And one day you look at it, wow, it's amazing. And if you look at a chart of Pershing Square, our company, you can see the absolute bottom. You can see where we were, see the drop, and you can see where we are now. And that huge drop felt like a complete, unbelievable disaster. It was like a little bump on the curve. And it really gives you perspective on these things. You just have to power through. And I think the key is, I've always been fortunate, like from a mental health point of view, and nutrition, sleep, exercise, a little progress a day. That's it. And good friends and family. I took a walk with a friend. A sister loved me. The parents were supportive, but they were all worried about their son, their brother. And also, by the way, the other thing to think about is when you recover from something like this, you really appreciate it. And also as much of the media loves some successful person farce. They love writing the story of success. They love even more the story of failure. But when you recover from that, it's kind of like the American story. Right? America, you think of great entrepreneurs and how many failures they had before they succeeded. How many rocket launches SpaceX have exploded in the past. Right? And then you look at success, and that's why Musk is so admired.
You mentioned Herbalife. Can you take me through the saga that it's historic?
So we at Pershing Square shorted our two stocks. And the reason for that is short selling is just inherently treacherous. So if you buy a stock, it's called going long. Right? You're buying something, the worst case scenario, you lose your whole investment. You buy a stock for $100, it goes to zero, you lose $100 per share. Buy one share. short a stock at 100, what it means is you borrow the security from someone else. The analogy I gave is made it easy for people to understand. It's a bit like you think, silver coins you can put down a guy. And you have a friend who's got this whole pile of these 1880 silver US dollars. You think you're going to put down and say, hey, can I borrow 10 of those dollars from you? He's like, sure, but what are you going to pay me to borrow? I'll pay you, I'll pay you interest on the value of the dollars together. You borrow the dollars that are worth $100 each day. You pay them interest while you're borrowing them. And then you go sell them in the market for $100. That's what they're worth. And then they go down in price to 50. Go back in, buy the silver dollar back at $50, and you give it back to your friend. Your friend is fine. You borrowed 10, you gave him the 10 back, you got interest in the meantime, he's happy, he made money on his coin collection. You, however, made $50 times the 10 coins. You made $500. That's pretty good. The problem with that is, what if you sell them and they go from 100 to 1,000? Now you have to go buy them back. And you got to pay, $10,000 to buy back coins. You sold for $500. You're going to lose $9,500. And there's no limit, right? How high is that price can go? Companies got a few $1 trillion in value, right? Tesla, a lot of people sure Tesla say, oh, it's overvalued. Maybe we'll make a successful car. Sure, the people bankrupt, shorting Tesla. That's why we didn't short stocks. But I was presenting with this actually reporter that covered the other short investment we made early in the career, a company called MGIA, came to me and said, Bill, I found this incredible company, you got to take a look at it. It's a total fraud, and they're scamming poor people.
I was just saying that MBA was successful.
It was. A big part of it was that we used a different kind of instrument to short it, where we reversed that sort of, we made the investment asymmetric and break. Put up a small amount of money and it works. The short selling is kind of sell something and buy it back in the high price. Herbalife didn't have the what's called credit default swaps that you could purchase. Not a big enough company that have enough debt outstanding to be able to have to short this stock in order to make it successful. Did that against it. And the more work I did in the company, the more as I could look at this as an incredible scam. They report to sell weight loss shakes. But in reality, they're selling kind of shit. And the people that adopt it lose money and they go after poor people. They go after, actually, in many cases, undocumented immigrants who were pitched American opportunity because they have few other options because they can't get legal employment. They become just a business where you so-called multi-level marketing. Multi-level marketing is sort of the name for a legitimate company like this, or it's a payment scheme. So basically, your sales are going to be coming from people who are interested by a product by getting into the business. That's precisely what it's doing. And okay, sure, it seems like one, we make a bunch of money, and two, the world will be behind us because they're hungry poor people. And they'll do whatever they're interested in. Because we have to keep in check for that. And we did a ton of work. And I gave this sort of epic presentation, laying out all the facts. Stock got completely crushed. And we were on our way. And the government got interested early on, launched an investigation for a year old, SEC, otherwise. But then, a guy named Carl Eichmann showed up. And we sort of got a little bit of the backstory. But his motivations here were not really principally driven by Herbalife Bank account, which was a good way to hurt me. Because people I want to stock it that it was a really great company. Carl, this is the time, he was waiting around a bit. He was an incredible investor. Had a lot of experiences.
Okay, so I'm going to leave here. I'll be back in a few minutes. I promise to be back to all the feeds, all the normal shit. I'll be back for a good time.
Say legendary, for sure. An iconic Carl icon.
Oh, that's very well done.
So definitely an iconic investor.
So what's the backstory between the two of you?
So I mentioned that I had another period of time with significant business challenges. This was my first fund called Gotham Partners. We had a court stop a transaction between some private company and a public company. It's another long story.
I would love to hear as well.
But it was really my deciding to wind up my family fund. And we owned a big stake in a company called Hall of Realty Partners, which was a company on real estate assets. It was worth a lot more than the trading, but it needed And we were, in fact, going out of business. We didn't have the time and resources to pursue it. So I sold it. And I sold it to him at a premium when the stock was trading. The stock was like 66. I sold it to him for 80. But it was worth about 250. And I said, look, part of the deal was part of it. I'd like to get your money trade. I'd make sure you don't look back. And another deal at a higher price without your money insurance. I'd be able to call a lower price to your money insurance. If I sell the stock in the next 3 years, for a higher price, I'll give you 50% of the profit. Pretty good deal. So we made that deal. And because I was doing Carl Icahn, I had a reputation for being difficult. So very focused company. We didn't want to see it cute. The agreement said sells or otherwise transfers the share. Like we came up with a definition to every version of that. Okay, it's called. He then buys the stake and then makes a bid for the company. And the plan is for him to get the company. He bids like 120 a share, and the company hires almost 100 sellers. And he raises a bid to 125, 130. Eventually gets sold at the exact price. Let's say $145 a share. And Carl's not even bigger. Sells the stock. It loses or transfers the shares. $145 a share. So we post actually on investors that get $145. And I had like lawyers never like to put like a arithmetic, put like a formula, like a math book in the documents for the constitution. It's only 8 pages of simple. So the deal closes, and he's supposed to pay us in 2 business days or 3 business days. I waited 2 business days, and then one comes in. Call. Congratulations. All of it. Thanks, God. I'll just want to remind you, I know it's been years, but we have this agreement. Remember the Schmuck insurance? Yeah. I said, well, you owe us Schmuck insurance. That's what you do. I didn't sell my shares. You still have the share? What happened? Well, the company did a merger for cash and then took away my shares. But I didn't sell. So I had to sue. I'm going to sue you. So I sued. And the legal system in America was what we do is we sued and we won the New York Supreme Court. And then we appealed. And you can appeal like 6 months after the case, we waive the 179th day, and then we appeal. And then we fought it the next day. And we appealed all the way to the Supreme Court. Of course, the Supreme Court was doing the case. It took years. Yeah, we had, as part of our agreement, we got 9% interest on the money that he owed us. So I think it was my Carl Icahn money market account with a much higher interest rate. And eventually, I won. Paid you. Now, it was material investment. So my first fund, I wound it down, but I wanted to maximize everything for my investors. And I think just people back at 26 years old, I was out of business school, no experience. And they supported me, so I'm going to go to the end here for them. And $4.5 million relative to our fund at the end was $400 million. But it was a big percentage of what was left after I sold all of it. So I was fighting for it. We got $4.5 million plus interest for 8 years or something. That's how long it was. So we got about double that. So we owed me $1 million, which to Carl Icahn, but only $20 billion can't believe at the time. This was nothing. But to me, it was like, oh, this is my investors' money, I'm going to get it back. And so, eventually won. Eventually he paid. And then he called me. He said, Bill, congratulations. Now we can be friends. We can just investing together. Carl. I'm not that kind of person generally, but he gave 8 years to pay me. Not me, my investors' money away. So he probably didn't pay me. So we kind of hung around the beats, waiting for opportunity. And then from there, I started purging. We had kind of a straight line up. The first 12 years, we did nothing wrong.
Herbalife, right? He sees an opportunity and he buys the stock. They figure he can get money off the road. So that was the beginning of that. And kind of the moment, told by CBC, it's the most watched segment in business television history. They're interviewing me about the Herbalife investment on CBC, and then Carl Icahn calls into the show. And we have kind of an interesting conversation. They called me all kinds of names and stuff, so it was a moment in my life.
It wasn't public information that he was wrong on Herbalife.
He didn't yet disclose his mistake, but he was just telling me how stupid I was to be short.
For him, it wasn't about the fundamentals of the company, it was about, it was just personal. Is there part of you that regrets saying fuck you on that cost to Carl Icahn?
No. I generally have no regrets because I'm very happy and I feel like, to get like, to step on the butterfly in the forest and the world changes because actions, if you're happy with who you are, where you are in life, every decision you make, good or bad, is close to your life. That's who you are, doesn't change it.
You said you lost money on Herbalife. So what did he did the long-term battle?
What he did is he got on the board of the company and used the company's financial resources plus his stake in the business to squeeze. And a squeeze in short selling is where you restrict the supplies of securities so that there's scarcity. And you encourage people to buy the stock and you drive the stock up. And as I explained before, you short those coins at 10 to 100. You can lose theoretically money. That's scary. That's why we short stocks. That's why I didn't short stocks before this. But this was unfortunately I had a personal lesson.
So how much is for him personal versus part of sort of a gamble for investing?
Well, he thought he could make money doing this. He wouldn't have done it otherwise. He thought his political lift, his ability to create a short squeeze, his control over the company, could enable him to achieve this. And he made $1 billion.
Do you think it was a financial decision?
It was a personal decision to pursue it. He was waiting for an opportunity to make money at our expense. It was kind of brilliant for him. Now, the irony is, well, first of all, the FTC found a few interesting facts. So one, the government launched an investigation. He ended up settling with the company. The company paid $220 million in fines. I met a professor from Berkeley who told me that he had been hired by the government as their expert on Herbalife, and he got access to all their data. He was able to prove that they were pyramid scheme. But the government ultimately settled with Carl because they were afraid they could possibly be in court. They settled with him. But if you look at the stock, if we had been able to stay short in the right now, we would have made much money. If the stock had a $6 billion market cap, we shorted it. So it was probably $1 billion.
So you left Sharpie and whatever that's called.
Closed it out. We sold down and covered Herbalife. That was the resetting to the firm. Just psychologically. The beauty of investing is you don't need to make it back to where you lost it. You can just take your loss, but the losses are valuable and that's government allows you to take a tax loss and you can shelter everything. And you just refocus.
You say one thing you really like about Carl, one thing
Sure. Very sharp. So in the midst of all this, at the Hall of Luck, took me out to dinner to his favorite Italian restaurant. Yeah. But we were going to see if he was on. And he offered $10 million for the charity. The problem was that was my judgment, which I couldn't sell on that basis. But, I had the chance to spend real time with him at dinner. It's funny. It's charismatic. It's got incredible stories. And, actually, I made peace with him over time. We had a little hug out on CNBC. Even had him in my house, believe it or not, hosted something called the Finance Cup, a tennis tournament between people in finance in Europe and the U.S. And we had the event at my house. This one guy thought me like Carl Icahn. We had Carl Icahn there to present awards. And again, I have to say, I liked it. So, I didn't like him very much.
Is
at least from the outside perspective, there is a bit of a personal vengeance or anger or love. Do you ever worry that personal attacks between powerful investors can cloud your judgment? What is the right financial decision?
I think it's possible. I've tried to and actually, the last 7 years, quite peaceful. I really have not been an activist in the old form for many years, and the vast majority of these interactions with investors historically was very polite and respectful. The press, of course, focuses on like Chipotle is one of the best investments we've made. We've got 4 or 8 more teams. We've worked with them with great outcome. I've ever been a story about it. And it stocks up almost 10 times from the time we hired the CEO. But it's not interesting because there's no data. Whereas Herbalife, of course, was like an epic battle. Even Canadian Pacific. So the period there, most people didn't meet me personally. But it seemed like a really nice guy. So things were pretty confident.
Of course, there's more than just investing in your life is about, especially recently. Let me just ask it all first. What was your reaction? What is your reaction, thoughts, with respect to the October 7th attacks by Hamas on Israel?
It's a sad world that one, we have terrorists, and two, that we can have such barbaric terrorism. We can't just reminder them.
Because there's several things that can ask
Are you missing anybody on stills?
your views on the prospects of the Middle East, but also on the reaction to
That's like
this
the
war
Stills guy might even be like our
in the United States, especially on the nation campuses. The first thing is just ask, you said you're pro-Palestinian. Can you explain what you mean by that?
With all of my posts about Israel, obviously very supportive of the country of Israel, Israel's right to defend itself.
Again, I have a feeling they're just going to go outside the fucking box.
Hey, don't worry.
They're not going to get in trouble for curfew. They're outside the box. So they'll wreak havoc outside. They'll have to respond to that. And they're doing it now. You don't think people want to get home right now? It's bad enough for traffic. Maybe you disagree with them. Maybe kick your car and spray paint all over it, bust your windows, put a swastika in it, right?
Charitable Foundation supported Ted Pollack when he was in Jerusalem. I ended up becoming his chairman of the Jerusalem Foundation in the 30s in Israel. And early philanthropic stuff I did with the Jerusalem Foundation. I think I was most interested in was kind of the Palestinian and peaceful coexistence.
Thank you so much for having
So I clearly kind of respected chairman of the Foundation of going to communities and families and homes. We get a sense of the humanity of the people who care about humanity. I generally take the side of people who get disadvantaged. Almost all work. I've been in that. That's sort of my natural perspective. But I don't take the side of terrorists, obviously. And
they were still, and I'm sure they'll probably do that tonight.
To you, this is a lot.
I'm surprised they don't drop off like a big box of
the problem, of course, is when Hamas controls, for the last 5 years, has controlled Gaza, including the education system. They're educating, you see these training videos of kindergartners indoctrinating them into hating Jews in Israel. So it's Palestinians celebrate some of those early videos on October 7th, with dead bodies in the back of trucks and people.
Nothing in the challenge.
So it's a really unfortunate situation. But I think about a Palestinian life is important and valuable as a Jewish life, but as an American life. And what do people really want? Want a place, want a home. They want to feed their family. They want a job. They generate the resources to feed their family. They want their kids to have a better life than they've had. They want peace. I think these are basics. But sure, the vast majority of Palestinians share these views.
But it's such an embedded situation with hatred, indoctrination, and then going back to incentives. Terrorists generate the resources.
I just did all that, dipped out for a second, came back 2 times. That's rare. You guys know every time I get up, he gets up with phone.
The top leaders have billions of dollars, 40 billion or so have gone into
I'm
Gaza
guessing
over the
it's
last,
sitting there all the time, right? It makes them nervous.
30 years, a number like that. And how that's disappeared into some combination of corruption.
55 minutes. 55 minutes.
And the tragedy is, when you look at what Singapore has achieved in the last 30 years.
Do you think that's possible if you look into the future, 10, 20, 50 years from now?
Absolutely.
So not just peace, but
peace comes with prosperity. People are, under the leadership of terrorists, you're not going to have prosperity. You're not going to have peace. And I think the Israelis through in 2005 very quickly off the control of the situation. That should never happen. And I think, think about it. I had the opportunity to spend about an hour with
that's what he does to me in the bed.
2 months before he passed away.
Laying down.
We were talking about
do that right next to my calf. And then just like,
words of
of course you can't just lay next to me. He's got to like put like the majority of his weight on me. I just have a little bit up like Zay's nice and snug in there. That's what he does. He falls asleep and gets your
I also think people should have their own state.
I guess I'm like the heating pad, right?
40 billion resources.
100-degree heating pad.
Weaponry and missiles and rockets going to Israel. And I do think a consortium of the Gulf states and the Saudis and others have to ultimately pursue the government. I think that can happen. I think we can have peace, we can have prosperity.
I played him on
fundamentally not
we could do that.
for coalition.
Got killed quick, but I know how to use power.
That's it from tough before.
and that kind of approach gives you no chance to flourish.
So look at what Dubai has accomplished with, nomads in the desert, right? And that's the kind of nature it's a tourist destination. Gaza could have been a tourist destination.
Take me through the side of you listening.
I'd say cut. There's no way there's
Testify on this topic.
$17 million.
On the topic of protest on college campuses, protest on calls for the genocide of Jewish people and the university presidents. Maybe you could describe it more precisely, but they fail to denounce the calls for genocide.
So it begins on October 8th. And you can do a compare and contrast with how Dartmouth managed the events of October 7th and the aftermath, and how Harvard did. And on October 8th, or shortly thereafter, the Dartmouth president was doing their job for precisely the same number of months the Harvard president did their job. The first thing she did is she got the most important professors of Middle East studies, who were Arab, who were Jews, and convened them and held an open session, Q&A, for students to talk about what's going on in the Middle East, and began an opportunity for common understanding among the student body. And Dartmouth has been a relatively benign environment on this issue, and students are able to do work, and there are disruptive protests with people walking into classrooms, interfering with. People pay today $82,000 a year, which itself is crazy. To go to Harvard, but imagine your family borrows the money, or you borrow the money as a student, and your learning is disrupted by constant protest, and the university does nothing. When George Floyd died, Harvard president wrote a very strong letter denouncing what had taken place, calling this an important moment in American history, and took it incredibly seriously. Her first letter on October 7th was not that. And then her second letter was not that. and then ultimately, she was sort of forced by the board pressure to make a more public statement. But it was clear that it was hard for her to come to an understanding of this terrorist act. And then the protests erupted on campus, and they started out as benign, and then protesters got more and more aggressive. And that obviously, for the Jewish students, the Israeli students, the Israeli faculty, Jewish faculty, and the residents needed different. And, I went up to campus and I met with hundreds of students, in small groups and larger groups. So I feel like these residents as administration.
And it's going to be interesting, like, Daniel and I were talking.
And
we were both surprised. We were pretty surprised today that
this thing's heading in the wrong direction. And
LA City Council was so,
and I got the high school, as they say. They just
figured that
pushing off
protesters, that
the
more people,
president, the board, and sort of pushed.
We both thought that was kind of odd. So maybe it'll pick up tomorrow.
It reminded me of, the early days of that.
To me, it seems as though right now the way he is hurting him.
CEO of Harvard, take a hit. And then finally I spoke to the business school board with her. And it was, as I described, one of the more disappointing conversations in my life. It did not seem a bit like it was deer in the headlights. They couldn't do this, they couldn't do that. The law was preventing them from doing various things. And that led to my first love to university. I sort of ended the letter, sort of giving this President Harvard dares a great speech. This is your opportunity. You can fix this. This could be your legacy. And I sent it to I emailed it to the president and the board members whose email addresses I had. And I posted it on Twitter. I got no response, no acknowledgement. And in fact, the open dialogue I had with a couple of people on Facebook. And that led to
Long Beach protesters protesting against ICE raids, and then something in Long Beach.
Congress was already announced an investigation and concern about
It's Aquarius.
violations of law. The president was called.
How was your? Yeah. That's right. All right, you ready for me? You got it. Just one moment. That's right.
Again, look, I'll facilitate your attendance. Congress, come see the film, fly down. She testified. And I watched a good 80% of the testimony of all three presidents, and it was an embarrassment to the country, embarrassment to the universities. They were evasive, they didn't answer questions, they were rude, they smoked. They were disrespectful to our Congress. And then there was several minutes where finally Stefanica was not getting answers to her questions. She said, let me be clear. What if protesters were calling for genocide for the Jews? Does that violate your rules on bullying? And the three of them basically gave the same answer, context. And not until they actually executed on the genocide, because the University of Hawaii. And the thing.
All right, I'm here. I'm playing. I'm just going to use the restroom.
Fire, which is a nonprofit focused on free speech on campus. And Harvard has been in the quartile for the last 5 years. Dropped the last before October 7th out of like 250.
She mentioned briefly that interviewed on this podcast, the founder of Fire and the current head of Fire, will discuss this at length, including running for the board of Harvard, the whole procedure of all that. It's quite a fascinating investigation of free speech. For people who care about free speech absolutism, that's a good episode to listen to because those folks kind of fight for this idea. It's a difficult idea actually to internalize what free speech in college campuses look like.
Has become a place where free speech is not tolerated on campus, or at least free speech that's not part of the accepted dialogue, or this whole notion of speech code really emerged on the Harvard Yale of the world. The president of Harvard's, then president of Harvard's explanation for why we call for the genocide of the Jewish people on campus was Harvard's commitment to free expression. And it's one of the more critical statements of all time. They really can't have it both ways. Either Harvard has to be a place where it's a free speech. She basically said we're a free speech absolutely in this place, which is why we have to allow this. And Harvard could not be further from that. And so that was a big part of it. And I was in the barber chair getting haircuts, and I had a guy on my team send me the 3-minute section and said, cut that line question. And I put out a little tweet on that, and it's called my greatest hits of posts. It's got something like 110 views. And everyone looked at this and said, what is wrong with the university campus? And their leadership and their government. The way this whole conversation has been about government, Harvard has, which is why we have to tell them.
It's just smart. Should dare to be great. I myself am for great leadership, and those moments, especially Churchill and so on, even great speeches. People talk down on speeches, but I think speeches can define a culture and define a place, define a fire. And I think actually the testimony before Congress could have been an opportunity to redefine what Harvard is. Dare to be great, dare to be a great leader.
Right, the first two gave the world's most disastrous answers to the question. And she really just copied their answer, which is itself kind of ironic.
It's tough because you can get busy as a president, as a leader, and so meetings in Congress, maybe you're smirking at the ridiculousness of the meeting. You need to remember that many of these are opportunities.
I'll take it.
Give a speech of a lifetime.
I went. Exactly.
Become and embody in the next several decades. There's opportunities to do that. And you, as a great leader, also need to have a sense of that. On October 7th, really woke up the world. On all sides, honestly. There is serious.
Nice strike.
And then
Wait.
there's a serious issue going on. It's an opportunity to speak on free speech and on genocide. Well, do you see the criticism that you are a billionaire donor and you sort of used your power and financial influence unfairly?
Nice strike.
The governing structure. Okay.
You're welcome.
I never threatened to use financial or other resources. The only thing I did here was public letters. I spoke privately to a couple of members of the board. I spoke for 45 minutes to the chairman. None of those conversations were effective or went anywhere.
Thank you.
My public letter and then the post I did, and that that little 3-minute video excerpt had an impact. But it wasn't about criticizing people being brilliant. It had,
Mr. Aquarius, you've gone straight there. This is your best. This is your best round ever. Keep it up.
Your ideas are right. And I think, the congressional testimony board of argument said that they were 100. Okay. And so clearly, in offensive and ultimate what took down was other.
Miss Aquarius, you're gonna set a record.
Integrity. It's hard to stay. And I wanted her to run fire basically forced because of failure.
Come on, Miss Aquarius. 3 strikes in. That's okay. You might break 100 for the first time.
Disciplining students for calls text.
Yes. First of all,
You're in the 90s.
Free speech is incredibly important. Closer to absolutism on free speech than otherwise. Right? They were restricting other kinds of speech on campus, principally conservative speech.
Not what we wanted.
So it wasn't
Nobody's touching you today.
And the protests.
Good job, Miss Aquarius. I win one, you win one. We have great parity. Great. That's good job.
Pretty technical.
All right, sweet dreams, Miss Aquarius. Thank you.
But Harvard is a private corporation. Private.
Take care. Excellent. Sweet. Absolutely. I haven't heard from her. I hope she's okay. Take care.
Everyone looked at this when they said, depends on the context. They said, look, if you replace Jews with some other ethnic group, students have been, who've used the N-word, for example, have been thrown off campus or suspended. Students who've hate speech directed at LGBTQ people has led to disciplinary action by attacking, spitting on Jewish students, or kind of roughing them up a bit. Seems like or calling for their elimination didn't seem to violate the policy. So it's look, I think the university should be a place with broad views, open viewpoints, broad discussion. But it should also be a place where students don't feel threatened going to class, where their learning is not interrupted, when final exams are not interrupted by people coming in with a lot of protest. Students asked me when I went up there, what would you do if you were the president? I said, this was before I knew what was happening with the campus. I said, I'd convene everyone together. This is Harvard. We have access to the best minds in the world. Let's have a better understanding of the history. Let's understand the backdrop. Let's focus on solutions. Let's bring Arab and Jewish and Israeli students together. Let's form groups to create communication. That's how you solve this kind of problem. And none of that stuff's been done. It's not that hard.
Do you think this reveals a deeper problem in terms of ideology in the governance of Harvard, in the basic culture of Harvard?
Yes. So on governance, the governance structure is a disaster. So the way it works today is Harvard has 2 principal boards. There's the board of the corporation, the so-called fellows of Harvard. It's a board of, I think, 12 independent directors and the president. There's no shareholder vote, there's no proxy system. It's really a self-perpetuating board that effectively elects its own members. So there's, once the balance tips politically one way or another, they can, it can be kept that way forever. There's no kind of rebalancing system. If the U.S. corporation goes off the rails, so to speak, the shareholders can get together and vote off the directors. There's no ability to vote off the directors. Then there's the board of overseers, I think 32 directors. And there, a few years ago, if you could put together 600 signatures, you could run for that board, put up a bunch of candidates, and about 5 or 6 get elected each year. And a group did exactly that, and it was an oil and gas kind of disinvestment group. They got the signatures, a couple of them got elected, and Harvard then changed the rules. I said, now we need 32 signatures. And by the way, if there are these dissident directors of the board, we're only going to allow, we're going to cap them at 5. So 3 were elected in the oil and gas thing. Now there's only 2 seats available. And then a group of former students, kind of younger alums, one of whom were new, approached me and said, "Look, Bill, we should run for the board." And they decided this pretty late, only a few weeks before the signatures were due. And love your support. I took a look at this platform, great, I'm happy to support. And I posted about them, did a Zoom with them, and they got thousands of signatures. Collectively, the 4 got, 12,000 signatures or something like this. And they missed by about 10% the threshold. What did Harvard do in the middle of the election? They made it very, very difficult to sign up, for a vote. And it just makes them terrible. And they've got now thousands of alums upset that, and again, this wasn't an election. This was just to put the names on the slate. The only candidates on the slate are the ones selected by the existing members. And so it's businesses fail because of government's failures. Universities fail because of government's failures. It's not really the president's fault, because the job of the board is to hire and fire the president and help guide the institution academically and otherwise. So that's governance. An ideology, I was like, how can this be? October 7th, the event that woke me up was 30 student organizations came out with a public letter on October 8th, literally the morning after the blood was created, and said, Israel is solely responsible for Hamas. Again, Israel had not even mounted a defense at this point. There were still terrorists running around in the southern part of Israel. And like Harvard students, 34 Harvard student organizations signed this letter. And like, what is going on? WTF, right? And that's when I went up to campus and I started talking with faculty. And that's where I started hearing about actually built this BEI idea. Like, what? Like diversity, equity, inclusion. Obviously, I'm familiar with these words, and I see this in a corporate context. They say that and started talking about this oppressed framework, which is actually taught on campus and represents the backdrop for many of the courses that are offered and various some of the studies and other degree offerings. Like, I had not even heard of this. And I'm a pretty rare person that is completely unaware. And basically, like, look, Israel is deemed an oppressor, and the Palestinians are deemed oppressed, and taking the side of the oppressed. And any acts of the oppressed to dislodge the oppressor, regardless of how violent or barbaric, okay. Like, okay, this is a super dangerous idea. And so I wrote a questioning post about this. Here's what I'm hearing. When this is right. And I had a friend of mine sent me Christopher Weekle's book, America's Cultural Revolution, which is sort of a sociological study of the origins of the DEI movement and critical race theory. And I found it actually one of the more important books I've read. And also I found it quite concerning. And really, it's sort of ultimately DEI comes out of a kind of a Marxist socialist backdrop way to look at the world. And so I think there are a lot of issues with it, but unfortunately it's advancing, ultimately concluded, racism as opposed to fighting it, which is ultimately bad.
So maybe you could say that, but so there's a history that traces back across decades, and then that infiltrated college campuses.
Basically, Rufo argues is that the Black Power movement of the 60s really failed. It was a very violent movement. Many of the protagonists ended up in jail. And out of that movement, a number of kind of thought leaders, Scott Hughes and others, built this framework kind of approach. So look, we're to be successful. Can't be a violent movement, number one. Number two, we need to infiltrate, if you will, the universities. And we need to become part of the faculty. And we need to teach the students. And then once we take over the universities with this ideology, then we can go into government. can go into corporations, and you can change the world. So I thought important book, and the more I dug in, the more I felt some credibility to this, not just the sociological backdrop, but to what it meant on campus. And faculty, Harvard faculty, were telling me that there really is no such thing as free speech on campus, and that there's a survey done a year or so ago, the Harvard faculty, and 82% of faculty admitted, even in an anonymous survey, admitted to being having conservative point of view. So we have a campus that's 98% non-conservative, liberal, progressive, that's adopted this DEI construct.
From maybe an hour ago, earlier this evening, detailing from a law enforcement perspective what is going to be the expectation for you, anyone who may even think of going into the area. Please don't. If you don't live in that area, don't go down there. If you don't have any business down there, you will be arrested, and you're just making it worse for law enforcement to maintain control of the situation. Yes, there are going to be some idiots. Yes, there are going to be some agitators. Yes, there's going to be someone who's going to try to push the boundaries because there is a curfew in effect and they want to try law enforcement. I highly recommend that you don't do that because they'll be waiting on you. And if anything, you'll have less leeway tonight during a curfew situation than any other time. When we come back, like I said at the beginning of the show, that this is a different time, but there are things that we can look to in the past as a comparison. The Marines are now here. The National Guard obviously is still here.
There's City Hall right in the background. How the big scene is.
1970. Kent State University. And if there are any parallels between then and now, that's by answer 40. I'm Mo Kelvin, live where the iClub video app Mark Hunter now has to next. As you've been hearing
Harley.
emergency curfew in place for downtown LA. The decision follows 5 days of protests with immigration enforcement policies. He says the violence and vandalism in the area that the company will have to stop. The curfew is from 8 to 6 a.m. Only residents and others authorized legally will be permitted to be in the curfew area.
49 minutes. 29 minutes till they set that curfew, but again, this might be the box. If you're behind the box, you're in trouble. If you're in front, you're good. That's what I'm assuming. We got the word out, so they figure out where's the box. They put a line on the street. Force that. Can't get within the box. You know what I mean? To divert traffic all around. And then they'll just do their shit over there. Then you'll have to leave and respond and have like little squads that can go to respond. They'll get rocks and bottles thrown at them. Here's some of these. I'm watching the Henderson as we go.
The Senate is to hold a hearing on the matter next week. A memorial service has been held in Rothschild to remember the people killed in a school shooting. Authorities say a former student opened fire at the school today, killing 10 people and wounding a dozen others. They say the 21-year-old was starting to be a student at the school in the city of Graz. Southland weather from Campfire, patchy fog and clouds. Lows around 60. Partly cloudy tomorrow. Highs in the low to mid 80s. Midnight is the and 90s, low 70s at the beaches. Not a lot of change. The rest of it will be a few degrees warmer this weekend. Right now, it is 70. 69.
Still checking to see how the other
see if there's in Ontario.
So there's the close. Although there was a dead body last night in the looting area, they haven't said anything about it. They have not mentioned the dead body. But again, because they don't know if it's linked to a natural causes, is there a dead guy up on the sidewalk? They didn't say anything. They didn't say anything. There.
iHeartRadio Earth is here with little tips for a healthier planet. Less than 1% of water on Earth is drinkable, and humans are using it faster than nature can replenish it. Reduce the amount of water you use in the bathroom by taking shorter showers, turning the water off while you brush your teeth.
It's nice down right now.
The National Environmental Education Foundation. To find more tips for smarter,
Chicago's already popping, really.
in your own community, go to
A lot of people out the streets. We didn't see me breaking glass windows or
Music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
Suspects.
Gambler on stage, short for 25,000.
Hours of charging. Yeah, be careful. That's right. I can't let them get out.
Podcasts and CBC's That Action. Hosted by me, Ian Hannibals, and Jordan West.
Investigating the largest unsolved
It's
mass
their
murder
fact.
in Canada.
Even worse.
Canadian Pacific Flight 21.
Uncover Season 2. Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one.
2 out, bottom